Good evening. Annual town meeting will now be in order. I am Carmen Reese, 52 Devon Street, Town Moderator. I see that there is a sufficient number of voters here to permit us to open the meeting, and I do so declare. The meeting is called pursuant to a warrant signed by the Select Board on January 23rd, 2024. I've inspected the return of service on the warrant and find it to be in order. I declare that the meeting is properly called. This evening, the venue for the meeting will be the gymnasium. We do have the auditorium available if we run out of space in the gymnasium, but we have room for 1,000 people in here. We're very grateful to Superintendent Hunter, co-principals Miller and Stahl, and the faculty, students, and staff of the high school for accommodating us here this evening. The minutes of this meeting will be kept by the town clerk, Kari Tari, who's sitting here to my left. And the meeting will be broadcast live on our high school's radio station, WIQH 83.3 FM, on our local access cable channel 9, and live streamed on the web at minuteman.media/government and on the Minuteman Media's YouTube channel, which is accessible through the town website. I'd now like to invite Fire Chief Tom Judge to come to the podium and provide us with some safety information.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Good evening. I'd just like to point out the exits in this room. There are exits in all four corners, including behind the screen to my left. Despite the fact that you can't see it, it is there and it is clear and accessible. If you're taking advantage of the child care in the red gym, and we do have to evacuate the auditorium, please do not go to the red gym. Proceed to the outside where the staff in the gym will reunite you with your child. And thank you and have a great town meeting.
Thank you, Chief Judge. I want to extend our thanks also to Chief Mulcahy and the officers of the Concord Police Department who are here for us this evening. Mr. Dane nominates Ms. Carolyn Flood of 1289 Main Street to serve as the deputy moderator, who will carry out the duties of the moderator if she is unable to serve. Is there a second? I see that there is. All those in favor, please raise your voting slips. Thank you very much. All those opposed? That looks like a unanimous vote. Thank you very much. The meeting has elected Ms. Flood as deputy moderator, and I do so declare. Ms. Flood will be presiding in the auditorium if we need to open it, or in here in my stead if I am unable to preside over an article. I've also appointed Michael Lawson of 1695 Lowell Road as assistant moderator, and Mr. Lawson will preside in the gymnasium or in the auditorium if we need to open it, in the event that neither the moderator nor the deputy moderator is able to do so. So we have belts and suspenders and safety pins. Ms. Flood and Mr. Lawson, would you each please stand and raise your right hands? Do you swear to carry out your duties faithfully and impartially? Thank you very much. There are a variety of materials pertaining to the business of the meeting available on the tables in the cafeteria. And if you didn't bring your copy of the warrant or this year's thorough and thoughtful Finance Committee report from home, there are some extras, and there are also QR codes that would allow you to access them electronically with your mobile device if the Wi-Fi were working. So perhaps tomorrow night, that will be a thing that people can do. You will also find a green booklet entitled Town Meeting Traditions and Procedures. This is a very useful guide to the particular rules of town meeting that we observe here in Concord. If you do have any questions about town meeting procedure, please feel free to talk with our town meeting procedure resource person, who is Elise Woodward of 379 Garfield Road. She is available for a consultation on process issues and assistance in drafting and presenting motions and amendments. Ms. Woodward is seated in the front row here in the gymnasium. I'm going to ask her to stand and wave to everyone so everyone can see where she is. Thank you, Ms. Woodward. If you are a registered voter in Concord, you should have received a voting slip that looks like this. You've already had an occasion to lift it up once when you checked in. Please do keep your voting slip handy. They won't give you another one, so please don't lose it. You will need it in a visual counted vote as well as a standing counted vote, and in the event that we have a vote by paper ballot, you will need it for that. Your voting slip is what identifies you as a person who is entitled to vote here at this evening's meeting. If you are a resident of Concord who's not registered to vote or a visitor to tonight's meeting, you should have checked in as a visitor in the cafeteria. We welcome you, and you should be sitting in the visitors section, which is in the rear corner of the gymnasium here to my right. I have appointed Mr. Abe Fisher of 400 Hayward Mill Road to be head teller, Mr. Jim Summer of Pine Street as assistant head teller, and Mr. Richard Wells of 368 Lawsbrook Road to be ballot supervisor. Mr. Fisher will be supervising vote counting on the floor in the event of a counted vote, and Mr. Wells will be supervising the ballot counting procedure and vote certification in the event that the meeting votes for a paper ballot on a motion. Mr. Fisher, are the tellers ready to be sworn? Mr. Wells, are the ballot counters ready to be sworn? Excellent. Tellers and ballot counters, would you please stand and raise your right hand? Does each of you swear that you will faithfully and impartially perform your respective duties at town meeting? Thank you so much. On behalf of the meeting, I thank Mr. Fisher, Mr. Wells, Mr. Summer, and every one of the tellers and ballot counters for taking on this vital town meeting function. We also owe our gratitude to the team of people who make annual town meeting possible, including our dedicated and talented town staff, you know who you are, Minuteman Media Network, Thistle Communications, and our amazing closed caption stenographer, Stephanie Farrell. Our select board is seated on that side to my right of the gymnasium in the front. Our school committee is seated at the opposite end, and the finance committee is here to my immediate right. We also have with us this evening our town council, Mina Macarius of Anderson Krieger. He's sitting somewhere. He's over there, sitting with the select board, and he will address the meeting if we have a legal question for him. I would like to note that the members of our boards and committees are all volunteers, and they find a great deal of personal reward, not to mention many television and Zoom appearance opportunities in service to our town. If you too would like to reap these enormous rewards, do important and interesting work, make new friends, and get to know your community better, you could fill out a volunteer form. These are in the lobby, in the cafeteria, on one of the round tables, and you can review the annual town report to see how many different committees and boards we have, see what they do, see what might be of interest to you, and see where your skills might be really helpful to our town. Thank you for considering that. I would ask everyone to please stand while the Concord Minutemen bring forward the colors.
Turn. Line. Detail. To the front. March.
Before we begin the business of this annual town meeting, as has long been our custom, let us hold a moment of silence. In any thinking and involved community, which ours here in Concord certainly is, there are bound to be different points of view among citizens of goodwill on important issues, and there's bound to be some validity in every point of view. As we deliberate on the issues before us this evening, let us remember that there's value in suspending our own opinions long enough to hear and consider the differing opinions of others. We might just change our minds. Let us embrace tonight as members of our community here in good faith and goodwill, with whom we disagree as well as those with whom we agree, so that the debates of tonight are not a source of division among us tomorrow. Thank you, and be seated. Do you have a point of order? Could you put the con microphone on over there?
On anything, but okay. I just have a request. Could you please open the auditorium? The bleachers are just torture for 3 hours, please.
We will open the auditorium when we run out of space in here. That may be soon. Thank you. Mr. Dane moves that the reading of the warrant and the return of service thereon be omitted. Is there a second? I see that there is. Any discussion? All those in favor, please raise your voting slips. Thank you. All those opposed, raise their voting slips. Motion carries unanimously, and I declare that that is a vote. It is our hope and goal to conclude 2024 annual town meeting by the end of Wednesday night. We have 53 articles on the annual town meeting warrant. No motion is expected on 8 articles, and 21 articles are included on the consent calendar. That leaves us with 27 articles to take up for full deliberation. I have pre-scheduled Article 34, the MBTA Community Zoning Bylaw Amendment, for tomorrow night at 7:15 p.m. In addition, we have a special town meeting warrant with 1 article to take up on Wednesday evening at 7:10, after which we will return to the remaining business on the annual town meeting warrant, with the expectation of concluding the annual town meeting on Wednesday night. Mr. Dane moves that the meeting take up no new business tonight after 10:15 p.m. and that when the meeting is adjourned, it be adjourned to resume tomorrow night, Tuesday, April 30th at 7 p.m. here at Concord Carlisle High School. Is there a second? I see that there is. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those opposed, please raise your voting slips. I'm sorry, all those in favor, please raise your voting slips. Too early for that. All those opposed, please raise your slips. That is unanimous. We'll now proceed to Article 1, choose town officers. We don't actually have any action to take under Article 1, since we choose our town officers at the town election, which this year was on March 28. The town elected Wendy Ravelli to a 3-year term on the Select Board, Cameron McKinnott to a 3-year term on the Select Board, Tracy Morano to a 3-year term on the School Committee, Andrew Herchick to a 3-year term on the School Committee, Edward Larner to a 5-year term on the Housing Authority, and yours truly, Carmen Reese, to a 1-year term as moderator. And before we proceed to Article 2, I'm just going to ask a few folks to rise so that we may take just a moment to acknowledge them. Would the following people please stand? Outgoing Select Board Chair Henry Dane. Outgoing Select Board member and former Chair Linda Escobedo. And outgoing School Committee member Court Booth. I know that you join me in thanking all of these folks for their outstanding service to our town. Thank you all. And I see that we have someone at the con microphone. Do you have a point of order, sir?
Point of order, can you tell us when the shuttle bus will stop?
When the shuttle bus will stop. It will not stop until everyone is gone from the meeting.
Will you ensure that they know that? Because they were saying 9:30. Thank you.
Ah, okay. Donna, could you check on that for us? Thank you. Moving on to Article 2. We will take up first the consent calendar, and we'll then turn to the Finance Committee report for a summary of the fiscal picture for the town. Now, the consent calendar is a handout, which you should have found out there in the hall. And do we have a slide for this, Shannon, just with the motion? Well, we'll proceed. The motion for the consent calendar is that Mr. Patel moves that the 2024 annual town meeting advance for consideration the articles in the table below, those are in the handout here, and take action on such articles without debate, provided that on the request of any 10 voters at this meeting made before the vote is taken on the motion, an article or, in the moderator's discretion, a portion thereof shall be dropped from the consent calendar and shall be acted upon in the ordinary course of business at this town meeting. Is there a second? I see that there is. Thank you very much. Now, what I will do, I will tell you that the articles that were chosen for the consent calendar after in consultation with the moderator and the select board, they have all received recommendations for affirmative action by both the select board and, if there is a monetary component, the finance committee, and all are either routine, housekeeping, or are matters that have been before town meeting multiple times and enjoyed great support. We do have 2 zoning bylaw amendments on the consent calendar. Those are recommended for affirmative action by the planning board, and because zoning bylaw amendments in most cases require a 2/3 vote for passage, the entire consent calendar requires a 2/3 vote for passage. I will now review the articles that are on the consent calendar, pause after each one, and invite anybody who wishes to place a hold to raise their ballot, and we'll see if we have 10 people. Article 2 is a motion that the town receive the 2023 annual report. Anyone wish to place a hold on that? I see none. Article 3 is the meeting procedure motion that's been made many, many, many years in a row by the Finance Committee, and you can see that motion here in the handout. Would anyone like to place a hold on this article? I see none. Article 10 is the sorry, that's an acronym, the Other Post-Employment Benefit Trust Fund Appropriation. This is money that the town puts aside for retirement it's mostly health insurance. So, would anyone like to remove that article from the consent calendar for full discussion? Okay. I see no one. Article 11 is the OPEB trust expense. And this article just gives the ability of the town to spend some money from the OPEB fund to pay for the OPEB fund's expenses. Would anyone like to take this article off the consent calendar for full discussion? No hold. Article 12 is the appropriation of opioid settlement funds. The motion on this is to take affirmative action as printed in the warrant. This just is a necessary action to allow us to spend the money that the town has received from the state opioid settlement fund. Any hold on this one? I see none. Article 15 is establishing a permanent senior means-tested property tax exemption. This is an exemption that has been favorably acted on by town meeting a number of times. The legislature gave us temporary authority to have this in place, and we have now been given authority to have it in place permanently. Would anyone like to take this off the consent calendar for full discussion? Okay, I see no one. Article 18 is a motion to allow the select board to accept easements that don't cost us any money. The motion is that the meeting take affirmative action on Article 18 as printed in the warrant. Would anyone like to take this one off of the consent calendar? I see no one. Article 30 is an article that authorizes the select board to petition for changes to a previously approved home rule petition regarding a checkout bag charge. This home rule petition is currently pending before the legislature, and this article would add an exemption for farm stands, which it turns out are ill-equipped to comply with the bag charge. Would anyone like to take this off of the consent calendar for full discussion? I see no one. Article 32 is a fossil fuel-free demonstration bylaw amendment. The motion is that we take affirmative action on this as printed in the warrant. There are two changes. This is a previously supported and adopted bylaw by the meeting. The state program in which we will be participating in a demonstration project on fossil fuel construction regulation. It's been recommended to us that we make two changes. One is to make it applicable to affordable housing as well as other housing, and the other is to make it applicable to major renovations as well as new construction. Would anyone like to remove this article from the consent calendar for a full deliberation? Okay, I see no one. Article 36 is a zoning bylaw amendment for the floodplain conservancy district. This is something that we have to do to bring our bylaw into compliance with the federal maps, or people in Concord can't buy flood insurance. Would anyone like to take this off of the consent calendar for full deliberation? I see no one. Article 37 is a general housekeeping article in which there are multiple sections here where all kinds of spelling and punctuation and grammar issues have been tidied up throughout the bylaw. It takes up many pages of the warrant. Would anyone like to remove this from the consent calendar for full deliberation? I don't see anyone. Article 42 is tourist bylaw amendments. And this one changes the tourist bylaw to edit the language for gender neutrality, and it clarifies that the bylaw does require a license for all tour guide services using vehicles and soliciting tourists. Would anyone like to take this off the consent calendar for full deliberation? Okay, I see no one. Article 43 seeks to amend the departmental revolving funds bylaw to add an ambulance revolving fund. Would anyone like to take this off of the consent calendar? I see no one. Article 44 is a routine action to authorize the expenditure of revolving funds, which town meeting has to take in order for those funds to be able to spend the money on the task that they were created for. Would anyone like to take this off of the consent calendar? I don't see anyone. Article 45 is the light plant expenditures and payment in lieu of taxes. This is a routine action that authorizes the light fund to use its operating cash for its operations, and also authorizes the light plant to make a payment in lieu of taxes to the town. We do this every year. Would anyone like to remove this for full deliberation? I see no one. Article 46 is solid waste disposal and fund expenditures. This again allows as a routine action that allows the solid waste fund to spend the fees it collects on collecting solid waste. Would anyone like to remove this for full deliberation? Okay, I see no one. Article 47 is sewer system expenditures. Again, this is an action by town meeting to authorize the Public Works Department to use the fees collected for the sewers on the sewer system. Would anyone like to remove this for a full deliberation? Okay, I see no one. Article 48 is sewer improvement fund expenditures. The motion here is that we take affirmative action as printed in the warrant, and the sewer improvement fund is a sub-fund of the sewer fund that is made up of fees paid by new connections to the sewer system. And this article authorizes the expenditure of those funds for construction and expansion of sewer lines. Would anyone like to take this one off the consent calendar? Okay, I see no one. Article 50 authorizes expenditure from the PEG, that is Public, Educational, and Government, Access and Cable-Related Fund. These are the monies that we get from the cable company, Comcast, and this town meeting action allows us to spend these monies out of the fund that we collect from Comcast on PEG access and cable-related expenses. Would anyone like to remove this one? Thank you. Okay, no one wishes to remove that. Thank you. And I've just been, it's just been pointed out that I skipped Article 49, water system expenditures. This again allows the cash on hand in the water fund to be spent for the operation, maintenance, and improvement of the town's water system. Would anyone like to remove this for a full deliberation? Okay. And then finally, Article 51 is the BD Swim and Fitness Center Enterprise Fund and expenditures. The money is coming from a bunch of different places here: the community pool enterprise receipts, interest income, and endowment, the community pool enterprise certified retained earnings, and all of this money will be spent for the operation of the community pool. Okay. Would anyone like to remove that from the consent calendar? Okay. All right, we're ready to proceed to a vote on the consent calendar, but I've just been informed by the town clerk that we are at capacity here in the gymnasium, and so we will open the auditorium. But if you wish to vote on the consent calendar, stay right here in your seat. Don't go to the auditorium, because you have to be here in a seat in order to vote on the consent calendar. So please do take a seat if you're in here and you wish to vote on the consent calendar. Okay, all those in favor, and I'll remind you this requires a 2/3 vote, all those in favor of the consent calendar? Thank you very much. All those opposed? That is a unanimous vote in favor of the consent calendar, and I do so declare. We'll now proceed to hear from the Finance Committee. The Chair, Mr. Patel, will come and he will give us a brief summary of the Finance Committee report, which you should have received at your house, and there are extra copies outside. And Mr. Patel will present us with some highlights.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Can I get the first slide, please? Right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Moderator and fellow residents. On behalf of the Finance Committee, it's my pleasure to present an overview of our 2024 annual report. The Finance Committee's primary responsibility is to make recommendations and set budget guidelines for the town and schools so that Concord can maintain and strengthen our long-term financial health. Next slide. In doing so, we keep several objectives in mind. We seek to avoid general overrides. We strive to maintain an adequate free cash balance, which is why this year we chose not to recommend the use of $1 million from free cash to reduce property taxes. We recognize that infrastructure is vital, so we encourage the town and schools to invest in ongoing capital needs. While meeting these fiscal objectives, we also seek to avoid burdening taxpayers beyond projected growth and income and maintain Concord's character, including the economic diversity of residents. In short, we seek to ensure that residents and businesses aren't driven out because they can't afford Concord. So for this year, we should expect substantial property tax increases. There's no other way to say this. For many years, we've had good economic growth and prudent fiscal management that enabled low growth in property taxes. Unfortunately, the era of low property tax growth has ended. Growth in town and school expenses at 4.2% is expected to be faster than in recent years, which was growing at about 3%. Meanwhile, growth in state aid, grants, and other non-property tax revenue is slowing. The difference has to be made up by increasing property taxes. And because 93% of property tax revenues comes from residential properties, the burden will primarily fall on residents. Next slide. As you can see here, we're projecting a 7.9% annual increase per year in median tax bill. Let me repeat that, 7.9% per year for the next 5 years. Next slide. That doesn't actually include the impact of future projects, right? This is a list that you see on the screen that's been discussed the last couple of years by the town and the schools. Note that we're not talking about $1 million here and $1 million there. We're talking about not $100 million, if not more, that are going to be coming in the next 5 to 7 years. Next slide. And the 7.9% increase doesn't include the increases in our water bill and other fees that we'll be discussing later during town meeting today. Next slide. So what do? If we want to lower property taxes and try to make sure that Concord doesn't become an unaffordable place for many of us, elected town and school leaders should develop a strategic plan to prioritize competing demand for resources. When will we undertake the projects described a few minutes ago? Which ones should take a higher priority over others? Some, in fact, may have to be shelved. Leaders should also begin to moderate spending growth. And residents will have to make difficult choices among competing demands. We shouldn't always get what we want. We should also make your voices heard and vote. This year, I think, was a good start. We had turnout of over 30% in our local election. We need to have higher turnout next year and every year thereafter. Finally, do what you're doing now. Actively participate in town meeting this year and every year you choose to make Concord your home. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Patel. We have addressed Article 3 on the consent calendar, and we'll now take up Article 4. And can we have the motion for Article 4, please? The motion is that Ms. Cobbs moves that the town take affirmative action on Article 4 as printed in the handout, and there is a handout out in the hall for this article. Ms. Cobbs, are you here? Can we have a second for the motion, please? I see that we have one. Thank you. Ms. Cobbs.
Okay, thank you, Madam Moderator. I'm Liz Cobbs, and I am a co-chair of the Personnel Board here in town, and I am here representing the Personnel Board tonight. So I move that the town take affirmative action on Article 4 as printed in the handout. So it was updated, so you have a handout here this evening, and that's what you should look to if you have any questions. Okay, next slide. So the classification actions that are identified in our Article 4 are amendments to a plan which either add or delete job titles, assign a title to a salary range, or reassigns a title from one salary range to another. And please note that this does not approve the funding. That's a separate issue which is subject to town meeting approval under the general fund and enterprise fund budgets. Okay? I should note that the Personnel Board is supportive of the town manager and the HR department specifically for non-union regular employees of the town. So that's quite a large grouping, but they're not part of the unionized town employees. Okay, next slide, please. So actions are necessary when the town manager creates a new position, the duties of an existing position change in a significant manner, or a position or title needs to be updated. For these non-union regular employees, there are a lot of these small changes that take place over the year, and that's where the Personnel Board works to support the HR department and the town manager in making these decisions. One example that we had this year was swim aids. So of course, during COVID, there was a hiatus on lessons for swimming. And so the town manager was endeavoring to improve on that situation so there would be enough positions for students to learn to swim in a timely manner after that hiatus. So the swim aid positions were created. So that gives you a flavor of some of the changes that are made on a regular basis that the Personnel Board supports. Next slide, please. So results of these actions maintain the appropriate job titles and salary ranges, and it also allows the town to attract and retain competent employees and comply with the pay equity laws. And as those change over time, that's where the Personnel Board supports those changes in a timely manner for the town. All right, so next slide, please. Our first recommendation on Article 4 is that the Personnel Board recommends affirmative action on Article 4 as printed in the handout that you have this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now invite questions and comments from the floor. And Ms. Cobbs, in case there are any questions for you to answer, we have a couple of chairs right there. You can just hang out so you aren't far away. We have 3 microphones available here in the gymnasium, and we have 1 microphone available in the auditorium. This evening we have pro and con microphones here in the gymnasium. The con microphone is labeled, and it's over there to my right, and the pro microphone is over here on this side. And in the middle, that's a microphone for questions. If you just have a question, not a point of view that you necessarily want to share. Okay. All the mics can be adjusted to be accessible. Just give us a shout out or a wave if you need us to help you adjust a mic. Each speaker will have 2 minutes. The clock on the screen will count down your time. And I've brought back the bell. And the bell will gently remind you if you have gotten to the end of your time. And we will try and strictly enforce time limits this evening because we have a lot of people here who will want to speak, and we want everyone to have a chance. So let us all bear in mind that we are here for the serious business of conducting our legislative work for the town of Concord, and we have no place for clapping, booing, cheering, or other sorts of demonstrations. And while we do expect the discussion to be rigorous on the issues, it should be gentle on the people. Okay. Please state your name and address when you're recognized and direct your remarks to me. And if we have a question, I'll call on the appropriate person to come and answer questions. And you will win the gratitude and affection of all your fellow citizens if you keep your comments focused and concise. I don't see anyone at a microphone with a question in here. I ask if there's anyone in the...
No one standing here.
Okay, thank you. All right, well, it looks like we're ready to proceed to a vote on this then. We require a majority vote on this article. All those in favor of Article 4, as moved in the handout, thank you very much. All those opposed? It's unanimous in the gymnasium.
Appears to be unanimous as well in the
All
auditorium.
right. So that is unanimous vote, and I do so declare. We'll next proceed to Article 5. A good thing you didn't go away, Ms. Cobbs. We'll put that motion up on the screen.
Thank you, Madam Moderator.
And this one again is moved as printed in the handout, affirmative action as printed in the handout, which you should have collected out in the gymnasium. Could we have a second for the motion, please? Thank you. I see that we have one. Ms. Cobbs?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. So Article 5, I again here represent as co-chair of the Personnel Board. And as that representative, I move that the town take affirmative action on Article 5 as printed in the handout that you have before you. Okay, next slide. So clarification, Article 5 does not cover, again, how much money is spent on salaries. What it does do, and what the Personnel Board works with the town manager and HR department on, is items that are still subject to approval by the Personnel Board, and those include job titles, the groupings or grades of positions, and the salary ranges. So, next slide. The objective of a classification and compensation plan considers the uniformity of salary ranges based on the job responsibilities and requirements, equal pay for equal work, the internal equity across departments, as well as the external competitiveness with salaries in other like size and configuration of local towns. External competitiveness is also supported with comparability with salaries of the unionized employees. So while we don't work with the unionized employees as part of the Personnel Board responsibilities, we do make sure that there's an alignment and some understanding of how those two sets of compensation plans would align. Okay. Some components of the plan. The classification is really the job evaluation, and that is really focusing on the internal equity of these positions. And the compensation side is really a salary survey, and that is where the external competitiveness and benchmarking of positions in the comparable communities take place. I'd like to add that last year, in front of town meeting, we had approval of a full review of a classification and compensation plan. The time that had passed was too long since the last one. It was 2007 when we were able to do a full revamp of the CNC plan. So we were delighted to have the chance as a personnel board to work with the town manager and the HR department to ensure that we could update and really take care of the employees of the town that support all of us in the work that they do for the town. And next slide. So the updated plan we provided for the town meeting in handout has the most current version of the plan that had to be updated since the warrant. So what we do as the Personnel Board is we oversee any of the changes that align the positions, as explained here, with the CNC plan. And those are now in front of you in the updated handout. So the recommendation, in the next slide, is the Personnel Board recommends affirmative action on Article 5 as printed in the warrant and in the updated filing with the town clerk and is presented for amendment here at town meeting. Next slide.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cobbs. We'll now open the floor to questions and comments. Is there anyone who has a question or a comment on Article 5? Anyone in the auditorium? I don't see.
No,
Okay.
I don't see anybody standing. Oops, I see somebody raising their hand. Oh, I'm sorry, yes. They're just putting in a second microphone, and he is coming to it right now. Can you hear him?
Yes, we can hear you.
No, you can hear me. Can you hear the person who was speaking from the microphone?
Oh, we cannot.
Hello, Jim
Yes.
Chopis, 47 Woodland Road. Had a quick question. There's not a comparison of what the rates were in the prior year. What was the average increase year over year?
Do you know the answer to that?
So I'm not sure I fully understand the question. Average increase in salaries year over year, is that the question from the gentleman in the auditorium?
That's correct. What level by level, what was the average increase?
So with the classification and compensation plan, what we work on is the salary ranges, and each department then has their own decisions to make in terms of specific salary increases that go forward. Okay?
I understand, but did the ranges increase by a certain percentage, or just trying to get a sense directionally in terms of how much the ranges went up?
The ranges in the full change in the class and compensation plan from last year, I don't have a figure this. Sorry.
Well,
Sorry, hold
maybe
on, we're gonna.
We may hear from the town manager here.
Yeah, thank you. There's no change this year. Yeah, okay. So there's no change in the ranges this year from the changes that I presented here this evening. The ranges have stayed the same this year.
The ranges had stayed the same this year in comparison to last year?
That's right.
Okay, great, thank you.
I don't see anyone in the gymnasium wishing to speak on this. Anyone else in the auditorium?
No one else at the moment, no.
Okay, looks like we are ready for a vote. All those in favor of Article 5, ratification of the Personnel Board Classification and Compensation Plan, thank you very much. All those opposed? Okay. It is near unanimous in the gymnasium. How about in the auditorium?
It appeared to be unanimous in favor here.
Okay, so we'll record that as a near unanimous vote, and I do so declare. We'll now move on to Article 6. And in Article 6, Ms. Cobbs moves that the town take affirmative action on Article 6 as printed in the warrant, and these are personnel bylaw amendments. We have the presentation for this. I'm not actually seeing it.
It's not up in the front. It's on the sides, not in the front.
Oh, okay. Well, everyone else can see it. That's fine. Go right ahead.
Okay. So usually at town meeting, we have Article 4 and 5 is just presented. Article 6 is a bit unusual, and that is the personnel bylaw amendments. So as on behalf of the Personnel Board, I move that the town take affirmative action on Article 6 as printed in the warrant. Okay? The background here. The personnel bylaw has been revised in accordance with the recommendations of the Personnel Study Task Force report that was dated September 26, 2022. So you can see that some time has passed since we were able to really finalize and work through the bylaw and make these updates. Over time, there have been periodic limited revisions over the last several decades, and the comprehensive and updated revision was really necessary. I'd personally, and for our Personnel Board, like to thank the Personnel Study Task Force, the Town Manager, the HR Department, and our Select Board supporters. This has been a very important piece of work that we could do to really support our non-union regular employees of the town and ensure that they have an easier way to understand the benefits that are overseeing their work. So next slide, please. The intent of the changes in revising the personnel bylaw was the development of a comprehensive employee handbook. Now, there'll be seamless alignment, hopefully with approval this evening of the town. The personnel policy and procedure number 43 will be ready to go and be implemented. And so that what is taken out of the bylaw this evening will be available to the employees and will be overseen by the HR department and our town manager with the support of the personnel board. So the intent of changes continuing, employees' review and comment and questions were all incorporated into the changes in the bylaw, which was very important so that they could understand what those changes might do to impact their non-wage provisions and what they might be able to do going forward to understand any new changes that might come in the non-wage provisions. All right, next slide. So non-wage provisions, in particular, the updated bylaw would shift the following non-wage provisions to the personnel policies and procedures I just mentioned. And these changes, therefore, would not require coming to town meeting for approval. So I'll give you a minute to look over the list that's on the slide here. There's quite a list there. But these are these non-wage related provisions. And what had been happening is something would change at the state level, and we would need to come back to town meeting before we could move forward and support our non-wage employees, non-union regular employees. So these changes now will be in a personnel policy and procedure that can have more intimate oversight by the town manager and the HR department. Next slide, please. So our recommendation is the Personnel Board recommends affirmative action on Article 6 as printed in the warrant. And there you can see the full bylaw and how it's revised. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Could we have a second for the motion? I see that we have one. Thank you very much. And we'll now open the floor to questions and comments on Article 6. Pardon me, we will not open the floor. We will hear from the Select Board. Mr. Howell will address us. Thank you, Mr. Howell.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Mark Howell, Nurse Neck Hill Road, speaking for the Select Board. The Personnel Board, acting on the recommendations of the Personnel Study Task Force and working closely with the Town Manager and Interim HR Director, has developed the most substantial update to the Personnel Bylaw in decades. We thank them for their efforts. This bylaw replacement streamlines the maintenance of non-wage employment provisions impacting non-union staff. These changes have been publicized amongst affected employees, and they represent a commitment to best practices and improvement. This is also part of a larger effort to modernize the process and the procedures related to employment management. The Select Board recommends affirmative action on Article 6.
Thank you, Mr. Howell. And now we will open the floor to questions and comments. Is there anyone here in the gymnasium? I don't see anyone. Anyone in the auditorium?
Maybe, nope, he walked by. Nobody had a microphone.
Yeah, cool. It was a fake, huh?
Yes.
Okay, looks like we're ready to proceed to a vote on Article 6. Would all those in favor of Article 6 please raise their voting slips? Thank you very much. All those opposed? That is unanimous in the gymnasium. How is it in the auditorium?
Unanimous in the auditorium as well.
All right, that's a unanimous vote, and I do so declare. We will now proceed to Article 7. Thank you, Ms. Cobbs. We'll now proceed to Article 7, which is the budget line item adjustments. And the motion here is that Mr. Dane moves that the town amend the appropriations made under Article 9 of 2023 Annual Town Meeting, the town budget, as printed in the handout. And I will note that the Finance Committee recommends affirmative action on this article. We have the motion. Can we have a second, please? I see that we have one. Thank you. Ms. LaFleur.
Thank you and good evening. This article seeks town meeting approval to make certain line item adjustments in the fiscal 24 budget approved under Article 9 of the 2023 annual town meeting to rebalance the budget within the original budget appropriation. There is a handout that was available at the front of the room. Unlike other operating budgets, the school budget and enterprise fund budgets, for example, the town's fiscal 24 budget was appropriated by town meeting in 16 distinct line items. Lines 1 through 11 appropriated what is commonly referred to as the guidelines budget, and lines 12 through 16 appropriate what are referred to as the fixed costs, which are shared between the town and Concord Public Schools. Once appropriated, the town manager must then manage to the bottom line of each line item appropriation rather than to the bottom line of the budget appropriation. Adjustments to the town's budget are then only allowed either by further town meeting action, which is what is before you this evening, or under the authority allowed in Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 33B. These remedies are listed in the legally preferred order, meaning that if there's an opportunity to bring this before town meeting to take up budget transfers, that is what is preferred versus the authorization that is allowed at the end of the year under the statute. So budgets are prepared well in advance of the fiscal year. Often circumstances change and priorities shift, resulting in inadequate funding within appropriated lines. In this particular case, as was noted at last year's annual town meeting, very late in the budget process, an error was discovered which resulted in the over-allocation of about $515,000 in new money to the town under the Finance Committee's fiscal 24 guideline. Due to the timing of this discovery, the full adjustment was actually posted against line item 1, which is general government, with a note that corrective action would follow at this year's town meeting, and that's what's being presented here this evening. The proposed adjustments are shown in this chart. As you can see, we first proposed to reverse the placeholder adjustment posted against line item 1 by initially increasing that line item, and then second, instead replacing it with the various budget reductions or decreases which are in rough proportion to each line item share of the overall operating budget. You may wonder, will budget adjustments at this point impact service levels? And in short, no, we do not anticipate any service level reductions because we went into this budget with the knowledge that we needed to make these budget adjustments at some point. The required adjustments will generally be absorbed by planned underspending in line items and savings realized from position openings and through attrition. The proposed budget adjustments here have also been taken into account when we put together our fiscal 25 budget. If this isn't approved this evening, our second recourse would then be at year end through Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 33B, with the approval of the Finance Committee and Select Board. But again, the the best thing to do is to bring it before town meeting before pursuing that other option. So again, we're requesting the budget adjustments that were proposed on the chart shown 2 slides back. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. LaFleur. We'll open the floor now for questions and comments. I don't see any in the gymnasium. How about in the auditorium?
Nobody had a microphone.
Okay, looks like we're ready for a vote. This was a nominee for the consent calendar. It actually wouldn't fit because it was so large, but so all those in favor of Article 7, thank you very much. All those opposed? That is unanimous in the gymnasium. How is it in the auditorium, Ms. Flood?
No one opposed in the auditorium.
All right, that is a unanimous vote, and I do so declare. And we'll now proceed to Article 8. Article 8 is the town budget, and the motion here is that Mr. Dane moves that the town take affirmative action on Article 8 as printed in the warrant. May we have a second for the motion? I see that we do. Ms. LaFleur.
Thank you. Okay. Article 8 requests that the town vote to appropriate the sum of $59,674,465 for the operation of town departments and joint accounts for fiscal '25. Due to the length of the motion, a handout has been provided for reference. Again, unlike other operating budgets, the town's budget is appropriated by town meeting in 14 distinct line items. Lines 1 through 11 appropriate what is commonly referred to as the guidelines budget, and lines 12 through 14 appropriate the fixed costs, again, those costs shared between the town and Concord Public Schools. Once appropriated, the town manager must then manage to the bottom line of each line item appropriation. The town's budget process is a lengthy one, beginning in early fall and concluding in late February in time for the public hearing process in March. The fiscal '25 budget process began in earnest in October, and through a series of internal meetings with department managers and then meetings with the Finance Committee and Select Board has resulted in the recommended budget being presented this evening. This slide highlights key budget dates. Historically, the Finance Committee's guideline process has included review of both the operating budget and Tier 1 capital expenditure plan. The fiscal '25 guideline provided for a 3.26% increase, or an additional $1.04 million for the operating budget, and a 26.38% increase, or an additional $455,000 for capital spending. The overall increase provided under the FinCom guideline for fiscal '25 for the town is 4.45%, or $1.48 million. We began our fiscal '25 budget process, as we do each year, by identifying our top strategic issues, which are noted on this slide. We then built our entire budget process around addressing them to the best ability within the funding increase allotted. Next, we identified cost drivers, which are also noted here. More than 50% of the budget increase will go towards wage adjustments to more closely align salaries to market and to increase our ability both to retain existing employees and attract qualified candidates for vacant positions. At its core, the annual budget is arguably the most important policy document a community produces, reflecting its commitments, values, and priorities. This year, as managers built their budgets, they were asked to pay particular attention to viewing and evaluating their proposals through 2 specific lenses, reflecting our commitment to equity and inclusion, and sustainability and resilience. To that end, we strove to be both intentional and deliberately inclusive in our budget-making process, keeping in mind that it is not one action or initiative, but rather a considered expression of the values our organization holds, which should inform and guide the decision-making process towards a more diverse and resilient Concord. One effort that has emerged through this lens is the focus on equitable mental health services. The Concord Behavioral Health Collaborative, which is a town-wide effort led by our Division of Public Health, was created to identify the mental health and substance use needs of the community. The group, which includes representatives from many departments in the Concord Public Schools, identified the prominent need to support Concord residents in crisis. Through this collaboration, existing budget was reprogrammed in fiscal '24, allowing for a partnership with the Elliott Community Health Services to hire a dedicated clinician to support Concord residents of all ages. And a further commitment was made to fund this program on an ongoing basis. Given all of the challenges and opportunities presented before us, I'm pleased to say that we've prepared a fiscal '25 budget recommendation that meets the FinCom guidelines, generally maintains existing service levels, and does not add to our FTE count, though we are going through a careful and considered review of the organization to right-size and meet current needs, which has resulted in the reclassification of some positions. The chart on this slide shows the proposed funding allocations for each department. The movement in percent allocation is often a result of reorganization or consolidated services. For example, the large increase shown here in the general government share of the budget is generally attributable to a funding level dedicated to our facilities division, which from an accounting perspective is part of general government, even though from an operational perspective it functions under Public Works. Over the past 5 years, the town has incrementally moved towards a more centralized service delivery method, which has resulted in a better product at a better price point. The balance of the budget proposal increase is for our joint accounts, such as insurance, debt service, and retirement expense. These items totaling $26.9 million, or just over 45% of the town's budget, are summarized here on slide 8. The second largest expense in this category is for group insurance, consisting of the employer's share of health, dental, and life insurance benefits provided to the town and CPS employees and its retirees. For many years, the town has contracted health insurance through the Minuteman-Neshoba Health Group, which is a consortium of 14 communities and regional school districts. For fiscal '25, the town will be moving its health insurance business to MIA, which is the Massachusetts Interlocal Insurance Association, a much larger joint purchasing cooperative. In addition to the opportunity to spread risk across a larger pool, MIA offers competitive rates, high deductible plans, and access to many health and wellness programs, while still retaining the ability to customize coverage to suit the needs of the town, its employees, and retirees. The largest expense in our fixed cost category is for debt service. This category includes annual debt service payments associated both within the levy and excluded debt. In total, the town's fiscal '25 debt service expense is projected to be just over $14.5 million, which includes permanent financing of approximately 60% of the cost of the middle school project. Of this total, approximately $11 million is appropriated here, with a balance of about $3.5 million appropriated as part of our annual regional school district assessments. To recap, the budget request includes the level of funding needed to support the existing services and to meet growing needs. It provides funding to address our identified strategic issues and restores adequate funding to replace equipment and vehicles. While we do expect fiscal '25 to be a particularly challenging budget year, we also recognize and respect the need to balance all spending, both operating and capital, against the financial burden placed upon our taxpayers. We respectfully ask for your support of Article 8. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. LaFleur. We'll hear from Mr. Dane, I believe, on behalf of the Select Board. No? No. Okay, we will not hear from Mr. Dane. I will note that the Select Board and the Finance Committee both recommend affirmative action on Article 8. We'll open the floor now to questions and comments. I don't see any in the gymnasium. How about the auditorium?
There is nobody at a microphone in here.
All right, looks like we are ready to proceed to a vote on Article 8, the town budget. All those in favor, please raise your voting slips. Thank you very much. All those opposed? Okay, that is near unanimous in the gymnasium. How about
Likewise
in the
auditorium.
Okay, so Article 8 passes by a near unanimous vote, and I do so declare. We'll now proceed to Article 9, the Capital Improvement and Debt Plan. And I think, do we have the motion for this?
It's not showing up.
Okay, so there we go. All right, so you see the motion there on the screen. I will note that because borrowing is involved here, this article requires a 2/3 vote. May we have a second for the motion? I see that we have one. Thank you. Ms. LaFleur.
Thank you. Article 9 requests that town meeting appropriate funds and authorize debt for the fiscal '25 capital improvement plan as printed in the warrant. Much like the annual budget process, the town's capital planning process is extensive, beginning in late summer and resulting in a draft plan which is available in December. The town separates its capital spending into 3 categories. Spending authorization sought for Tiers 1 and 2 is included in this article. Tier 1 spending is funded through an outlay of cash, while Tier 2 spending is funded through the issuance of debt. The total request for Tier 1 is $2,180,000, as detailed on this slide, and is in compliance with the town's policy on capital outlay expenditures. The proposed plan requests $268,000 for capital items for divisions under the General Government and Finance cost centers, all of which is earmarked for technology, including replacement of computers, security improvements, including the purchase of a suite of cybersecurity hardware and software, and evaluating building security. The plan includes $120,000 for the Department of Planning and Land Management, $153,000 for Human Services, including $15,000 to support the replacement of the public use computers at the library. For public safety, the plan includes $509,700 for replacement of vehicles and equipment for our public safety cost center. A total of $1,129,300 is set aside in the fiscal '25 capital improvement plan for the Public Works Cost Center. The projects proposed include maintenance of roads and bridges, completion of the new tree inventory, and additional tree planting and replacement of vehicles and equipment. The total request for Tier 2 debt finance projects is $4.1 million, as detailed on this slide, and is in compliance with the town's policy on capital debt purchases. The capital request for public safety includes $350,000 to upgrade the records management system for the police department and $418,200 for upgrades to the communications center. The current records management system is over 20 years old, nearing end of life, and support from the vendor will be limited in the future. A modern records management system will increase efficiencies within the department and result in better service to the community. Similarly, the current software equipment in the dispatch center and at the emergency communication repeater sites is nearing end of life and in need of replacement. Our vendor has completed its assessment, which includes a comprehensive analysis of the systems being used and identified which equipment needs to be replaced. The scope of this project also includes replacement of existing cruiser radios and portable radios. The request here is for $336,500 to address the significant repairs needed at 3 municipal lots, Rideout Park, Church Street, and the Tuttle Trail parking off of Walden Street. An annual budget in a similar amount will be needed to address the needs of the 19 municipal parking lots over a 5-year period. In the fall of 2022, the town completed a resurvey of a 12% sample of roads to gauge the pavement condition index scores and found that the average road PCI at that time was 68. It further determined that the current level of spending was insufficient to prevent further deterioration of our 108 miles of roadway. As it stands today, our PCI has dropped to 66. The longer we go before making the financial commitment that is needed to maintain our roadway systems in good repair, the more costly it will be. In fiscal 25, a total of $2,120,300 is being sought for the annual pavement management plan. In the fiscal 24 capital improvement plan, the town allocated funding for the design of an improved intersection at Main Street and Baker Ave, shown on this slide. The project includes replacement of the obsolete signals and enhanced safety and intersection operations. The additional funding sought here, along with the anticipated contribution from the Novo 40B project applicant, will be used to implement the final design. An annual budget is needed to address other intersections in future years. CPW provides a variety of essential services to the community. Its fleet of vehicles and heavy equipment are critical assets to deliver these services efficiently and effectively. The American Public Works Association provides guidance on the replacement of fleet assets based upon asset type and the expected equipment life. This information is used then to help determine whether it's more economical to retain an asset or to replace it. In the case of this 2012 heavy-duty service truck shown here, it has been determined that replacement is now in order. On behalf of the town staff, I ask for your support of Article 9 to fund the town's fiscal 25 capital improvement plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. LeFleur. Does anyone from the Select Board wish to address this? No. All right. And I think I already noted that both the Select Board and the Finance Committee recommend affirmative action on this article. We'll now open the floor to questions and comments. I don't see any. Wait. You're at a con microphone. Is that where you wish to be?
I think
Maybe.
maybe.
All right. Ms. Dritt,
Pamela Dritt, 13 Concord Green.
please
I
proceed.
I want to remind the police department and all the public works departments that hybrids are just as much of a 10-year at least investment in fossil fuel infrastructure. And they are not cheaper than all electric vehicles. And we should make a concerted effort to adopt all electric vehicles, even with heavy trucks. You'd be surprised at the amount of new companies who are making them that already exist are. Please don't buy hybrid cruisers, buy all electric cruisers. They are just as cheap and they are better. And that's not even including all of the benefits we get from the reduction in carbon emissions and health for the people of the town.
Thank you, Ms. Dritt. And I see we have two people at the questions microphone, sir, and that's the one in the middle here.
I'm Robert Simon, 13 Davis Court.
Mr. Simon.
I'm concerned about the roads in Concord, and I realize there's $2+ million allocated to that. Whatever it is, I have the feeling that it's not enough. When I drive around Concord, I look like a drunken driver trying to avoid one pothole after another that could be 2, 3, even 4 inches or more in depth. My car pays a toll on that, which means I pay a toll on that. And so I heard just with the last presenter that the streets need to be maintained, and the more that we fall behind in doing that, the more expensive it's going to become. So my question is there a plan to increase that allocation so we can have roads that don't look like third world roads?
Thank you very much. Ms. LaFleur, would you like to take that?
Thank you. The amount of funding that we need on an annual basis is at least double what we have been setting aside. We do expect to bring to the 2025 annual town meeting a more comprehensive plan for long-term financing for roads. The reason that we held off doing that this year is because our Transportation Advisory Committee is in the middle of a transportation study, and we thought the information from that study would also help inform the amount of funding, the funding request, the full funding request that we would need to bring to the town. So we do recognize that it's not enough, at least by half, and we hope to bring a comprehensive plan next year.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. LaFleur. We'll stay right here at the question microphone next.
Ann Humphrey, 468 Old Bedford Road.
Ms. Humphrey?
This gentleman actually said pretty much what I was thinking, but let me just add one little bit. Yes, it is like doing a dance to get around all the things, particularly on Main Street. And I just want to urge the town to do a very good job of repairing Main Street and not letting all the potholes keep coming back time after time. We're coming into our 250th celebration, and frankly, I'm embarrassed it didn't look good this year for April 19th, and I'd be truly embarrassed if the town streets, Main Streets, weren't in good condition for the 250th.
Thank you very much. And we'll stay here. Next question.
Thank you. Paul Bohm, 11 Ridgewood Road. The capital budget has improvements at the intersection of Main Street and Baker Avenue. And you did mention that you were requesting a small contribution from the Novo project. Given the potential traffic impacts of Novo, I'm just wondering what that small contribution is, and is that required? Is it mandatory? What's the thinking on that contribution?
Ms. LaFleur, I see you looking down the road here.
I am. I do know a specific amount was included in the decision, and I'm hoping one of my staff members can give me that exact amount. Elizabeth Hughes, Town Planner, thank you.
Madam
Ms. Hughes.
Moderator. Elizabeth Hughes, Concord Town Planner. The Novo decision does include, as part of that decision, a condition the applicant has agreed to provide $100,000 towards the Main Street Baker Ave improvements.
Thank you very much.
So that is part of the application, the permit application will include that?
The
Approval.
actual decision that's been filed with the town clerk does include that language.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Shelley Amster, 44 Prairie Street.
Yes, Ms. Amster.
I would like to understand the quality of the pavement that they used for doing the Thoreau School neighborhood and that whole area. It seemed, from when I questioned it, that they went in for a lower quality to save money, but it looked like it actually was worse quality than it was before it got covered. So I was hoping to hear that there's better judgment in the selection of the pavement surface when they go forward. Is that being investigated? Was people satisfied with the quality?
All right, so we'll take that as a prospective question, because if you want to ask about work that's already done, that's really not within the scope of this article. Okay, Ms. LaFleur, can you tell us whether future paving is going to look just like the paving in the Thoreau District neighborhood, or is it going to look different?
Yeah, so I will start this, and I'm hoping somebody from the engineering department is going to pop up. What I can tell you is, because of the cost of road maintenance, we have been trying a number of different applications. So you may have seen a different application that we're trying to use to prolong the life of roads, and I think we've had some that have been more successful. than others, but it's definitely different than what we have done in the past. If you're satisfied with that, maybe I'll stop because I don't see anybody in the back corner. Oh, Steve, okay. Steve Dukerin, our town engineer. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question and concerns. I believe you're speaking of, like the town manager mentioned, the preservation technique. It's a thin overlay, and it's meant to give a few more years, and it's usually applied to streets that haven't gone beyond the point of repairs. And so it brings the, like mentioned before, the pavement condition index back up, and now you can, you almost have a good road for another, period of time. So it doesn't cost as much as the major repairs. And it's always, it's been used by many towns as part of the formula for getting your network at a higher level of better condition.
So you feel that it's a quality that you're going to go forward with?
We will keep considering it. We used that technique, 2 years ago as a pilot program, and not just to see how it's performing, but also for us to learn how to do it better. And so, yes, we will keep looking at different techniques. As I mentioned, it's part of the program that many towns used, and we want to have the same kind of success. I could mention Bedford uses it, Lexington, Arlington, they all use those techniques.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you very much. We'll go now to the auditorium.
Go ahead, sir.
Hi, Alec Wyeth, 42 Orchard Road. This is more of a question, not a con.
Yes, we don't have a question microphone designated here, so
All right, I didn't see
either
that,
one is
sorry.
fine.
Question is, can someone tell me when the section of Main Street from Route 2 to West Concord Junction will be repaired? That road is in horrible condition. It's been in horrible condition for a long, long time, and is a real risk to all bike riders.
Ms. LaFleur, are you able to tell us if that's in the budget, in the capital budget? And I think that's just for the coming year or not? Okay. Here comes the town engineer. He will enlighten us.
Town Engineer Steve Dukerin again. This year, we have a number of sections of Main Street that will be paved, beginning at Monument Square, all the way to Sudbury Road. And then for the section you mentioned, from Route 2, in fact, all the way to the town line, we have a couple of different sections that are in worse condition that will be repaved. I couldn't give you the exact limits, but we have that scheduled for this year.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
And we'll go to the center microphone here in the gymnasium.
Hi, hi, Steve Arza, 39 Cottage Street. I'm here regarding the upgrade to Baker, Maine, and also Cottage is the same intersection, and I'm just wanted to say the town should consider also with the NOVA money to consider sidewalks on Cottage, because it's really not safe, and it's just the traffic is just going to increase more with this development. So sidewalks should be considered on Cottage Street.
Thank you very much. Anyone else in the auditorium?
I do not see anyone.
Looks like we're ready to proceed to a vote. All those in favor of Article 9, the town fiscal 25 capital improvement and debt plan, thank you very much. All those opposed? That is near unanimous in the gymnasium. How about the auditorium?
All but unanimous in the auditorium.
All right, we'll declare that one as near unanimous, and I do so declare. We have addressed Articles 10, 11, and 12 on the consent calendar, and we will next proceed to Article 13, which is funding for public safety during the Concord 250th celebrations in 2025. And the motion here is that Mr. Clayton moves that the town take affirmative action on Article 13 as printed in the warrant. Could we have a second for the motion? I see that we have one. Thank you very much. Mr. Clayton.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Again, my name is Gary Clayton, 31 Black Birch Lane. I am currently chairperson of the Concord 250 Executive Committee. Pleased to be here this evening to present this article, which we recommend affirmative action under. The year 2025 will mark the 250th anniversary of the historic battles of Concord and Lexington and the beginning of the American Revolution. Over 2 years ago, the Select Board established the Executive Committee to identify and evaluate opportunities and needs as to how the town should organize this event. And while the committee's focus is primarily on celebrations within Concord, we are very mindful that the 250th anniversary is an event that is also of regional and national significance. And it will generate much public and media interest, and Concord needs to be prepared to welcome more than 100,000 visitors. Preparing for what we expect can be a wonderful and exciting series of events and programs is a complex endeavor. And for example, we are coordinating our efforts with other Battle Road communities, as well as numerous state and federal agencies. The scale of these events is challenging, as is the mix of religious and secular holidays on and around April 19th, 2025. This includes Passover, Good Friday, Easter, and Marathon Monday. And there is a national election this November and a presidential inauguration in January 2025. Given these realities, we must be sure that we are prepared for both an enjoyable and safe experience for Concord residents and our guests. And Article 13 is a critical action in helping us do so. I'm now going to ask Fred Ryan, who's currently our chair of our Public Safety Committee on the Concord 250 Executive Committee, to provide us with a bit more information regarding the basis for this request. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Mr. Clayton. Madam Moderator. Frederick Ryan, 211 Park Lane. Next slide, please. I'm honored to serve as the chair of the Concord 250 Public Safety Committee, and I am working alongside of all of your public safety professionals here in Concord. And it's important to point out that when we define public safety, we not only mean police and fire, which are obviously critical elements, we also include public works, public health, and really all of the municipal side resources and assets will be activated on during the week of the celebrations. The planning has already begun, and in order to properly plan, we have to make certain assumptions. We're assuming large crowds. In 1975, the town attempted to hold the crowds to around 120,000. We realized more than that, including about 12,000 protesters in 1975. And so we're using, our experiences and the history of what occurred back then and making some assumptions. Next slide, please. We're working closely with our federal partners and state partners as well. The budget itself is right there, pretty self-explanatory. The vast majority of the funds are for public safety. We're seeking $350,000 tonight from free cash. Next slide, please. This sums up the budget, self-explanatory for each of the major departments, and a line item as well for mutual aid. That mutual aid will cover police, fire, public works assets coming in from other jurisdictions into Concord to help support our public safety professionals. Next slide, please. There has been some discussion in the community about the potential for federal resources. I want to be abundantly clear that if our events and or the marathon 2 days later are individual events declared to be SEER rated or a combination of the events, one SEER rating, and that's a designation by the Department of Homeland Security. It would bring federal resources in terms of, intelligence resources and specialized assets. It will not bring dollars. The responsibility for managing public safety in the community will be on the town of Concord. Next slide, please. The planning has begun. We're working closely with MEMA, the Department of Homeland Security, and next slide, please. We're working multi-jurisdictionally, and you can see here, these are all the public safety planning work groups. Really just lay that out so that you can see the scope and complexity of the planning. We ask your support of the warrant article. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will note that both the Select Board and the Finance Committee recommend affirmative action on Article 13. And I see that we have someone at the question microphone. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. My name is David Schoenbrunn, 1679 Lowell Road.
Mr. Schoenbrunn.
We had a hearing earlier this year around mobile communications and some of the gaps in those mobile communication zones in Concord and the impact, the negative impact on emergency services at the schools and also in the center of town. With this many people coming to town, it will exacerbate that situation, and emergency services members will not be able to communicate via mobile phones. What is the town's plan to mitigate those issues temporarily or long-term?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Can we go bring the slide back up with the working groups? There is a working group on communications. I think it was the second to last slide. And your police chief and fire chief are actively engaged. It's the one with all the work groups right there. And there's a public safety communications work group. And we will activate services known as FirstNet. FirstNet was developed post 9/11 for the very reasons that the gentleman pointed out. And so mobile repeaters and assets to provide public safety professionals with their exclusive band will be deployed during the events of the celebrations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have anyone in the auditorium?
No, we do not. We have a lot of people, but nobody standing in front of a microphone.
Oh, well, thank you for that clarification. Okay. I don't see anyone else at a microphone in the gymnasium. I think we are ready to proceed to a vote on Article 13. All those in favor, please raise your voting slips. Thank you very much. All those opposed? That is unanimous here. Well, nope, almost unanimous. It is almost unanimous in the gymnasium. How about the auditorium?
And really unanimous in the auditorium.
Okay. All right, so the meeting has voted in favor of Article 13 by a near unanimous vote, and I do so declare. Thank you very much. I have no motion under Article 14, and I will therefore declare that the meeting is taking no action on Article 14. We have addressed Article 15 on the consent calendar, and we will now move to Article 16. Article 16 asks for the town to take affirmative action on the article by accepting the provisions of Mass General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 53F and a half, to authorize the establishment of a Stormwater Enterprise Fund effective July 1, 2025, and also to adopt a bylaw regarding the Stormwater Enterprise Fund as printed in Appendix 3 to the Finance Committee report, which happens to be on page 29. Can we have a second for the motion, please? I see that we have one. Mr. Weber.
Yes, Sven Weber, 50 Belknap Street, talking on behalf of Public Works Commission. So Article 16 is a first step of a two-step process. Today we are only talking about establishing a legal framework to allow Public Works to plan for a stormwater utility here in Concord. The next 12 months, via public process and public hearings, we will establish a budget and fee structures, and we will come back with these numbers in the budget next year at a town meeting for your approval. So today we are only talking about a legal framework to enable Public Works to establish, to start working on this. Next slide. So what's the issue? We have a stormwater utility system here which is separate from the sewer system. So it's a standalone system that deals with the stormwater, the rainfall that is coming. This system is old, it is underfunded, and is failing. And if it fails, and when it fails, it can fail big and expensive. And we have a significant backlog in investments, and we know rainfall is increasing year over year, not over time, but also the rainfalls itself. There's much more rain coming in a much shorter time period. So our existing system is not only old and failing, but also getting overloaded with very heavy storms, and these storms are coming more and more. Next slides. So how much infrastructure are we talking about? You will be surprised. We have 170 culverts, 9 bridges, nearly 3,800 catch basins, 1,600 manholes, 19 miles of pipes, and more. As said, it is chronically underfunded in operations, maintenance, and capital investments. Consequently, we have underfunded federal mandates which fall under the MS4 regulations. We have compromised environmental protection of the stormwater going into the nature. We are reacting passively in emergency. That has two negatives. A, it is sometimes 10 times more expensive to react on an emergency than to have regular maintenance and the repair ahead of time. The other consequence is to finance emergency spendings, we have to divert budgets from Public Works from other areas like the roads, which was discussed, to address the emergency on our stormwater system. Next slide. Although we are not deciding on budget, we feel that you should get a little sneak preview of how much are we talking about. An initial investment asked for about $1.5 to $2 million per year. We know we have about 53 million square feet of impervious cover, so this is the asphalt and concrete on the property. That does not include the roads. 52% of it is on residential property, 48% is on non-residential property. The fee structure we imagine, and which is defined, or the fee assessment is defined in the bylaw, is that we assess all properties in Concord. That's important. You heard earlier that if we would do this via property tax, the financial burden would fall of over 90% to the residential property owners. By establishing this fund, we would assess all property owners according to the impervious area they have. So that includes the residentials, the commercials, the school, the town, the state. Every property owner has to pay in. We also imagine as the Public Works Commission that the fee schedule should have incentives if you have less concrete and asphalt, and you're getting penalized if you have more, so that we have some kind of incentive structure built in. But again, these numbers will be discussed in public hearings and in a public format with the Public Works Commission and presented next year. Next slide. Here more the technical things of the bylaw itself. Section 1 talks about the purpose of the fund, that we address the MS4 permit compliance, that we deal with flood mitigation, that we address failing infrastructure, deferred maintenance, and work on stormwater quality. Next slide. Section 2 and 3 are simple definition and responsibilities. Section 4 is talking about establishing the fund and the budget, and we have to come back to you every year with our budget so you can work on that. Section 5 is rate setting, which is a public process with public hearing by the Public Works Commission. Section 6, billing, collection, and credits, and most importantly, Section 7, an appeals process in case you do not agree with the fee assessed. With that, I would also like to highlight that the town has significant information on its webpage, also here in front in the room here. And in the interest of getting our stormwater infrastructure back in shape, And also in the interest of getting it prepared for climate change resilience, I would ask you to take affirmative action on Article 16. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Weber. I will note that both the Select Board and the Finance Committee recommend affirmative action on Article 16, and I believe we will hear from Ms. Ackerman on behalf of the Select Board.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. The Select Board voted unanimously to recommend affirmative action on Article 16. We are going to have to pay for stormwater one way or the other. In fact, we're already paying some of it via taxpayer general funds, and then some of that money that's budgeted for road maintenance gets diverted into stormwater maintenance. Then we have emergencies, as you just heard, that can cost a lot more, things like flooding and culvert breaks, and then we have to divert additional taxpayer revenue. It makes much more sense if we can plan and budget for stormwater management, then the amount that we budget for road work will go to road work, the amount we budget for stormwater will go to stormwater, and in the long run, we will pay less that way. So setting up an enterprise fund means that we can also allocate costs in a fairer way. For example, by charging the most to the users with the most impervious surface. Article 16 only sets up the legal authority to create an enterprise fund for stormwater. If the article passes, the Public Works Commission will study and adopt the details of the fee structure. They will set rates and then bring a stormwater enterprise budget to future town meetings for approval. We ask for your support on this Article 16.
Thank you very much. We'll open the floor now for questions and comments. I see we have someone at the pro microphone. Microphone, go ahead.
Ham Rockwell, 1810 Main Street.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'm a board member at ORS, the local watershed organization that advocates for the protection of the Sudbury, Assabet, and Concord rivers, and I'm speaking for the organization and for myself in support of Article 16. Stormwater is now one of the main sources of pollution of our ponds, streams, and rivers. Fertilizer runoff from lawns and fields causes smelly overgrowth that overwhelms the local ecosystem of rivers and streams. Road salt damages aquatic habitat, and in the summer, hot water running off the pavement makes it hard for fish to thrive. Stormwater can infiltrate wastewater collection systems, adding significant cost and wasting energy, and global warming increases the intensity of the rain events, overwhelming our older storm drains and flooding roads and property. Crucially, stormwater is also the source of our drinking water, but only if it's allowed to soak into the ground. Good stormwater infrastructure can solve these problems. Rainfall is best managed when you let the rain absorb into the ground where it falls and recharge the aquifer. But impervious surfaces like roads, parking lots, cement patios, and roofs interfere with that natural solution. Stormwater doesn't respect town boundaries, and so that's why the federal government is regulating it with the Clean Water Act, but there isn't much federal funding to actually manage stormwater. So your local tax dollars are footing the bill. So you're competing with schools and police and libraries and other town services for stormwater management. And that means that the maintenance is getting deferred and emergency repairs end up costing more than the maintenance would have in the first place. ORS has been working with municipalities to support stormwater solutions that include green infrastructure that filters stormwater and recharges the drinking water aquifers. And several communities in our watershed have adopted rules requiring new development to manage their stormwater on site with rain gardens or drainage swales that allow the stormwater to recharge the local aquifer. Concord has implemented such a policy, but it's only for new development. So it does not help the aging stormwater infrastructure that's already in place. That means there's no financial incentive to manage stormwater effectively on existing properties. And speaking for myself, I have a lot of confidence that the citizens of Concord can come up with an equitable fee system for this. I urge you to vote affirmatively on Article 16.
Thank you. Catch your breath. Center microphone with a question.
Sure. Rob Alkind, 82 Shady Side. Just a quick question on the fee structure. Would there be any consideration for private residents that have their own septic and well system to maybe be exempt or maybe get some credits for that since they're already spending money on the infrastructure. Thanks.
Mr. Weber?
So if you have your own stormwater infrastructure, that definitely has credits, that's imagined. But if it's your septic system, which is your wastewater, that's a separate system. So you have to be careful not to mix the wastewater with the stormwater.
Thank you. You cannot do this talk from your seat, sorry. If you have a follow-up question, you can come back to the microphone. Okay. We have someone at the con microphone here.
Hi, Don Kupka, 39 Devon Street.
Mr. Kupka.
I'm speaking for myself, although I'm on the FinCom. I'm not against stormwater management, believe me, I'm in totally favor of it. I'm just questioning the creation of a new bureaucracy to oversee it. I think that today it competes for dollars with road maintenance, et cetera, because that's how our system works. When we start breaking things off and then creating separate fees for them, it's really a tax increase without the ability to vote on the overall budget or consider it relative to other expenditures in the town. And so if we spend another $2 million, that's about a 2% increase in our taxes. Even though it's not a tax, it's a fee. So the other side of that, of course, is those fees are not tax deductible to the taxpayer. Further, if we create another system, we have to account for the hours of the workers separately. We're just adding cost to accomplish the same goal at the end of the day. Lastly, I think that it's something we need to do, and I'm really glad to hear Sven Weber present it tonight. Something we need to do, and we've heard from the citizens, we need to do the roads. I think there is a lot that we need to do that falls under Public Works. I hope that we don't splinter them off into enterprise funds to get them done. I hope instead we can come together and create a master plan to get them done and fund them through tax increases appropriately. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now go to the auditorium.
Go ahead, sir.
Hi, my name is Todd Taylor, 95 Blueberry Lane. This is not pro, this is actually just a general question. I'm in support of the article in general, but on the slides there was a picture of the flooded Old North Bridge, and so our parade was diverted this year. I was marching with the Cub Scouts and we didn't get to go over the bridge, which is a little bit of a bummer. So I just had a question, are we having a plan for that specific stormwater problem next year in that area since it's significant? I was just curious if that's already in the works. People have a plan for that.
Just to clarify,
Good question.
that picture was in there mainly to visualize that there is more rainfall in general and that we have heavier storms.
Right.
I had to squeeze everything into 6 minutes here.
Thank you. We'll come back to the gymnasium. We have someone at the pro microphone here.
Pamela Dritt, 13 Concord Green.
Ms. Dritt.
I just want to remind us that there's a difference between just spending and investment. And it seems to me that this investment is the kind of thing that really pays off by lowering the entire cost of living here. So let's do it this way rather than the expensive way. And I think that our volunteer citizens could hardly be categorized as a bureaucracy. Instead, we are blessed with volunteer excellence that really benefits us all. Thank you to all the people that are on the committees, including the one that's going to be this one.
Thank you very much. Anybody else in the auditorium?
Not at a microphone.
All right. So, we've been going for a while here. We're ready for a vote. How about we all stand up to take this vote? Okay, we'll stretch, everybody. All those in favor of Article 16, please raise your voting slip. Thank you very much. All those opposed, please raise your voting slip. Okay, that's a substantial majority by which it passes in the gymnasium. How about the auditorium?
I would say so in here, too. I didn't have time to count, but there were several no's, but
Okay, terrific. Thank you very much. Article 16 passes by a substantial majority, and I do so declare. We'll now move on to Article 18. Thank you, 17, yes. And there is a handout that pertains to Article 17, and it looks like the motion is up there also. But there is also a handout. This is an appropriation of $50 million for water supply, water treatment associated with Nagog Pond, and also PFAS mitigation at impacted water supplies. So can we have a second for the motion, please? I see that we have one. I will note that this is a borrowing article, so that it does require a 2/3 vote. Both the Select Board and the Finance Committee recommend affirmative action on this. We will hear from Mr. Weber.
Yes, and Weber 50 Belknap, again speaking on behalf of Public Works Commission. So we're talking water again, asking for authorization of $50 million. Can we go to the first slide? So why are we here? We, I think, can all agree that water must be safe to drink, and that supply must meet demand. The $50 million debt authorization is here to enable Public Works to do the work on Nagog Pond. That's a project that is 20 years in the making. We need a water filtration system and facility there. We spent some time there. We already spent several $1 million on this project. It's time to bring this over the finish line. In addition, about a few weeks ago, the EPA issued new standards on PFAS in drinking water. PFAS are forever chemicals. We can only have 4 parts per trillion of PFAS in our drinking water. We know as of today, we have to treat Nagog Pond and 2 of our wells to get under the threshold. We are slightly above that, not much, but we have to do that, and we have about 3 to 5 years to do that. And 3 to 5 years in infrastructure building is no time. Next slide. This $50 million will have no impact on property tax. It is financed by your water rates. So it will have impact on your water rates, and I will come back to that on my last slide. So just to be clear, it is financed through the enterprise system. The borrowing request today is needed for 2 reasons. One is we want to be eligible for state and federal funding. This is a low interest funding. If you don't have authorization from the town meeting today, we will have to go to the market and pay higher market price interest rates, which we believe is not in the interest of our Concordians here. The second is the EPA regulation I just mentioned. We have 3 to 5 years to comply and get PFAS levels below 4 parts per trillion at the 3 sources I mentioned before. So we have to get this facility in place now. We will not draw immediately against that facility. We have reserves, and we have another leftover facility, which I talk about shortly. Next slide. We were asking public hearings, what are the alternatives? Alternative number 1 is do nothing. We will have public health risk. We will be unable to meet season demands, and we will face fines sooner or later. We could temporarily ship bottled water, but you can imagine it is very expensive, highly complex, and doesn't help us much. There came the idea of home treatment, means is smaller treatment filter systems at your home or in the office building. We made a calculation. This is similar, if not higher, capital cost, significantly higher operational cost, very complex quality control challenges, as we have to have access to the respective basements and entry points to regularly replace these filters. There's another option. connecting Concord to the Massachusetts Water Resource Authority network. We are very much in favor of that. There was a study in summer last year that this is theoretically possible. There's a little downside here. The study is estimating it takes about 25 to 45 years the moment they start working on this, and they haven't started working on this. So that doesn't help us in the next 3 to 5 years. We continue to working on that solution because we believe long-term it's a very interesting option for us. Some of you might remember that in 2016 there was a $16.5 million authorization for debt for the Nagog Pond. We went through 3 million of that. We will finish with that with the phase 1 and phase 2, and we will be able to start here on the filtration plant with $9 million remaining then. And we will use the $50 million hopefully approved here today to finish the filtration plant, to do the PFAS treatment on the 2 wells, and add some small work on the Route 2A water main. Next slide. Here's a 10-year view. You see the green part is how we spent the money. So most of it will be spent in fiscal year 26, 27, and 28. The blue line is our reserve. We were able to put about $13 million of capital to the side, which will be drawn first before we draw against the debt. The long-term debt service cost has a 25% impact on the budget. So you should expect over long term and step by step that your water fees will go up respectively. And it is what it is. But in the interest of getting Nagog Pond finally done, and in the interest of getting compliant with EPA PFAS regulations, I would urge you to take affirmative action on Article 17. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Forgive me if I already mentioned, but both the Select Board and the Finance Committee recommend affirmative action on Article 17. And I believe we will hear again from Ms. Ackerman on behalf of the Select Board.
Thank you. The Select Board voted unanimously to recommend affirmative action on this article. Safe, reliable drinking water is essential for life. We all know that, so obviously it has to be one of our top priorities. And then less than 3 weeks ago, the EPA announced a new standard for the forever chemicals known as PFAS. Luckily for Concord, this was not a surprise to our CPW Director, Cathcart, and his team, and they had already been planning for it, and they put this warrant article in, and we're ready tonight to discuss and vote on the warrant article. Yes, it's costly to treat PFAS and to bring Nagog Pond online. The borrowing request is for $50 million, but we will only borrow and spend what we actually need. The debt will be gradually repaid by ratepayers via the Water Enterprise Fund. Please support this article and vote affirmatively.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ackerman. I see that we have some questions. Let's go to the question microphone here in the gymnasium.
Laura Levan, 58 Nimrod Drive.
Yes, please proceed.
I wonder if there will be credit for filtering in your point of service in the fee schedule.
Thank you. Mr. Weber?
You probably mean at point of use at your house. Yeah, we have to filter and have to get the standard, and the moment we put the water through the pipe to your house, we cannot manage the water quality after it enters your house, and we don't know how often you change your filter, what is the bacteria fill up, and so on. So that's one of the challenges for dealing with point of use solutions.
Thank you very much. Next question.
Hi, Joe Lauren, 134 Southfield.
Mr. Lauren?
2 questions. The first is, certainly this is not just a Concord problem, this is a national issue. So I'm wondering what other communities are doing. Not every community can afford a $50 million bond. So what are other communities doing? And as part of that, is there any state or federal help with this kind of a spend? And my second question is, you mentioned that the water rates will increase, and do you have an estimate about how much those will increase.
Thank you. Mr. Weber?
So how much state and federal will support this? And by the way, you lost your ballot, yeah. Is unclear. We know there's a settlement, a PFAS settlement. It is at the moment very hard to estimate how much we would get out of it. It's about 500,000 to 2 million that would be paid over 10 years for the settlement. So there's still a lot of question marks. So therefore, we rather set a financing in place where we know we can execute, and if we need less and we get money somewhere else, cheaper or for free, of course, we take that. On the fees, yes, as I said, the budget impact is 25% for the debt service, so that means over time you have to increase your fees accordingly. We have full transparency. We have other factors that influence the fee, mainly MCI. MCI is the biggest customer. If MCI falls back out and we don't have that revenue, that might increase the fees even without that. And the last point you had, $50 million is a lot of money, but 35 is just for the NAGOG treatment facility without PFAS. So the majority of the money is for the surface water treatment for NAGOG.
Thank you very much. Next question.
Kathy Cucolo, 243 Katarina Heights.
Ms. Cucolo.
Yes. As the prior questioner asked, first of all, this is a very important project, and I am in support of it. But we are not the only town drawing water from Nagon Pond. So does this affect Acton and any of the other surrounding towns? And as the prior questioner, what are they doing? And is this then turning into a $150 or $200 million solution?
Thank you. I see Mr. Cathcart approaching the microphone.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Alan Cathcart, Director, Concord Public Works. As far as the impact on NAGOG, Concord is the only water supply system drawing from NAGOG as we speak. Littleton has been interested in withdrawing some through groundwater in the same watershed. There's been technical discussions and debates about that. As far as the town of Littleton and Acton, both are a little bit further ahead with their identification of a need for treatment, only because they had issues before the standard was lowered to 4 parts per trillion. So it's interesting, they have received some, I know Littleton, state revolving fund support early on, and they got some principal forgiveness for that. The challenge with the loans and what we can get through the federal state government is it is difficult for communities like Concord to be eligible for that. We do not qualify given some of the new criteria, but we have been eligible for low interest loans previously, and we'll be pursuing that as well. But the reality is this is an international problem. You will hear more and more communities going through discovery and identifying the need that they're going to have to do something. It's very important because you want to know how it's going to affect your rate. We've had conversations about the borrowing, but we look at a typical household spends about $750 a year on its drinking water. We anticipate over the next 10 years that will likely double, so that you can kind of look at maybe a $1,500 bill for drinking water over 10 years. All things considered, it's not a bad deal. The problem is people just don't realize water costs money. But it's not just in Concord, it'll be everywhere.
Thank you, Mr. Cathcart. There's an extra chair there. Maybe you should stay close. Next question, please.
Peggy Warderlin, 97 Hillside Ave.
Yes, please proceed.
I know that there is a whole class of chemicals called that fall under PFAS, and so I assume that they're banning the entire class and that will filter for the entire class of chemicals. It's not like they're going to come up with one that's slightly different that isn't covered by the regulation, and then later on we'll have to upgrade our filtration system to do something extra? And then also, my understanding is it's really hard to remove these. Are we going to get the benefit of removing extra other stuff, or is this specific only to that class of chemicals?
Thank you, Mr. Cathcart.
Yes, you're correct. There's thousands, tens of thousands of PFAS compounds. The challenge is the regulations are only targeting a few. There's discussion out there as far as how many really need to be regulated. So we are going to be learning with the rest of the world as far as, we can't say it's a silver bullet. With the treatment processes we're going to use are granular activated carbon, that's common, or reverse osmosis. And basically, carbon's a very good remover of a lot of different contaminants. And so if it can remove some of the PFAS that are being regulated, it'll likely remove others. But it's evolving. You know, the whole sort of science of detecting and identifying is evolving. Even the methods for treatment are evolving because it's just so expensive and it's so widespread. We're hoping that innovation and companies may come up with some alternatives.
Thank you very much. Next question.
Dinos Gonatas, Old Marlborough Road. First of all, Alan, I really appreciate your being here to present. It's great to hear from the career professionals that have spent their working lives on this. And also, thanks for having the chance to answer questions earlier. And I think at that time you said the main motivation for this plant wasn't so much PFAS, but the fact is that we're now at a level where we have rising levels of fecal and total coliform bacteria in some of the wells we draw from over the summer. And we're in a somewhat critical supply-demand condition and can have shortages. So I was wondering if you could explain that a little bit more. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I would ask if we could put up on the slide, there is a chart table, I think it's slide number 10. If we could put that up. But basically, the comment relates to, one is quality, but the other issue with NAGOG, why we've been dealing with NAGOG for 20 years, is because we have a demand that can really be stretched. When you look at this table or chart, the green bar is what our average daily demand is, and that's an average over the course of a year, and we're looking at somewhere about 2 million gallons a day. The blue bar is what the demand would be in the winter, and that's somewhere around 1.6. In the summer, we have an average of about 2.4 million, and then during peak demands, we're close to 4 million. That's the red bar. The long and short is each of the lines across, you'll see the first line is the red line. That's our regulated limit. It's based on an annual average. The green line is what it would look like as far as a capacity to serve, and that's somewhere around 3.1 million gallons, assuming one of our supplies is out of service. And what's important to understand is we operate our wells 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And during the summer, a small upset can become a major issue and concern. And so that's where you'll hear us talk about controlling your demand. We target our message to outdoor water use, what we consider non-essential. But the full gambit of all of our supplies, including NAGOG, allow us to provide a little bit of freeboard in the event, and we should anticipate mechanical, electrical problems at various stations. You know, they just aren't designed to be 24/7 the way we operate them. So the question was, it's a capacity issue to get NAGOG online, and the issue with bacteria, it's not so much in the groundwater, but we don't use NAGOG year-round right now because we have a filtration waiver. You've heard about that if you've been listening for 20 years. We have yet to put the filtration plant in. There's been all sorts of challenges to do this. The good news is we didn't design and construct a facility in Acton that wouldn't meet drinking water regulations a year or two after it was completed. So we didn't do that, but we are looking at a significant price tag to complete it.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the auditorium. I see that we have a speaker at the microphone. Go ahead, sir.
Scott Richardson, 260 Elsinore Street. Just a couple comments. I'm at the pro microphone. I'm really into public water, and I'll be voting in support of this article. But I do want to just comment on two things. In the presentation, you said supply must equal demand. Well, that's true at some level, but we can always work on reducing our demand. And you just pointed to that, Alan, in your most recent slide there where you talked about the summer consumption. We're all in this together, and I really encourage my neighbors to stop watering their lawns when it's raining. And I also encourage my neighbors to really think about not watering their lawns, period. I wonder what our use would look like if we really eliminated non-essential use of water. I wonder how much money we could save. I wonder what kind of resources could be available for other things. And, you know, I think the design of grass is that it's supposed to be brown in July and August. Mine is pretty much brown most of the year. Sorry about that to my neighbors, but I just don't spend time watering my lawn. I just don't see how that's a good use of our precious resources. So we are all in this together. I hope we can work on the demand side. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Anyone else in the auditorium? Now, folks, let us keep our demonstrations to ourselves. You can smile inwardly. Anyone else in the auditorium?
No, not at the present
Okay,
time.
thank you. Microphone in the center here.
Lance Ramshaw, 106 Alden Road.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. When I looked at the displayed motion on the screen, it was slightly different than the printed motion on the flyer.
Oh, thank you for pointing that out. What do you see as the difference?
Sorry, it's a long, right. There were differences in phrasing. I don't think they're significant, or at least I don't know what they are, but I just wanted people to be clear which one we're voting on.
Want to put the motion slide back up for us? Maybe we can have town council have a look at this for us and tell us whether this matters.
I see. The words or any other sum is deleted. That should not be there.
Okay, so I'll tell you what, we're going to be dealing with the motion as printed in the handout, okay? It'll be the motion as printed in the handout, which has those phrases that were in the article, and they're there to allow us a little wiggle room when we get to the motion, and we take them out when we get to the motion. So that slide should have been moved as printed in the handout, and that is in fact the motion. Okay, pro microphone here.
Janet Rothrock, Nersnack Hill Road, speaking for Concord Climate Action Network.
Ms. Rothrock.
Concord CAN urges an affirmative vote on Article 17. All Concordians deserve clean drinking water. PFAS is a neurotoxin, an endocrine disruptor, carcinogen, and obviously we should remove it from our drinking water. In addition, we strongly suggest that residents do everything possible to avoid the many sources of PFAS under our control in our daily lives, including some brands of dental floss, sunscreen and makeup, Teflon cookware, Gore-Tex outerwear, water and stain repellents such as Scotchgard and artificial turf.
Thank you very much. Next speaker at the pro microphone.
Rob Elkin, 82 Shadyside. Just to follow up on that, it's more of a request. I'd love to see if you guys could release some sort of guide for citizens on things we could do, like what to avoid, how best to use, or avoid using products, that kind of thing, just to help us out to deal with the problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see we have one more question at the question microphone. Proceed.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. David Schoenbrunn, 1679 Lowell.
Mr. Schoenberg.
Mr. Weber, there was just a question about grass, green grass, brown grass. And it reminds me that a lot of new construction that occurs in Concord starts with basically a clear cut of a property zone that then they build a house and they'll grass. Has there been any discussion within the Department of Public Works as it relates to water resources to think about regulating clear cutting of properties so that we can maintain a canopy and have to use less water on grasses that are planted?
Mr. Schoenberg, that's a very interesting question, but it is outside the scope of the article. Thank you very much. Is there anyone, I do see someone at a microphone in the auditorium.
Yes, I do. Please go ahead.
Ellie Garvey, 25 Damon Street, and I'd like to call the question, please.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you don't mind, we're just going to go to a vote because there's nobody else who wants to talk. So I think we'll just do that. So all those in favor, and I'll remind you this is a 2/3 vote, all those in favor of Article 17, please raise your voting slips. Thank you very much. All those opposed? Well, that looks unanimous here in the gymnasium. How does it look in the auditorium?
I do not see a no vote in here.
All right, so that passes by a unanimous vote, and I do so declare. And we have addressed Article 18 on the consent calendar, and we'll now move to Article 19. And Article 19 is the Minuteman Regional Technical High School budget. And I think we will have the motion on the screen in a moment. But the motion is that Mr. Ledoux moves that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $1,732,806 for the town's assessed portion of the funds for the necessary and expedient purposes of the Minuteman Regional Technical High School District for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2025. Could we have a second for the motion, please? I see that we have one. I will note that both the Select Board and the Finance Committee recommend affirmative action on this article. And is Mr. Ledoux going to, nope. Would you like to do that? All right, come on up, Mr. All right, off you go. You can introduce our CFO here.
Good evening. I'm Steve Ledoux, Concord representative to the Minuteman Regional Vocational Technical School District. And I'd like to introduce Kevin Mahoney, who's our interim superintendent, and Nikki Andrade, who's our school business officer, who will be making the presentation. And I just want to let everybody know that we have hired a new superintendent to start July 1. Her name is Heidi Driscoll, and we're all very excited for her to get started. So I'll turn it over to Kevin.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mahoney.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Good evening. Thank you for allowing us to present our comments on our Minuteman School budget and assessment to Concord. If we could move to the next slide, please. Just an overall budget summary. Our FY25 operating budget's about $31.5 million, which is just under 4% from where it was this fiscal year. On the next slide, please, we'll show a breakdown of that. There we go. Where our operating budget recommendation of about $24.2 million is just under 3%. Our capital recommendation is up substantially, up to 1.6, primarily due to some funding, additional funding for our capital stabilization fund, $850,000 this year versus typically $500,000. And our debt recommendation is about 1.36% overall. That'll start to stabilize in future years, since all of our building project debt, or the majority of it, has been issued. When we look at the assessment summary, the assessments are only going up 0.82%. There's some factors there that are a bit of an anomaly. That's not what we should expect to see moving forward. When we look at the assessment to Concord, $1,732,805. That's 5.55% over this fiscal year, and that is the number in the article for which we're seeking your affirmative action. If we go on to the next slide, we'll just see the breakdown of the assessment based upon the regional agreement funding formula. Some of the major items there, the minimum required contribution is a factor of the state aid Chapter 70 formula, the $723,000. We just move our way down towards the bottom with a building project debt service of $426,000. That service is exempt based upon a debt exclusion vote of the town. If we look at the next slide, it just gives us our overall enrollment. As you can see, the blue line, the dark line, is the overall enrollment. The red line are students from in-district towns, and the green line is the non-member towns. As you can see, the trend since 2018, we had a total enrollment of about 516 students. It's now up to 685, which is pretty much at our capacity. We have about, of the 686 that we have now, 649 are in district, 37 are out of district. So you can see that change. This just gives you an overall enrollment from each member town. As you can see, in Concord, we have 41 students. As it stands right now, for next year, we would expect an additional 6 students, as we have 12 accepted incoming freshmen and 6 scheduled to graduate. So if we just move on to the next slide, by seeing that shift in enrollment as we saw in that graph, we start to see that out-of-district enrollment start to decrease, which is a benefit and opportunity because we're seeing more in-district students. However, those out-of-district students do pay tuition, and to the extent that that tuition is starting to go down, we'll start to see future assessments go up if that trend continues. So I think that the only other comment I'd like to mention about capital conditions at the school is the renovation of the east building. We currently have our animal science in a temporary location. We do have a building that's currently not occupied and falling into some level of disrepair that we'd like to invest about $7 million perhaps to move our animal science program in. We match that with our capital stabilization funds plus possible existing state grant funding to begin that project that may be over a phased period. In the short run, we would not anticipate that being an increase of our overall enrollment capacity in the building. That's still going to be somewhere around that 670 number is our sweet spot for that. But wanted to point that out because the increase in the capital stabilization funding that we're looking for is directly related to this project. So on the, so again, one of the things we also like to point out is our per pupil cost analysis. We are on the high side. We're the highest vocational school in the state, driven primarily by 3 reasons. Teacher salaries are on the high side. We have a 40% enrollment of students requiring special education services. And just geographically, with the campus being on the eastern side of our district, transportation costs are high. So again, this is just a summary showing preliminary assessments, and that concludes my comments. Thank you. And we would appreciate your consideration for affirmative action on your assessment.
Thank you very much. We'll open the floor for questions and comments. I do not see any in the gymnasium. Are there any in the auditorium?
There are no questions, but forgive me. This is Carrie Flood, and hello, Kevin Mahoney.
Looks like we're ready to proceed to a vote on Article 19. All those in favor, please raise your voting slips. Thank you very much. All those opposed? That is unanimous in the gymnasium. How's it look in the auditorium, Ms. Carrie Flood?
Unanimous here as well.
Great, thank you very much. Article 19 passes by unanimous vote, and I do so declare, and thank you very much. We'll next move on to Article 20, and we'll hear from Superintendent Hunter and also from School Committee Member Morano. And we'll see that we have the motion on the screen. The motion is to raise and appropriate $26,140,908 as the town's apportioned share of funds necessary for funds for the necessary and appropriate purposes of the Concord Carlisle Regional School District for the coming fiscal year, all to be expended under the auspices of the school committee. Could we have a second for the motion, please? I see that we have one. Dr. Hunter.
Great, thank you. Good evening. I always feel like it's a really important first statement that I must make to share our great appreciation for all that the community does for the schools, both the high school and of course all of K-8, pre-K-8 as well. And I think, sometimes we get a really tangible way to share that back to you and show that that all matters. In many ways, the last few years, that's been harder to do because our needs have been so big and so changing. However, last week, U.S. World and News Report changed that and allowed me to stand here today and say this is the #1 school in the state for STEM education and number 13 in the country. So thank you for all you do to support us. Oh, you're breaking her no
Yes,
clapping
you're,
rule.
you're breaking my rule, but that was
Thank
kind of
you.
hard.
So to just tell the story of the budget and how we got to where we are tonight and the budget that we're bringing to you, the regional budget, everything's in guideline. And so I think that's a really important piece to note. Salaries and non-salaries of many different topics. So our salary accounts are up this year at 2.46%, which I want to just name. That takes a lot of work to bring you salary increases at 2+%, because that does not, that means we negated contractual increases. We had to make changes. We had to do reductions. We looked at enrollment. We're down 7 FTEs, 3 teachers and 4 tutors because of enrollment. And we want to just note that. Non-salary includes a lot of different categories of cost, which we're going to show you as we go. Many of which are not in guideline at the town level and are in guideline at the high school. And that is another thing that we have to negate as we go to try to bring a reasonable increase. I want to say that we were able to do that this year and bring you a 3.08% increase. If the guideline were based on the operational increase only at the high school, we would be below guideline. As I talk, you'll see why that morphs into a number that's slightly above and why we are not in agreement with the Finance Committee tonight. A high-level view of the salaries, you can see we've increased there at $222,000, which normally our guideline number does not accommodate for all of the salary increases, so we've been able to negate that. We had some other non-teacher salaries of tutors and one administrative position to put into the formula, and so you can see our overall increase there. The non-salary drivers, I just want to take a minute on this. Utilities, that's electricity. That's our just keeping the lights on. We've been needing to work with CMLP and adjust those numbers as the increase that all of you experienced a year ago were factored into the high school budget. You can see the rest of the list. Not many things we have control over. Special education, transportation, insurance. We're making that same change to Maya that was mentioned at the town, and other factors that are both negative in terms of debt service coming down because the building is paying off, but other increases that equate to overall increases. Our excess and deficiency account is how our equivalent to free cash. We've been running at almost the legal cap to that at just under 5%. However, we have runoff costs because of the change of insurance provider. We are going to, and the school committee's already approved this, we are going to take that $395,000 from E&D, reducing our E&D percentage to 3.8%. So we are beginning to use our reserves to accommodate for unexpected things that happen. OPEB, our other post-employment benefits, we've been trying to match the aggressiveness of the town in looking to be as fully funded as possible. Right now, we're on track to be fully funded in 2030, which is by far the most well-set position of any regional school district in the state. And we continue to contribute to this at over $400,000 a year. ESSER is our COVID funding that came from the government. All of the money is gone as of September of this year. We have expended all of that. We've incorporated 1 full-time position into this year's budget. And so these funds are no longer available to us. Overall, the assessments, which is always worth spending a few minutes on, that 3.08% operational increase translates differently to each community. Concord's assessment this year is 3.8%. Carlisle's is down 2.8% after 2 years in a row of significant increase last year to the tune of $600,000 just because of the number of children and seats in this building. And so I think that's worth noting, that it's really about how many kids are here and the regional formula that begins to impact the actual cost to Concord. It's not just the operational increase. We have watched the enrollment shift. We have seen decline in enrollment here at the high school, a much awaited decline, I would add. This building's been overcrowded, so we've accommodated for that. This year, because of the small shift between Concord and Carlisle, Concord has a $55,000 portion of that assessment. That is just because of the formula. There was nothing we could do about that, and yet it hasn't been factored into the guideline number. We do have some outstanding risks that are worth noting. As I said, we're already using some of our reserves. We are also using reserves in special education and using some of our circuit breaker funding, which is the subsidy from the state. We accommodate for all of the revenue projections from the state and the regional budget. The town does that on the CPS side. Right now, those are moving numbers, and we've seen varying numbers that include some deficits to what we had projected, so we will have to factor that in for whatever is passed here tonight. Any shortfalls, we need to go either to spending reductions and look at reallocating funds, which could be programs for kids or services to students, or we need to go further into our reserves of E&D, which is not recommended given that we're now under 4%. I think one last note of budget risk, unbudgeted special education costs. Many of you know this, an out-of-district placement, depending on the needs of the child, can be anywhere from $100,000 to $300,000 with no ability for us to predict what's coming, and we must accommodate for that. So we're here tonight asking that you'll support the budget despite its small difference between the Finance Committee guideline. We're spending responsibly, we're spending carefully while meeting the needs of children. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tracy, are you waiting for, did you? Yeah, okay. Could we put the Finance Committee's amendment up, please? So the Finance Committee is moving to amend the motion under the article to reduce the number from by $120,583. So from $26,149,008 to $26,020,325. Can we have a second for the motion to amend, please? I see that we have one. And Mr. Parashar, I've given Mr. Parashar 5.5 minutes to talk about his amendment. So Shannon, if you're able to put that in, that would be great.
Great. Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Each year, the Finance Committee considers a variety of factors when working with town and school leadership and making recommendations for the following year's budget. As indicated earlier, we try to balance the needs of appropriately funding education, town services, affordable housing, and other areas, while recognizing the impact of higher spending on property taxes and the town's overall financial health. These considerations are at the top of our mind for all articles on which we make recommendations, including Article 20. This is in stark contrast to the school committee and the school leadership, who have consistently reminded us that they consider only the needs of the school system. For several years, we've used objective, relevant economic data to help provide guidelines to the town and schools. I emphasize help because we also consider budget requests presented by the schools and town, as well as their impact on property taxes. We did actually consider the shift in enrollment. We heard about it from the schools back when we were discussing their budgets through the budget cycle. This year, our recommended increase in guideline spending for town and school was 3.66%, which was the largest increase supported by the data. This guideline was approved despite the current tight financial situation where expenses are outpacing financial growth, as you saw earlier at the beginning of the meeting, and our financial reserves at the town are at their minimum levels. The Finance Committee recommended the largest increase supported by the data because we feel that this number is a reasonable increase while also limiting
tax increases. You remember the 7.9% increase per year that we're facing. We're trying to keep that in mind. And we've already heard about the multi-million dollars in spending that's going to be occurring because of the articles that we proposed, that we passed a few minutes ago. The same guideline was met by both the town and CPS, as you'll hear from CPS in a few minutes. As shown here, the gap between the Finance Committee guideline and the school committee's proposed budget is $120,000, or 0.52% of the proposed assessment. The superintendent and the school committee have indicated that to meet our guidelines, they would not fill a retiring computer science teacher position and reduce 0.25 of a chorus teacher. Our guidelines did not address specific budget items such as number of FTEs. Those allocations are up to the town and the schools. However, I'll note that when asked to meet the Finance Committee guidelines, the only choices presented by the superintendent and the school committee are provocative student-facing reductions. Recall that this is the same approach that the school committee took last year when the CPS budget similarly exceeded our guidelines. Within a $39 million CCHS budget, of which our share is $26 million, we believe the gap can be narrowed without student-facing reductions. For example, administrative staff at the high school has increased from 10.8 FTEs to 16.2 from 2019 to 2024, an increase of 8.4% per year. Let me repeat that. Administrative staff increased by over 5 FTEs over 5 years. And overall staff increased at a higher rate than all other comparable school districts except Concord Public Schools and Sudbury Public Schools during that time. This is even though during the same time, student enrollment at CCHS has actually declined by 6% and is projected to continue declining. And in the meantime, the CCHS operating budget has continued to increase year over year. We also note, as the superintendent pointed out, that for the past 2 years, the high school ended up with a budget surplus of $400,000 for each year. In short, the gap is small and should be narrowed in ways other than suggested by the superintendent and school committee. Funding at the guideline does not mean that the school's budget is being cut. Indeed, the operating budget would increase by 3.26%. Finally, it's important to remind ourselves about the events surrounding the $2.3 million restroom building at the high school, which is Article 21. Superintendent and the school committee proposed to spend $2.3 million in the fall without considering any alternatives. Let me repeat. They wanted to spend $2.3 million without considering any alternatives. And the rationale that they put forward on why such an expensive building was necessary was because they might be cited for plumbing code violations. There's a risk for ADA lawsuits. Well, that was the way the original building was designed. And oh, by the way, all other schools in the league have permanent buildings. And when pressed by both the Concord and Carlisle finance committees and others, they appropriately withdrew the article. They did not consider if the town's financial situation is different than when the building was originally proposed 10 years ago. And there is no mitigation plan in place either to address those risks. Why are these events relevant to Article 20? The same process and leadership that made decisions leading to the proposed restroom building and the subsequent withdrawal are also asserting that there's no choice but to reduce teachers if Article 20 is passed. We should all wonder if there is no other choice. And finally, Calvin, one other, if you'll forbear. We all love Concord, and we all want great schools, good town services, open spaces. The chair of the school committee has said that school budgets are, quote, wrongly being scapegoated for fiscal problems in town by the finance committee. We're not scapegoating school budgets. Questions are being asked about the school budgets because they account for 2/3 of total spending. If we seek to lower spending growth effectively and moderate our property taxes, it's only natural to look at the largest component of spending. Finally, those asking questions love Concord just as much as those that support the schools, regardless of how long we've lived here or otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Morano.
Thank you. Good evening. The Regional School Committee has brought to you tonight a fiscally responsible level service budget. The amendment brought forth by the Finance Committee represents a cut to our level service budget. According to the Finance Committee report on page 11, the first stated goal of the guideline process is to maintain level service for the town and the schools. By reducing our budget to the recommended guideline, it will necessitate cutting a full-time teacher and reducing one of our current programs. It should be noted that the regional 3.08% increase to the overall budget is one of the lowest in the state. We compare ourselves to 9 other districts when we talk about per pupil spending. As you can see, we have the lowest budget increase amongst our peer districts. You'll also notice that not one of these districts would have been able to meet our Finance Committee guideline. We've made cuts to the budget already, including reduction of 7 full-time teachers and tutors. It should be noted that we have an enrollment shift to Concord that accounts for $55,000, which is not taken into consideration during the Finance Committee guideline process. Our utilities alone increased 24.5%, representing $146,000, which represents the entirety of the difference. Dr. Hunter also presented cost drivers to our budget, which are largely mandated services and utilities. We've made many reductions already, and if this amendment passes, the 2 programs that we will be obligated to cut will be computer science teacher only because of retirement, that is correct, and we will not fill that position, and a reduction of select chorus. This is a significant impact on students and teachers. Without computer science, our students will lose the ability to complete the engineering certificate. The engineering certificate helps our students differentiate themselves when applying to college and can help guide their career choices. Our music program is one of the top in the state, and this reduction will have impact to the choral music program. This week, as Dr. Hunter mentioned, the U.S. News and World Report rankings were released, and I'm happy to report that CCHS is ranked #1 in the state for STEM and 13th in the country. Again, #1. We're ranked #12 for traditional public high schools. We're seeing incredible outcomes of our students thanks to our teachers, staff, and administrators. How can we possibly consider cutting programs that are bringing great success to our high school? Our duty as a school committee is to advocate for the needs of students. And I want to thank Dr. Hunter and Mr. Connery for bringing forth a responsible budget. There are cuts that have been made already. We have looked at every line item. And I ask you tonight to please vote no on the amendment proposed by the Finance Committee.
Thank you very much, Ms. Marano. We'll hear from Mr. Dane for the Select Board.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Henry Dane, Chair of the Select Board, and the Select Board has voted unanimously to support the amendment proposed by the Finance Committee. We have given serious attention to the data provided by the superintendent regarding the failure of the regional school district to bring its fiscal year 25 budget within the guidelines established by the Finance Committee. Since virtually every town department has needs that exceed the available resources, the Finance Committee, appointed by the moderator, serves a valuable service and disinterested arbiter to impose discipline on the competing demands for resources, and this is accepted by both the town, its departments, and the Concord Public Schools. The FinCom guidelines is based on data, not opinions. It is a compilation of expected growth in salaries and growth in income published by budget offices. As chair of the Select Board, I have been a strong defender of the function of the Finance Committee and have repeatedly emphasized the importance of the Select Board and the Finance Committee working together to support each other in the best interests of fiscal responsibility, efficient government, and controlling the burden of real estate taxes, the vast majority of which go to supporting our fine public schools. We have discussed the need for this cooperation among ourselves and with the Finance Committee, which has provided a comprehensive response to the arguments that have been put forward by the school committee. And we have made it known over the past couple of weeks, and again at our Select Board meeting on Monday, that we will support the Finance Committee amendment, which would allow us to recommend affirmative action on Article 20 at the guideline level. We suggest it is not credible that we suggest that it would have been better, it would have been a better solution for the school committee to take action on its own and have all three committees in agreement in support of its budget for the coming fiscal year. In the recent U.S. News and World Report's rankings of Massachusetts schools, CCHS was ranked number 20. And of the 7 comparator schools, Lexington, Dover-Sherburne, Acton, Boxborough, Wayland, Weston, Belmont, and Westford Academy, 5 of those schools who scored higher in the ratings spent less per pupil, one by as much as $7,500 per pupil, and Acton Boxborough ranking number 10 by $5,500 less. It is not credible that the high school cannot shave $12 per student, 6 cents per day off its budget without sacrificing essential or even desirable services. We recommend affirmative action on the motion to amend. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dane. I'm going to go to the question microphone here. Now, you don't have a question. You are on so you got in the wrong line, but Mr. Schoenberg requested an additional minute in advance of the meeting, and he's requested to speak from the podium because his notes are on his laptop. So here we go.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. And first, I'd like to thank the Finance Committee. This is a difficult job, and the report they put together is comprehensive, and they should be applauded for their work. It's fairly difficult. In my daily life, I run a business that advises state and local governments on policy and complex projects. And it's common for towns like ours to have a finance committee that focuses on cost. It's their responsibility to make sure we don't spend too much and to ask questions, which is healthy. But at the same time, they also have a responsibility to foster economic growth through investment. When you look at our town, 93% of the money that comes available for our town to spend is from real estate taxes, and that's based on real estate value. And the biggest impact on real estate value, the number one for any town in Middlesex, is the quality of education. Because the principal buyer for towns like ours are 30 to 49, and they have children or they're planning to have children. This is publicly available data. As Dr. Hunter showed, we are dead last in year-over-year spending amongst our peer group. What do you think that does to a prospective home buyer when they consider Concord against its peers? The result is simple. It reduces demand. The impression on a home buyer is that Concord is spending less than their peers because we're being, quote unquote, more responsible. It's more cost effective, but it's less investment. According to the Bureau of Labor and Statistics, as of March 2024, the inflation in the United States is 3.48%. How do we expect teachers to make enough money to live nearby to our schools if we're increasing the budget by 3% when inflation is 3.48%, and that's actually lower than it's been recently? The challenge that we face is that the Finance Committee focuses on both cost and investment, but they only think about investment in schools when it comes to the building. Just read the finance report. The word investment is only used 4 times as it relates to education, and every time it's about capital expense, the building, never about the people. The people are more impactful to our children and to the quality of education. I urge you to defeat the motion from the Finance Committee and approve Article 20 as it stands. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go to the con microphone here.
Thanks so much. My name's Adam Snodgrass, 2080 Main Street.
Mr. Snodgrass?
And I didn't mind waiting out that long minute because I share those sentiments so totally. I really appreciate the work that's been done by the Regional School Committee here. And by the way, I work in public school, not here in Concord. I rarely say such things. But I enjoy saying them here because I love the work that you're doing. I like that you have the courage to stand up and say, this is what we need, this is what's right to do for our students. I'm willing to share, Madam Moderator, I have so much respect for the Finance Committee and for the Select Board and for the Chair. So much respect, I do. And there's just not enough time to say it. And perhaps in my sharing, it doesn't always come through, okay? But I just want you to know, not just in this case, but in every case, if the school committee asks for it, I want to give it to them. And I want to give it to them because they're doing the work that we've asked them to do, which is to manage our schools. And by the way, if they didn't come and ask for it, I'd be here calling them out on it tonight and saying, why didn't you? Why didn't you stand up and ask for it? So I really appreciate what you're doing here, and I hope people join me in voting no. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Question microphone.
Peggy Wargelin, 97 Hillside Ave.
Yes.
Thanks, Madam Moderator. I remembered. I have lived here since 1998 and have come regularly to town meeting, and I always appreciate the input of the Select Board and the Finance Committee on whether they believe that a certain article should be voted yes or no. I don't remember there ever being a motion to cut a budget presented by the Finance Committee and supported by the Select Board. Has that ever happened before? Yeah, okay, it has. Okay, it's happened before. That's good to know. I do not remember it ever happening, and I urge you to vote no.
Okay, well, that was a question microphone, okay. So I would urge people who are in the question line to actually have a question. And if you're against the amendment, there's a microphone that says con, and that means you're against it. And over here, there's a pro microphone, that means you're in favor of it. So let's go to the pro microphone.
Lois Wassoff. I live at 258 Sudbury Road. I'm a member of the Finance Committee, but I'm speaking for myself.
Ms. Wassoff.
I just want to clarify a couple of points. First of all, the schools were given a guideline of 3.66%, which exceeds some of the inflation figures that we've been discussing. Secondly, on the point about diversity in town and encouraging young families to move here, I'd remind you of Parashar Patel's presentation and of some of the materials in our Finance Committee report. 7.9% per year projected increases in property taxes. Concord is a unique place. It has never just been a bedroom community for people commuting into Boston the way some of the other western suburbs are. It has a sense of history, it has a sense of place, and it has historically had economic and social diversity. I'm concerned that that's being threatened. I've lived in town for 32 years, and I know that still makes me a newcomer. The people who've been here, whose names are on the tombstones in the Revolutionary War cemeteries, I'm still from away in some respects, but I'm very connected to this town, and I really am concerned that some of the things that attracted me here are going to be destroyed by the imbalance we see in the spending and in the growth of revenue. And you cannot control spending unless you look at all the spending and unless you address spending made by the group that covers 2/3 of our budget, and that's the schools.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the auditorium. I
I'll
see we
take
have
the-
someone at the
Yep,
pro
I've got both,
microphone.
both pro and con, so we'll start with the pro.
Okay, so we'll start with pro and then we'll go to con.
Yep.
Hi, I'm Katie Polig from 9 Holdenwood Road.
Can you get a little closer to the microphone there, please?
I'm Katie Polig from 9 Holdenwood Road, and I am a current member of Select Chorus. And unfortunately, if we do not approve this budget, our performing arts department will suffer. Notably, our chorus teacher's salary will be cut by 25%. This will also make cuts to Select Chorus, our gold medal earning choir. The performing arts program has been a critical and really influential part of my high school experience. It's been a place I consistently look forward to going to, and a place where I developed most as a person and a student. So if this budget is cut, we will really suffer. We won't have as many rehearsal blocks for Select that we need to perform well and to achieve our goals. So cutting the budget is not best practice and will not benefit our community and our students. So I urge you to vote yes to the original budget and no to the amendment because of the budget cuts to chorus. Thank you.
Okay, so the pro and con right now refers to the amendment. So if you're against the amendment, you should be at the con microphone. And if you're in favor of it, you should be at the pro microphone. Okay, let's go to the con microphone in the auditorium.
Go ahead, please.
Hi, I'm Chris Rettiner, 14 Bristers Hill Road.
Go ahead.
As a family very new to Concord and immediately new to CCHS, I have been awestruck at the quality of the music program here, absolutely amazed. As a child and adolescent psychologist, I am acutely aware of the crisis in mental health that is affecting all of our teenagers. It is well known and documented in literature and through research that music, especially singing, benefits children physiologically, mentally, cognitively, and emotionally. It helps them in their individual identity. It helps them with their social relations. And for many kids, something like a dedication to a program with a coherent community atmosphere will make or break the difference between a happy or a troubled adolescence. So I urge you very much to vote no. It's not that much money to keep in the budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, the people at the question microphone, do you actually have questions?
Yeah.
Brilliant. Come on down.
Yeah, so James Cohane, I live at 44 Central Street.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, just two questions that probably had I studied beforehand, I know the answers to, but the proposed budget increase from the school committee is, I believe, 3.08%, is that correct? What is the proposed budget increase for the rest of the town?
Is anybody able to give us that?
Parashar Patel, I think Carrie said 3.26% was the increase for the town. So, and to be very,
Is that blended
what do you mean blended? I'm sorry.
between, I'm saying, school versus non-school expenses? Can you,
That is the town-only operating budget, the
Okay,
guidelines,
got it.
right? So that was it. The 3.0 actually doesn't, what they did was they took out the effect of enrollments, I think that's how you arrived at the 3.08%. Is that correct? Because from,
Operational increase.
well, okay, but let's get, and the reduction of the debt. That's how they got there. So our guideline started with the same 3.26, reducing the debt because the debt assessment was lower. That's how they arrived at the 3.08%. You can compare
are
the
you
numbers.
alleging that they're lying, or?
Well,
don't
I think it's a
understand.
matter of I think it's a matter of which numbers we're talking about. And if you put up the slide that I had, you'll see that with our amendment, the increase from last year's budget, apples to apples, is 3.26%. If you go right there you go. So the operating increase is 3.26%. Okay, that's what we're talking about. Their debt service, which is not in the guideline, reduced because we're paying off this building over time. That's the majority of that debt service, by the way. And the assessment is what they're actually seeking, because the assessment is the fee, if you will, that we pay to the regional school district.
I'm afraid I'm confused, but, well, it just strikes me that 3.08 is less than what the rest of the town is growing by? Is that correct?
Well, again, the 3.08, our numbers are 3.26, you saw that there. The way we develop the guidelines, we don't include debt service in either the town nor the high school budget.
Let me just try asking the question again, if you don't mind. Sorry, I think.
Yeah.
So
We put that up there just so that, again, we're clear on the numbers.
the percentage increase in the school budget is either it's 3.08 or 3.26.
3.26 for the operating. So one of the things we've got to keep in mind is when the town or the school borrows money, that's capital. And the debt service for capital is not included in the guidelines for large projects like the high school or the middle school, right? So what the finance committee looks at operating budget, and if you pull that up, the 3.26% is what the increase is in the operating budget. So you can ask the school committee how they're arriving at 3.08, but when we set the guidelines, this was the increase that we set it at.
Okay, and then.
Okay.
And then for the rest of the town, like, I don't know, fire, police, roads and such, what the
3.26%.
3.26.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so this isn't a significant increase relative to the rest of the town, what they're asking for. Is that correct?
I'm not sure how to answer that. I'm not sure how to answer that question.
Well,
I mean, at the end,
what I'm trying to understand is.
Okay, so I think we don't want to devolve into a debate between the two of you here, but let me suggest that there are different ways to calculate the numbers. And the Finance Committee has tried to suggest to you that they've calculated the number differently than the school committee
I'm not trying
has.
to point fingers at anyone. I'm just trying to understand, is what the budget that the school is asking for significantly higher than what the budget that the rest of the town is asking for? That's all.
Go ahead.
Hi, Chris Reynolds. I'm also on the Finance
Okay.
Committee. So on the difference, so if you made them the same, our 3.26 would compare to 3.8 from the school budget. Okay? So if you made them on the same basis, if you adjusted for the debt. So the reason why debt is not in the guideline is because on years when debt is increasing or is being added, that would penalize the school budget, right?
Okay.
Right? So in years when it's coming down, we don't give them the benefit for it in the guideline. So if you did it on a comparable basis, the schools are at 3.8 versus 3.26, so they are above the guideline.
Okay, you've answered my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next question. Come on down.
Jonathan Abel, 1404 Main Street.
Mr. Abel.
Yes, Mr. Patel raised the issue of increased administrative costs at the schools, and I was wondering if the school committee might confirm or speak to that point.
Okay.
Thank you.
Dr. Hunter, do you want to do that?
Certainly, I'm happy to. We've been looking at the structure here at the high school. We did add one assistant principal position because over time, we realized that the ratio of students to administrators was significantly lower than all of our sister schools around us. We also transitioned a department chair position, which was in the bargaining unit, to a special ed administrator, because that was also important to have leadership there that was outside of the bargaining unit. So there have been some evolutions here. That's all part of how we're maintaining almost 60 children in district instead of sending them out for special education services. It's how we responded to the pandemic, the growing mental health needs, and it's how we're dealing with all of the academic gaps that we have continued to close and close and close, is because the leadership has been able to support the staff.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'm hearing like 2 additional administrative positions. That's very different from what I thought I heard, but Mr. Patel.
Yeah, his data went back to 2018 or so. I would have to track all the way back. I'm not clear on where those numbers came from.
You may. You may.
Those numbers are from fiscal year 2018, 2019, fiscal year 29 through 23. They are from the State Department of Education. You can go to their website, happy to provide the data. There's a rich database, basically compared pure administrative ads. No additional teachers, no instructional staff. This is pure administrative staff. Went up from about 10-something to 16-something. It's 5%, 5+% FTE increase.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let's go to the pro microphone.
David Garrett, 166 Monument Street.
Mr. Garrett.
First, a question for you. Am I allowed to ask a question in addition to making a statement from this microphone?
Yes.
I will finish off.
That's got to be within 2 minutes. Go ahead.
I will finish off with the question. But to start with, I would like to recommend that vote in favor of this amendment. Both the Finance Committee and the Board of Selectmen are in favor of this amendment. The town needs some fiscal discipline. The Finance Committee is putting in place some fiscal discipline. It's not a lot of money, but it's a point of principle. And I strongly advise in favor of this. I really object to the school committee and the principal basically pulling at people's heartstrings and saying they're going to cut, the music program and the computer science thing when they've added all these administrators over the last several years. So please vote in favor of this amendment and start to bring back some fiscal discipline. Thank you.
Thank you.
I will pass on the question.
You passed on the question. Okay, very good. Well, let's go to the con microphone.
Yeah, Jeff Suarez, 45 Oxbow Road.
Mr. Suarez.
I just want to make a note of one of the Finance Committee objectives, which is to maintain the town's character, including economic diversity of residents. It would occur to me that there is no better investment in the long-term character of the town than the schools. The schools are what brings young families to the town, and these families, put their kids through the schools and stay here for the long term. I would imagine there are a lot of people in this room that fall into that category. So it's really puzzling to me why we have to come up here every year and argue about the school budget. When we came here, we support the schools. We support Dr. Hunter, we support the school committee, and it is ridiculous to say that the Finance Committee doesn't have a grudge against the school committee when we're talking about data from 2018 and 5 administrative heads. Like, this just doesn't seem right to me. So I would vote against this amendment and in favor of the budget as is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the auditorium.
Okay, I have
someone
2
at the con.
speakers at the con.
Okay.
Oh,
go
3.
right ahead.
Hi, I'm Bob Fury, and I live in town. And as many of you know, I have been in this building, and the other building that was there, teaching and coaching since 1968. Finally, last year, I stopped everything and I'm retired at the age of 81. We live in town. Our daughter lives in town. She went to the public schools. Our son went to the public schools. Our granddaughters are going to the public schools. You can guess where I'm going to go with this. Once again, I never thought I'd have to get up again after last year and make the same speech. This is not about finances necessarily. You're trying to equate business with education, and there's a big difference. One person in a kid's life here can make a difference to that kid. Education is about a one-to-one relationship between a teacher and a student. And every teacher needs to know every student as individuals. And do all that within a classroom situation. If you're talking about cutting money to the schools, you're talking about cutting money to education, to kids learning, to kids feeling comfortable, to kids finding a place that they belong. You heard the 2 people here who talked about the importance of the music program. This is not about money. The school committee did a great job in doing a level services budget. This last thing came up in a moment, and I've got 5 seconds to say, please defeat this amendment.
Thank you very much. We'll take the next speaker in the auditorium.
Hi, Ralph Reichley, 259 Independence Road.
Yes, sir.
I would like to call a vote on the amendment.
So you'd like to call the question. We do have a bunch of people still in line here, but we have been talking about this amendment let's see, about half an hour now. So I think that this is an appropriate motion for us to hear at this point. This is a non-debatable motion. It requires a 2/3 vote. Those of you who are standing in line, if you want, I guess you can vote on it from standing in line, that's fine. Everyone who would like to proceed to a vote on the amendment, we're not talking about the article now, we're talking about the amendment. Would you like to proceed to a vote on the amendment? Okay, thank you. All those who are opposed to proceeding to a vote? Okay, that definitely carries in the auditorium by, in the gymnasium by well more than 2/3. How about in the auditorium?
Overwhelmingly positive in the auditorium.
All right, we will proceed to a vote on the amendment. So everybody can resume your seats. All those who are in favor of the amendment, please raise your voting slips. The amendment is to reduce the budget by $120,583 from $26,140,908 to $26,020,325. That is the amendment. All right, thank you. All those who are opposed to the amendment, oh, geez, you know, we're going to have to count this. What's it look like in the auditorium?
I believe there are more opposed than were in favor, but I couldn't promise, and I can't see what you've got in the other hall.
Right, okay. All right, so let's try this one more time. Everybody put your slips down. Now, how about if you are in favor of the amendment, please put your voting slips up.
Yeah, I have more opposed, right?
If you are, okay, put those down, thank you. If you are opposed, put your voting slips up.
Yeah, definitely more opposed. In the auditorium, definitely more opposed.
All right, so it's very close, but I feel pretty comfortable that the amendment fails. So we will now proceed to open the floor to the motion under Article 20 at the original amount, which was $26,140,908. Is there anybody who wishes to address the main motion under the article? Go ahead. You want to?
In good faith, Adam Snodgrass, 2080 Main Street. I'd like to call the question.
Now, you know, you can't do that because we haven't had any opportunity to talk about it. You can come back in a little while. Question microphone.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Don Kupka, 39 Devon Street, and a member of Finance Committee, but speaking on my own behalf. My question is, and I'm thinking about this for future years as well, is we're looking at the number and we're looking at a declining enrollment. So could the schools please provide for us all the percentage increase on a per pupil basis?
Dr. Hunter, are you able to do that?
Off the top of my head, no, I'm not.
Okay.
So I don't know the precise numbers, but I think it's about 10% per pupil. And I know it's a level services budget, so my question now is, does it really cost 10% more to provide the same service?
Well, I guess I'll give you a little scenarios of what we're experiencing here, and other districts are as well. And I'll remind you that all of this is contextual to what we have here in contract with our bargaining units. It's our special needs students and whatever their individual needs are. It's the programming we choose to offer, which for us is a very wide array of options for students so that they can find their niche, build their strengths. And it's all those extracurriculars that we also value outside of the school day. So it really is a choice of what you're looking to offer. I'm delivering the level service program that I believe Concord is expecting and requesting, and this is what level service costs right now.
Thank you.
Next question.
Hi, I'm Deborah Dorfman, 27 Lang Street.
Ms. Dorfman.
And my question is, in your presentation, you talked about out-of-district placements for students in special education. And I'm interested in knowing how much, I have two questions, I guess. One is, how much is the district spending on out-of-district placements as opposed to keeping the students with disabilities here in district in the most integrated setting, least restrictive setting? Yeah, I guess that's the question I have.
Thank you, Dr. Hunter.
Our out-of-district costs at the high school are still significant, much because students who were in the Concord system and we hadn't built our in-house programming yet had gone out of district and may not be able or eligible to return, and a number of other very demanding factors of students with very, very intense needs that are in therapeutic settings, residential settings, et cetera. So we're spending, and Bob Conry's over here, so he can correct me if I'm way off base. It's about $3.5 million in the budget that's going to out-of-district programs. We have built in-district programs here that right now are supporting almost 60 children at minimum, to the point that we are credentialed and respected enough that we are now tuitioning in students from other districts in lieu of them to going to collaboratives or private settings. So there's a lot of moving pieces there, but the goal all along has been to build in-district programs and keep as many children in district. At CPS, there's only 15 students out of district, so the pipeline has shifted considerably, and as those younger children age up, they're going to be able to be accommodated here at the high school and not need to go out.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Next question.
Peggy Wargelin, 97 Hillside Ave. The Finance Committee Chair mentioned that you had $460,000 extra the last 2 years or something, like that went into your version of free cash. Could you explain if that's your interpretation of it, and why would you do that?
Sure. So in my time since 2017, we've always contributed to excess and deficiency at the close of the school year and then used it as revenue for the following year. Many years ago, we were taking almost $700,000 and contributing to excess and deficiency to use it as revenue so that we can lower the request to the communities. We're now at $300,000, which means if we don't find a way to have that allocation, which right now we have other ways to do than just drawing off of the operating budget, then we're going to be upping our ask even more than what we brought to you today. So, I think right now it's important to note FY24 is running really tight. It's going to be hard for us to ensure that that contribution is there. So we're looking at all the moving pieces of revenue and trying to be sure that we're adequately going to be able to serve students in a budget that counts on that revenue, which is one reason we're still here talking about this $120. It's really $150,000 when we add Carlisle's piece in. And one last, I think it's really important to note the difference between operational increase and the assessment that Concord's being asked to contribute. Minuteman comes to you with an assessment. They had an operational amount that they needed, and then Concord gets its portion. That's exactly what we're talking about here. The 3.08% is the operational increase to the budget. Yes, the assessment is higher than that because of other factors that come into it, including the debt service. So it's just really important that in the regional environment to note those two very different things.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the pro microphone.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. David Schoenbrunn, 1679 Lowell.
Mr. Schoenberg.
I'd just like to point out that Mr. Weber came forward and presented a motion for $50 million and did not have a schedule for spending, nor a specific detail on the interest rate that we were going to take the loan. Frankly, it left a lot of details out. And yet none of the members of the Finance Committee stood up and even asked a question. And now the school comes up and has a budget that has pages and pages of line items in detail that's been scrutinized through God knows how many meetings that many of us have sat through. And yet now, questions and cherry picking of data come back and forth. I can only think that there is an animosity, for some reason, between the Finance Committee and the School Committee. Perhaps it has to do with the fact that we've overturned the Finance Committee's wishes 3 years running, which at least to me indicates that they're out of touch with the community. So I would ask that we consider going forward making sure that our committees are aligned rather than having animus, lest we face another HR complaint, which might well be justified.
Well, all right, you know, that does not have a whole lot to do with the article. Thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Patel would like to address the remark about the $50 million borrowing.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So at our Finance Committee public hearing and subsequent meetings, we actually did ask a lot of questions about the 50 million. And the analogy to the 50 million that was authorized is the 100+ million that was authorized for the middle school. Both went forward, and by the way, Finance Committee, many of whose members are sitting here, approved that bond authorization for the middle school. So I take personal umbrage, this notion that we have something against the school committee. And the 50 million is just that, an authorization. And maybe you may have stepped out, but it was made very clear they're going to look at what's required and borrow what's necessary, just like what's happening with the middle school. So to equate the two is apples and oranges, all right?
Thank you very much. Let's go to the con microphone.
Kathy Kukolo, 243 Katarina Heights.
Ms. Kukolo.
I would suggest that you vote against the budget as proposed. The reason for that is you have all of these people working on your behalf. The select board, the school board, and the finance committee. There is a process that's put in place within the town to manage fiscal basis, and we have seen that there's a tremendous amount of expense coming our way. To have these small amounts debated is counterproductive. To throw out that it's going to be the music program is counterproductive. When you have $40 million, you can find a way. And I think it's just throwing in the face of all of these public servants that they're not respected. So I would vote against this.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the next person at the con microphone there.
I would just like to say that when the vote is substantial on both sides, I don't think the committees are out of touch with the town.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the pro microphone.
Robert Simon, 13 Davis Court.
Mr. Simon.
Thank you. So this is a relatively small amount of money given how we've allocated things so far. And I detect a very emotional positions on the part of the school committee and the finance committee affecting discipline on the school, on the school committee doesn't seem to be very well received. And so it's almost embarrassing to be arguing about this relatively small amount of money. But I want to go on to just tell a short story about my family. And the story that I have is not that different than a lot of other people in the room. So two of my sons graduated from CCHS, and they've both become physicians. And our adopted daughter came here and came to us shortly before she went to high school, and then she went to Concord, Carlisle. This daughter is deaf, and there was no argument about what was the best placement for her. They had a really good program at Newton North High School, and she was allowed to go there. And it cost a lot of money, and not a word of complaint from the schools. And she went on then to college, and we're just ever so grateful for what CCHS has provided for us.
Thank you very much. Next person at the pro microphone.
Casey Atkins, 477 Losbrook Road.
Ms. Atkins.
Thank you. I am the president of the Special Education Parent Advisory Council. I am speaking here on behalf of myself this evening. Is it okay to start with 2 questions for Dr. Hunter, just to get pieces of information? I know I'm at the wrong...
You may.
Okay. Dr. Hunter, could you just remind us the age that students who are on IEPs and qualify for certain services, is that through 18 or is that 22?
22 by law.
22 by law. And would you be able to provide an average out-of-district placement cost with tuition, what that might look like annually per pupil?
Sure, and again, it ranges greatly, so to average it, I would have to put it in the $150,000 range. We work really hard to work with collaboratives and try to come in well under that, but specialized programs in private settings would certainly be of that amount.
Per student?
Per student.
$150,000 a year per student tuition plus transportation.
Correct.
Dr. Hunter, how many years have you been in the district?
I am finishing my 7th year.
I can speak as a parent in this district that prior to Dr. Hunter, our services, our infrastructure within the school district for specialized education were deeply lacking, and at the cost to taxpayers and to our community who shipped these kids out of district and didn't give them an opportunity to be with their peers. Under Dr. Hunter and previous school committees and finance committees, I should start by saying thank you all for your service. This is a very difficult thing to do, and you do it unpaid and volunteer. But in that time, in Dr. Hunter's tenure, we have built out robust in-district services, which won't be able to accommodate all students just by the nature of disabilities. So I just want to have that piece of information on folks' mind. It is through the age of 22. Age 3 to 22 is the lifespan in the public school district for certain children on IEPs. And it is $150 estimated a year per pupil for an out-of-district placement cost. Just a helpful reminder. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the question microphone here.
Matt Ryan, 45 Staffordshire Lane.
Yes, sir.
And I'd like to call the question.
You may. And, I'll tell you what, let's just go to the vote because there's nobody else at a microphone. All right, all those in favor of Article 20 as originally moved, this is at the $26,140,908 level. All those in favor, thank you very much. All those opposed, thank you very much. It passes in the gymnasium by an overwhelming majority. What's it look like in the auditorium?
I would say the same.
Okay. The meeting has voted in favor of Article 20 by an overwhelming majority, and I do so declare. We will resume town meeting tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Thank you very much. Good evening. Night 2 of annual town meeting will now be in session. I'm Carmen Reese, 52 Devon Street Town Moderator, and I see that there are a sufficient number of voters present to permit us to open the meeting, and I do so declare. We're very grateful to Superintendent Hunter, co-principals Miller and Stahl, and the faculty, the students, and the staff of the high school for putting up with the chaos that we cause by holding town meeting here in their building. Thank you to all of them. The minutes of this evening's meeting will be kept by the town clerk, Kari Tari, who's sitting here on my left. The meeting will be broadcast live on our high school's radio station, WIQH 83.3 FM, on our local access cable channel 9, and live streamed on the web at www.minuteman.media/government and on the Minuteman Media YouTube channel. I'd now like to invite Fire Chief Judge, there you are, to come to the podium and provide us with some safety information.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Good evening. I just want to point out the exits in the room to everyone. There are exits in all 4 corners of the room, including behind the big screen to your right and my left. Trust me, there is an exit there with sufficient space to get through it. If you are taking advantage of the childcare in the red gym, and we do have to evacuate the auditorium for any reason, please do not go to the gym to retrieve your child because they won't be there. They're going to be outside in the courtyard waiting for you where that staff will be bringing them. Thank you and have a great town meeting.
Thank you very much, Chief Judge. And I want to note that we have already opened the auditorium as an overflow space, and I think we may have neglected to tell Thistle Communications that, because I don't see them online yet. But anticipating overflow again this evening, we have opened it. Chief Judge?
Same applies to the auditorium, all 4 corners.
Same 4 corners in the auditorium. Exits, says Chief Judge. Thank you, Chief Judge. So we do have both the auditorium and the gymnasium open this evening. I want to extend our thanks to the Concord Fire Department as well as to Chief Mulcahy and the officers of the Concord Police Department who are here this evening to take care of things for us. Last night, the meeting elected Ms. Carolyn Flood of 1289 Main Street to serve as deputy moderator, who will carry out the duties of the moderator if the moderator is unable to serve, and at the moment, she is presiding in the auditorium. I have appointed Michael Lawson of 1695 Lowell Road as assistant moderator, and Mr. Lawson will preside in either the gymnasium or the auditorium if we need him to do so. There are a variety of materials pertaining to the meeting that are on the tables in the cafeteria. Some of them are handouts that will tell you what the motion under an article is. We'll sometimes be moving an article as in the handout. There's a lot of useful information out there explaining the articles. If you didn't bring your copy of the warrant or the Finance Committee report, well, we do have some QR codes out there, but for the second evening, we don't have Wi-Fi functioning here in the building, so you won't be able to use those QR codes, but maybe tomorrow night. You'll also find a green booklet that looks like this, entitled Town Meeting Traditions and Procedures. This is a useful guide to our proceedings. And we also have, if you have questions about town meeting procedure, how to make an amendment, how to make a particular kind of motion, we do have this evening our town meeting procedure resource person, Elise Woodward of 379 Garfield Road, and she's available for consultation on process issues and assistance in drafting and presenting motions and amendments. Ms. Woodward is here in the front row, and I've asked her to stand and wave so everyone can see where she is. Thank you very much, Ms. Woodward. If you are a registered voter here in Concord, you should have received this wonderfully colored voting slip this evening when you checked in. You'll want to keep that handy. It will be what you use if I ask you to raise your paper ballot to vote, and it's also what you will use in the event that the meeting chooses to take a vote by paper ballot. Your voting slip is what identifies you as a person entitled to vote here at town meeting. If you are a resident of Concord who's not registered to vote or a visitor to tonight's meeting, you should have checked in as a visitor in the cafeteria, and you should be sitting in the visitors section, which is in the rear right corner or your left rear corner of the gymnasium. And we welcome you visitors as observers of our town meeting. I've appointed Mr. Abe Fisher of 400 Hayward Mill Road to be head teller, Jim Summer of Pine Street as assistant head teller, Mr. Richard Wells of 368 Lawsbrook Road to be ballot supervisor, and Cynthia Rainey, whose address I don't happen to have here, to be assistant ballot supervisor. But I assure you that she is a citizen of Concord. Mr. Fisher will be supervising the vote counting on the floor in the event that we have a counted vote. Mr. Wells will be supervising the ballot counting procedure and the vote certification in the event that the meeting votes for a paper ballot on a motion. Mr. Fisher, are the tellers ready to be sworn?
We are.
Thank you very much. Mr. Wells, are the ballot counters ready to be sworn? Thank you. Ballot counters and tellers, would you all please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear that you will faithfully and impartially perform your respective duties at this town meeting? Thank you all so much for serving in this capacity for us this evening. On behalf of the meeting, I thank Mr. Fisher, Mr. Wells, and all of the tellers and ballot counters for taking on this function for us. We also do owe gratitude to the team of people who makes this meeting possible. We have our dedicated and talented town staff, Minuteman Network, Thistle Communications, the amazing Stephanie Farrell, who has been transcribing, simulcasting everything that everybody says here in this meeting. Can you believe she could do that? But anyway, she is amazing, and we're very grateful to have her. Our select board is seated here at the, where are you, select board? There they are. They're off to my right, seated at a table at the front. Our finance committee is immediately to my left. The school committee is on the other side of the finance committee. Where's the planning board? Where are you guys? And the planning board is over here, closer to me, next to the select board. So if you too would like to sit at a table up at the front of town meeting, you could fill out a volunteer form. And seriously, we need you. If you spend a moment with the town's annual report, you will find all of the amazing governance that is done by our volunteer citizens on any number of boards and committees, and there is bound to be something there that fits your interest and your experience and would allow you to get to know your town better and serve your town and enjoy doing it. Okay, before we begin the business, actually before, I want to announce that I have appointed 5 folks to the Finance Committee. I have reappointed Eric Dahlberg and Margaret Briggs to the Finance Committee. And I have made new appointments of Pat Geyer, Sri Tupel, and Paul Rodriguez to the Finance Committee. And we thank all of them for willing to pull the laboring oar, and it is a labor to serve on the Finance Committee. So we thank you all for being willing to serve in that capacity. I'm also going to ask outgoing Finance Committee Chair Parashar Patel to please stand for a moment. Parashar has been on this committee for 5 years. No one has worked harder. Thank you, Parashar. As we do, before we begin the business of annual town meeting, could everyone? Chris Reynolds, you're also departing. Please stand up, thank you. And Chris is a former chair. And I thank the town clerk for saving me from that faux pas. Thank you very much. Before we begin the business of annual town meeting, let us all stand, please, and hold a moment of silence. Our town motto is on the seal here on the front of the podium. It says, Quam firma res concordia, loosely, very loosely translated. It means, how strong is harmony? Well, harmony consists of a lot of different voices, disparate voices, that somehow found a way to come together and make a single, beautiful, coherent song. So let us this evening do our best, despite our differences and our disparate points of view, to make our decisions in harmony and not allow the divisions of this evening to be divisions between us tomorrow as neighbors and fellow citizens. Thank you all. Please be seated. Tonight we will begin with Article 34, which I have pre-scheduled as a special high-interest article. And we're pretty much right on schedule with that for 7:15. In addition, tomorrow night we will have a special town meeting warrant that will have one article to take up on Wednesday evening. That's Wednesday evening at 7:10, after which we'll return to whatever remaining business we have on the annual town meeting warrant. After Article 34, we will be returning to where we left off last night in the annual town meeting warrant. That happens to be Article 21, under which we don't have a motion, so the first motion that we actually will deliberate on after Article 34 will be Article 22. Mr. Dane moves that the meeting take up no new business tonight after 10:15, and that when the meeting is adjourned, it be adjourned to resume tomorrow night, Wednesday, April 31st at 7 p.m. here at Concord Carlisle High School. May 1st, thank you. Wednesday, May 1st. Gee, it's really a good thing the town clerk is here. Is there a second? Second. I see that there is. Any discussion? Don't see any. All those in favor, please raise their voting slips. All those opposed? That appears to carry unanimously in the gymnasium. How's it look in the auditorium?
Unanimous here as well.
Great. The motion carries unanimously, and I do so declare, and we'll now proceed to Article 34. Oh, not unanimous. Substantial majority. Thank you.
Good
Ms.
evening.
Miller.
I'm Linda Miller, Chair of the Concord Planning Board. I would like to present Article 34, MBTA Communities Multifamily Housing Overlay District. Next slide, please. There's a housing problem in Massachusetts. Housing is expensive. It's even more expensive in Concord. Next slide, please. Zoning constraints contribute to the high cost of housing. In 2021, the state passed the MBTA Communities Multifamily Housing Act to help ease the housing shortage on a regional basis. New multifamily zoning created by each city and town will allow construction of multifamily homes across those 177 towns and cities in eastern Massachusetts with or near a transit station. Next slide, please. The basic requirements of the MBTA Communities Law for Concord are to add new zoning to at least 50 acres in town. At least 1/2 of those 50 acres must be located within 1/2 mile of a commuter rail station, and on average must be zoned to allow density of 15 units per acre or more. There can be no age restrictions imposed by the zoning, and it should be suitable for families with children. Finally, the zoning for those 50 acres, based on density and area, could in theory have the capacity for at least 1,094 multifamily units. There is no housing production requirement. Property owners need not develop or redevelop any properties in the district. Owners today and in the future could continue to enjoy current zoning as it exists. The new zoning is an overlay. It is also by right. Homes can be built with conditions required by the planning board under site plan review, but multifamily units cannot be rejected in the district. Next slide, please. The Select Board designated the Planning Board to provide the town with a zoning and mapping option to comply with this law. Residents and town staff and committees have generously spent their time and energy to identify community preferences for the location and desired characteristics of the overlay district. Next slide, please. This is a list of the community events, committee meetings, resident connection hours, and CCTV programming where the MBTA zoning and maps have been reviewed. A Notify Me email opt-in was provided to everyone with an interest in these events, and a medallion on the town's homepage easily clicks through to a dedicated page for information and meeting recordings. Next slide, please. Here's a small sample of photos highlighting the community meetings, location pinning exercise, surveys, planning board meetings, and other outreach efforts. Thanks again to all who were part of this process. Next slide, please. These are the community guiding principles gathered from this input. Locate as much of the district as possible within half a mile of the commuter rail stations. Maintain building heights and characteristics of multifamily homes consistent with Concord's current housing. Avoid loading new housing onto well-developed neighborhoods and address areas with potential for new housing or areas where there is existing multifamily housing. Maintain as much local control as possible. Balance the housing capacity between Concord Center and West Concord. And finally, include affordable housing as allowed. Our focus was to capture the benefits, on the next slide, please, to higher density, transit-centered housing as described in the town's long-range plan, Envision Concord 2030, and the Housing Production Plan 2023 to 2028. Next slide, please. This is the resulting map containing 5 sub-districts that reflect the community guidance and the location selection process. Next slide, please. Using the state's MBTA Communities Compliance Model to test each sub-district's location, size, and zoning parameters, we found that the current configuration of these 5 sub-districts and the associated zoning parameters should provide Concord with just enough land area, units, and density to be in compliance with the requirements of the law and the guidelines. Are we done? Wouldn't that be nice? There remained a few steps for final approval. These include hiring an independent economic consultant as required by the state guidelines to develop an economic feasibility analysis to support affordable housing targets above 10%, and submission of a pre-adoption application to the state's Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities, or EOHLC, to determine the compliance of our zoning. Both steps have been accomplished. Now we await a response letter from the EOHLC, hope to receive approval of Article 34 by town meeting. Then we can submit a completed application and receive final approval from the State Attorney General and compliance certification by EOHLC to meet the compliance deadline of December 31st, 2024. Where are other towns? Well, they're at various stages of the same journey. Of the 177 cities and towns considered MBTA communities, the latest data I have, and this is changing as we speak, I'm sure, that 35 towns or cities have approved zoning, 2 have rejected zoning, and 1 is in litigation with the state. 23 compliance applications have been filed with EOHLC. 3 are deemed compliant: Arlington, Lexington, and Salem. The other 20 are in review. 44 pre-adoption review applications have been filed. 15 communities have received feedback, and 29, including Concord, are awaiting comment. Next slide, please. Transit-oriented multifamily housing is consistent with Concord's goal for housing diversity for those who work, live, learn, play, and age in Concord. Supports the economic vitality of our town centers, should assist in meeting our sustainability targets and reduce our reliance on the automobile, and improve walkability and health outcomes for residents. The zoning and mapping described in Article 34 reflects community preferences and satisfies the law. I'm happy to respond to questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Miller. I want to point out that the motion is on the screen and that it is that the town take affirmative action on Article 34 as printed in the warrant, and also there is a handout which shows the amended zoning map, and the motion includes amending the zoning map as shown in the handout. Could we have a second for the motion? I see that we have one. Thank you very much. I want to note that although usually zoning bylaws require a 2/3 vote, this bylaw will require a majority vote for passage, and that is pursuant to the recent changes in Mass General Laws, Chapter 48, Section 5. So I will note that a number of boards and committees, and we'll hear from the Select Board in a moment, a number of boards and committees have recommended affirmative action on Article 34, including the Select Board, the Concord Municipal Affordable Housing Trust, the Concord Housing Authority, the Concord Housing Development Corporation, the Concord Housing Foundation, and the Economic Vitality Committee. And we'll hear from the Select Board. Mary Hartman.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Mary Hartman, 16 Concord Green, Unit 6, member of the Select Board speaking on their behalf. Good evening. The Commonwealth of Massachusetts, our Commonwealth, is experiencing a housing crisis, and some people call this an emergency. One notable result is that people between the ages of 25 and 45 are moving out of state. We are losing part of our workforce. People who care for us when we are sick, keep us healthy, serve us in restaurants, take care of our pets, respond when we need help or when we're in danger, teach our children, people who work in our labs and our businesses. They're moving out of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This is a problem. The state's response, consistent with smart growth policies, is to require communities with transit stations to allow denser housing. Concord is fortunate to have not 1 but 2 transit stations. It is in our best interest to comply with the law. In FY23, the town of Concord received funds from 50 state grants. We have identified at least $300,000 that would be in jeopardy. And this doesn't include the $8 million that we're expecting from the state to help us build the pedestrian bridge over the Assabet River in West Concord near the Novo project. And then, of course, the other thing is the MCI redevelopment. It is imperative that we maintain collegial and cooperative relationships with the state agencies that are redeveloping MCI Concord and the redesign of Route 2. We don't want to jeopardize our relationship or the redevelopment of this parcel or lose our voice when important decisions are made. Besides being in our best interest, denser housing is something we said we wanted. Our long-range plan, which has generated over 50 public meetings, specifically calls for a variety of housing of all types, not just affordable. It calls for cluster development in designated areas and denser housing near town centers. Compliance with this law does not impinge upon things that make Concord special. Our historic districts remain intact. Our agricultural lands are not disturbed. Neither are our acres of open space and the extensive trails network. These things remain undisturbed. In summary, it is in our best interest to comply with the MBTA Communities Act. It achieves goals we articulated for ourselves in our long-range plan and also maintains open space, historic districts, and agricultural land. Concord is a vibrant, progressive community that has the opportunity to be part of a solution of a problem that we all share. The Select Board unanimously recommends affirmative action on Article 34. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hartman. We'll now open the floor for questions and comments on the article. And we do have pro and con microphones. The con microphone is over there. The pro microphone is over there. The one in the middle is for questions. So please do get in the appropriate line if you come to speak at a microphone. Speakers from the floor will have 2 minutes. You will see your time counting down on the screen, and kindly address your comments to the chair. And Ms. Miller, you can have a seat, and we'll call on you if we need answers to questions. Okay, I see we have a question. Let's go to the middle microphone.
Sure. Michael Curry, 47 Lowell Road.
Mr. Curry.
Does the MCI Concord property, is it possible to qualify under this district overlay?
Ms. Miller, you want to answer that for us?
I'm sorry, which property are you referring to?
MCI Concord Prison property?
Yes. No, it's not possible. It's not possible at this point for that to qualify because it's still owned by the state. And I think it's indeterminate exactly how quickly that could be acquired or by Concord or a developer or what the plans will be. So I think we can't, unfortunately, even wait to see what the disposition is with a deadline of December.
Okay. And one more question. In the Lowell area districts, is it possible to actually put the minimum number of units, say on the Concord lumber property or the Concord Market property without repurposing the building itself or changing the nature of the current buildings?
There's no requirement in terms of when say a property were to be developed, there is no, at that point, the zoning allows for a certain extent of density, but whether that's actually feasible or not, and whether the developer chooses to develop that level of density is up to the developer.
Right. So just in the current state, could they do it without repurposing the existing buildings?
That's a hypothetical that really isn't relevant to the zoning or to Article 34. If you understand, the developer can develop the property the way it wants to. If they want to go to 15 units per acre, they can, but if that's not feasible, and I don't know if it's feasible or not, based on the topology of the property, the ability to access water or sewer or septic systems, all of the things would be determined by the developer, not by this zoning. This zoning only permits them to go to that level if it's feasible and desirable in terms of what the market would demand and allow.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the next speaker at the
Excuse me.
question microphone.
Excuse me, Madam Moderator, this is Carrie speaking from the auditorium.
Yes,
I
Karen.
want to clarify your instruction about the microphones. In the auditorium, there are only 2 microphones. The one to your right is marked as pro. The one to your left is marked as con. There is no microphone in here that is labeled for questions. So please, if you have a question, feel free to stand at either microphone.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you
Flagg,
very
for
much.
that clarification. We'll take in the gymnasium the next speaker at the question microphone.
Jay Wallahan, 14 Wright Farm.
Yes, sir.
Could we see the map of the zoning areas again, please?
Yes, please. If you could go to slide 20. This will give us the sub-district maps, if that would be helpful. Great. So just to go in greater detail, Sub-District 1, which is the Lower Lowell Road and Keyes Road, is in and near Concord Center and includes properties on Keyes Road, Lowell Road, and Main Street, such as Millbrook Terry, the Concord Market, Walgreens, the offices at 100 Main Street, and the Mill Dam Square condominiums. Sub-District 2 next. It was at Upper Lowell Road. It touches the half-mile radius from the Concord Center commuter rail station and includes properties on Lowell Road, including Concord Lumber, Concord Oil, and 3 single-family residential lots. Sub-District 3 is the Thoreau Street and Sudbury Road sub-district, which is also in Concord Center. It includes 2 commercial properties, a gas station and a coffee shop on Thoreau Street, the Thoreau Garden Apartments, and single-family homes on Sudbury Road, Thoreau Street, and Thoreau Court, all near the commuter rail station. Going to Sub-District 4, which is along Baker Avenue in West Concord, that area ranks high on the Housing Production Plan list of potential areas for development of multifamily housing. It includes 3 lots, 6X Winthrop Street, known as Junction Village, which has long been envisioned as a site for affordable housing, 68 Commonwealth Avenue, which holds the Concord Park Assisted Living Building, and 292 and 294 Baker Avenue are locations that developers have selected for the Novo 40B project. And finally, Sub-District 5 on Elm Street is near the Route 2 Rotary and includes 5 lots, the former Asian Gourmet Restaurant, the former Paparazzi Restaurant, the current Shelter or former Best Western Building, a gas station, and a small office building. Does that
Thank you very much.
answer your question?
Someone mentioned that these were not available at the table in the
Oh.
handout.
I'm sorry for that omission.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the pro microphone here in the gymnasium.
Keith Bergman, 56 White Avenue.
Mr. Bergman.
I'm speaking as chair of the Concord Municipal Affordable Housing Trust. First, the trust unanimously supports this article, which would expand housing opportunities and bring Concord into compliance with state law by identifying the 84 acres and 5 sub-districts where multifamily housing would be allowed as a use by right, but subject to site plan review. We commend the planning board for its thoughtful year-long public engagement process in which many of us participated, which identified areas near both commuter rail stations and beyond where the zoning would be appropriate. From the trust standpoint, we're also pleased that for projects of 10 or more units, this bylaw would require a percentage of those units to be affordable at 80% of area median income. We appreciate the commitment and the leadership of the planning board, the select board, all of our housing entities in support of this article, and we ask that the voters approve it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go now to the con microphone.
Hi, Tanya Galis, 62 Prescott Road.
Ms. Galis.
Thank you. I appreciate the planning boards and the planning division's hard work on this, and I think they have come out with a wonderful plan. And I have not decided that I will necessarily vote against, but I would like to make 3 arguments against. The main one is that I think the main housing shortage in Massachusetts has to do with affordable housing. I mean, if one looks at real estate offerings, there are plenty. Very few are affordable. So it disturbs me that this state mandate does not take that into consideration more clearly and in a more focused manner. My second comment is about our long-range plan. I follow that process very closely. It assumed from the beginning that there would necessarily be more construction, but then they were very clear to say that we're not saying we want more density necessarily. We are just saying if there is more density, this is where it should be. So this is just a clarification, and that's clearly what we are dealing with here. And my other comment is that, as Ms. Hartman pointed out, it's good to be on good terms with the state for all sorts of reasons. On the other hand, I don't know that, even though that's pragmatic, practical, it's the way the world works, etc. I still would like us to make our decisions based on what we think as a community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the auditorium now. I think we have some speakers there. Ms. Flood?
Yes, one has already sat down, but her question must have been answered. Go ahead, please.
Yes, Madam Moderator. I have a question. Ray Brudimessa, 1001 Main Street. First question is, my understanding is the prison's approximately 50 acres. And from the previous slide, it looked like it's about 60 acres that we're trying to fit on West Concord. Would all that fit into the prison area? That's the first question. The second question is, besides West Concord, has the state in the past 6 months made any other drastic changes that would affect somebody's MBTA planning? Thank you.
I'll try and answer those. In terms of the 50 acres, actually, the full zoning is 84 acres, only 50 is required, but based on the parameters and characteristics we've chosen for the characteristics of the housing, we required some more land. In terms of the prison, my understanding is that is approximately 50 acres. But again, that might give you a sense of just what 50 acres looks like. But that is not available now to make that into an MBTA community's property because it is owned and is currently state property. Just to give you a sense of 50 acres, I believe Concord is about 16,500 acres, so 50 acres is about 0.3% of the land area in Concord.
Thank you.
So the question of what, I guess, besides West Concord, where else has the state drastically changed their use that may affect other people's MBTA zoning, i.e. a larger area that was not even our thought process when we started this?
Do you understand the question?
I'm afraid I don't.
Could you rephrase the question, please? I'm not sure I understand what you're asking.
So as I understand it, the state announced this year that they were closing the prison.
Yes.
This area is within our West Concord train station circle. So therefore, it adds a different mix of how we may attack this issue if we knew about that beforehand. That is my question. Did the state do that to anybody else?
Well, I think that that's actually outside the scope of this warrant article, but we understand the question. Thank you very much.
So then can I follow on question? What
Quickly.
discussions have we had with the state regarding possibility of using this land for this purpose?
I believe Ms. Miller has already explained that the timeline would not allow us to wait long enough in order to determine whether the prison property could end up being land that could be zoned as part of this exercise. It's just going to take too long. So the answer is no, can't consider the prison property. We'll go now to...
I do have another speaker.
I'm sorry, thank you very much. Okay, I see we have the person has returned in the
Yes.
auditorium. Go ahead.
Okay. Go ahead, please.
Hi, Connie Levine, Stowe Street. I'm a realtor, and I just had some issues with this because I think that what I've seen happening in the suburbs is that most of the multifamilies are being converted to condos. So, and building a multifamily like a two-family in Concord, you're probably talking a couple $1 million. So I'm wondering if you've had any discussions with the governor's office or whoever. I'm not sure they really understand like what's the best solution for people in the suburbs. And the other issue is that most people in the suburbs need a car, so they don't really need to be within half a mile of a train station. So I wondered, especially where we have the Concord Housing Foundation, if you've had any discussions, because I could see cases where what might be more appealing in terms of creating affordable housing is like having the Concord Housing Foundation buy some of these smaller houses that come on the market that are getting torn down and renovate them instead of trying to build some multifamilies when people in the suburbs don't really want to live in multifamilies for the most part. So I just wonder if you try to educate the people making these rules about the difference between living in a suburb and living in a city. And even in the cities, they're condoing the multifamilies now.
Thank you very much. I'm going to say that that's an interesting policy question for the state legislature, and they have actually acted, and we're in a position of needing to comply with what they've done. Let's go to the pro microphone in the gymnasium.
Charles Phillips, 65 Fairhaven Road.
Mr. Phillips.
I'm a member of the Concord Housing Foundation and speaking for the foundation and urge you to vote yes on Article 34. We all know that Massachusetts, like Concord, has a housing shortage. The state has legislated a way to potentially increase the amount of multifamily housing in all communities with MBTA service, mainly by requiring towns to create overlay districts where developers could build such housing by right. The Planning Board held many public meetings and has worked hard to develop a proposal which would satisfy state requirements while maintaining equity between Concord Center and West Concord. Article 34 defines 5 sub-districts in Concord where developers can build multifamily housing by right. 2 of these sub-districts are near Concord Center. 3 are near the Concord Center, 2 are in West Concord, all fairly close to the MBT train stations. Developments with 10 or more units must have 1 or more units affordable for families who have no more than 80% of the area median income, which will benefit the town by adding to our subsidized housing inventory. Remember, the rezoning does not require any new housing, but only permits it. Actual housing will result only if existing property owners want to build such housing or are willing to sell the land for that purpose. Please vote yes on this article.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the question microphone here in the gymnasium.
Thank you. Marty Plotkin, 54 Francis Street.
Mr. Plotkin.
I'm curious why the Crosby area was not included in subzone 3.
Ms. Miller?
That is a good question, and if we could go to slide 70, I might be able to provide an answer. So as you know, the Thoreau business area is an area that the planning board is very familiar with. And though the MBTA Communities Act allows mixed-use projects, there are significant drawbacks in this law. First, mixed use can only be zoned if there are parallel zoning options for multifamily housing. Today, multifamily use is generally considered more profitable and less risky development than mixed use. To ensure a developer would prefer mixed use over multifamily use, substantial incentives might be required. Incentives are modest under this law and would likely include height allowances not currently favored or permitted in Concord. Next slide, please. And then the next slide. Second, for mixed use, no minimum parking requirements associated with the non-residential uses are allowed. Again, this would not match our current residence business zoning, and we felt that the absence of any parking requirement for a business or commercial use would not be supported by the community. As a result of those two challenges, the planning board chose not to pursue a mixed-use option for the MBTA overlay district, and that would include what we would hope someday, eventually we might have improvements for the Thoreau district, but not under this law.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So everyone should now have a copy of the zoning map, which was located in its box under a table out there in the cafeteria. So now we have it, and my thanks to the staff who took the time to pass it out to everyone. Let's go to the auditorium.
Go ahead, please. Sure. Cindy Warren, 821 Barrett's Mill Road. I came here in support of this, this housing proposal. I wonder, as we stand here and sit here and listen to the discussions, whether there is something to be said for voting no for this action and waiting, forcing the hand of the state and figuring out what it is that we need to do in terms of a settlement. What's the process if we vote no? And with the idea that the 50 acres of the prison land would be an ideal location for such housing. I don't know if anybody can respond to that question or not.
Thank you. Linda, do you want to take that question, or would you like Elizabeth?
Well, I think perhaps we can go to slide 33, which I'd like to cover anyway, and talk about that, and then talk about MCI Concord again, if you like.
Okay.
So essentially, there are benefits to Concord for compliance. Compliance provides Concord with access to important state funding programs for infrastructure and sustainability that Mary Hartman spoke to earlier. Second slide here. As well, participation in other state grant programs relies on our MBTA compliance. Obviously, not all of these programs apply to Concord. However, there is a catch-all phrase used in the guidelines, and I quote, "Determinations of compliance may inform other funding decisions by EOED," which is the Executive Office of Economic Development, EOHLC, the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities, the MBTA, and other state agencies which consider local housing policies when evaluating applications for discretionary grant programs or making other discretionary funding decisions. I think that the town, should it move forward with MCI Concord, probably will need quite a bit of funding, hopefully from the state, to perhaps help clear the land or do other studies of it, et cetera. So I think that if we don't comply by the end of the year, we would be out of luck and not have these benefits accrue to us. And then finally, as you know, if we don't comply, that could put us on the third slide here, which is failure to comply with the law could result in civil enforcement action. So our job here had been to find a zoning opportunity for Concord that would comply with people's preferences and with the law. And I think that what we have before us in Article 34 is a solution. It's not the only solution, but the timing right now and where things stand with MCI Concord, I think really take that off the table. And I do believe that this Article 34 coincides with a lot of things that have been going on in terms of the town's goals that in the field of housing. So I think if we could go to slide 41, I can follow through with that a bit.
And then I think you should wrap it up on this one, Ms. Miller.
Sorry?
We should wrap it up on this one after that slide.
Okay. Well, then I'll wait.
Go ahead.
I'll wait on that. It's a couple of slides.
Go ahead.
Okay. As you can see, from various actions at past town meetings, Concord has begun to make substantial progress in its housing goals. This includes the creation of the Affordable Housing Trust bylaw and funding of the trust, approval of accessory dwelling units at Town Meeting 2020, and the two-family dwellings by special permit in the Residence C zoning district at Town Meeting 2021. Here are the key targeted goals of the Housing Production Plan. Support healthy aging in the community by expanding the range of affordable housing options, particularly near transit stations and village centers. Encourage the preservation of existing smaller homes and the construction of new smaller homes. And foster diversity, equity, and inclusion through creation of more affordable housing options. So I think Article 34 can stand on its own in the light of the preferences that the town has expressed in terms of housing policy.
Thank you very much. So we've now had a few questions on why can't we include the prison property in this zoning exercise that we're required to do by the state, and couldn't we use this as some leverage? I think it may be helpful to just hear a couple of words from town council on this question. So he's right here behind you, Linda, so if you give him the podium.
It's okay. Madam Moderator, Mina Macarius from Anderson and Krieger Town Council. To the question, I think Ms. Miller has addressed the effect of the current guidelines and the current state law with respect to the ability to count the MCI Concord property, even if the town were to rezone it now. With respect to the questions regarding leverage, although there remains a lot to be determined about the MBTA zoning, what is very clear is that the state has and the governor's office have made it the policy to take compliance as a matter into consideration for any discretionary decision. There is also no question that even under all of the proposed forms of legislation for MCI Concord leave all the discretion with the state on what to do with the property and how much through negotiation. They provide options to negotiate with the town, but they do not require and don't entitle the town to the property. Therefore, I think it would be very, very unlikely to think that the town would gain leverage by voting no now and then trying to use that in leverage in negotiations regarding MCI Concord. It is possible that there may be other zoning to discuss with the state regarding that property, but I would not consider it a likely strategy to succeed with the state, given its current policy that it's stated publicly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Macarius. Let's go to the pro microphone here in the gymnasium.
Kristen Haggerty, town resident in Revolutionary Road.
Ms. Haggerty.
I'd like to thank Chair Miller and all of the planning board members. This was an enormous undertaking that I know you guys have been working on painstakingly, well over a year. And everything that you have done to allow ample input all through this process. I know you've hosted so many meetings and hearings, but you've also been engaged with other town committees. And I think that this part of the process you've made as inclusive as possible, and I think it really shows in what you've been able to produce. The second point that I wanted to make was that although this is called the MBTA Communities Act, and this is kind of, how this had to come in front of us this time, as Chair Miller just pointed out, this is really in line with everything that the Planning Board, the Planning Division, and our town comprehensive long-range plan has been working towards. And so this is an opportunity to look closely at zoning and what it does and what it does not allow in terms of an inclusive community and where we want to be towards our goals. So, as we kind of consider going back over the process and where we're going to have it, or anything that you guys have spent so much time laying out with input from, town residents and committees, I hope that we all remember kind of the overall purpose of it, which is to really create opportunity for, our own residents to move to hopefully to be constructed units in this town, as well as invite other people to join us in a more inclusive way. So thank you again to Ms. Miller and all of the planning board members and town staff, especially Elizabeth Hughes, the planner. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the question microphone here in the gymnasium.
Good evening, Joe Selly at 528 Old Bedford Road.
Mr. Selly.
Last evening, it was very helpful to hear from the Finance Committee. Could we ask you to offer an opinion on how you see this issue? Pros, cons, long-term considerations? Thank you.
So, Parashar Patel, 397 Sudbury Road. Speaking for myself, but just recapping, I think, some of the conversation we had about whether or not to take a position. I think we didn't want to take a position on the zoning here or in other places, but I think as you saw yesterday, we'd like to encourage the town to do what we can to diversify our tax base. And so that means bringing in non-commercial, retail, other property as well. And so to the extent that the planning board makes changes in zoning, we sent a letter and asked them to consider that as well. We've made the same request to the select board. I don't know, we won't know what effect this will or won't have. But that's basically what our discussion was centered around, trying to diversify our tax base.
Okay, I will note that the Finance Committee doesn't typically take positions on zoning articles. So, let's go to the con microphone, and then we'll go to the auditorium.
Ryan Gelinas, Walden Terrace. Madam Moderator.
Can you get a little closer to the microphone for us, sir?
Ryan Gelinas, Walden Terrace. Madam Moderator, I move the previous question.
Well, there's a lot of people still waiting to talk here. On the other hand, we've already been talking about this for 45 minutes. So I think we're going to have the vote. This is there a second for the motion? Yeah, I see that there is. Okay. So I see there's a few seconds out there. Okay. So this requires a 2/3 vote, and it is non-debatable. All those in favor of calling the question, that means we would stop debate and move now to a vote. Thank you very much. All those opposed? Okay, that clearly carries by well more than 2/3 in the gymnasium. How about in the auditorium?
Likewise in the auditorium.
All right, we will then declare that is a vote, and we will now proceed to a vote on Article 34. And I will remind you, this only requires a majority vote, not a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of the motion under Article 34, please raise your ballots. Thank you very much. All those opposed? Well, that carries by a substantial majority in the gymnasium. How does it do in the auditorium, Ms.?
Likewise, I think I would have seen maybe 12 or 15 no votes, and everybody else that raised their hand was on the yes.
All right, thank you very much. Ms. Flood? Yes. Yes. I'd also say that substantial majority is definitely more than 2/3 as I
Yes.
viewed the vote in here. How did it look in the auditorium?
Definitely more than 2/3.
Yeah, okay, it was definitely more than 2/3. Okay. All right, thank you very much. So, we have, before we proceed back to where we left off last night with the warrant, I want to ask, is our honored citizen, Mario Favorito, here this evening? Let's give Mr. Favorito a round of applause. Thank you, Mr. Favorito, for everything you've done for Concord. All right, so I have no motion under Article 21, and I therefore declare that the meeting is taking no action under Article 21. And we will now move to Article 22. Could we have the slide presentation, please, on Article 22? We'll see in a moment the motion, and the motion will be that Mr. Palumbo moves that the town ask the school committee to name the publicly financed and owned property currently being built at 923 Old Marlborough Road in Concord, Mass. As the Ellen Garrison Middle School. Can we have a second for the motion? Actually, I think that Andrea, where are you, Andrea? Is Andrea here? No? Okay. All right. Can we have a second for the motion? Great. Thank you very much. Okay. So we see the motion. The motion is to ask the school committee to name the property at 923 Old Marlborough Road in Concord, Ellen Garrison Middle School. And we will hear from Mr. Palumbo.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. My name is Joe Palumbo. I'm one of the co-chairs of the Town of Concord's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Commission, and my co-chair is Ms. Andrea Fonserrada. We start with this picture tonight because it's just something that everyone is really very excited about in our community. That beautiful new school that we've been working on for years as a community. I know the superintendent and the school committee are just as excited that in February of next year it's going to be opening up. And it's really a gift that we're giving to ourselves as a town, and a gift we're giving for the children that will go there, the teachers that will teach there, not just in the next few years ahead, but the 50 years ahead. So what we're talking about tonight is how we want to take that gift and make it even a greater gift. Could we move to the next slide? Did I get my 37 seconds back?
Yes, you can have your
That's
37
okay.
seconds back.
And not a second more. Next slide, please. So what we're talking about here is part of the work of the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Commission is how do we make Concord, which is a racially isolated community, how do we make it more inclusive and more welcoming? And one of their focus areas this year has been really thinking about how we honor folks, Black, Indigenous, people of color who've been a part of our community forever. Since Concord really became Concord and was no longer Musketequid, people of color have been a part of this community. How do we find ways to honor them? And so some folks brought to us like, hey, we've got this beautiful new middle school. What if we named the middle school after a Concord hero, Concord heroine? So I just want to talk a little bit about Ellen Garrison, who you've probably heard about already. Ellen Garrison was born here in Concord. She's the daughter and granddaughter of an enslaved man, and her father, Caesar Robbins, actually stood on the Old North Bridge on April 19th, 1775. I mean, that's about as Concord as one can get in Concord. She attended Concord Public Schools, graduated from Concord Public Schools, and she was an excellent student. At 12 years old, she marched in the town parade as one of the only Black children in the town to the cheers and jeers of the community. So that tells us something about her bravery from a very early age. She graduated from Concord Schools. She became a teacher. She spent her life teaching recently enslaved folks how to read and write. Her purpose was to lift others up. Her purpose was to, she said, my motto is to bring others forward and educate, educate, educate. Wow, like what a person we would want to have a school named after. And she became most famous during her teaching in 1866, where she sat in a ladies' waiting room of a train station, got properly thrown out, went back in, and ended up taking it to court. And so her whole life she's been standing for others. And I know the school district works really hard teaching our kids about being an upstander. Well, Ellen Garrison was an upstander, before we even thought of that word. Can we go to the next slide, because your button seems to work better than mine? And I just like this picture because it reminds us that Ellen is part of Concord. She's an American patriot who fought for the expansion and freedom and democracy. But most importantly, she's of Concord. The picture on the left, that's her father. That's Jack Garrison. He lived to be 92. And he got a stick from the town for being the oldest man in town. And on her right is her brother. That's John Garrison. He worked at the townhouse for 15 years. He built a little house on Monument Street that when she would come back in the summer, that's where she'd go and stay. So why I have these pictures here, it helps us remember this is a Concord family. A Concord family like the Alcotts, the Emersons, the Thoreaus, the Wheelers, the Arenas. These are all Concord families. And I think that's what we need to remember when we think about Ellen. Can we go to the next slide? And we just put this picture up. We've seen it a lot of places. And I'm just going to be quiet for a moment and let you look at it. I'm going to use some of my 37 seconds. We ask ourselves today, in 2024, is there room for Ellen? Is there room for the Garrisons in our pantheon of Concord families? And we hope there is, and we think there should be. Can we go to the next slide? And go to the next slide. Thanks. And I just want to end with this. This is for a middle school. And when Ellen marched in that parade, she was 12 years old. And that's about the average age of most sixth graders. And having been a middle school teacher and a middle school principal for many years, and for those folks who've experienced middle school or have middle schoolers, you know that's that age where you're thinking about who you're going to be and who you're going to become. To think that as a 12-year-old girl, she had that bravery to go out and then spent her life teaching with this little piece of paper. This is a passport Ellen Garrison had to have to leave this town. A little passport she had to have to hold on to, signed by the local judge. Now, why would a 31-year-old woman need to have a passport in 1854? Because this was her only proof that she was a free person. So think of the bravery of the 12-year-old, think of the bravery of the 31-year-old, think of the bravery in her whole life, how that will impact middle school students throughout their years there and their years to come. And I just think that in our work we've been talking about, we have this amazing opportunity. There aren't many times this community gets to do something like this. We get to build a brand new school. It'll probably be another 50 or 60 years before this happens. So this job tonight is for us to really think about that. And I didn't talk much about process, but certainly in the questions you're happy to ask me about them. The bottom line is to make sure that when we think about this school and we think about the gift we're giving ourselves, can we make it the best gift possible and really do something for our students now and for our students in the future? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll next hear from the school committee. Ms. Anderson? Joe, you can have a seat here. Should work.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Madam Moderator, and thank you, Joe. I'm Alexa Anderson, Chair of the Concord School Committee. So thank you, Joe, for such a moving tribute to Ellen Garrison. I operate under the assumption that we are not here this evening to debate whether Ellen Garrison is deserving of our collective recognition or admiration, because I'm nearly certain that all of us in this room agree on that, and that we are proud to include her in the canon of great Concordians alongside Thoreau and Goodwin and Alcott. What I do think is worthy of a discussion this evening, and what I want to focus on, is the role and responsibility of the school committee as it relates to naming schools. The most important thing that we must all remember tonight is that the Massachusetts general law, the town of Concord's own charter, and the policy to name facilities as recommended by the Massachusetts Association of School Committees all vest the authority to name schools with the school committee. Our school committee executed that duty on February 6th of this year. After a few citizens began wondering whether the Concord School Committee would consider renaming Concord Middle School to Garrison Middle School, we quickly recognized we couldn't simply offer a yes or no answer on that issue, and that we needed to commence an open process to allow the entire public to offer suggestions for a possible new name for the Concord Middle School. Before doing so, our first responsibility was to examine our policies to determine how to proceed. It's important to note that public input should always prompt us to have a fresh look at relevant policy. We've seen that several times in my tenure on the committee alone. For example, we re-examined our facilities fees policy when some members of the Finance Committee and Select Board asked us to find ways to increase revenue sources to offset our spending. And this year, we re-examined our curriculum opt-out policy when regional political groups came to our meetings asking for the removal of texts in our curriculum that referenced LGBTQ characters. Any good school committee looks at policies in instances such as these, and any good school committee reacts accordingly. In both of the instances I reference, the school committee promptly revised the associated policies. And in this instance too, we revised our policy because the old policy did not align with the Massachusetts General Law, the Town of Concord Charter, or the recommended policy of the Massachusetts Association of School Committees, all of which give the school committees full authority to name their schools. This January, we commenced our process by allocating 2 weeks for residents to submit name suggestions. We leveraged town and school distribution lists and social media, as well as the Concord Bridge, to heavily promote and advertise our process, urging citizens to participate. At the conclusion of those 2 weeks, the school committee had received 22 unique suggestions for names that you see here. Next, we allocated, you want to advance the slide? Next, we allocated an additional 2 weeks for the public to weigh in on those submissions. In those 2 weeks, we received 300 or so emails from citizens on the options before them, and a significant majority expressed a preference for the name Concord Middle School. And I certainly won't ignore that many, many people did also advocate to change the name to Garrison Middle School. But on this issue, there is not consensus. The Concord community has not achieved consensus. Our school committee didn't achieve consensus. The METCO representatives on our community didn't achieve consensus, and neither did our METCO PTG. Our neighborhoods did not achieve consensus. I'm sure that even some families did not achieve consensus. That's okay. That's normal. That's democracy. As elected officials, we don't only consider public opinion anyway. Certainly it's part of our calculus, but it's not the entirety of our calculus. After all, you've elected us to use our best judgment to make decisions on your behalf as it pertains to schools, and we did. So tonight, I'm asking Concordians to support your school committee. To me, that's what this vote tonight really decides. In the fraught and divided times that we live in, I ask you to recognize and remember that good, smart, and decent people can, in fact, simply disagree. But in the face of such a disagreement, it becomes imperative that we uphold the democratic principles and processes that are the foundation of our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll hear from the Select Board. Mr. Howell.
Madam Moderator, Mark Howell, Linders Neck Hill Road, speaking for the Select Board.
Mr. Howell.
The Select Board voted 4-1 to recommend affirmative action on Article 22. This vote reflects the majority desire of the Select Board to see the school committee reconsider their decision on naming the new middle school. We recognize that the naming decision is completely within the purview of the school committee, as Ms. Anderson has just outlined. We also recognize that this is a matter of personal opinion, so we invite voters in this meeting to consider carefully and with a long view how this action reflects their values. We also respectfully suggest that the school committee be mindful that the results of this vote is a reflection of broad community sentiment on this question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now open the floor to questions and comments. And again, we have a con microphone, a pro microphone. We have a question microphone. Try not to run each other over. There is a 2-minute limit for speakers from the floor. I've got my very friendly bell here, which will let you know if you are unwittingly running over your time. So let's start here in the gymnasium at the Pro microphone.
My name's Craig Miller. I live at 27 Lang Street.
Mr. Miller.
I know what, that's close enough.
Oh, sorry.
These words are on our library wall, prominently displayed. At times, history and fate meet at a single time in a single place to shape a turning point in the unending search for freedom. So it was at Lexington and Concord. So it was a century ago at Appomattox. So it was yesterday at Selma, Alabama. Those words were written by Richard Goodwin, delivered by President Lyndon Johnson, to urge the passage of the 1964 Civil Rights Voting Act. And whether we deserve that reputation or not, Johnson and Goodwin, with one word, which is our town's name, could equate our town's name with the unending search for freedom. That is who we are to the world. That is why tourists come here. That's who we are. And it's no news if Concord names a school after a heroine like Ellen Garrison. It's news when we don't. It's like walking into Dunkin' and being told, we don't sell donuts. Is that inextricably linked? Don't mess with what works. Keep selling donuts.
Thank you very much. All right, now I'm going to remind you that this is our town's legislature. We are a serious body here. And I'm also going to remind you that we don't all agree on everything. And when we applaud or make noise, we are being disrespectful of the people who disagree with us. So let's not do that, okay? We'll listen to everybody in good faith with open hearts, whether we agree or we don't. Let's go to the question microphone.
Di Clymer, 13 River Street. When the school committee asked in this winter for input regarding the naming of the new middle school, my husband and I wrote a letter to recommend Ellen Garrison. My question now is, has the school committee made any overture to the DEI committee about the naming?
School committee, would you like to answer that question? Now, Alexa, if you'd like to pull a chair over to the other side, just stay a little closer, you're welcome to do that.
Thank you for that question. So we first learned, like I said in my remarks, that there were some citizens interested in asking us to consider changing the name of Concord Middle School to Garrison Middle School. That happened, really, we started picking up momentum with that in the summer and fall of last year. So I personally took a couple meetings trying to talk with some members of the DEI committee and actually with the Robbins House members as well to talk about what that might look like and how we might proceed in a way that could work. Additionally, I think the superintendent has met with members of the DEI commission. I know the CEO of Metco Inc. has also met with members of the DEI Commission, as has our DEIB director, who is an employee at the school. And recently, I personally did take another meeting with one of the members of the DEIB Commission to talk about like some sort of alternative ways we could honor Ellen. So yes, I think, and I'll even say, I think on the evening of the vote we took on February 6th, I think one of our members was eager to put an additional sort of amendment or an additional motion on the floor to do that very thing. So yeah, I would say, you know, we've definitely been trying to collaborate as best we can.
Thank you.
Over these many months.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the con microphone here in the gymnasium, and we'll then go to the auditorium.
Okay, thanks. My name's James Cohane. I live at 44 Central Street.
Yes, sir.
So my wife and I have 2 young kids, ages 6 and 4, who are just entering the Concord school system.
Can you do me a favor, sir, and just pull that microphone a little closer to you? You're tall.
That's a compliment. I'm average height. Again, name is James Cohane. I live at 44 Central Street. My wife and I have 2 young kids, ages 6 and 4, who are just entering the Concord school system. I'm not in favor of Article 22. My reasoning has nothing to do with the proposed name of the middle school. And just to be clear, I would be 100% okay with naming the school the Ellen Garrison Middle School. If the school committee had previously decided that that should be the name, personally, I think that the proposed name has a lot of merit. Rather, my objection to Article 22 has to do with the process that leads us all to be here this evening. Here is my narrative of what has happened. We, meaning the town, voted on the composition of the 5-member school committee, which we have empowered to make a bunch of decisions around our schools, including the naming of the new middle school. The school committee recently ran an open and transparent process that included soliciting input from the community around the naming of the school, during which they considered many possible names, including Ellen Garrison. And at the end of the process, they decided that the name of the school should be the Concord Middle School. Not surprisingly, several members of the community were disappointed with their decision. I would have thought that that was the end of the story, which seems straightforward and familiar to me, democracy in action. But instead, the story continues as those members of the town who were in favor of the name Ellen Garrison organized to get Article 22 on today's warrant. Next, and this is what I strongly object to, the select board agreed to their ask. In my opinion, the select board has inserted themselves into the naming process of the school and sided with a group of well-meaning, volunteer, unelected citizens, rather than siding with the elected officials who are legally empowered to name the school. I don't understand why the select board acted this way. I, as do many of my fellow town members, feel like their actions undermined the decision-making process we have all agreed to, undermine all of our votes for the members of the school committee, and undermine the decisions made by the school committee.
Thank you very much. You were pretty much on time because we gave you a hard time about the height of that microphone at the beginning. Let's go to the auditorium.
All right, go ahead, please.
Hi, Rebecca Kowaloff, 228 Park Lane. I'm the mother of 2 young boys, and when they were born, I vowed not that I would make the world a better place for them. As upper middle class white American males, they enjoy more privilege than almost anyone on earth. But to teach them to make the world a better place for others and to share their privilege. We have an opportunity here to make the world a tiny bit better and more just and equitable, and to teach our children how important that is. We clearly value education in this town, as evidenced by the healthy debate over and resounding support for the school committee budget last night. This is an opportunity to show our non-white students that they are part of our community and that they are valued. It may not matter at all to the students of color, both from Concord and who we welcome through the Metco program, but it might matter, and I suspect it will. And almost certainly, lacking the conviction to take this step will matter to them, and it will send a message to them that I, for one, do not want to send. If some students feel naming the school after Ellen Garrison is exclusionary or divisive, that is an opportunity for education at home and in school, not an excuse to abdicate our role in bringing about equity. While taking this step is hardly revolutionary or transcendent, we are not worthy of the mantle of our revolutionary or transcendentalist forebears in this town if we do not do this simple, small act to bring more equity to our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go to the next speaker in the auditorium. Can somebody
Right
help?
ahead.
Can somebody help with that microphone there? Thanks very much.
Grace Drazen, 197 Belknap Street.
Okay, I have given Ms. Drazen permission to speak. She is a fourth grader here in Concord, Massachusetts. I thought it would be useful for the meeting to have the perspective of some younger folks. Ms. Drazen.
Thank you. All our schools are named after men. Girls need to feel loved. There are big things like a woman for president. You might think this is a little thing, but little things like this, bit by bit, are what going to one day change the world. I'm going to this middle school in 2 years, so it would be my life and my friend's life that you'd be changing. If we do this, we will have a stronger and more diverse atmosphere. Concord has a very rich history. There were a lot of important men who've been recognized, but there were also important figures like Ellen Garrison. It is now her chance to stand. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Drazen. Let us go back to the auditorium. We'll go to the to the gymnasium. We'll go to the pro microphone.
Corey Atkins, 5 Concord Green.
Ms. Atkins.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. And a former elected official who I have to confess didn't always get it right. So being elected doesn't give you any special privilege than all of you have here tonight, because you are all legislators. But and with an apology to little Miss Grayson, I am going to presume that my memories of middle school are almost correct. But it's a time of great confusion. Your body's doing very strange things, and if your body isn't, your mind is. And to have the example of somebody who grew up here, who marched in a parade and was cheered at 12 years old, as an example to kids who are getting bombarded and bullied on text messages and things like that, to have her as an example that she not only held her head high, but she got educated in the way that people in Concord education do. She not only took what she learned for her own benefit, she went down to a hostel and a dangerous south of this country and taught other people to read. Take 1 minute and think of what your life would be like without it. Theirs was a life without the franchise, without the vote. She is an inspiration to all and should be on the middle school. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go to the question microphone now.
Thank you. Parashar Patel, 397 Sudbury.
Mr.
Member of the Finance Committee, but speaking for myself. So it's very clear that the school committee has exercised their authority, which is within their right. But we were just reminded, ATM, town meeting, is a legislative body. So I just have a very simple question for the school committee. Will the ATM vote, if we vote in favor of this article, will it actually cause the school committee to change your decision? Not reconsider, will you change your decision? Thank you.
You're subject to open meeting law just like I am, Parashar. So I can't answer that. I can't speak on behalf of our committee. That is just not something that we can do. We can't sort of debate. I'm not allowed to ask my committee members serially what they would do. So you. So anyway, so I,
Ms. Galis. Let's go to the con microphone.
Hi, my name is Deb Cavalier Weisopel. I live at 38 Nursenack, and I know I look like a villain, but I assure you I am not a villain. I'm a staunch supporter of an advocate of democratic values, and I'm also a supporter of Ellen Garrison, and everything you have said, I believe. However, I feel compelled to bring this back again to what I think the important matter is with Article 22. While I firmly believe in honoring individuals who have made significant contributions to our community, I also recognize the importance of respecting the autonomy of our school committee and its lawful procedures. The school committee's open and inclusive approach to soliciting public input on the school's name is commendable. The fact that they received what I believe is over 300 unique emails and carefully considered each suggestion demonstrates their commitment to transparency and democracy. Ultimately, they decided to name the school the Concord Middle School after thorough deliberation. I followed their process, and I understand and respect the decision made by the school committee. They followed the established legal framework and their own policy guidelines, which align with Massachusetts general law as well as the Concord Charter. It's crucial that we uphold the integrity of these processes, even when the outcome may not align with our individual preferences. Moreover, attempting to override the school committee's decision would undermine the principles of democracy and local governance. We must champion fairness and adherence to the rule of law, even when it may be disappointing. Further, our commitment to social justice and equity extends beyond individual outcomes to encompass the broader principles of democratic participation and respect for institutional autonomy. Moving forward, it's my hope that we continue to engage in constructive dialogue and support initiatives that promote diversity, equity, and inclusion in our community. While our perspectives may differ, our shared commitment to democratic values should always guide our actions. To the committee, to Dr. Hunter, thank you for all you do.
Thank you very much. We had a question raised a couple of speakers ago about the Select Board's decision, questioning the appropriateness of the Select Board's decision to put this article on the warrant, and Mr. Howell will speak briefly to that.
Just briefly, I would remind citizens of the annual town meeting schedule, which is usually established in the fall, and accordingly this year, the town meeting warrant opened on Saturday, December 2nd, and closed on Wednesday, January 3rd. The DEI Commission, like many other boards and committees, works through the fall as they develop any issues that they might be interested in. We heard the timeline from Ms. Anderson about the school committee's process, and I would note that they decided that they would have a process around naming the school in mid-December. At that point, the DEI Commission had already proposed an article that would contain the subject of making a recommendation for naming the school. I think it is respectful and appropriate for boards and committees to come to town meeting when they feel there is a question over which the will of the voters might be of interest, and that process and calendar overlapped with the process that the school committee chose to execute themselves, making their decision in February after the warrant had closed, after this article was already on the agenda for town meeting, and that's where we end up today.
Well, thank you very much. Let's go to the auditorium.
Okay, I'm going to take the pro mic first and then the other mic. I think that's the order in which you stood up. Go ahead. That's you.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
you.
going, okay. Yes, I want to say that, you know, for several months now, people have been requesting, asking, and I think this article was originally supposed to be urging the school committee to consider naming the school after Ellen Garrison. And you may not know this, but today, the only school named after a woman is the Peabody School, named after Elizabeth Palmer Peabody, who was an educator who opened the first English language kindergarten. Some of you might think Alcott is named after Louisa May Alcott, but it's actually named after Bronson Alcott, her father, who was the superintendent of schools. He was also a teacher and many other things, a writer, a philosopher, a reformer. And once Peabody is closed, there'll be no school named after a woman in Concord. And I think that's a real step back. Because today in Massachusetts, 76% of the teachers are women, and 39% of the superintendents are women. And I think we saw that in action last night here with Lori Hunter and Tracy Morano when they were advocating for the school budget and answering questions. I never knew who Ellen Garrison was until people proposed naming the new middle school after her. Since then, I've learned a lot about her. Standing here tonight, I want to change the approach a little from why should the middle school be named after Ellen Garrison to ask the question, why shouldn't the middle school be named after Ellen Garrison? It seems that Ellen checks all the boxes. She was born and grew up in Concord in a home that's now an African American history museum, steps from the Old North Bridge. She attended and graduated from Concord Public Schools. She marched with friends in the Patriots' Day Parade, just like other kids did a couple of weeks ago. She worked closely from a young age with her mother, who founded the Concord Female Anti-Slavery Society. She grew up to become a school teacher. She focused on teaching newly freed African Americans of all ages.
That is wonderful, and I'm going to ask you to stop right there because you are out of time. And thank you very much. Can we go to the next speaker?
I just want to ask one question. One more question I want to tell you. I'm sorry, but I have to say this.
All right.
Ellen died in 1892, and she had to wait 129 years to get a headstone for her grave in 2021 on Juneteenth. So let's not make Ellen wait that long to have a school named after her.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the other microphone in the auditorium. And I'm sure that many of you could wax eloquent one way or the other on this question. And unfortunately, we have a lot of people who'd like to do that. So let's try and keep ourselves to the 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Ellie Garvey, 25 Damon Street. I'm covering this because I'm not necessarily a con. I have a question.
I was going to mention that it was covered.
I'm not a con necessarily.
We weren't judging. It's fine.
Thank you. No, just a question, just a clarification, really. The vote we're taking is to ask the school committee to reconsider. We're not going to leave here with a new name for the middle school, correct? We're just asking the school committee if they will just reconsider.
That is absolutely correct. This is a non-binding resolution by the meeting. The school committee does have the control over the name, and this is a resolution, and it is non-binding.
Thank you. That's all I want to know.
Okay. Let's go to the pro microphone here in the gymnasium, please.
Rob Morrison, 63 Monument Street.
Mr. Morrison.
My wife Liz and I have lived in Concord for 34 years, and our 4 children attended the Concord schools. When our oldest was in middle school, our youngest said her sister goes to the puberty school. Perhaps that's the most accurate name we could choose. I taught middle school for over 25 years and can attest to the power of a name. For most of my career, I taught history at the Fenn School. Boys are taught about the ideas and ideals of the founders and their aspirational goals. Administrators, teachers, and students unite around Roger and Eleanor Fenn's core values. The name of the school is central to the mission of the school. For over 20 years, I taught the African American history of Concord. With the establishment of the Drinking Gourd Project, later called the Robbins House, students have been introduced to the lives of the remarkable Robbins family. But it has always been the story of Ellen Garrison and her courage to stand up for her rights and the rights of others that resonated with my middle school students. We are told that Ellen's story will be in the curriculum going forward, and I hope it is. However, in 1976, this book, Concord, It's Black History, written by 2 Concord teachers, was central to the elementary school curriculum. By the 1990s, the unit had been dropped and largely forgotten. Teaching trends and priorities change with dizzying frequency. The name of a school will have a lasting impact. We thank the school committee for their volunteer efforts. but we urge you to please select the inspirational and aspirational name, the Garrison Middle School. Please vote yes on this motion.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the question microphone here in the gymnasium.
Good evening, Virginia Lee, 162 Plainfield Road.
Ms. Lee?
I have specific questions for the school committee, and I'd like to know what the votes were by each member, pros and cons. I'd like to know why they voted pro or con, and if they've changed their minds since that time.
I'm not sure that that's relevant to the question before us, because the question before us is a resolution of whether we wish to urge the committee. And the question's already been asked whether they would change their mind, and the answer we have is they can't answer that because they would have to put this question on an agenda, convene a meeting, have a discussion, and have a vote. So I think I'm going to suggest that this question is beyond the scope, and unless it's a matter of public record. If it's simply a matter of public record, what the vote was, Ms. Anderson, can you tell us what the public record was on the vote?
Sure. We had 2 votes on February 6th. The first vote was a motion by Mr. Booth to rename the Concord Middle School Ellen Garrison Middle School. That vote failed 2 to 1. So unless a motion has a majority, it does not carry. A second motion was made that evening to name the middle school the Concord Middle School. That vote carried 3 to 2.
With all due respect, it does seem that this question is relevant, perhaps not tonight, but maybe later. There's been a lot of discussion about the deference that we should pay to our elected officials, in this case, school committee members. There's always room for change in those positions. And I do think it's appropriate for us to know who voted how. Now, maybe I can ask that by way of public records, but I think this issue is so important that it's not something anybody should be hiding behind. If they have an opinion about it, I think they should be able to say what their opinion is. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Let's go to the con microphone here.
Thank you. Jody Sperber, 643 Old Bedford Road. I knew I'd be in the minority. I'm actually not going to be able to vote because I have to pick up my son. But I will say, I followed this topic very closely, in part because my son is in middle school, and in part because he's a student representative on the Concord School Building Committee. So I hear about it from a number of sides. And from his perspective and his peers, actually CMS is what they wanted, except for P-born, because they're middle schoolers and they like the word P. Somehow this has turned into the conversation on race, but I actually don't think that this question is about race. It's about a public and transparent process that took place over time. As was said, surveys were done, opinion was solicited, and where were the lawn signs before these votes were cast? I think that would have been the time. I've been supportive of naming the school after Ellen Garrison. I think she's, has a phenomenal story that we can share here in Concord. And if that's how it had gone, I would have supported it. It's not how it went, so I support it because it's democracy. And now I'm frustrated, actually, that the debate has been hijacked by a very well-resourced campaign to turn it into a referendum on diversity. And it feels a little bit like we're being bullied to think that if you don't support Article 22, you don't support diversity in this town. And I don't think that that's very fair. I think there's a number of ways that we can support the legacy of Ellen Garrison. And the building is just one. There's a number of dynamic ways, that we could stand up for Ellen. That is not just naming a school, but actually continuing the pursuit of what she did in terms of working for equity and justice. We could put a monument in Monument Square, right? We could name other things after her. We could have an event that celebrates her year after year, something that tourists would see, something that the public would see beyond what the middle school is. So I think we could speak passionately for affordable housing. That's a great way to stand up for Ellen. I think we could continue to do what we did tonight with the MBTA. That's standing up for Ellen. And I think that, we remind educators to keep continuing to say that history comes from multiple perspectives and that critical thinking is important in the schools. So again,
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's go to the auditorium.
Go ahead, sir. You've been waiting for quite a while.
Thank you. I'm Morris Tyler, 216 Westford Road. I'm here to read a statement from my mother, who was going to be here this evening, but she couldn't make it. So this is from her. I was dismayed at the decision not to name the new middle school for Ellen Garrison. My late husband and I moved to Concord in 1958. I am ashamed at never having heard of her. What a wonderful person Ellen Garrison was. The point of naming a school for an outstanding Concordian is to engrave the name in our memories. Children may wonder, who was he? Ripley, Alcott, Thoreau, Willard, Emerson. Children and adults need to wonder, who was she? The answer is a name to be proud of. It would be tragic to lose this chance to commemorate Ellen Garrison. Please don't replace her name with the bland and dreary Concord Middle School. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to the next speaker in the auditorium.
Yes, go ahead.
Hi there, Mika Engberg, 62 Church Street. So last night at town meeting, one of my fellow citizens mentioned to the assembly that she's lived in Concord for 30 plus years, which was long enough to recognize that she's a relative newcomer compared to those families who have lived here for generations, fought in the Revolution, and she specifically mentioned those whose last names are on the buildings in this town. So frankly, I'm not sure that I agree with giving less weight to the voices of newcomers in town conversations, but my fellow citizen's statement reminded me how much the names on buildings matter. They tell us as a society what and who we value and whose voices we elevate. It is time to add a new name to Concord's municipal buildings, and that name is Ellen Garrison. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go. Do we have someone at the other microphone in the auditorium?
We do. Please go ahead.
Dorcas Miller, 75 White Avenue. I call the question.
No.
We got a lot of people in line here. Why don't you come back with that motion in a little while? Let's go to the pro microphone.
Thank you. My name is Tui Rogers. I live on 30 Elsinore Street.
Mr. Rogers.
I've lived here for 28 years, and I serve on the Concord Cultural Council and on one of the 13 subcommittees for the Concord 250th. We of Concord are lucky benefactors of a remarkable junction in history. It's rare when history and circumstance present any of us, let alone a whole town, with such an opportunity. Next year, the nation celebrates the 250th anniversary of the beginning of the American Revolution, the shot heard round the world. And the center for this national celebration is right here and at the Old North Bridge in Concord. Now, the stated mission for next year's quarter millennial celebration, as determined by the National Park Service, is to bring forward those people whose voices have not been heard, people whose race, color of their skin, or gender deemed them ancillary to our history. Also now, amazingly, a recently discovered Concordian is exactly such a person. 2 years ago, I didn't know the name Ellen Garrison, and I'm sure most of you in this building didn't either. But we do now. So here is a stated mission coming to us from our celebration that's going to happen next year. Here's a worthy Concordian emerging from obscurity in our past, and we have a brand new middle school that will be named, well, could be named, in the year of our celebration. Let's seize this opportunity. Next year, the eyes of the country will be on Concord. What we do matters. I am sure the good leadership of our town can see and take up this remarkable opportunity that history and circumstance is handing us. We can still be leaders as we were in 1775 and still be heard round the world. The Ellen Garrison Middle School of Concord, Massachusetts. We understand our past, we recognize our present, and we embrace our future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the question microphone.
Wilson Kerr, 20 Damon Street. Madam Moderator, I rise with a motion to amend the warrant.
Okay, you would like to amend the motion. I think we have a slide with your amendment on it. You come on up here and speak to your motion. Can we start the clock at 3 minutes, please? Is the slide up yet?
No.
All right, you can have 5 minutes. All right, you can have 5 minutes. 5 minutes. What happened to the slide? Oh, you're having an IT issue. Would you like me to read the motion?
You can or I can.
Why don't you go ahead and read it?
Okay. All right.
Okay, there it is. Mr. Kerr's proposed amendment is on the screen. Can we have a second for his proposed amendment? I see that we have one. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to speak to the language of the proposed amendment, but first I'd like to take us back to 1835. On a day when there was a parade in Concord and a little girl was asked by her teacher to march in that parade. And if you read the language carefully, you will see that she told the teacher she was not allowed to march. Her mother hadn't let her march because she had been crowded out of a previous parade. Her mother was worried, Susan Garrison, that Ellen would be bullied. But a teacher persisted, and it's written that Ellen and her mother, Susan, relented. And we know that when Ellen Garrison walked in that parade, she didn't walk alone. She walked hand in hand with a white girl. Her name was Abba. And I imagine that that teacher made that happen. That was a public school teacher here in Concord. So when Ellen marched, she marched hand in hand with a classmate who was strong, I imagine, and tall. She would have been about exactly the same age as my daughter, who is 11. That teacher made that happen, and that was compromise that was reached. And that got me thinking about tonight. Here we are. We have on one side those who very much want to have the school committee change the name of the school from the Concord Middle School to the Ellen Garrison School. And I know that they will say that. We also have a DEI committee that's done incredible work in Concord. All of the work they have done to make us all aware of our past, of our history, and the rich color of all of those involved in making that happen has been unbelievable. But this article feels different to me. The way that this has happened feels different to me. The language of the warrant that we're going to vote on tonight, which is non-binding, is unyielding. It has no compromise in it. And on the other side, we have the school committee, a school committee that we have elected. We've heard people speak of process. We've heard people speak of legality. And we also heard someone ask, well, what about compromise? As I understand it, overtures were made, back channel and front channel. And as I understand it, those overtures of compromise were not accepted. So we are now divided. And I was told, don't use the word divisive at the microphone or they will call you a white supremacist. So I won't use that word, but I will use something that I saw on WGBH in the article that was written that this issue has driven a wedge into our town between us all in Concord. And I remind us of what the word Concord means. It literally means harmony. It means agreement between people. So that brings me to the language here tonight. As I play out this vote, someone has said, well, what will you do? Will you change their mind? These are not a school committee that took this decision lightly. They didn't react to the color of Ellen's skin. They chose a name and they followed a democratic process, and now it seems to me the idea is to keep the pressure on, to keep at them until they change their mind. I don't know if they will. I know they are strong people, mostly women. And I believe they want deeply to honor Ellen Garrison. So this language is designed to give them that, to give us that, to give the DEI Commission and everyone standing up tonight that option. I believe we are in a trap, and I believe this language holds a key to opening that trap. Because this will not end tonight, no matter what the vote is. I ask that the school committee and I ask that us amend this motion so that we can join together as Concordians in harmony, in agreement, to ask that school committee to honor Ellen Garrison in a real meaningful way by naming the building, the Ellen Garrison building at the Concord Middle School. We bring Ellen into our community literally, and I know some will react to this. I ask you to open your heart. You came here charged up and ready to vote for this, to make a statement. Open your hearts to this compromise that I am suggesting tonight, please, so we can heal, so we can join. I ask that of Joe, I ask that of the DEI committee, I ask that of the school committee, and I ask that of you all here tonight to fully consider this motion so that we may amend it and vote together.
Thank you very much. Mr. Palumbo, would you like a couple of minutes to speak to the amendment?
Well, it got kind of dark in here all of a sudden. I thought we were having a happy evening talking about celebrating this wonderful woman, but I would just say, in the spirit of democracy, which we've been talking about a lot, I think 37 people just on this one line that would like to talk about the original motion. So I would suggest we continue business. We've been working on this since November. Let's let the people talk. Let's hear what we have to say. And I suggest we reject any kind of amendment of the motion and continue on the original motion, which is what folks came here to talk about tonight, however we end up voting.
Thank you very much. All right, now, we will now open the floor for discussion of the motion to amend. Now, I'm not asking anyone to lose their spot in line. You can stay right there if you wanted to speak on the main motion. If you would like to speak on the amendment, come to the front of the line and you can speak to the amendment. Do you want to speak to the amendment? Go ahead.
Sven Weber, 50 Belknap Street.
Mr. Weber.
Thank you. I have to say, if the school committee would like to do a different solution, they could have done that already. They ran a very fast circuit, 4-week process on the naming. February, whatever, beginning of February. We are now at the end of April. That compromise could have been implemented already. We are all here to send a signal or ask the school committee to reopen the naming of the school. They should do that. I served 8 years on the school board. I was involved in the renaming of a school. That's a 6 to 8 months process. A 4 weeks process was far too quick, and you should reconsidering the naming of the school. Any other solution could have been already decided by you. So I'm urging you to vote no on the amendment and bring back the original wording. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody in the middle want to speak to the amendment? Anybody over here want to speak to the amendment? Go right ahead.
Abby Flanagan, 398 Main Street.
Ms. Flanagan.
Member of the Planning Board, speaking in my personal capacity. I am usually loath to support amendments at town meeting for a variety of reasons. But one of my concerns with the initial warrant article was that I didn't think naming the school went far enough. And I think the flexibility provided by the amendment gives us a greater chance to honor Ellen's memory. Give me the Garrison Task Force, which is tasked with recruiting and retaining a more diverse faculty and administration. Give me the Garrison Commission, tasked with developing specific action items to remedy Concord's historical indifference to BIPOC women in particular. Give me a fully funded Garrison Excellence and Inclusive Teaching Award for an educator who's gone above and beyond in creating inclusive educational environments for our students. Give me the Garrison Curriculum, where all district students spend a full day each week learning about the legacy of BIPOC Concordians. Give it a month. I think I see this as a chance to be more expansive in how we incorporate Ellen Garrison's legacy into our schools. I'm the mother of 3 young children. My oldest attends Alcott. My next one will be next year. My youngest one will be at Concord Integrated. And I have to say, a name is a wonderful gesture. I'm not sure my kids know they go to the Alcott school or what that means. They know it's Alcott, but they don't know who that is. And I think given the divisiveness of this and given this opportunity that we have to be more expansive in how we look at Ellen in an educational context, in a community context, I think we could really have the opportunity to provide our kids with a much broader understanding of these issues. And so while usually I'm against amendments, I find some merit in this one, and I'd like to discuss it and move it forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would anyone in the auditorium like to speak to the amendment?
I believe I have one.
Speak to the amendment.
Yes, go ahead.
I think the amendment's ridiculous. We want to name the school after Ellen Garrison. We don't want to start crossing out middle school or saying, oh yeah, you know, we can name a room after you. That's ridiculous. Just go back to the main thing. This is not an effective amendment. It's like some kind of a cave-in.
Thank you very much. Over here at the con microphone, you speak to the amendment?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Tanya Gala, 62 Prescott Road. First of all, the amendment itself doesn't even guarantee that a building will be named after Ellen Garrison. It just lists it there among other options. The second thing is the amendment assumes that the school committee really carried out a good process, whether it was in their purview or not. Did the school committee really think that everyone would come up with the same name? I mean, they asked for a name, 1,000 people signed a petition for Ellen Garrison. I'm not, you know, I'll assume the motion, the amendment is done in good faith, but in other situations, it might be called what's called lip service. So I am against the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Over here, do you wish to speak to the amendment? Go ahead.
Peter Lee, 140 Walden Street.
Mr. Lee.
I have 2 comments about the amendment. The first one is that this is a non-binding vote. So the school committee can do whatever. They could name the building if it wishes after this vote, if we vote in favor or against. So I don't see this as an important amendment that should take too much time, given that so many people want to comment. My second comment is that the speaker previously mentioned political divisions and how this is divisive and politically explosive, perhaps. I don't think so. I don't think that if you vote against Ellen Garrison as the name of the school, it means you're a racist. I don't believe that. I think there are many reasons to name it some other person or name it Concord Middle School. It's fine. But I do believe that it's a great opportunity for us. I, like some of my neighbors, immigrated to the U.S. In my case, in the 1960s, almost 100 years ago, 20th century. And as a 7-year-old child in a school in New York, which was Irish-Italian, I was the only non-white person in the class. My school had 3 non-whites, me, my brother, and my sister, that's it. I go to the grocery store, 100% white, right? So I spent my first 1 or 2 years trying to shrink and not be noticed. I was 1 year older than everybody else because I flunked the entrance exam, so they put me back a year because I couldn't speak English. So I really just tried to disappear. And I think that's the experience of some kids who end up in a place that is foreign, full of people who stare at them. I look around myself, and almost everybody's white here too. But of course, I've had 60 years of very good education, as my kids have had in Concord, and being reinforced in my self-worth, and I felt perfectly fine. And I think that Concord is full of wonderful people, not racist people.
Thank you very much.
So,
Does
thank you.
anyone in the middle wish to speak to the amendment?
I have a question.
Is it about the amendment?
Sort of. So my question, Mark
That was a yes or no question.
yes, it's about the amendment.
Okay, what's your question?
So it was alluded to that members of the DEI Commission.
Oh, yeah, your name and address, please.
Mark Martinez, 66 Alfred Circle.
Thank you, Mark.
It was alluded to, and I think it's relevant, that members approached, or people approached the the DEI Commission, as well as the Select Board, with, and I won't call it a compromise because I think it's not a great word to use, but I'm trying to figure out, has there been a reasonable democratic discussion, or what it feels like tonight, and it's a little surprising to me, in a binary zero-sum, you're either going to name it or you're not. So the question I have for the DEI Commission is, did you speak with the DEIB person at the Concord schools, and have people approached you, and has it been consistently, we don't want to talk about it, name the school or not? Which I think is a powerful question and answer as to, is this part of a democratic process or not?
Hey, Mr. Palumbo, go ahead.
I'll be really brief. Are our slides available, or are they back up there? That's a really good question, Mark. And since November of 22, I believe, is the first time any of us met, actually, as you requested, with a member of the DEIB staff at Concord Public Schools to talk specifically about this issue. We've met with the DEI director, we've met with the superintendent on many occasions, we've met with members of the school committee, we've met with both chairs of the school committee in many groupings. And can you go to the one that has, it's like a process slide? A couple more in.
But Joe, I asked a simple question.
Yeah, I'm going to give you a simple answer. Okay. And we talked about very specific things such as, could we just get together and work on this and figure this out together? I had a one-on-one conversation with the superintendent. Could we just meet together and figure this out? And the answer was, no, thanks, Joe. We have a process. We're going to be following the process. So the answer to your question is, yes, we've met. No, we didn't get anywhere. That's why the DEI Commission said, I think the town needs to talk about this, and that's why we're doing it tonight.
So let me refine my question. So I think the prior speaker noted that you were, the commission was offered, again, compromise is the wrong word, but Ellen being honored in some other way. So is there any other way that you feel Ellen can be honored, or is the only way to name the building?
I don't think that's in the scope of this conversation. Yeah, it's up. I think we've got 40 people that want to talk. I'd like to hear from them.
You are sponsoring this, yes or no?
The DEI Commission wants to have the people of Concord talk. That's what we're sponsoring.
So I think the DEI Commission, Joe on behalf of the Commission as the article sponsor has already spoken against the amendment because he wants to stick with naming the school Ellen Garrison as the ask to the school committee from town meeting. So that's where he is.
Do I have any time left? Just a quick comment.
I think you're done. Sorry. Would you like to speak to the amendment over there at the con microphone?
I'm actually pro, but I can't make it over there very fast, so I'm going to stay here if you don't mind.
I don't mind.
Thank you. I'm Joanne Gibson, 100 Newbury Court.
Ms. Gibson.
And I'm very pleased that Mr. Kerr presented this amendment. Some of us have been very concerned about what this was doing to the town, and the perception, both within the town and without, in other places of Concord, was not fair. I just think we all have a chance to vote yes on this, and we will probably get much more action. If we vote yes, then we are standing up for Ellen. We're standing up for the school committee. We're standing up for Dr. Hunter. We're standing up for unity in Concord. that we should just take this opportunity to end the acrimony. I mean, we do have this opportunity, and it will just keep going on and on otherwise, and it just seems sad that this wonderful town would have this. And today I drove by that school, which I had not seen recently, and it is absolutely incredible, when we should all be proud of it and celebrating it. And on a personal note, in June of 2026, our youngest grandchild will graduate from the Concord Middle School, and I hope that the ceremony is in the Ellen Garrison building and in the auditorium of that building. I vote you all, I mean, not I vote you all, I urge you all to vote yes on this amendment.
Okay, so I'm going to note that we had a whole boatload of people who still wanted to talk about the main motion. I'm going to ask for a sense of the meeting. How many of you feel ready to vote on the amendment? Put your voting slip up.
Just about everybody in here.
Okay. Does anybody not feel ready to vote on the amendment? How about we vote on the amendment? Okay, we good with that? All right. All those in favor of the amendment, please raise your voting slip. This will require a majority vote. Thank you. All those opposed? Okay, that fails by a wide margin in the gymnasium. How about in the auditorium?
Likewise.
Okay, the motion fails. We'll now return to the main motion. And let me start over here in the gymnasium at the pro microphone.
Madam Moderator, Emily Wheeler, 18 Mill Run Lane.
Ms. Wheeler.
Thank you. Member of the Board of the League of Women Voters of Concord Carlisle, and speaking for the League. The League strongly supports naming our town's new middle school after Concord's Ellen Garrison. We recommend affirmative action on Article 22. As stated in the national policy of the League of Women Voters, we are committed to fostering, cultivating, and preserving a culture of diversity, equity, inclusion, access, and belonging for all people. Ellen Garrison is an inspiring fellow Concordian whose example we are all invited to embrace by naming the new middle school for her. Whatever our individual differences and life experiences, we are united in and belong to a community of neighbors and fellow citizens. Let us express our unity and our sense of belonging in Concord by voting yes on Article 22. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the question microphone.
Pamela Dritt, 13 Concord Green.
Ms. Dritt.
Can I have a little more information about the timeline? I know, for instance, there was a petition, apparently, with over 1,000 citizens in favor of this. When was that put in, and how could Concord Middle School have gotten more votes than that?
Ms. Anderson, would you like to talk about the school committee's process?
Sure. We received the petition, I believe, the evening of February 6th. And I will note that of the 1,000 names, I would say roughly half are from out of state. So they're not just Concord.
Wait, are they?
Yes.
Why? How, did they put?
Oh, this was on moveon.org, a national platform for petitions. So anyone could sign it. So it's also really challenging, I think, too, and why we have such a history here in Concord of having public comment periods like this one and public hearings, is so that we can ensure that, you know, we're hearing from our own citizens. So it's really challenging, I think, to verify the identities of petitions that are supported by large national platforms. I'm not saying we didn't consider it, but I do think it's worth noting that this was not a petition circulated just to Concordians.
Okay, but how many Concordians were? I mean,
off the top of my head, I don't remember.
So when you talk about the number of supports for the specific suggestions that you had, and I wasn't involved because I didn't know, you said Concord Middle School had more than Ellen Garrison did?
In our public process. Again, we did not receive the petition till the evening of, and we received a single copy. So it wasn't, and also I think it's worth noting, I think Mr. Booth asked this question leading up to our process, maybe in the meeting before the February 6th meeting where we were going to put on the agenda whether or not we would, or choosing the name for the school, that was February 6th, are the letters we are receiving or petitions, we didn't know it was coming, are these letters essentially votes? And the answer is no. There's certainly, again, I articulated in my remarks, letters and public opinion are a part of our calculus. They're an important part of our calculus, but, we are elected to synthesize all kinds of data beyond just public opinion.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
One small question. Would
Okay,
you feel
you're
that,
almost out of time, so
Yes.
quick.
Would you feel that changing your mind would undermine your authority and the process?
I think people evolve on all manner of things, and whether, we take that up again will remain to be seen.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's go to the con microphone here in the gymnasium.
Janice Locke, 95 Spring Road.
Yes, ma'am.
As one of the slides showed, there were actually quite a few names suggested for the new middle school building. All of the proponents of the other names dropped out once the school committee had spoken, either because they respected the school committee's right and responsibility to make that decision, or because they followed the school committee's reasoning and agreed with it. I would think that if the school committee should accede to the wishes of this item, that they would start at the beginning and ask again, what does everybody want the school to be named? Otherwise, the people who were so respectful of them are being disadvantaged.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone in the, yes, there is. in
Yes,
the
I
auditorium.
have one at each microphone. And probe microphone, you were first.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Frank, Elm Street. So I'm a mom of 2 kids who are at the middle and high school. And I just want to encourage everyone to vote in favor of this warrant. I do want to say I hope that no one feels shamed or judged if they vote against this warrant. That's definitely not my intention or purpose. The reason that I do urge you to vote yes is that in my view, there's very little harm that could come from this naming and a huge amount of good. I realize change is hard, and a new name would take some getting used to, and the kids might still call it the Concord Middle School, but Ellen Garrison's name would be there, and it would bring a whole lot of good. I've talked with a number of Concord and Boston parents who have children of color. Their kids have had such a challenging experience in our town and in our schools, being called racial slurs by their peers, being asked why they're walking in a certain neighborhood by community members, being punished disproportionately more than their white peers by teachers. This is radically different from the experience my white kids have had in our town and schools. And I would really like all children of color to feel as welcome and belonging in Concord as my kids do. So I feel that naming the middle school after Garrison would be a really meaningful symbol that would reflect our community's desire to make every child feel welcome in Concord.
Thank you.
Okay, the other mic, please.
Hester Brooks, 10 the Valley Road. I have a question. As I understand the timeline, the warrant was already settled and the question regarding the name of the middle school was on it at the time when the school committee voted. And I don't understand if they were aware of that, why they didn't wait for this kind of discussion to take place before voting on the name of the middle school.
Is that a question you'd like answered?
Yes.
Is that something you can answer, Ms. Anderson?
Sure. We followed our process. We had been engaged with the DEI Commission for a period of time. We had, long before the warrant came out in the month of November, we had commenced our process. We had started talking about what we might do to advance their request to look at the name. And again, I mentioned in my remarks, we recognized really quickly this was not something we could just have an up or down vote on. We were going to have to open up an expansive process. I'll note that the first letters of public opinion that we got were for people who had been following what we had been doing throughout the fall to say, yes, please, let's commence with a public process. So at the time, that was the feedback we had gotten, and we worked hard to continue to expedite that process.
Thank you very much. Now, I'm going to point out that we started this conversation at 8:05, and it is now almost 9:25. So I'm going to ask everybody to think hard. If you're in line and someone's already made your point, you might consider having a seat. You know, I say that every once in a while, and no one ever sits down, you know? It's amazing how many new points there are in Concord. Okay, let's go to the pro microphone here in the gymnasium.
Michael Williams, 1284 Sudbury Road. My wife and I have lived here 32 years. We've raised 4 children here, and they've all gone through the Concord school system. I rise in support of Article 22, urging our school committee to name our school the Ellen Garrison Middle School. From spring of 2022 until January of 2024, this was long before there were 22 names. To my knowledge, there were only 2 names that were offered: Ellen Garrison Middle School and Concord Middle School. I and those that stand with me advocate for just one name on a municipal building in this town that recognizes the contribution of people of color, not just here in Concord, but all across the nation. We bring the story of a woman who exemplifies the characteristics that we aspire toward as Concordians. The people in the con of this issue come at us with a suggestion of questionable process and offer a name that simply describes where we live. A few weeks back, I said at a select board meeting, we are revealed not by what we say, but by what we do. By our vote tonight, we will send a signal that would be seen by our friends, our neighbors, our community, our state, and perhaps even the nation. I had said once, we are revealed not by what we say, but by what we do. This is our time to make that statement. I ask you to stand with me and vote overwhelmingly in favor of Article 22. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the question microphone here.
Thank you. I'm Ken Farbstein, 152 The Valley Road.
Yes, sir.
So everyone feels so strongly about this issue. We've been here for 2 hours and more. I have a question for the head of the school committee. I understand that you can't speak for the committee tonight, but you personally, if there is a majority vote of these people who feel so strongly about this, will you personally vote in line with the majority?
Sure. That's a tough one, sure. So again, in my stated remarks, I talked about the fact that public opinion is a part of our calculus, but not the entirety of our calculus. So for me, I gave remarks that are part of the public record about my personal stance on this issue, which I think is sort of threefold. First, I thought, you know, there's a part of me that hates the idea of selecting a single person. I note that in the most progressive districts in the country, School committees are writing policy that say naming schools after individuals doesn't have a place in, 2024 anymore. I'll note Hopkinton, for example, is naming a school. We got 22 suggestions, they got 50. The first thing they did was to remove individuals. So, I think that is something to consider. For me, I also noted that, one of the things I urge us all to do is, in Concord, we always look so deeply into our past. I thought long and hard about, was there anyone on that list from like the 20th or 21st century? And to me, that was important. If we were going to be, we had to name a school after an individual, was that something we should consider? Oh, geez, I'm timed on this. And then finally, for me, it's interesting. Our elementary schools are named for individuals. That's because we have 3. You can't name them all Concord Elementary School. And also, too, kids at that age are within the walls of their school at all times. They don't really leave their 4 walls. In the middle school, it's the first time as a young adult you leave beyond the 4 walls of your school to demonstrate who you are to the world. Kids play baseball. They wear a shirt, Concord Middle School. You're in a chorus. You go to a competition. You're from the Concord Middle School. I think that's really meaningful to kids. And further, I think, as sort of progressives, which I think we sort of all are here, or most of us are, collectivism is a courageous choice, and honoring everyone is a courageous choice, and that was the choice I made, and I stand by my choice.
Thank you very much. Can we go?
And can we move the question? Can we have a vote on?
No, sorry, that's one of the things you can't do. You don't get to talk and then move the question. So nobody gets to have the last word.
I can't have the last word.
Now, if you want to move the question, that's all you get to do at the microphone. Could we hear from the con microphone here?
Heidi Marr, 588 Bedford Street.
Yes.
I'm the last person to come up to a microphone, so forgive me. I came here to vote in favor, basically, of the school committee's choice. My 3 kids went through the system. We had a certain amount of experience of Peabody versus Sanborn. I was going to say what you just said, which was the elementary schools need the different names. But when you are then stepping into middle school age, I think it helps ramp them on to the next stage of adult, of high school and adult, to have the unity of a middle school. And I want to point out what someone else said about Concord being unity. I would like to specifically speak to those who weren't sure how you were going to vote tonight and remind everybody we're here to support what we already chose, which was our committee, to make their decision and to vote to support that.
Thank you very much. We'll go to the pro microphone here.
Mary Weinberg, Hillside Avenue.
Ms. Weinberg.
This Article 22 is urging the school committee to reconsider the name of our new middle school as the Ellen Garrison Middle School. In Roget's Thesaurus, the synonyms for reconsider are reevaluate, rethink, view in a new light, and think better of. Reconsider is a positive process. In 1980, my daughter entered first grade at Thoreau, then a modestly built elementary school with Joe Griffith, a wonderful principal. From Sue Singer first grade to Bruce Wellman second and third to Bama Lemaire's fourth and fifth grade combo, she got an education of wonderment and excitement. Bama Lemaire projects included a mock 18th century town meeting at a meeting house at Concord Academy campus. My daughter was in a homemade costume as Deacon George Minot. Her warrant article was to stop the pigs from running free, fence them in on the village green. She won. If there had been an Ellen Garrison Middle School at that time, knowing Bob Lemaire, he would have created plays and projects, school trips to the Robbins House, where they would learn of Ellen Garrison, all to educate our children of the rich history where they lived. I'll never forget what my daughter's words were as she got off the school bus on the first day of first grade with Sue Singer, who had sung to them with her guitar. She said, "Mommy, I'm in love." 5 years later, if there had been an Ellen Garrison Middle School, she might have gotten off the school bus on her last day of thorough and said, "Mommy, I'm going to the Ellen Garrison Middle School." I end with, on March 29th, 1880, Louisa May Alcott and 19 other women attended Concord Town Meeting for the very first time to vote for school committee. The year before, the Mass Legislature had made it legal for women to vote in school committee elections. Louisa wrote of their attendance, "No bolt fell on our audacious heads. No earthquakes shook the town." And if Louisa was here tonight, she most likely would speak her mind in favor of this article. She would say, "My fellow Concordians, as a town we must tear open the shutters and throw up the sash, and let's enter the 21st century."
Thank you very much.
And thank you, Louisa.
Can we go to the question microphone here in the gymnasium?
Sue Felshen, 19 Sunnyside Lane.
Ms. Felshen.
I'm a member of the planning board, but speaking for myself. I have a question for the school committee regarding the survey process. When the survey was announced, the advice that went with it was if you have previously submitted a comment to the school committee, they were aware of it and they would take it into consideration. I had submitted my comment months before in a letter to the school committee. Now, when the school committee presented tonight, what I understood from the presentation was that comments received during the entirety of the comment period were taken into consideration. So my question is, was my comment counted? And I am sure that if the instructions were confusing to me, I can't have been the only one. So I wonder if all such comments were counted, because the number of 300 seems odd to me.
Ms. Anderson?
The short answer is yes, we did take all of the comments. Our comments, like I mentioned earlier this evening, really started picking up pace in like the October and November timeframe. And when I shared that data, everything was included. So if you were really early to this and were an early sort of adopter on this topic, we absolutely did have your sort of opinion included in that 300.
Going right back to the beginning of going right back to 2022. Yes? Thank you.
Okay. I don't about 2022. I really think started counting this year. I guess I was chair in 22, but I would have to look back. No, we really started. We didn't really. I don't think we had much.
We've lost the sound in this room.
I'm sorry.
You've lost the sound in the auditorium? Can you hear me? Jazz, how we doing? We'll just have a moment while we sort our technical difficulties. It's been pretty good so far, right? Except for the absence of Wi-Fi. Okay, are we good? Can you hear us in the auditorium? Wave at me. Yes, okay, brilliant. Okay, finish that comment.
Sure. So the short answer is we really started tabulating process numbers of emails when we began receiving substantial public comment. So yes.
Thank you very much. Okay, do people need to stand up for a second? Stand up for a second. We're going to go to the con microphone here, and then I'm going to go to the auditorium. Sir.
Thank you. I was going to say that we have several people in line here.
Yes, we're going there next, Ms. Flay. You, sir.
Yeah. Peter Marr, 588 Bedford Street.
Mr. Marr.
I just want to say I feel like since I got up here, most of the things I was thinking have been said, and if possible, I'd like to call the question.
Okay. I think at this point that's an appropriate motion. So the question has been called, and I will ask for a vote on this motion. It does require a second. Do I have a second? I see that I do. It's not debatable, and it requires a 2/3 vote to pass. So all those in favor of ending debate and proceeding to a vote, please raise your ballots. All those opposed? All right, well, that's an overwhelming majority in here, definitely well more than 2/3. How's it look in the auditorium?
Well, I don't know what the people in line are thinking, but I did see one vote no.
Okay, so one vote no and all the other votes yes. That sounds like a successful motion to call the question. So we will now proceed to a vote on Article 22. Would all those in favor of Article 22 please stand up and raise your voting slips? Thank you. Would all those opposed, sit down, thank you very much. Would all those opposed stand up and raise your voting slips? Okay, well, that is an overwhelming majority by which the motion passes under Article 22 here in the gymnasium. What's it look like in the auditorium?
It was well over 2/3.
Okay. Well, the motion passes, and I do so declare. Do you have a point of order, sir? Do you come to the microphone? That microphone right there. Right. I'm sorry? Well, hang on, people, because we're asking for a count of the vote. Do you doubt my calling of the vote?
I'd like it for the record for the school committee to know what the count is.
Well, I'm not going to do that. If there was doubt about my calling of the vote and we had 7 people who wanted a standing count, we would do it, but otherwise we really cannot. I think that the school committee was able to see what the vote looked like, the same as everyone else could see it. So, especially because they're in front and they're looking at everybody else. Okay. All right, so we still have time tonight, and we will move on now to Article 23. Okay, so, all right. Folks who are leaving, we still have business to do here. Kindly, if you must depart, do so quietly. Thank you. We have the motion on the screen here, and the motion is that Ms. Anderson moves that the town take affirmative action on Article 23 as printed in the handout. And the handout is, it's a half a page. So hopefully everyone picked that up. Could we have a second for the motion, please? I see that we have one. Thank you very much, and we will hear from Dr. Hunter.
Thank you. And I appreciate everyone still attending to how we're going to fund the schools and not just what we're going to call them. And I'm really excited. I guess I'm going to cut to my excitement of the night. Is this is the first budget that actually accounts for expenses of opening the new building. And my hope is that no matter what the outcome of this evening was and what comes forward, we spend some time talking about how absolutely exciting this is. It's my happy place to go over there and stand on that site and watch that building erect from the ground, and now the facade and the internal. I was at a construction meeting today, they're starting to paint classrooms. So I hope we can talk about teaching and learning and what that middle school is going to offer between now and when we open next winter. And again, this budget's the first budget that actually addresses, guess what? There's some cost to opening, so we're going to talk with you about that. A handout that you have has some language that accompanies the fact that some of our subsidy for transportation for students from the emergency shelter was received by the town into the general fund and needs to be transferred over to the school budget. So it's really a procedural piece, but thanks to the creative work with town manager Carrie LaFleur, we were able to attach it to this so that you're voting both pieces at the same time. So we can take questions if you'd like when we get to them. I'll open by saying we have reached the Finance Committee's guideline of 3.2% of the Concord Public Schools budget. And that came with a lot of hard work and some work to find savings to offset certain increases. Let me move a slide so you can see some of the overview. As always, there are salary and contractual pieces that need to be accounted for in order to come in with a reasonable increase. We need to do so through different savings. I'm not going to go through all of these. I think they speak for themselves, the ups and the downs. Key budget drivers, we had some work to be done, both with accounting for IT and equipment, and yes, it is painful. The Wi-Fi is often here, and we're really sorry for that. And we also needed to account for some of our non-union staff and any increases they might receive once the school committee sets that number. Always, especially at the Concord Public Schools, where salary is 80-some% of the budget, this is the bigger driver that we need to work with, so you can see some of the numbers accompanying that. I will note that we did have some increase to FTEs and support staff. We have continued to provide services to students in district rather than sending them out of district for both their well-being and cost savings, and that does require support staff to maintain those programs. We also have received a grant from the state for middle school math program, so we were able to actually only need to fund half of that. The state is matching that fund, and we're really excited that we were able to benefit from some of the state funds, which sometimes has been a challenge with our demographic, and we're finding more and more opportunities. Some increase here in terms of a special education need for a nurse, and then some maintenance and operations. And this is the exciting part of the night where I tell you we need to start funding the wastewater treatment plant for the new building. And we're starting to project those costs. This is a prorated amount based on the fact we won't be in for the whole entire year next year. We've also projected out electricity. There's a whole story to that because it's eventually going to be a net zero building. We may not operate that way initially if the solar is not up and ready. So a lot of moving pieces as we are in two worlds in 3 feet, 3 camps next year, eventually 1, and trying to really manage the operating costs of 3 different facilities. Other key budget drivers, we're phasing out an early retirement program that we started several years ago and some minor costs in fixed assets. Out of district tuitions, these are always, can be very significant. We are right now having about 16 students out of district in the Concord Public Schools, which is a really, really number we're proud of because of what we're now able to do for children here. That does come with cost savings to the town, and you can see we continue to lower that number. We are using some of our circuit breaker subsidy from the state and the federal IDEA grant, which is typical for us, and we're maintaining healthy numbers there, which is why we could get to guideline. Just a quick note on the emergency shelter. Most of the students from the shelter are attending the Concord Public Schools. They're young, and most of them are at Willard. Due to healthy subsidies from the state, which I get to say very infrequently, we have yet to actually tap the budget for in-kind services, and we're able to cover most of the additional needs through the state subsidies. And sometime I'd love to tell you what a joy that work has been for us in serving the children at the shelter. And when we talk about multiple needs of housing, we're living it in terms of families of all kinds, both who live in Concord and at the shelter, who are in need of more diverse options. I wanted to note that our COVID monies are fading out. We must spend them all by the end of September, so you can see we've been doing that and fading them out with only minor increases to the operating budget for any staff that we needed to allocate through the pandemic, and as that fades out, that is incorporated in without any great cliff that other districts have been facing this spring. And that's the real high-level view after a long evening of the Concord Public Schools operating budget at guideline 3.26%. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hunter. I will note that the Finance Committee and the Select Board both recommend affirmative action on Article 23. And I will now open the floor for comments and questions. And I see that we have someone at the question microphone right there.
Mary Weinberg, Hillside Avenue.
Ms. Weinberg.
I have a question. Whether or not the school budget is included in the increases in our tax bill that Mr. Patel spoke about yesterday.
Mr. Patel, can you answer that?
Prashar Patel, 397 Sudbury Road, speaking for the Finance Committee. The 7.9% increases in the median tax bill per year that I spoke about does incorporate not only the budget that Dr. Hunter just presented, but also both the school and the town projections of their expenses. So it's 7.9% per year between now and 2030.
Okay, so just my fourth grade math, okay, because last night I didn't quite understand it. So I took $10,000, say that's my bill, and I multiplied that by 7.9, right? And okay, my math isn't perfect, but so I got $10,790 the first year. And then each year, from $10,790, it would go up the next year, year two, $11,641, year three, $12,560, year four, $13,541, year five, $14,600. We're originating before the 5 years, my tax bill was $10,000. So over 5 years, I would have paid $50,000, but now with the 7.9%, I'm paying an additional $13,132, and I didn't add in the hundreds. Is that correct?
So even though I'm a member
Well, I
of the
mean, I
Finance
didn't mean my
Committee,
math, but I mean because I think a few
the
people.
concept is correct. So
Okay.
it's 7.9%.
Okay.
Each year, increasing each year by 7.9%.
Because a few people I spoke to thought it was going to be 7.9% and then stay that, not change. I wanted to make that clear. I don't know if this is appropriate to the warrant article for me to ask the question. Well, you can tell me whether it's appropriate or not. When we voted on the middle school, we were told that the vote on this is going to increase your tax bill by $1,300 or whatever. They didn't mention it's going to increase if you had $10,000, if your tax bill was $10,000. They didn't mention that it's going to increase your tax bill if you pay $10,000 by $13,132. I don't know if this is appropriate to ask now.
All right, Ms. Weinberg, I think the Concord Middle School was talking only about a particular debt and how much that debt service was going to increase people's taxes.
Right.
What the Finance Committee is talking about is how the overall operating budget increases will impact people's plus debt service.
Plus the debt service.
Yeah.
And the 7.9% includes the increases that will come from borrowing the remainder of what is necessary to build the middle school.
Right.
So it includes both.
So, and then I won't, because we've been here a long night, so I just, does this supposedly $13,120 solely come from the two schools, or are other things included?
So the 7.9% tax increases you're talking about? Or?
Yeah, does that come from, and
No,
like I
it's
said.
from everything, town,
Okay,
school expenses, debt
okay.
service, everything.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you very much. Let's see. Do we have anyone in the auditorium who wishes to speak?
I do not see anyone standing. That doesn't mean they don't want to speak.
Question microphone.
Corey Atkins, 5 Concord Green.
Ms. Atkins.
I apologize because my attention has been more on the national politics than local for the last 5 or 6 years since I retired. Do we really only get 7% from the feds and the state for our system? Because yesterday I wrote a note down, that the whole school system is 93% funded from our local taxpayers?
Sounds about right to me.
Has that increased or decreased?
So we haven't benefited as much from some of the Student Opportunity Act and other efforts at the state level that other districts have, partly because of the demographic and partly because of how they wrote the formula. We're always watching that. We're getting moderate, small increases along the way. I wouldn't say it's been anything that's changed that percentage dramatically over time. You can hear how excited I am to become eligible for some grant money along the way.
Oh, I get it.
So it's a small amount, but we're grateful for everything.
Well, considering how much we contribute to the state coffers, I I'll find a way to get the breakdown over the last 10 years, because that is way too small.
We'll leave you to it, Corey.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see anybody else who wishes to speak on Article 23, which suggests to me that we are ready for a vote. Would all of those who are in favor of Article 23 please raise your voting slips? Thank you very much. All those opposed, please raise your voting slips. That is near unanimous in the gymnasium. What does it look like in the auditorium?
Very near unanimous.
All right. The motion passes by a near unanimous vote, and I do so declare. We're going to proceed next to Article 24. I just want to pause and make a note, though, to the gentleman who asked, could we have a count? I'll just mention that for Article 22, we had 973 voters checked in. So that's roughly how many people voted on that article, so that gives a sense of what the vote was. Just thought I would mention that. Go ahead with Article 24. I think we have the motion on the screen. And this is a borrowing article, so it does require a 2/3 vote. Could we have a second for the motion? I see that we have one. Thank you very much. Dr. Hunter.
Thank you. So this is the CPS capital project article. We're in a bit of a transition period here on the capital work at the Concord Public Schools. Obviously, I'm talking primarily about the 3 elementary schools in Ripley. So what we've been working on, we have a district-wide facility study going on right now so that we can really review the 3 elementary schools. Their age now is somewhere close to 20-ish years on either side of that. And we want to be sure we start to name both preventative and long-term maintenance that needs to be done there. So through that facility work that you actually funded here at town meeting a year ago, we're in the final stages of wrapping up that study. So we have a comprehensive view of those buildings and what the needs will be, as well as Ripley. And we're going to be working really closely with the town and the finance committee to really look at larger scale capital planning. So what the school committee did at my suggestion was to reduce the request this year. We had been coming with articles of typically around 900,000. We've really just prioritized these few things because of the ongoing review work that's happening. So we are today bringing forward a request for $200,000 for the Thoreau campus. A year ago, you funded a campus feasibility study over there. The campus was overdue for attention before the fire happened, and then the fire had us put pods out on the fields, and really extensive needs in almost every direction, from fields to expanding the playground to be more accessible, to just erosion control, et cetera. So we've been in the thick of that work, have had community forums and a lot of input from the neighborhood, as well as the parents, students, and staff. And we have a schematic design of a multi-year vision. We have a $200,000 donation out of an estate that was left to us that can contribute to the work. We have this $200,000 should it be approved, and we will be off to a really great start to some of those improvements, with the intent that whatever remains, we would not need to come back to town meeting, either potentially looking at CPC or private donations. So we're hopeful you'll support this so we can take this vision that's evolving at Thoreau and help us to execute that fairly timely. The Alcott fire alarm system is a safety need. We've been band-aiding that for just about a year now, and it's in full need of repair with both the alarms and the reporting system. And finally, there's a 20-year-old dump truck that has been managing to help plow the schools for the last 20 years, and whatever else we needed, we are at a place where it's not reliable, and we want to be sure that we can maintain the sites and both do landscaping and other work, and especially the snow removal, so we're able to get in during the snowstorms. So this year's request is $446,000. And we're hopeful you'll support that, with the knowledge there'll be a bigger picture plan evolving over the next year along with the town.
Thank you very much. You still have 1 minute and 46 seconds. Would you like to keep talking?
I think we're all ready for a shorter night.
Okay. I will note that the Finance Committee recommends affirmative action on Article 24. I have in the Finance Committee that the Select Board was going to report at town meeting. Have you guys taken a vote? And affirmative action? Okay, the Select Board also recommends affirmative action. And we'll now open the floor to questions and comments, and I see someone at the question microphone here in the gymnasium.
Yes, Sven Weber, 50 Belknap.
Mr. Weber.
Thank you. Just one clarifying question. I see a dump truck there, and again, I'm a member of the Public Works Commission, but speaking on my own behalf. If you're buying dump trucks at Public Works, would it make sense to borrow trucks and help each other out and save some dollars?
Yeah, and obviously, Carrie's welcome to join into this discussion. We work very collaboratively with the departments. We both do have some of our own equipment, though, so we can maintain our own needs, but we certainly call on each other to support when those needs arise that, you know, would benefit from collaboration. So, yes, and we both maintain a certain level of our own equipment.
Thank you. Let's go to the pro microphone here in the gymnasium.
My name is Brad Dye. I live at 1019 Main Street.
Yes, sir.
I hope that the motion is voted affirmatively. I would like to take this opportunity to save my neighbor from Concord Green the trip up to this microphone and prayerfully ask the school committee to do all you can to replace a vehicle that took you 20 years to get full use out of, to make sure that you really look into getting an electric vehicle, not only for that truck, but for every vehicle in your fleet. Thank you, Madam Moderator.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the auditorium who would like to speak?
There is nobody standing at a microphone.
All right. I have someone at the question microphone here.
Hi, Steve Urza, Cottage Street. Just a question regarding this amount of money, how it impacts the 7.9% that we keep referring to. Would this be over and above the 7.9% or part of the 7.9%?
I think that's a question for Mr. Patel.
So it would be part of the 7.9%. It'll be, if it's borrowed, it's debt service, and that's included.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else at a microphone. I think that we are now ready to proceed to a vote on Article 24. Again, this is a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of Article 24, please raise your voting slips. Thank you very much. All those opposed? Okay, that carries by a near unanimous vote here in the gymnasium. What does it look like in the auditorium, Ms. Flood?
Almost, I think I saw 2 noes. Almost unanimous.
All right, the motion passes by a near majority, and I do so declare. It is 10 o'clock. We have 15 minutes. And I have no motion under Article 25, and I therefore declare that the meeting is taking no action on Article 25. And we will now move on to Article 26. Article 26 is going to be a presentation by me, so we're going to have a little bit of a shuffle here while the deputy town moderator is going to come here to the gymnasium to preside here, and the assistant moderator is going to the auditorium to preside there, and I am going to the podium down there. So bear with us while we all change dance partners here. You all want to stand up for a minute just while you're waiting. I know you've all been sitting for a long time.
was thinking about. Carmen. I don't get
Ms. Moderator?
Madam Moderator, we have somebody who wants to make a point of order.
Go ahead, please.
Ned Perry, 362 Bedford Street. I guess I misunderstood the motion at the beginning of the evening, and we usually, for years, have suspended town meeting at 10 o'clock. We have a series of articles, about 4 articles altogether, relating to town meeting. I would respectfully ask a point of order as to whether it wouldn't be better to start after the special town meeting to pick these articles up and start tomorrow evening after that special town meeting. Just a question.
I think that's a very valid question, and I'll ask you if that constitutes a motion.
If you need a motion, I suspect I have a couple people who will second it here.
Let the record show that many people seconded it.
All right, have we had the motion in a second? I'm laughing.
Well, let's.
Are you allowing comments on that
It
motion?
sounds like, has Mr. Perry made a motion to adjourn?
Yes, and is there a second?
Yes. Yes, sir.
There are a number of seconds.
Seconds.
All right.
Okay, well, it's debatable.
All right. All those in favor of adjourning for the evening until tomorrow at 7 o'clock, please hold up your slip. And it looks like overwhelmingly favor, but I need to ask if there is anybody opposed.
Are there no comments on the motion?
It was nearly unanimous here in the
Are there
auditorium.
people who, okay, I'm sorry.
Hi, I apologize.
Maybe I'm over-eager.
No, I share everybody's eagerness. Hi, I'm Betsy O'Donnell, Partridge Lane.
Okay, I'm sorry, I can't, with the discussion, I'm sorry, I can't hear. If people could.
Thank you for the opportunity. The only point that I would like to make as a working parent, hi, Betsy O'Donnell, Partridge Lane. And the point that I would like to make is some of the motions or articles for discussion tomorrow night are about access to voting.
Yes.
And there are people here tonight, myself included, who do not have the ability to come to discuss these things because of a work commitment in public service. So I think it's very germane to this discussion that we'll be having tomorrow night, and I think we should use any and all time that is available for those of us who cannot and would be here for these discussions. Thank you.
Holly Gibbons, 602 Bedford Street. I want to echo my neighbor's comments. I've been here for 2 nights. I think it's ironic if we dismiss the meeting tonight before we have any opportunity to discuss virtual participation. It's not possible for all of us to come 3 nights in a row.
Okay. No, we will not be getting to the other articles. Only this one tonight, if we start this, because the original motion, or the original was to not take up any new business after 10:15. So we would only be doing the first and not the second and third articles that relate to town meeting. Are there any other comments, questions? I don't see
We
anybody.
have someone in the auditorium.
Go ahead, please, in the auditorium then.
So I'm tired too, just like everyone else. I'm Heather Packard from 38 Black Duck. But I also have sat through 2 nights because I wanted to vote on virtual and other ways to make this meeting more accessible. And I also have a work commitment tomorrow night. So I think it is very important that we get a chance to participate sometimes on the very topic that is relevant to this conversation.
At the question mic, please.
I think it would be a wonderful example of, to the school committee, to
Her name, yes.
Pamela Dritt, 13 Concord Green, to reconsider in light of those persuasive comments.
Yes. Okay. I did not declare one way or the other on the real vote. From the pro mic.
Yeah, I wanted to echo those thoughts as well. We've been here for 2 nights.
Name?
This was
Yes,
Dave Mackey, 28 and Drive.
Okay.
We've been here for 2 nights. This was one of the main things I personally, my wife, we wanted to weigh in on and to vote on. Coming back a 3rd night is difficult when you have young children and work commitments and so forth. More importantly, admittedly, we were 10 minutes late getting here. I don't really know how 34 got moved up ahead of these, but we spent an hour on that, and now we don't have time to talk about this tonight. I'm kind of frustrated by that, to be quite frank.
Article 34 was pre-scheduled, and it was
Sorry.
spelled out on the Finance Committee report, but I understand the confusion.
Understood, and I didn't mean my frustration was necessarily with 34 so much as that 2 nights in, we're not even getting to this.
Right. Go ahead. Question, Mike.
Madam Moderator, David Allen, East Bridge Road.
Go ahead.
It's really you would, in parliamentary terms, say point of order. I saw a vote taken. You pointed out, maybe you answered it, that you didn't declare it, and therefore it's not settled, but I saw a vote taken. We all saw a vote taken. Either we're going to do that or we're not. I think that's the question.
There were a lot of people who were interested in leaving, but I had not asked for the no votes at that point. So I do see somebody in.
We have a speaker in the auditorium.
Go ahead, sir.
Ray Burdmessel, 1001 Main Street. I do not believe this next item has been actually addressed. You said you were moving around to start it, but it has not been raised. I think that Mr. Perry's motion is proper. And likewise, very interested in this from a military aspect of missing previous meetings. So unfortunately, I think it needs to start tomorrow. Thank you.
Hi, Ann Humphrey, 468 Old Bedford Road. I've lived in Concord for 50 years. I can't believe it because I'm only 35, but anyway. So I've come to town meeting just about every year since I moved to Concord. Such an important part of the way this town is. I was ecstatic tonight when I walked in, last night rather, to see well over 1,000 people. I don't know quite how many had come. And I thought, I remember some years when there were 350 and 400 people at town meeting, and we discussed whether we were even going to have to go to some other form of town meeting, like representative, because nobody was showing up. Excuse me. And I was also very, very excited to see that there were not just the gray heads that were here, but young people. So I think that we should give a chance for the families who have gotten babysitters and put aside other work things to come and spend 2 nights. It used to be that we were able to spend 3 nights, but people didn't have quite the obligations, I think, that they do now. So I would hope that we would go ahead for the sake of the younger folks and hope that they'll come back year after year. Thank you.
All right. Anybody else at a microphone? All right. The motion we have in front of us is whether to adjourn now or essentially to move ahead with Article 26 tonight. All those in favor of adjournment? What's it look like over there? All right. And all those opposed? I can't say that it's a clear vote one way or the other. Would stand? Yes. If you are in favor of adjourning for the night, please stand and hold your slip. And if you are opposed to adjourning for the night, I think it's a majority in favor, well, opposed to adjourning and in favor of continuing. What does it look like in the auditorium?
I think a slim majority to continue the meeting.
All right. Well, in that case, moving ahead with Article 26, 27, town meeting?
26.
Ms. Rees moves that the town take affirmative action on Article 26 as printed in the warrant. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Article 26, and I should tell you, I'm Carmen Rees, 52 Devon Street. Article 26 asks town meeting to create a study committee to investigate ways to make town meeting more inclusive, effective, and responsive to the needs and desires of the town. Why should we do this now? Well, it's been 30 years since we had an in-depth study of the town meeting process, and there's sure been a lot of changes in society and technology in the last 30 years. And just a look at the warrant and the number of citizen petitions on town meeting process will tell us that we've got some issues to discuss. So, a little bit of context. Town meeting is part of a tripartite system of government. We are the legislative system, the legislative branch. This is kind of a chart of what it looks like. Our legislative branch is town meeting and the moderator and the finance committee. So town meeting is a deliberative body, and what that means is that we gather as a group. We ask questions, we make suggestions, we offer opinions, and we listen to opinions. We have limited options in the state of Massachusetts on what kind of legislative process we can have at the town level. We can have open town meeting, representative town meeting, a town council, or a city council. All of these would be open to us here in Concord. Little bit of history, we have had open town meetings since colonial days here in Concord. Our town charter in 1956 affirmed keeping open town meeting. We studied open town meeting last in depth in 1996. We reaffirmed keeping open town meeting as our form of legislature in the 2013 town governance study. The 1996 study that was done on town meeting made a number of process recommendations on how to improve the town meeting process. These were by and large implemented. The study also made some other recommendations, and you can see some of these we've tried: convening on a Sunday, providing child care, transportation for senior citizens. We did not go to holding 2 town meetings a year, one in the spring and one in the fall, on the theory that those would be shorter meetings that would make it easier for people to attend. There were also some general government recommendations that were made. Most of these have been done. There were a couple of recommendations for further study. These were not undertaken. One was to look at a limited referendum option, that is, a vote at the polls after a vote at town meeting. And the other was to look at limited proxy voting. If you can't come, if your husband can't come because he's watching the kids, can you have his voting slip? That's a question. Some of these kinds of things you'd clearly need special legislation in order to be able to do. Since the 1996 study, we have tried some additional modifications. We had a little foray into electronic voting. We had some email questions. Most of those tended to be, what time are we getting to article whatever? So that turned out not to be very useful. We tried QR codes, and then the Wi-Fi didn't work. So, we've tried a few different things. The proposed study committee would have a very broad charge. The list is here. You can read it in the warrant. And it's not a limited charge. Anything else that the committee finds it would be useful for it to think about, or it hears from the public that it should think about, it can think about. The appointed committee of 9 would have broad collective experience, be representative of the town. The committee would be charged with research, and it would be charged with public outreach. It would be asked to bring a preliminary report to the Select Board at the end of November. That timing would allow the placement of articles on the warrant. It would present its final report to 2025 annual town meeting, and that report would have options, evaluation of the options on implementation and cost, and recommendation. The committee would be dissolved 1 month after the annual town meeting, or later if the committee asked to stay intact in order to oversee some of the changes that it had recommended. So I hope that you will support Article 26 and vote in favor of creating a town meeting study committee. Thank you.
Thank you. If people would like to step forward to the microphones. And is there a second for the motion? I see several.
Good evening. Thank you again, Betsy O'Donnell, Partridge Lane, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am 49 years old, and I am coming to you after a 10-hour day of work. I have not eaten dinner, and I do try to minimize my carbon footprint, so I biked to and from work and didn't have a chance to shower either. That is how important this meeting is to me. I have 2 children who have attended these schools since kindergarten. They're currently in these schools. When they were young, I was a fellow. I was making less money than my own nanny and moonlighting 1 night a week. On a good day, I saw my kids 3 hours a day. I did not attend town meeting because it was a choice between my children or supporting my children. And I think this is a very important question that we need to reevaluate. As I look across this room, it does not, to me, represent the demographics of this town. And when I think about how critical the upcoming election is, and when we talk about voter suppression and disenfranchisement, I ask myself, am I able to participate in something that is important to me? Do I have access to voting privileges? And so I support this notion to evaluate this committee and this process to make sure that we do ensure that all people in this town have the opportunity to participate in town meeting as they wish to do. Thank you.
All right. You have a question, sir.
Yes. Mark Martinez, 66 Alfred Circle. So the last time we had the report, the report noted many citizens, quote, many citizens are reluctant to be seen to take an unpopular position at town meeting and are also reluctant to initiate the present procedure for secret ballot. Accordingly, and this for me is the most important part, they feel disenfranchised from the process. So 30 years ago, our report told us many voters are disenfranchised. Now, if this were a patient or if we were consultants and this were a company, we would advise the company, you're not listening to your customers. In the last 20 years, voter attendance has markedly gone down. In the last 10 years, the average amount over the last 10 years has been 7%. So we have decisions being made by 2%, 2.5%. So the question to Carmen, the question to the petitioner is, we've been at this for a while. We haven't seen, although we've made some advances, we don't seem to be tackling the core problem. And what's new today that will fix the problem? We just had an election, we got 31%. We should be able to get 10% of our voters to town meeting. 10% is 50 and 100. Our goal should be to make town meeting as welcoming, inclusive, and representative as possible. And I hope all the initiatives are really to drive attendance to town meeting, because I think we would benefit by it. So it was a question, Carmen, as far as what we can do to supercharge attendance.
Okay. Before I take the next question, Linda Escobedo is going to speak for the Board of Selectmen. Go ahead.
Moderator. Linda Escobedo, a member of the Select Board and speaking for the Select Board. The Select Board voted unanimously to support Article 26, the Town Meeting Study Committee. As members of the Select Board who interact with an ever-changing number of Concord citizens on a vast array of topics related to community life and the town's governance structure, we applaud the town moderator for bringing forward and sponsoring Article 26, creating a town meeting study committee. Both the structure of Concord's legislative process and its implementation warrant focused attention on both our town meetings' positive attributes and shortcomings. The robust deliberations among citizens at town meetings will no doubt characterize the work of the Town Meeting Study Committee going forward. It is with great pride that we point to the sustained commitment and engagement of hundreds of citizen volunteers throughout the year on boards and committees, along with citizen participation at many of these same committee meetings and public hearings and forums. All of this, in part, shapes the business that is brought before our existing town meeting format. Meaningful citizen engagement, however, sets a high bar for citizen input with the goal of fully vetting and considering the near and long-term implications of warrant articles brought before the town's legislative process. As Concord citizens who care deeply about the community in which we live, and the concomitant responsibility to participate in its legislative process, we should all look forward to the work of the Town Meeting Study Committee and its recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, one person from the Pro, please.
David Allen, Eastridge Road, Modern.
Go ahead.
Very simply, I think this is one of the most important things we'll do in this town meeting. As Carmen has pointed out, it's 30 years. Now's the time. I very strongly support this, and I trust that we will.
Thank you.
We have two speakers in the auditorium, Madam Moderator.
Yes, I was going to take one more here, and then I'm going to go to the auditorium.
Mary Weinberg, Hillside Avenue. This is a question. Besides the 9 official members, would you consider having unofficial members, non-voting? When the first West Concord Task Force, I was asked to be a non-voting member because of all the stuff I did in West Concord. And I know I will never, ever apply to be on a committee because I can't give that much time. But I think myself, and I spoke to somebody else, and we would love to, if we could, fill out a card to be a non-voting member, whatever you want to call us, peanut gallery people, whatever. But just, I wanted to add that to it. I don't know if it's too late to add this.
There will be 2 non-voting members who will be me as moderator and a member of the Select Board, and I don't know who that would be. At this point, they would have to decide. It would be my hope that there would be robust citizen participation in this committee. It will be subject to the open meeting law, and any citizen who would like to attend every single one of this committee's meetings and its subcommittee meetings can go, make public comment, send letters, and be a participant. So I would certainly hope for that kind of participation for this committee.
One thing, I don't have email anymore. And I'm told the former interim director at the Council on Aging said a lot of senior citizens aren't technologically savvy. So it's difficult. So just, I'm throwing a question that I wasn't going to say, but how would we, who don't have email, know when the meetings were?
Well, they're all, I wonder if the town clerk can help us with that. They're all posted on the website. Is there anyone else?
You have to have an email. You have to have internet.
Meetings are posted at the townhouse physically. And I think you've just given me a wonderful idea to suggest to the committee, which is why don't they hold some of their public meetings at the Harvey Wheeler Center? So,
well, if there was paper things, you see, I'm not technologically savvy.
Yeah.
So, okay, thank you.
All right, we're going to move over to the auditorium now, and I see at least 2 people standing.
Go ahead.
Ray Bridemessa, 1001 Main Street. When I first came to town, I questioned the quorum number based on the size of the crowd was told that we met the number. My concern with this wording is it says a history of attendance of town meetings. And I can see Anita Techley in the other room at the moment. I've been mobilized 6 years since I've been in town. It's kind of hard to get to a meeting when you're in Afghanistan. I don't think you should take away from people who are doing things because they can't get here. The woman who spoke about, her kids and stuff like that. I think limiting the people of high attendance or attending town meeting is too limiting on this committee. You need to get people who are involved in the town, not just at town meeting. In 2013, Anita, with Mr. Galvin, I was able to fax a ballot for something, for some special thing. So there are technology ways to do it. I know we had to get a waiver because it wasn't secret per se. So I don't know how the process is to amend it to change the wording of a history of attending a town meeting, but I would like to strike that for something else. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. The moderator would, Ms. Reese would like to respond.
I want to note that the expertise that is listed for the committee is a collective expertise, so that a history of attendance at town meeting would be among the expertise. You would want somebody on that committee who has spent a lot of time at town meeting, but you'd also want somebody who can't get there and feels a lot of obstacles so that you have all points of view represented, and that would be my intention in making the appointments.
Thank you. And the next speaker in the auditorium, please.
Hi, Eric Davies, 232 Southfield Road. And I really just had two questions. One is just a point of clarification about how Article 27 and Article 26 relate to each other. So that if Article 27 were to pass, is that then built into the committee's recommendations? Or is it just a given that that's how votes will be conducted regardless of what the committee's recommendations are? So that's question one. Should I ask question two now?
Yes, yeah, please.
All right, question two is, given the sort of catch-22 that a number of earlier speakers pointed to, in that you have to come to town meeting to communicate the fact that you usually cannot get to town meeting, is there any current mechanism for essentially voting on something like Article 27, but done as a special election or a referendum? Because obviously we've heard that there are a number of people who cared a lot about that issue who are not going to be able to make it tomorrow night.
Ms. Reese?
So the first question, Article 27 is the one that relates to electronic voting. If the meeting were to vote in favor of making electronic voting the primary means of taking the vote at town meeting, then the charge to the study committee.
I'm sorry, I think, yeah, 27 is the one about having special elections rather than voting at town meeting, or in addition to.
Oh, okay, sorry. I was not looking at the warrant. So the special election at the polls, that would require special legislation. So that would be something that would be on the list for the committee to look at, but it's not something the committee would be able to implement. And with respect to the, there are a lot of rules on what you can put on a ballot, and it's up to the select board to put things on a ballot. And I am not the expert at that. That would be the town clerk. So some things can go on a ballot and some cannot. I can tell you that we've had opinions of council in the past that have suggested to us that in order for a town to put anything on the ballot, there's got to be a statutory or a constitutional authority somewhere to do it, or in the charter. So you'd have to find the authority to put that on the ballot, and I'm not sure where that would be.
All right, thank you. One other question, then I guess it's a follow-up, is I know tomorrow night's session is supposed to start with the question about the battery. Is Article 27 what will come up immediately afterward?
As I understand it right now, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I'm trying to remember what order people stood up, so I'm going to take the pro microphone next and then come over to questions. Go ahead, please.
Corey Atkins, 5 Concord Green. I'd like to start by thanking everybody who worked here tonight because this is an extraordinary process. This is a friendly suggestion to the committee, if we set it up, that you work in concert with your legislative delegation from day one so that they can also work with MMA as this committee can, because Concord isn't the only town in this situation. My daughter spent $120 last night on a babysitter to come. The reason why she doesn't often do that, because I'm the babysitter. That means I can't come. So you're taking up extraordinarily important issues and complicated ones because of the technology that's available. But the older we get, the less good we are at it. So I applaud you and really encourage you to work with your legislative delegation so statutes can keep up with what the towns are proposing. Thank you.
Thank you. And to the question, Mike.
Anita Techley, 260 Virginia Road. I'm somewhat liberally standing in front of the question because I'm going to start with a comment. First of all, thank you for the warrant article, but for the very comprehensive charge. And I guess I was a bit surprised until I actually read it. It does appear as if the charge is included in the vote that we're about to take. And I guess I'd like a confirmation of that first, because I do have a question about the charge.
Go ahead.
The motion is to print, the motion is to take affirmative action on the article as printed in the warrant, and the charge is included in the warrant.
Okay. The charge itself, I think, is fine. I really seriously question the deadline of November 30th of 2024. It's such a comprehensive charge, 9-member committee, lots of research, lots of commitment to public process, public hearings, and writing a draft report by the end of, something enough to bring to the select board by the end of November. I just don't think it's realistic. Over the years, I've either staffed or been part of too many task forces to count, and 6 months is just not enough time.
The point is well taken, and I didn't envision that the committee would necessarily have a written preliminary report, but they would have a summary of where they were, focused in particular on warrant articles that they were thinking about in case there was anything they wanted to get into the 2025 annual town meeting warrant. That's really it. But the full report wouldn't be due until town meeting, which I think next year is going to be in May instead of in April, because we have a lot going on in town in April, so.
Yes, we do. Okay, next question, please.
Oh, yes. I'm Tracy Zellman at 88 Ledge Rock Road. Microphone. Is it on? Okay, I'm Tracy Zellman, 88 Ledge Rock Road. And I'm actually a member of the board of the Council on Aging. So when the lady before mentioned that she's doesn't have email, not computer literate, I need to say that we're very sensitive to that, but I also know that the Concord Bridge goes to every household now, and it has a calendar of the town meetings. So that this is an important vehicle that would let those sorts of people know when these meetings happen and let them choose to attend.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Ryan Bucas, 1360 Monument Street, moderator. I'm trying to understand whether the charge is intended to be restrictive, which is to say that something not included in the charge may it be considered. And in particular, the question of, for example, shifting to a representative town meeting, which I was a member of a representative town meeting in another town, and that, in fact, met a lot of the needs that have been described here. And so would this committee be able to consider and/or recommend, for example, a shift from open town meeting to representative town meeting?
Ms. Reese?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. The charge to the committee would include any additional areas the committee finds relevant to its charge. And that would include changing the form of our government to representative town meeting, town council, or retaining open town meeting with some changes.
Thank you. I must admit that this hour I didn't get past LMN.
All right, back to the pro mic, please.
Madam Moderator, Amrit Kumar, Old Marlborough Road. Just a clarification, I'm supportive of this article.
I'm sorry, I did not catch your name.
Amrit Kumar, I'm on the Finance Committee, I'm speaking for myself.
Thank you.
This committee, I'm supportive of it. I just want a clarification similar to the last one. Is it my understanding that any recommendation coming out of this committee is going to be subject to state law as it is right now? It's not going to include anything like Article 28, which is remote participation, or are the recommendations allowed to be outside of the purview of state law, which is currently what controls town meeting?
I see Mina looking this way as well. Go ahead, Ms. Reese.
Okay. I would say that if there is a particular special legislation that the committee would recommend that the town seek to allow us to do something that's not permitted currently under state law, that would be a thing that the committee could recommend.
Sorry, just to follow up in that case?
You can lift that microphone up a little bit. I really can't. I'm a little bit hard of hearing, so.
Only if you tell me I'm tall.
You are.
So the timeline which you recommended, therefore, is that the recommendations from this committee get on the warrant, because if you wanted to have the kind of thing which you were suggesting, which is a petition to allow remote participation, that would have to go through town meeting next year.
It would, yes.
Thank you.
And next.
I think this is a wonderful idea, especially because, Pamela Dritt, 13 Concord Green. Democracy is only in town meetings. Votes are not democracy because even if everyone is allowed to vote, not everyone is allowed to deliberate and change the laws and make the laws. That is only in town meetings. I grew up where there wasn't one. When we have a representative town meeting, or a representative body, they make the decisions that they think are best for everyone, listening to the constituents, but they're not required to follow the constituents' will. In town meeting, we are. And we get to listen in the only place to people who really disagree with us, because we can't talk about things that are divisive outside, you know. No politics, please. You know, no religion, no politics, none of the interesting topics. And in town meeting, we can. I thought it would be a lot of blowhards, but I expect I'm about the most on that side that you get. And there have been times when I have come in determined on one idea and changed my mind because of the cogent arguments I've heard here. And I really don't want to lose that. We can count on our fellow citizens to make really good decisions for us if we can't come, just like we would in our representation.
Excuse me, you're out. Yep, you're out of time. All right. Are there any speakers waiting in the auditorium?
No, ma'am.
Okay. go to question.
Ted Smonjeski, 108 Comerford Road. I'd like to call the question.
Is there a second?
There are many here.
All in favor of calling the question? Anyone opposed to calling the question? There was obviously an overwhelming majority here. How about in the auditorium?
I think it was unanimous.
Oh, the moderator is reminding me I need 2/3 on this. I know it was over 2/3 in this room.
Unanimous is over 2/3.
Unanimous is over 2/3. All right, that means we're going to bring it to a vote. All those in favor, please raise your slip. Okay. All those opposed? Looks unanimous in this room.
And in the auditorium.
Thank you. Declare. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Don't need a motion.
Thank you. And a second. All in favor, leave the room.
Well done.
Okay. No, I spent the last half hour thinking I'm off the hook for tonight.
Yay.
We didn't have to do a paper
I
ballot.
know. Yeah. So in case I never
Good evening. 2024 Annual Town Meeting will now be in order. I see that there is a sufficient number of voters present to allow us to open the meeting. At 7:10, we will be adjourning the Annual Town Meeting to take up the single article on the special town meeting warrant to return to the annual meeting as soon as we conclude the business of the special town meeting. When we return to the annual town meeting warrant, we will begin where we left off last night, taking up Article 27. This evening, the gymnasium is the only venue for the meeting, and voting will take place only in the gymnasium. So to vote on tonight's articles, you will need to be occupying a seat here in the gymnasium. I'd now like to invite Fire Chief Tom Judge to come and tell us what we need to know in the unlikely event of an emergency during the meeting. Nope.
How about now? There we go.
There you
Thank
go.
you, Madam Moderator. In the event of, in the unlikely event that we have to evacuate the building tonight, there are 4 exits in this room, one in each of the corners, including one behind the screen to your right in the front. The auditorium is closed tonight, so we don't need to talk about that. If you have children in the child care in the red gym, and we have to evacuate, please don't go to the red gym to get them because they're not going to be there. They're going to be outside in the courtyard near the cafeteria waiting for you. Thank you and have a great town meeting.
Thank you, Chief Judge. And on behalf of the meeting, I want to thank also Chief Mulcahy of the Concord Police Department, and both the Fire Department and the Police Department personnel who are here to help us with town meeting tonight. I also want to thank the fantastic town staff who work to support town meeting. after they've finished their day jobs. And you know who you are. If I start the list, it'll take entirely too long. But thank you all. Yes, they do deserve a round of applause. Thank you also to Minuteman Media Network, Thistle Communications, and our tireless stenographer, Stephanie Farrell, who is providing our closed captioning tonight for the third night in a row. Thank you, Stephanie. On Monday night, the meeting elected Ms. Carolyn Flood to serve as Deputy Town Moderator, who will take over the duties of the moderator if she is unable to fulfill them. I've appointed Mr. Michael Lawson as Assistant Moderator, and he will take over if neither the moderator nor the Deputy Moderator is available. I want to introduce our elected and appointed officials who are at tables at the front of the hall. To my right is the Select Board and the Planning Board, and seated with the Select Board is our Town Council, Mina Macarius of Anderson Krieger. To my left is the Finance Committee. If you have not stopped at the tables in the cafeteria to collect materials for tonight's articles, you will want to do so. Some of the articles will be moved as printed in handouts, and many of the articles are further explained by information on the table. You will also want this green booklet entitled Town Meeting Traditions and Procedures, which is a procedural guide for our meeting here tonight. If you do have questions about town meeting procedure, I invite you to consult with our town meeting resource person, Ms. Elise Woodward. She is seated in the front row, and I'm going to ask her to stand and wave at everyone so you know where she is. Thank you so much, Ms. Woodward. There is a questionnaire about town meeting on the tables out in the cafeteria that I very much hope you will pick up and fill out, and there's a box out there for completed surveys. You can find that survey also on the town website. This survey is going to be of particular interest to the Town Meeting Study Committee that the meeting created last night to get started learning about how folks in Concord think about town meeting. So please do take some time and fill that out for us. I do want to remind you that the many boards and committees that we have will need new members right after town meeting, and the town is always in search of citizens to help fill those positions. If you are interested in working directly on issues that affect the town and getting to know your community better, I would invite you to fill out one of these. It's a volunteer card. You'll find those out there too. And you can have a look at the annual town report, which will tell you about every board and committee in town, what they do, and give you a wonderful overview of which committee or board might be of interest to you. You can also find that volunteer card online at the town website. I have appointed Mr. Abe Fisher to be head teller, Mr. Jim Summers to be assistant head teller, Mr. Richard Wells to be ballot supervisor, and Ms. Cynthia Rainey to be assistant ballot supervisor. Mr. Fisher will handle a standing counted vote if we require one, and Mr. Wells will supervise the counting of ballots should the meeting decide to take a vote by paper ballot. Mr. Fisher, are the tellers ready to be sworn? We are. Thank you. Mr. Wells, are the ballot counters ready to be sworn? Thank you. Tellers and ballot counters, would you all please stand and raise your right hand? Thank you. Does each of you swear that you will faithfully and impartially perform your respective duties at this town meeting? Thank you all for taking on this role for us tonight. Some of you may wonder why we do this swearing in every night, and it's because we don't have the same people here every night, so we have to make sure everyone is sworn in each evening. All voters should have received not one, but 2 voting slips tonight. We've got blue for the annual town meeting, and we've got Dayglow yellow for the special town meeting. So During the special town meeting, which we're going to take up first at 7:10, you're going to be using this ballot. And then you can fold this one up and put it away, and you'll be using this ballot for the rest of the evening. We have some visitors to our town meeting tonight, and we welcome you. Each visitor should have registered in the cafeteria and received a visitor badge, and they should be sitting in the visitors section in the back of the gymnasium. We don't have a preliminary motion to fix the end of this evening's session. We have 8 articles remaining on the annual town meeting to address, as well as 1 article on the special town meeting warrant to address. And it is our hope to conclude both meetings this evening. And now, Mr. Dane moves that we adjourn the annual town meeting in order to take up the special town meeting scheduled for this evening at 7:10. Right on schedule, to return to the annual town meeting upon conclusion of the special town meeting. Is there a second? I see that there is. Is there any discussion? Looks like we're ready for a vote. And on this one, you're going to want your blue ballot. All those in favor of adjourning the annual town meeting to return after the special, thank you very much. All those opposed? And that passes unanimously, and I do so declare. The special town meeting will now be in order. The meeting is called pursuant to a warrant dated April 5th, 2024. I've inspected the return of servants on the warrant, and I do find it to be in order. I declare that the meeting is properly called, and I see that we do have a sufficient number of voters to proceed. One last word before we turn to Article 1 of the special town meeting warrant. As a community at town meeting, we want to balance full and fair discussion with reasonable and efficient use of our time. So while we want to be sure that the meeting is well informed before it votes on an article and has a chance to really deliberate, we also want to avoid repetitive debate that sheds little new light on the issues under consideration. So please consider these community values and goals before you rise to speak, and also before you rise to move the previous question to end debate. So we'll now take up Article 1 of the special town meeting warrant, and we will hear from Mr. Folds. Actually, look, I get this, we're going to hear from, the motion is on the screen. Mr. Folds moves that the town take affirmative action on Article 1 as printed in the handout. Everyone should have found the handout out on the tables. Is there a second for the motion? I see that there is. Thank you very much. I'm not sure what you. Okay, we're going to hear from Jason.
Yeah. So Jason will be giving the presentation. He's done a wonderful job to this point, so I didn't want to jump in at the last moment. So Jason.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Thank you, citizens of Concord, for your time tonight. My name is Jason Bulger. I am the Interim Director of the Concord Municipal Light Plant. The light plant has been providing safe and reliable electricity for 125 years. We are praised for our professionalism and our ability to fulfill the town's goals of decarbonization, as well as our response time when there's trouble. We are looking to purchase a utility-scale energy storage device to address vulnerabilities on the distribution grid to ensure we can continue to provide safe, reliable, and clean power to all residences and businesses in Concord. This project seeks borrowing authorization from the town for up to $10.4 million to be repaid by ratepayers, but the project cost may be lower than that. The final project will be vetted through a public process with opportunities for further input. Let's take a look at the need we have and why it has emerged now and requires urgent action. On one of its 2 circuits, Concord currently generates a peak of about 7 megawatts of solar production. This is excellent. It's completely in line with the town's goals of developing a diverse carbon-free portfolio featuring in-town solar and allowing private residences and businesses to benefit from their own clean electricity. But at times, during the spring and fall, the amount of electricity that Concordians demand only exceeds our solar output by a little over 2 megawatts. That's just 1 megawatt from the danger zone when our power protection devices may not work correctly and could result in permanent damage to transformers and other equipment. We don't own any in-town solar ourselves, so we do not have an easy, safe, or legal means to shut it off. While we had plans to address this over the next couple of years, at the end of January 2024, the state announced that MCI Concord would be closing. They steadily draw between 6 and 8/10 of a megawatt of power, and that reduction would be putting us close to the danger zone that we are a car accident or minor malfunction away from a serious power issue. Next, we have several commercial and educational customers who wish to add and pay for more in-town solar. Town meeting voted unanimously a year ago to seat a solar task force to study this initiative. And while we require batteries for very large solar arrays, we are the distributor of electricity and need to have resources to ensure the reliability of the service that we offer. So let's dive a little deeper. Here you can see the electricity usage on an April day just a year ago. The black line represents the number of megawatts of power delivered through the day on this particular circuit, about half of the town, with time on the x-axis and megawatts on the y-axis. Now, I will overlay the amount of solar that we produced on that day, the large orange hill in the middle of the graph. The top line was our electricity need, and the distance between it and the top of that orange hill is how much wiggle room we have. We need to maintain at least 1.25 megawatts of minimum load for our equipment to function properly. Now, you can see what happens when MCI Concord's load drops off, represented by the white and blue hashed band. The gap, showing the load flowing from the grid outside of Concord, will drop by about 2/3 of a megawatt. Even if this property gets redeveloped, which could take years, it will likely come with additional solar and will not help increase demand on this circuit. If Concord adds another commercial solar project or a few years of residential solar, you can see how much the orange hill rises to encompass and include that gray area. At this point, we will see power protection devices fail and transformers and personal property could be in jeopardy. So what would utility scale storage do? It would lop this much off of that hill and give us substantial breathing room. The good news is that the financial modeling with interest rates and discount rates more conservative than those used for recent projects show this as having a $3.1 million net present value after 20 years. The average homeowner will save over $800 on their electric bills in that period of time and only see a slight increase on their bill in year one. The way we make money with this energy storage is by using it to lower the total load Concord draws from the New England power grid. These capacity and transmission costs are multiplied across our annual usage, so even a slight decrease in our peak load will result in dramatic savings in the following year. You can see here how, when we're not using energy storage to absorb the excess solar, we can use it to discharge to reduce our need for grid power. And doing this also means that we have fewer carbon-emitting power plants running to make up the difference. But why is this planned storage very large and not smaller? With Inflation Reduction Act credits, we would get a $2.6 million off of the top of that $10.4 million battery, resulting in an out-of-the-door cost of $7.7 million. The analysis by our staff and outside parties shows that the energy storage of this size is required to absorb the large amounts of solar saturation we have on this circuit for the full duration where we see the peak generation. And that same Inflation Reduction Act is going to spur solar and energy storage development, leading to more solar projects funded by private parties, but worsening the situation until we have a place to put all of that excess solar. The plan to add utility scale storage dates back to at least 2017. Here's a slide from a presentation delivered to the Light Board that year showing plans to add that same exact amount of energy storage as we are discussing tonight. It was planned to be installed in 2019, 5 years ago. And even though this has always been the plan to ensure grid stability, we have still explored as many other options as possible to ensure that we get the right project to address the risk and not burden ratepayers. These are some of the options that we've explored, and we will continue to research and ultimately present recommendations to the Light Board, which will vet the projects in open session during public meetings, where anyone here is welcome to chime in with their thoughts. Utility scale storage protects the distribution system to ensure there's no downtime or damage, and allows for the continued expansion of in-town solar, and it saves emissions and likely money by shaving the peaks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will note that, let's see, do we have someone from the select boards? But yes.
Mary Hartman, 16 Concord Green, Unit 6, member of the Select Board, speaking on behalf of the Select Board.
Ms. Hartman.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. The Select Board unanimously recommends affirmative action on Article 1. This investment has 3 benefits. First, it protects the grid. As Jason just explained, our current grid could seriously malfunction if the amount of solar power generated exceeds the amount of power consumed. The closure of MCI will reduce the consumption of power and makes this problem more acute. This battery will act as a reserve to buffer the difference between how much power we are generating and how much we are consuming, and it will protect the stability of the grid. Secondly, this investment saves money. Ratepayers will see a reduction in their electric bill beginning in year 2, and this will steadily improve for 20 years. How is this happening? Because the buffer will enable CMLP to draw power from the battery on peak demand days, those hot days in August. So instead of buying power from suppliers at premium rates, we'll be able to use the solar that we generated in town. The third benefit is that it allows the town to continue to make progress towards our climate action goals. Solar installations have been delayed or abandoned altogether because of limitations on the grid. This project removes that impediment. It is not an investment. I said that wrong. It is an investment. It's not an expense. There will be no impact to our property tax bills. Conservative assumptions project a $3.1 million net present value using a conservative 12% cost of capital. This is a win-win situation. We save money while enabling the production of more clean energy. You may wonder why we haven't done this sooner. Perhaps we should have. We are proposing to do it now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hartman. We'll now open the floor to questions and comments. I do want to note that the Finance Committee also recommends affirmative action on Article 1 of the special town meeting warrant. Each speaker from the floor will have 2 minutes. Kindly direct your remarks or questions to the chair, and if you do have a question, we'll try and find someone to answer it for you. Let's have the question microphone in the center.
Sven Weber, 50 Belknap.
Mr. Weber.
Thank you. Just one question. As an electric vehicle owner, I know there's an incentive to charge the electric vehicle during the night. Would it make sense to get rid of the incentive and have people charging during the peak hours where you have the problem?
Yes. So the light plant is working on a time of use structure to kind of show residents when electricity is more or less expensive. These moments of solar saturation, energy is very inexpensive. So yes, for the next year, please charge in fall and spring on weekends because it will help mitigate this issue while we get the battery in place.
But am I losing then my incentive?
Right now, we don't have an incentive, and it would require the light board to make that incentive. And it's probably coming, but I don't want to state things that we haven't agreed on.
How about the pro microphone over here?
Dean Banfield, 73 Walden Terrace, and Chair of the Solar Implementation Task Force. The Solar Implementation Task Force voted unanimously to support Article 1 of the special town meeting.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the question microphone.
Thank you for the presentation, very helpful. I wonder if you...
Your name and address, please.
Oh, yes, Julie McClure, 2128 Main Street.
Ms. McClure.
Thanks for having me. Moderator, appreciate the presentation. Would it be possible to remark on the competitive rate that we offer in terms of cost per kilowatt hour, and also how even during the increased period to pay for this investment, the 1-year period, there will still be a very large gap between Concord's kilowatt hour charge versus those neighbors who might be, you know.
Okay, Brian, have a seat. We'll call you when we need you to answer a question. That is a great question. You should go to a light board meeting and ask that question. It isn't really germane to the question about whether we should do this battery project.
However, it is in the terms of price and understanding how even when we may see an increase, it will still be very competitive relative to our neighbors. What other consumers pay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Pro microphone over here.
Hi, Sam Lines, 137 Fairhaven Road.
Yes, sir.
Thanks for the presentation. I've been developing renewable projects for over a decade and battery projects like this for about 7 years. And I just want to say, I think the assumptions here on the cost to build the project, a lot of the financial modeling was quite conservative. I think there's a lot of room to make this even more profitable, and developers like us are trying to put these batteries in place as quickly as we can, because there's really going to be a growth in some of the transmission and capacity charges that we're charged going forward. So I would really recommend everyone to vote for this. I would also note that the footprint taken up by a project of this size is very, very small compared to solar. So this is not going to require a large land use issue or anything like you would see from a solar array mounted on the ground. So heavily support the project here.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the question microphone.
Yes, Mary Weinberg, Hillside Avenue. I was at the April 16th hearing of this article, and it came in late, so I was there that night. And there were still a lot of questions that I had after being at that hearing. Chairman Dane had asked, what happens if lithium catches on fire? And I don't know if it was in the presentation, but at the presentation that night, Jason had explained that there will be 4 modules, and they're lithium-ion grid energy storage. So Jason answered when Henry asked that question, he said that the fire department would be able to handle it. And he also mentioned that if a car catches on fire with lithium, you can't put it out with water, they throw a blanket over it. So after that, I spoke with a few people more knowledgeable than I. And I also asked what the size of the modules were, hoping tonight we would find it. But here are my questions. It's basically on the lithium that will be inside of these 4 modules, which is part of the grid energy storage we're talking about. First question, they seem very basic, but they're important. What would the fire department put out the lithium with, water or foam? If it's water, small fire versus worst case scenario, how much water would be needed in such a case? Or same with foam. How long a period would it take to put the fire out? Again, small or worst case scenario. Remember, I went through the nuclear metals whole thing. How, once the water or foam is mixed with lithium, would the then contaminated water or foam be disposed of? Where would you get the foam truck from? Nearest place, Hanskin? How long would the alert process take for the foam truck from Hanskin to arrive at the site of West Concord, Acton based? And I had asked for a map to show where it is. It's not there tonight, but we'll talk about that. What would be the process for containing the contaminated byproducts like foam or water? Would it be in barrels? How would these barrels be transported, and to where? Would these contaminated byproducts be recyclable? How large would the containment burn be around these 4 lithium battery modules? How can we know in a large fire that the burn is 100% safe and big enough to hold all of the contaminated water or foam and not overflow in the ground?
Ms. Weinberg, I'm going to stop you there, and we'll see if we can get some answers to the question on fire protection in the event we have a fire involved in the batteries. And Thistle folks, I noticed that our timer is not on the screen, so if you can fix that, that would be great. Whichever of you would like to respond to the question.
So we don't have a specific battery designed and ready to purchase because we're going to go through a bidding process with many potential installations. So I can't give you specific numbers to that. I can tell you that it won't be a nickel metal hydride. It will be a LFP battery, which has phosphorus in it. They have a lot less thermal runaway. Any safety needs that are required by the fire department will definitely involve them in making sure that they're equipped to handle that. A lot of these containers also have their own fire suppression systems in the units for this case. And I couldn't tell you, it would most likely be foam or a smothering because it's the duration at which the runaway happens. But I can't give you specific answers to all of those questions.
I didn't expect this.
Okay.
It was just the idea of opening it up because.
Yeah.
Okay.
I heard the word.
Ms. Weinberg, I think you're actually out of time, but I am going to ask Chief Judge if there's anything he would like to add to this conversation.
That would be great.
That looks like a no, but thank you for, yeah, that's all right. It's okay. But what we heard is whatever the fire department requires, they're going to do, and they're aware of the issue.
Okay. If I had time, I had some other issues burning.
You're going to have to get back in line because you got a line in back of you. Thank you very much. Next question at the microphone.
Paul Moore, 105 Blueberry Lane. Let me tip this thing up
Mr.
here.
Moore?
Thank you. Two quick questions. One, I guess, for the Finance Committee first. Is it safe to assume you're getting capital equipment financing on this? We're not going too far out of pocket from a cash perspective, cash flow. Maybe why don't I stop there, and then there's another quick question.
So there's no town taxes involved. CMLP will raise bonds, which are backed by the town, but the bonds will be paid back by the ratepayers.
Got it. Thank you. Glad to hear about the NPV of $3 million.
And your next question?
Can somebody talk to the solar array at the middle school, the new middle school, and how that, surpluses or deficits, and how that's going to play into the overall power grid here in Concord?
Go ahead, Brian.
So the middle school is on a different bus, so it's not interconnected with this project. But I'd be happy to answer it later on.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next question.
Nate Davis, 330 Garfield Road. If this is a positive NPV, why aren't we doing more? Or put another way, what went into the sizing of the project? Thank you.
So many municipal light plants are adding batteries because of their financial value, not because of solar saturation, which is our case. We haven't done it yet because we first thought about this very early, 2009. We have many requests for batteries, but at the time the technology wasn't really matured and commercialized. It is today. So it was one of those things that we wanted to do, wasn't ready, and then we found that we were going to wait and see, and now with MTI closure, we're like, okay, we have to act now. And as for the sizing, we wanted to do a 5 megawatt inverter. It's actually going to be a 4.99 because that is a limit within the ISO network. That's the grid operators for New England. Before other rules are implemented, the megawatt hours of 15 is to make sure that we have enough duration to absorb that excess solar prior to getting anything like a metering domain, which is a way to backfeed to Acton. So that's what went into a lot of the sizing.
So if I can ask a clarifying question.
Sure.
It's ISO New England rules that limit the size of the inverter.
We can go larger on the inverter, but we'd have to do a lot more.
Complicated, more expensive.
Yeah, and we'd have to.
It's not a $20 million to save 6 situation.
Correct. We're not overspending on the inverter is what saves ratepayers money because we can dispatch into those peak hours. The megawatt hours is what does the resilience to ensure that the solar saturation doesn't overwhelm the substation and create issues.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Go right ahead. Next set of questions.
Thank you. This is the last night. You won't see me for another year.
Come Welcome to a light board meeting.
Okay, I ended on if there happened to be an overflow out of the burn, the water, if it overflowed. My next question was regarding the two sites that were mentioned at the hearing, I didn't hear them tonight, being considered a Forest Ridge and the Knox Hill Industrial Site, former W.R. Graceland, which are both in West Concord. Has consideration been taken into account that Knox Hill site is very close to or maybe within the Assabet Valley watershed and flood zone? Has the Natural Resources Department been consulted on this and the town of Acton? And I'm almost done. What will be the health hazards of the residents as the byproducts of combustion of a lithium fire goes into the atmosphere and blows over us? What will be the health hazard, long and short? What would be the estimated size of one module, which I also asked at the hearing, but I haven't heard that. Now, I sum it up by saying that 3 weeks ago, before the hearing, I went to an Erin Brockovich lecture, and I'm going to say, I'm sure you can understand my concern, as Erin Brockovich stated in her lecture April 7th at the Bull Run Lecture Series in Shirley, Mass. She said, quote, I am an advocate for awareness, the truth, and a person's right to know. I believe that in the absence of truth, all of us stand helpless to defend ourselves, our family, and our health, which is the greatest gift we have. Which is why I'm standing up, because I bought her book and she wrote in it, Stand Tall. And the gentleman behind me also went to the lecture, and he has the same book. So I'm standing tall, and I'm standing alone, but maybe Erin will come and she'll give us consultation for free, because she gets consulting all over the world. So Erin Brockovich, come to Concord and help us. Thank you.
Mr. Folds, you going to take that one on?
Wow. I can only answer it in general, that we'll make sure that we are, our neighbors and abutters are aware. Ideally, this would be placed over at the W.R. Grace site. That is the best location for it. The second best location is near the substation, up near, was the Forest Ridge. The size of the units, generally, they're containers. So think of shipping containers at the back of a trailer. So that's about the size of them. I think that's about 40 feet long, trailer size. Does that? I hope that answers your question.
Okay.
Yes, three to five is. I see the fingers up. Yes, 3 to 5.
Next question at the question microphone.
Should I just stay up here?
Thank you. My name is Justin Lawrence, 77 Hill Street.
Yes, sir.
I had a quick question. Thank you so much for the presentation. It was very informative, especially with the little infographic there. My question is a request to better understand. Concord doesn't own any of the solar that we're getting. So we have no legal, we can't shut it off or anything like that. Understand that. But from a legal point of view, isn't it then the producer's responsibility that isn't there an agreement in place that they can't damage our systems by overproducing? Doesn't this fall on the producers instead of Concord to solve this problem? That is my question.
Mr. Bulger will take that one.
Thank you. So we do have terms and conditions for people who connect onto our grid, and we also have contracts with the providers. We have purchase power agreements with them. The agreements, as they were written at the time, only allowed us to basically turn them off when there was life safety, imminent danger, fire, somebody's being electrocuted sort of situation, not when it's inconvenient for us because the grid isn't able to absorb that extra power. So the current legal interpretation of that is not that we can just say, turn this off, that would be nice for us. They are unaware of what's happening on our larger grid, so they can't really say, oh, it looks like this might be a problem right now. They set up their panels, they install everything, and they walk away, and they service it when there's a problem. So they're not in there monitoring the thing. That's what our engineers are doing in the substation. So that party wouldn't be aware and doesn't have legal responsibility to monitor our grid to take any action.
I appreciate the answer. Thank you for providing clarity. If I have 57 seconds remaining, follow-on question. If this is up for renewal, if this is a multi-year contract and it's coming up for renewal, is this an avenue that you could explore to say, hey, by the way, we want this type of protection, over voltage, over amperage, whatever type of protection that we could kind of put into the contract to, again, protect the town to not have to do projects like this maybe now or in the future?
Mm-hmm. So that was an excellent recommendation of the Solar Implementation Task Force, is that going forward, that when we negotiate contracts, that we allow for curtailment You do sometimes have to pay for that, but agreed, it may be cheaper than this. This was in our strategic plan and part of our sort of long-term vision. So it's not purely a reaction of just the solar saturation, but it does allow us to add more in-town solar. So it was one of those things that was going to happen. We're trying to do it now to address the urgent need.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next question.
Hi, my name is Gail Heyer, and I live at 54 Nancy Road.
Ms. Heyer.
Thank you. So I have one question, and then I have a comment. I watched the hearing, the combo hearing of the Select Board and the Finance Committee, and I thought, Jason, you said that there would be an ongoing cost. I thought it was like $30,000 a year of someone to maintain this battery or operate it. Is that correct? Yes, okay. So I just want to make sure people realize that. So it, might be like you spend 10 million and then in a year we get to save money on rates, but there is an ongoing cost. And if we have more of these, maybe there would be more ongoing costs. So my comment has to do with, I understand this article is really a temporary solution for the growing problem of uneven generation from renewables. And renewables help us when the sun shines or when the wind blows, and we don't always know when that's going to happen. It's not as predictable as like the coal plants, which probably operate on a set schedule. And we're not using those anymore, but I just said that as an example, we're transitioning to a new type of electricity generation world here. And a better long-term strategy, rather than investing in these giant batteries and relying on our grid to distribute the power around, would be to encourage individual residents and businesses to generate their power locally with their own solar powers, which they buy. The town doesn't have to support them, and they buy their own batteries and inverters, and they can use their own power locally. So local self-generation and self-consumption will mitigate against the need for these expensive batteries and the strain on our electric distribution system. And I think we should be moving toward the development of microgrids. I know Brian and I have spoken about those, toward the development of microgrids that will maximize the use of our municipal fiber network to help with demand response. So we don't always have to be spending the money on these giant projects. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fisher?
Abraham Fisher, 400 Hayward Mill Road. I'm head teller for this meeting, but what I'm talking about has nothing to do with that. Maybe I just didn't see it, but as I looked through the handout, I didn't see an expected life for this unit.
It's about 20 years.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Louis Caldarella, 37 Hubbard Street.
Mr. Cardarella?
Two basic questions that are probably ignorant, but the first one is, I just put solar on my house, and it seems like excess production is a good thing. So two things, like one, if we need batteries, if we're producing too much electricity, does that mean we're going to continue to need more and more batteries over the years as more and more homeowners get solar? So is that a sustainable idea of more and more batteries? And my second question is there any way to, I know I sell my excess electricity back to the town at wholesale. Is there any way that we can push back our excess electricity to Eversource or sell it in some way?
Thank you. Mr. Folds will take those.
Yeah, so pushing from your house to your neighbors, that's great. But eventually it goes to the substation as lower demand. And the light plant needs some way to manage that at the moment because we don't have a way to push back to Acton our energy. We're hoping that in the next 3 years or so that we'll get what's called a metering domain where we do some engineering to the substation so that it can run backwards. And then we can push up to 5 megawatts back to Acton in those times of peak generation from solar. But we do need batteries to level out that line, that load over a few hours because we don't want to have a spike of 5 megawatts for 15 minutes and eat up that capacity.
And will we need more and more batteries?
We have thank you. We have a goal of 60 megawatt hours. This is 15. We have the middle school has 4. So that's the target. And the idea is not to just keep adding solar and batteries till we disconnect from the greater grid. The idea is to do it when it's cost effective. So we're not going to go and just put in 60 megawatts of batteries tomorrow at some massive bonding just because we want to and we have a goal set. We're going to do it when it's beneficial to ratepayers.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Joe Lauren, 134 Southfield Road.
Mr. Lauren.
Ryan's neighbor. This sounds so good, right? It almost sounds too good to be true. We get all of this for free. This is a question for the Finance Committee. Have you satisfied yourselves that you've pressure tested this to the same degree that you seem to pressure test all the other requests that come before you or that come before town, and you've matched the models, you've compared models and agree that those models are reasonable? Because it seems like this is a zero cost, in fact, it's a $3 million MPV. That's tremendous, right?
Mr. Patel.
You want to say something?
No.
You can correct me. So just like we do with other articles, right, we pressure test things. And so we had a public hearing, followed up by a meeting with the Finance Committee. We've gotten input both directly from the light plant, response to our questions. We've gotten input from citizens around this. One of the major questions, for example, I had, as folks were asking questions, was, do we agree on the science and the problem that we're facing? And I think based on the responses we got from those that were asking questions and the light board, is everybody agrees on the science. Then the next question is, the size of the batteries, agree, disagree, the business plan. Those are assumptions that are, frankly, a little bit beyond where our expertise is, but we heard from folks that work for the utilities, et cetera, that have some sense on this, and ultimately it comes down to, seems like a reasonable business case, and we ought to go forward. And as you heard Brian just say, the goal is not to just all of a sudden add total amount of batteries, but to do it when we need it, et cetera. The other question we had, because there was a little bit of confusion, at least on my part initially, why are we doing this? And as you heard I forget the term, but the notion of pushing back the power, we're working on that, right? But this is going to be a bridge, if you will, between the fact that we're producing excess solar energy. We've got the prison coming down, maybe, and I think they're also, I don't know if you came in late, but they are taking some steps to see if we can keep the lights on at the prison, right, as a way to mitigate some of these issues. But ultimately, we've got to do something in a reasonable time frame, and this seems to be a solution scientifically, which everybody accepts, and then it's just a matter of the appropriate business model that we want to go forward with.
Right, and that's actually my question is the financial modeling, which you know as well as anyone. A lot of assumptions can go behind that, discount rates, et cetera, et cetera. Right. But the Finance Committee feels confident that you've pressure tested that.
We have not pressure tested it to the...
Christine is saying no.
No, I mean, but we're not the experts, right? So we haven't gone and said, hey, get 3 other estimates, right? But they've assured us that they're actually going to be going out and pressure testing their models and seeing what business model moving forward works best, whether it's self-managing the batteries or hiring a contractor to do it, et cetera. No, go ahead, Brian.
Thank you. Brian, I think we're good. Next question.
Gary Clayton, 31 Black Birch Lane.
Mr. Clayton.
Thank you. Question relative to some of the very helpful information that the light plant staff put together in the frequently asked questions document. It went on for pages and pages, but very helpful. Thank you. One of the previous speakers noted some questions about safety-related concerns, and I do note that in your document you indicated that these batteries do catch on fire, and if they do, it's rare, but it can happen, and it's very difficult to extinguish. So my question this evening really relates to another aspect of the FAQ, which speaks to how will the final scope of the project be determined. And there's a number of factors that you note, budget and the like, of course, but there's no mention about the siting process itself. Again, a previous speaker spoke to some questions and concerns about the Knox Road site. The Forest Ridge substation is another, I would submit, challenging situation where you have 600 residences presently, or will have 600 residents in the not too distant future within a few hundred yards of the light plant facility. The Minuteman Arc has their major program and office facility within a few hundred yards of the site. The town presented and approved the emergency access for the Prescott 350-unit residential development through the light plant facility on Forest Ridge Road in the town of Acton, because we are on the border of town of Acton. You know, their senior center is located within a few hundred yards. So I mention those, again, within this broader context of, so what's the plan for considering and making a decision relative to the site itself, since the FAQ was silent on that?
Thank you very much. Mr. Bulger?
Yes, so I think those two sites that were mentioned, the W.R. Gray site and the Forest Ridge substation, were kind of early on the list of sites to be developed for a battery many years ago. And the reason that they were on that list is because of the proximity to power sources. And if you want to absorb the solar based on voltage loss over distance, they would, it's ideal to have the battery closer to the source so that it actually absorbs that instead of taking it from somewhere else. So typically what you would do next is you would let engineering lead you first, and they would actually install some temporary devices on the sort of power circuits in the areas that we think are promising to do a study, a short-term study. And with that data, we would determine, like, yes, this is a really good, viable site from an electricity perspective, but then it comes into all the other questions that were asked, like how does that look like from natural resources or population or access to utilities like water to fight a fire. So then you sort of consider all of those other aspects and end up with sort of recommended sites and different models. So I think that then it becomes sort of a public process with the light board to say, this is what we learned about these sites that were at our top list. We know which side of town it has to be in that kind of on that map. And so then we look at sites that have access to large circuits, which that greatly limits the number of possible sites. And then, where do we own land? Where can we put something safely? And then we start to consider all those other requirements. We look at the fire requirements and the access for, personnel and all those things. And then we come up with a recommendation to the light board.
Thank you very much. I think you're our last question.
Super. Brett Fye, Spencer Brook Road. I listened to the FinCom meeting the other week as you discussed this project. As I understand it, this won't be on time. It won't be online before MCI goes dark, if you want to say that. So what is the mitigation plan when it does go dark?
Mr. Bulger?
We have a few different ideas. We are approaching the state with the option of continuing to draw some load there at no cost to them. They do have a wastewater treatment facility that they share with the Northeast Correction Center across the street from the light plant, the farm. That draws an amount of electricity, which is unclear. So if the facility closes, we know that load will substantially drop, but it will likely not go to zero. So that gives us a little bit more lead time. There's been ideas suggested that just like we put out the message to people that, hey, it's a peak time, everybody let's turn off your lights, let's not charge your cars, let's turn off we can do the same thing in reverse. Like, this is an excellent time to go plug in your car, and this is an excellent time to run your hot tub filter. So, there are ways to do that, but I think the biggest challenge is that we don't have real-time visibility into all of these draws because we're working on adding a SCADA system that will let us see that. And that's been the stumbling block to getting that ability to push back power. So we're working on all of these things in tandem.
And I think that's important for everybody to know in this town is there isn't a mitigation plan in place yet for the MCI situation. So then my question becomes, why does this have to be a special town meeting and what's the rush? Because this won't be in place to deal with the situation you're saying that we need this for.
I would say that that's a rhetorical question because it is a special town meeting, but thank you for that.
What's the rush to make this investment without a lot of details behind $10.4 million?
I would just
say
it's
a big expenditure.
Right. The next wait is a whole nother year, and we just feel like we can't start the bidding process, the selection process, without authorization for borrowing, and it also limits our options when we explore other financing models. And so having the authorization on the table allows us to do all of that work as opposed to just waiting for another year.
Well, we can always call another special town meeting. I just don't understand why.
Oh, they're very expensive, actually.
Without any numbers.
So yeah.
Real numbers.
The reason was to save taxpayer money, because these are very expensive to hold. So if we did it in conjunction with the annual, then it saves everybody money.
Thank you.
Thank you. Looks like you're our last speaker, sir.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Ryan Bucas, 1360 Monument Street.
Mr. Bucas.
I rise to take the pro microphone and try to emphasize that all these questions seem to suggest there's something complicated about this and something really difficult. The fact is, it's really complicated. It's really difficult. And our interaction with the electric system in the town is to go to a switch and flip it on and expect the lights to go on. Even though some of that electricity comes down from Canada, some comes from wind farms in New York, some comes from, however we say it, gas-fired power plants or nuclear power plants, all gets mixed up in the grid. And if you ever saw a set of the equations which try to calculate how this whole thing works, all right, then you really would say, oh man, you know. So I think we need to vote for this. We've gotten answers from the Light Board reflecting the depth of their consideration. And the key message is we think simply, well, adding more solar is great. Yeah, that's great. But we expect that when the sun goes behind the cloud, the Concord Light Plant will make up for whatever it is that we need. And they do it with a complex arrangement, which in this case will include energy storage when we need it. So let's vote yay on this and move on to the next article. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker at the pro microphone. That's you, Ms. Dritt. No, you came up first, so we're going to you because you came up first, and then we're going to the question microphone.
Sometimes when I'm explaining to somebody, Pamela Dritt, 13 Concord Green. Sometimes when I'm explaining to somebody something complicated like a carbon tax that's paid out in dividends to every citizen, which would reduce economic inequality and poverty at the same time as it makes greens the power and hurts nobody and helps the economy. And the result when they finally figure it out is to say, Pamela, that can't be right. If it was as good as you say, we'd have done it already. Well, this is the time to do it. It is that good. This is like a money tree. Most people don't know that we're incredibly fortunate to have our own municipal light plant instead of being connected to Eversource. Not only are we cheaper, but none of the big utility electricity suppliers are allowed to create their own energy by law. We can create solar. We can leverage individual homeowners that want to put solar on their roofs. And if that benefits, that means we don't have to pay for it, and we still get the green energy benefit. It's wonderful. There'll be a future in which superpower is nearly free, and it's all clean and green if we go this way. And there's a possibility of having distributed microgrids and virtual power plants in the local area, and to use the school buses, electric school buses, as mobile battery power plants and emergency safety vehicles that will drive over to the house fire and be able to have on board all the safety things you need, including energy.
Thank you very much. Question microphone.
Ralph Reichley, 259 Independence Road.
Yes,
I'd
sir.
like to call the question.
Yep. Okay, there was only one more speaker, and he'd already spoken once, so I think we'll...
I'm going to call a question.
Yeah, all right, so let's just go to the vote. Now, let's remind everybody, you're using the yellow one, okay? Using the yellow one. All those in favor of Article 1 on the special town meeting, please raise your paper ballots. Thank you very much. All those opposed? Okay. carries by a substantial majority, and I should mention, actually, it carries by more than 2/3. We do have a 2/3 vote required on this because it's a borrowing issue, and it does carry by 2/3, and I do so declare. All right. We're now going to, can I have a motion to dissolve the special town meeting, please? I see I've got that motion. Is there a second? Thank you, all those in favor. Very good. The special town meeting is dissolved, and we will now return to the annual town meeting. We're going to take up Article 27. I'm going to recuse myself from the next 3 articles because I was the speaker on Article 26, which could be considered to be in some tension with these next 3 articles, and so that there isn't any question about an appearance of conflict, the deputy moderator will preside.
How does this
Flood,
thing work, by the
over
way?
to you.
Oh, I see. There we go. Hi, my name is Dinos Gonatas.
All right.
Sorry.
Hold on, you're not ready yet.
Okay.
Okay, we are now going to take up Article 27, under which Mr. Ganatas moves that beginning in 2025 and thereafter, all warrant articles for town meetings shall be presented to all registered voters in a special town election to be held within 3 weeks of town meeting, and that the special election shall bring the town any vote to the contrary, town meeting notwithstanding.
Thanks very much. It's good to be here. And I think the moderator explained, if there's any other questions about what that means, it means that we would be able to extend the decision-making in town meeting, not just to the people here in the room, but to all the citizens. And first, I have to apologize a little bit that I'm just recovering from a root canal this afternoon, so my speaking is a little bit so-so, but hopefully it wasn't too much more unpleasant than like the personnel board set of motions that we had to sit through. So, but I survived that. I survived both of these. Now, I want to say that there's some really great set of motions, and in fact, the moderator, Carmen Rice, had moved a great study motion to look at possible reforms. This is one of them that we could do. This is one of them that we could do right now. It's something that's actually been done in New Hampshire. It was done more than 30 years ago, and there it works well. And so there they have discussions in town meeting to decide what the motions should be and amend them. And then they put them to a second session of town meeting so that all the citizens can participate. And why is this important? So here are the facts. The town meeting attendance, the number of people who can show up to all these meetings is really a very small fraction of our population. Our voting population is around 14,000 people. We've got around 5 or 6% of people who participate in one town meeting session and register for just one at the peak. And that's quite a bit lower than in green what you see is the presidential election, and in blue what you see is the attendance in the state elections. But the town elections in black are considerably higher. We just had a turnout of 31% at the special town election just a few weeks ago, which is many times the participation rate that we've been able to get for our town meetings. And why is this important? Just think about yesterday, we had people coming up upset that they would have liked to have participated in the debate on some of these issues, but because they had young children and jobs, they simply weren't able to attend. Last year, at last year's town meeting, there was a motion on leaf blowers that would have did affect the livelihood of one of our own citizens who runs a landscaping business. And he was calling his customers to please plead them to show up to the town meeting. And in the end, there were about 300 citizens who decided the fate of his business. And whatever your view on that particular motion, it's just such a tiny percentage of citizens, it falls short of any concept of majoritarian democracy. We've got some legal authority in the Massachusetts laws, although there are some opinions that suggest that there are some court cases that from ancient precedents that would restrict what we can put to the voters, but we still have the possibility in law to consider this, and we should not be paralyzed by the possibility that there are precedents that bind this. Otherwise, we don't have the ability to govern ourselves. It's suggested that the town meeting itself is a legislature with a select board like Henry here behind us being the executive and somewhere there are the court systems, I don't know what that would be, but if the town meeting is a legislature, how does it compare to other legislatures? If you look here at this table, the absenteeism rate in the US Congress has been 2%. It was somewhat higher, but Nancy Pelosi introduced proxy voting, which reduce the absenteeism rate. We haven't even got proxy voting for town meeting. State legislatures, the absenteeism rate is higher, but for town meeting, the absentee rate is about 95%. Another aspect that distinguishes town meeting from other legislatures is every other single legislature has a quorum requirement. That is 51% of the legislators have to be present for a session for any of the legislation to be binding. And yet, we don't have this simple measure. In fact, it would be totally impractical if you consider the attendance. I mean, how many people here, for example, are the parents of young children? Let me ask you. There's a few? And how many are here with your partners? There's a few. Okay. It's still a small percentage, demographically speaking, because it's a significant barrier. So let me just say that if we were able to have voting in a special election, then everybody could participate, a much bigger fraction of the total 14,000 voters, and you could have decisions made not just by a few hundred people representing a few percent of the people, but you could have a real democracy with broad support in the community on controversial issues, as opposed to participation with high hurdles imposed by the attendance requirements. Thanks very much. Any questions?
Yes, you're out of time.
Well, I know, that's why I ended.
Thank you for ending. I'm sorry, I'm talking with other people. Before we continue, is there a second for Mr. Ganada's motion? I see a second. Okay. Henry, I understand you want to speak now. Henry Dane for the Select Board.
Hi, Henry. Good to see you.
Madam Moderator, Henry Dane, Chair of the Select Board. I move to refer Article 27 to the Town Meeting Study Committee to be established by Article 26. And I understand this is not debatable and would be just a motion to essentially to refer this to the committee.
It is debatable. Yes, it would be debatable. Is there a second?
Requires a second, and
Is there a second for Mr. Dane's motion? I see several. Would you like to say something more about it?
what I can say about this is, I think, relatively simple and straightforward, is that the town moderator has established a committee to study the very issues that are going to be the subject of Articles 27, 28, and 29. And therefore, it is premature and a duplication of effort for this meeting to decide or to debate these things at this point before that committee completes its study and makes its report to the town meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody like to speak to the motion that's on the floor now?
Peggy Mortland, 97 Hillside Ave. I came up to ask a question for that, but I will support Mr. Dane's motion. I think it's a really good idea. You've got this panel that's going to be discussing all these issues anyway, and I think it's a good idea to let them do their work and then try to make a decision. Also, when I was a parent with small children, I really appreciated the fact that there were enough people who had time to come and really pay attention to the issues that I couldn't. And, 99% of the time, I agreed with how they voted. And now I am that person here because, my kids are grown, so.
Thank you. Are people speaking to the motion to refer, not to the,
Actually, can I speak to the motion?
in just a minute, I will let somebody else, and then I'll come
Can I
back.
speak in favor of the motion, even though I'm at the question microphone?
Yes.
Julie Rowine, 1404 Main Street. I would agree that having set up the committee to study these questions, I have many questions about Articles 27, 28, 29, and it seems to me that, in fact, the study committee is the correct place to explore all of those questions and decide what it is that we want to do as a whole package, not piecemeal.
Okay. All right, before we go to the pro mic, I'm going to invite Mr. Ganatas to stand up and respond to this motion.
Yeah, so I think just to what the kind woman just asked, and I think there are a lot of good motions, actually. It's not just this one, but the ones following it. And again, the moderator's motion on the study panel is a good motion. I think that it's possible to do them, in some cases, in parallel. I'm just saying because this is not something that's uncharted territory. It's been enforced in New Hampshire for nearly 30 years. So it's not as if it's a mystery and we have to start from square one and investigate exactly what could happen. So for that reason, I can understand the motion. I just think it's not fully necessary. But whatever the town meeting decides, obviously, would be the collective wisdom here would be helpful.
Thank you. First speaker at the pro mic.
Martin Plotkin, 54 Francis Street.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I agree with Mr. Dane that this motion would be better considered in the context of all the other options for modifying the town meeting, and I think we should support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next from the pro.
Garrett Whitney, 296 Heathbridge Road. I also support Mr. Dane's amendment or motion, I'm not sure. And why? Well, the world's being changed by convenience in a whole lot of ways. I'm not going to go into a podcast on this, but we give things away for convenience all the time and we can't get them back afterwards. This is a very complex topic. It should not be made in a rush. I don't sense any urgency whatsoever. There are good arguments on both sides that I've heard, but I'll give you an example. The clicker, this isn't that, but there are many reforms. They all have consequences that aren't obvious. If you use a clicker, suddenly you're anonymous. No more Jimmy Stewart, right? If you vote at the polls a week later, then we're subject to advertising, which overwhelms the public's opinions routinely at the state level. I don't know New Hampshire. There are a lot of, it's complicated stuff, and I think we should be very careful and deliberate. Just like we are at town meeting, we should be, all of our decisions should be exposed to the group wisdom, to the debate, to a variety of opinions and points of view, and the place for that is not in a rush tonight. We already have a mechanism set up to examine these issues. I think we should go with it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi,
Mr. Bohm.
Paul Bohm, 11 Ridgewood Road. My question is, I'm unclear what the amendment is. Mr. Dane started the discussion pertaining to Article 27, but I think it was expanded to 27, 28, and 29. Can you just clarify if this amendment pertains to the next three articles or just to the one
The
presented?
motion, as I understand it, and he can correct me if I am wrong, is to refer the substance of Article 27 to the Town Meeting Study Committee, which has previously been approved last night.
But the discussion has included 28, the other
Yes.
articles. So
The motion relates just to Article 27. The discussion that I the argument that I made in favor of it is the same or similar to the one that will be made for the other articles, but there's only one in front of you at a time.
Okay, so we should expect other amendments. Thank you.
Okay. and
Henry's
Mr.
going to be
Ganatas?
back here. You're going to be back.
Yes, he'll be back.
And I guess I would say one thing, though, is that lots of states have enacted...
Excuse me, I was just going to call on you, but I would like, if Mr. Dane has more to say at the moment.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. If you're finished, that's fine.
I am finished.
Okay.
Henry.
On 27.
All right. Mr. Ganatas, please go ahead.
I was just going to say that one aspect that hasn't been sufficiently discussed is a lot of states have enacted rules to really suppress votes by having long lines for ballots, by having restricted numbers of ballot drop boxes, or restricting absentee voting in order to depress turnout. And to some extent, we've done the same, only inadvertently, by having the in-person requirement and the lengthy debate process. So that's why I think there is some urgency to this, because it's such a glaring problem, and we've been stuck with this antiquated process. But that notwithstanding, I do think the study amendment is a great idea, that process should also go in parallel.
Okay, thank you. Question, Mike?
Hi, my name is Amrit Kumar, Old Marlborough Road.
Could you stand a little closer to the mic, or
I'm still as tall as yesterday, all right.
bend over a little bit?
Amrit Kumar, Old Marlborough Road, 449. I was going to ask a question about the original motion, but I'm going to ask it about the amendment at this point. The original motion was stated as not a change to a bylaw. It wasn't stated as anything binding. I don't know that it's potentially legal. It could happen in other states. I'm a former moderator of another town. I don't know whether this would be legal in the Commonwealth. So my question to town council is, should everybody know whether the original motion is even legal? Because I'm supportive of the amendment from Mr. Dane.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Madam Moderator, through you, it is not legal. It is absolutely not legal. It would require a change in state law. It would be legal under special legislation of the form that is proposed under Article 28. New Hampshire respectfully has different laws and very different on this score. The Supreme Judicial Court has described town meeting several times over the past century, not just many decades ago. And in every one of those descriptions, what it views as required, and each town, by the way, is required to have a town meeting. That's not a choice Concord made. Each town is required under Chapter 39 to have a town meeting. It can take different forms, but it must have one. And the Supreme Judicial Court is very clear that a town meeting requires debate, requires deliberation, and a binding vote. The state law is also very clear about what can be on a ballot, and that is an item that cannot be changed under the Home Rule Amendment to the Massachusetts Constitution without special legislation. One of the items that towns especially cannot act on within their bylaws is elections. There is an option for non-binding resolutions on the ballot, but there is no option for binding resolutions except for those already authorized by state law, Prop 2.5 and others. So this, while it's not illegal in the sense that it can never happen, it would require special legislation. And furthermore, I would suggest that even if it didn't, not having a bylaw to explain it means that this would be subject to the memory and with all due respect to a town clerk, to the town clerk's files and not enshrined with any process.
Just a quick question.
Excuse me, through the moderator.
Madam Moderator, clarification to the response from town council?
Yes, and then I'll go back to Mr. Ganatas.
Thank you. Madam Moderator, through you, town council's response about the legality or otherwise was of the original motion in Article 27, not of the amendment. The amendment is perfectly legal. Yes?
Madam Moderator, yes, the amendment is perfectly legal.
Okay, Mr. Ganatas, you can respond, and then next I'm going.
This is just a short question for the town council, which is there a basis in state law that prohibits this, or is it case law and precedent, or both, or primarily precedent? And which law, if you could cite that and send it in writing, would be good. So it's not just an oral top of the cuff opinion.
Okay. Well,
If you want to email it to me, I'll give you my card.
absolutely not. Thank you. Madam Moderator, can I please ask that Mr. Ganatas speak through you and please sit down?
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Ganatas, first of all, we write opinions on behalf when requested by the town manager or the select board, so I will not be providing you a written opinion. Second of all, I cited the law. It's Chapter 39, Chapter 39 is what governs town meeting. That is a chapter that requires an annual town meeting. If you're looking for case law, the opinion of the justices, 229 Mass 601 from 1918 has been cited since. During the pandemic, I happen to represent several other towns that requested to have remote meetings. The a single justice of the SJC held back on allowing that. The legislator felt the need to authorize that. The Attorney General said that would not be possible. Opening this up to a potential of a binding vote after puts into question bond issuances. It puts into question the legality of bylaws. It puts into question every action of town meeting. I would submit that not a single town council in the state would believe this is legal.
Thank you. Mr. Ganatas, if you would like to respond to that, I'll give you 1 minute, and then I'll go to questions from the floor.
Would just be a request then, following the town council's comments, that if the select board could obtain from the town council his comments just in writing, to have a memorandum of his comments, so that they're durable. I hope that's not perceived as unreasonable. Thank you. And with the citations, thank you.
Okay, question, Mike.
Hi, Brett Fry, Spencer Brook Road. I have an amendment to the amendment, even though this one may not matter, but I'll have it on the next article, which is if we're going to
Wait, what are you speaking to right now?
Article 27, Chair Dane's amendment.
And you want to make an amendment to his amendment?
Yes.
Your motion to refer, right.
Or his motion.
Right. But I think, yeah, your motion to refer, it becomes the substance, in my mind, becomes the substance of it. Can that be amended? So we don't.
Motion to refer is not
And then we have to go back.
action.
I'm sorry.
So what is it? He wants
to amend his amendment. We're going to ask you to go and speak to.
I did. I spoke to Ms. Woodward, and she said I should speak to you. I'd be happy to state what I'm requesting.
Still somewhat unclear about what the scope of the motion for us. Then we would go back and vote. Is that? It's a plan.
It's not amended.
Yeah. So.
Bashar, how are you? Good. Good to see you.
All right, we'd like you to make your motion to amend the amended motion.
Okay.
And
Hold
then
my hand here.
And then town council will.
I'd like to make a motion to amend the motion to amend Article 27. And that motion to amend would be to include the sponsor of Article 27 as part of the study committee under Article 26, since we're consolidating on everything under 26. He's put a lot of effort into this, and I think he should be part of that study committee.
I'm sorry, that's outside the scope of the article, and the appointments will be made at a later time, and Mr. Ganatas could express interest if he wished, it seems to me. But I think it's outside of the scope of what we're talking about right now.
If I may, just so that there's no mystery about our discussion, we want to understand the amendment. I believe, and this is the moderator's call, but Article 26 is done and voted on, and I believe what this action would be, I believe the reason it's outside the scope, Madam Moderator, is because
That's right.
it is speaking to a separate article, not the one we're on.
But he's part of the select board, which will be establishing this special committee. So if the select board is amending this article.
Actually, just to clarify what you voted on yesterday, the moderator will be selecting that committee, not the select board.
Okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right. Back to the original motion to amend the motion that was on the floor. Not to amend. Motion to, yes, the motion is to refer Article 27 to the Town Meeting Study Committee. And I had it written down here, yes. Refer Article 27 to the Town Meeting Study Committee is the motion on the floor at the moment. Pro first, and then we'll come back to the questions, and then I'll go to Con.
Sven Weber, 50 Belknap Street. If I understand the Green Handbook correctly, the correct motion would be to commit this article to the established task force. And that's not an amendment. And if I read it correctly, that is a non-disputable vote, similar to end the discussion. So if that's the case, I would like to make that motion to commit this article to the task force.
That would be another motion to amend a motion that we have not yet
No, it's not
voted.
an amendment of the amendment. It's the motion to commit. This is a similar process as a motion to call the question or end the debate. That's how it is, at least worded in this Green Handbook.
Town Council is suggesting that that is basically the nature of what he's talking about. It's a different word.
Yeah, but amendment is a change of a...
This is a motion to refer Article 27 to the Town Meeting Study Committee. Okay? So, question?
Yep. My name is Jillian Amoroso, and I live at 109 Stone Road Lane.
Excuse me. Please sit down.
I have two questions. The first question is, if this is illegal, why are we talking about doing it? Do you want to answer, or should
Sure.
I do my second?
Yes. The same statute I mentioned earlier, Chapter 39, permits for any annual town meeting at the collection of 10 signatures, any item brought by a citizen to be placed on a town meeting warrant. It is placed in the form that the petitioner places it. The town select board, town council, the clerk, town moderator have no control over the language once it's on.
Okay.
And once it's on, we can advise.
So we have to talk about it because it's been...
Exactly.
Okay.
Okay.
That answers
All right.
my question. My second
I'm going
question...
to go to the...
Wait,
oh,
can
I'm
we-
sorry, you had a second question.
Can we just vote on the motion?
That motion would have to be made without having asked a previous question or made a comment.
Sorry, guys.
All right, I'm going to the Con mic now.
My name is Brad Dye. I live at 1019 Main Street.
Go ahead, Mr. Dyer.
Madam Moderator, I hope that the instant motion is defeated, and I hope that the underlying motion is defeated. I've heard all that I need to have heard over the last 15 minutes, and I don't wish to expose the Town Meeting Study Committee to further debate over something that I have already made up my mind on based on everything that I've heard in both content and tone over the last 20 minutes or so. They have a big job in front of them. I'm already dubious they'll do it all well in 1 year. I don't want to add this to their agenda. Regardless of what my fellow citizens might think of the possibility of committing, or any other word you want to apply to it, to the next couple of articles, I don't think that the same logic applies in this particular underlying motion. I want this motion to be defeated right now, and I want the underlying motion to be defeated right now. Thank you, Madam Moderator.
Thank you, and Mr. Ganatas.
Yes, please. Well, the suggestion, I think, to refer this to the study commission from Article 26 that Henry Dane suggested, and given the legal picture, I think the study commission now has enough information to consider this, and I think there's good arguments for it. So I see that at this stage that they've been suitably informed. There's no need to further consider this motion. And so then I will withdraw it.
So you're withdrawing your
Correct.
original motion,
That's correct.
and
The original article, and the study commission can take it up as part of their agenda. Okay?
Henry? Yes, so I need to know what the status is legally, because the motion that's now on the floor is to refer Article 27 to the town meeting study committee.
Sure, and I certainly respect that there's, discussion has gone this way, but you have an article, you have a motion on the floor, Article 27, to refer it to the study committee. Madam Moderator, you would need to take a vote on that. If that vote passes, no further action would be needed on Article 27 at all. It would be referred to a study committee. If that vote fails, you can then proceed to debate further this article, Article 27. If Mr. Gonatas at that point is advocating for no vote, he could amend his motion to indefinitely postpone, or simply ask that the meeting vote down the motion, and it would have the same effect.
Thank you very much. Con Mike first, and then we'll go to Pro.
Sarah Wilbur, I'm 18 Concord Green. I call the question.
All right, that's not debatable. All in favor of calling the question? And there's no second hall to check with tonight? All those in opposed? Well, it looks to me like it's unanimous. Pardon me? Yes, call the question.
It wasn't unanimous.
It wasn't?
There were 2.
Oh, okay. I'm being corrected by the town clerk that there were 2 opposed votes, but we will now move to a motion on, a vote on the motion before us, which is to refer Article 27 to the town meeting study committee. All those in favor, please raise your ballots. Okay, and anyone opposed? There are a handful, let's see, yep, but it's clearly passing. Okay, thank you very much, and we will move to Article 28. Maybe I'll put my glasses on and see what I'm really looking at. It's done. Oh, wait. Did we vote? Yes. We called the question, then we did the vote. And the results were different. Okay, so. He's looking for help on how to get the presentation up. Got it? Okay, under Article 28, Mr. Gillis moves that the town authorize the select board to request a home rule petition from the general court to allow remote participation at Concord annual and special town meetings with language substantially in the form of the draft bill in the current town warrant.
Thank you, Moderator Flood, and good evening, fellow legislators. This is offered to you, Article 28 is offered to you, our legislature, in the spirit of this terrific quote from the National League of Women Voters website, with the goal of, in the future, making voting more accessible. It's been said that town meeting is the purest form of government, and that is because each and every registered voter in the town of Concord has the right to vote. But we all know that that right only exists if we are physically in this room at the precise time of the vote. This requirement to be here results in obstacles for many people. A few of these people are listed on this slide, but there are many more. The result of this in-person voting requirement is that at peak attendance, when there's a large number of people here for a special interest, like last night when there were 973 people at the meeting, at peak attendance, the average attendance is less than 1,000 voters over the last 10 years, representing less than 7% of the registered voters in town, meaning that over 93% of our fellow citizens, our fellow registered voters, are not involved in decisions that are consequential to our town. There's another group that is unfortunately not well represented at town meeting. These people are people age 40 and below. Many of us were born in and grew up in and were educated in and worked most of our lives in an analog world. The group of 40 and below people had their educations and their work lives entirely in a digital world. So for them, like even many of us, modern technology helps us work our way through our complex and busy lives by facilitating it with modern technology. Using modern technology can, if we chose to, make town meeting more inclusive, yet it preserves the important need to deliberate. We could have a hybrid town meeting where people like us could be in the room physically and others could participate remotely, like many do. Many do listen on the radio or watch on closed-circuit TV. The only thing they can't do is express their opinion in a vote. So deliberation could continue, yet we could include everybody, give everybody the opportunity to vote. If we wanted to do that, we would not be allowed to. Because I believe unintentionally, Massachusetts state law prohibits remote voting, remote participation. This is something that has been discussed by many towns across the Commonwealth, and 2 of them have already taken action by petitioning our legislature, our state legislature, to allow remote participation. Wayland, who has open town meeting just like us with thousands and thousands of voters, has petitioned the legislature, as has Lexington, who has representative town meeting with only about 200 representatives, yet they still believe there would be benefits in allowing remote participation. Perhaps we should vote not to move to remote voting, but rather to petition the legislature to give us the right to do so. We should do it now, perhaps, because this can be a multi-year process, and often you have to go back to the legislature multiple times. If ever we wanted to use remote voting and modern technology, the time to start is now. For the convenience of our select board, the warrant has a proposed bill, just to help them draft the bill that they might want to put in front of our legislature. Please keep in mind that a yes vote does not endorse any particular voting technology or voting philosophy. That's something that we want to leave to the moderator study committee. A yes vote does give us options, but it does not require that we do remote voting at this time. It simply asks our select board, authorizes our select board to petition our legislature. As you think about how you would like to vote on Article 28, please keep 3 things in mind. 1, the importance of inclusion. 2, the ubiquity of modern technology and how it can make our lives, complicated, busy lives, easier. And 3, the freedom for us, the legislators of Concord, to decide how we would like to run our town meeting rather than leaving it up to our state legislators on Beacon Hill. Thank you.
Okay, do I see a second for Mr. Gillis's motion? I do see several. And Mr. Dane, I believe you have another motion here.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Thank you, Mr. Gillis. For the same reasons that I made the motion on the previous matter, I now move to refer Article 28 to the Town Meeting Study Committee established by Article 26. Thank you.
You may. Yes, is there a second for, thank you, we've got it.
Thank you, Chairman
Go ahead.
Dane. I would just like to mention one thing. In the spirit of full disclosure and truth, we all should be reminded that as a matter of public record, that our select board voted in the affirmative on Article 28. The vote was 3 to 1 to 1. It's public record that Mr. Dane voted against. And I suggest that Mr. Dane's motion, a valid one, it should be presented to you by Mr. Dane as a citizen, a fellow legislator, not as chairman of the select board, because the select board voted in the affirmative on Article 28. Thank you.
Would you like to reconsider there? You're not going to reconsider?
I stand corrected on that issue, and I have presented this motion and the previous one, perhaps in error, as I am the chair of the select board, but I was speaking for myself, and the select board, after being presented with this opportunity, did not have the opportunity to debate and consider how we would act on this. But I have presented the motion nevertheless because I think it's consistent with the policy of having this matter decided and referred to the committee that will be dealing with all of the issues that have to do with changes and reforms and improvements of the town meeting process.
All right. I'll go to microphone number 1 first.
Keith Bergman, 56 White Avenue. I'm chair of the Concord Municipal Affordable Housing Trust, but speaking on my own behalf. I support the motion to refer this matter to the study committee, which this body established last night. I've spent a career of nearly 40 years as a town manager in other communities. I love town meeting, always work for an open town meeting form of government. I commend the citizens of Concord for establishing a study committee to look at the best ways to make this form of government work. And I think that that study committee should not be hamstrung by having certain issues already acted upon, and I think they should have a full opportunity to address all of the issues that we would that are on this warrant that deal with their work. They should be referred to that committee. They will take what time they need. We don't have an end time for tonight, and the reason is because the intent is to finish all of the articles in this annual town meeting warrant before we can go home. And I think that If our time is limited, if we do not have an hour to debate each of these worthy articles, let the committee do it at their earliest opportunity and in the coming months, and let us finish action on this annual town meeting tonight.
Thank you. I'll go to the con mic now.
David Allen, 316 East Bridge Road.
Go ahead, Mr. Allen.
I strongly agree with what just came from the pro microphone, so why am I standing here?
That's a good question.
There is, it's not a detail, there's more than a detail. What's going on with this particular article? As has already been alluded, there will be required a home rule petition. Let's zero in on that. Wayland has had, and Wayland's the only one that matters here because they're open. Lexington is representative, so it doesn't affect where we are. Wayland has had a home rule petition before the legislature for 2 years. They've been ignored fundamentally. I began working with actually the legislative aide of Carmen Gentile, and now David Carr and I, who've been doing this, I've been doing this 9 years. David Carr has been doing it 6 years. We're both working with Simon Cataldo, our representative here, and Carmen Gentile, who's Wayland, but also happens to be mine as well over in Canantum. The bottom line we learned from the State House is the only way the State House will move ahead on this is if there's a critical mass of Massachusetts towns that come to the legislature and request it. Changing voting is a very fundamental thing. It's at the very crux of democracy, and they simply aren't going to proceed until they see compulsion across the state. So David Carr and I have committed ourselves, as I said, working with our 2 representatives after this town meeting to fan out, across the state to towns interested in also going here to proselytize, evangelize, to...
Excuse me.
Go ahead.
As you mentioned, we have many other things to take up tonight. And so please come to a conclusion.
I'll do so.
Out of your 2 minutes.
Sorry. Bottom line, we'd like to have the wind at our sails when we go out across the state to get these other towns with us. I tried to think of a good compromise here because I think Citizen Dane's motion is a good one, certainly for all of 3 of these. It would be this, Madam Moderator, that even though we don't take a vote on 28, we see a show of ballots across the meeting so that David and I can carry that little story. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to the question, Mike.
Hi, Scott Smigler, 1266 Monument. So I actually had a question that Mr. Gillis addressed right as I reached the microphone, because I had thought the Select Board was offering this amendment. And if I'm clear, the Select Board is not offering this amendment and did not offer the prior amendment, even though the chair of the Select Board rose and was introduced as such. My question is, could the Select Board offer their report on this article and their reasoning why I believe they supported this article?
Would somebody from the Board of Selectmen like to come up and respond?
And I'm referring to the underlying article, not to the amendment to the article.
Terry Ackerman, I will try to answer that question. So we debated this article on March 18th, 2024. It was a 3-to-1 vote. I was one of the people who voted in favor of it. One person opposed, one person abstained. However, tonight, about 5 minutes before the town meeting started, a citizen approached Henry and I happened to overhear and suggested this motion, and Henry liked that idea and he made the motion. Now, the select board did not have a chance right then to meet and debate it. If we had, we may have made it as a board vote to do the amendment, but we didn't have time. If you want, we can take time now and have a huddle and do that. But hopefully that answers your question.
With respect, when you discussed and voted to support this article, what was your reasoning?
Well, I like the idea of the article. I also think the study committee should look at it. I don't want it to go away completely. I think one way or the other, personally, you're asking me personally because we haven't met again on this.
I'm referring to when you met on the underlying article and you voted.
Excuse me, your questions are
I'm sorry.
properly coming to the moderator.
I appreciate that.
I guess I would have to go back and look at my notes from that particular meeting now because we've had so many different meetings and so many different votes, and I don't remember the exact discussion that night.
In my 9 seconds remaining, Madam Moderator, is it typical for the Select Board to offer a report at town meeting when asked why they supported an article or did not?
There are often times in my own experience, I'm not the town council, but there are often things that come up in the course of discussion at town meeting which take something on a slightly different track, and we are where we are right now with the motion to refer Article 28 to the town meeting study committee.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go to the pro mic now.
Hi, Kelly Green, 65 Allen Farm Lane. I'm pro for the underlying article and con for the amendment, so I don't know if I'm the right lane, but it seems to me that you could submit this petition and still have the study committee do its work. It doesn't seem like it would bind the town to remote voting. It would just potentially create the opportunity for us to do that sometime in the future, and it could be several years off. And I have a bit of concern with the study committee in that one of the criteria for inclusion on the committee is that you have to have a history of attendance at town meeting. And it seems that the people that are disenfranchised by the current system will not have that history and therefore will be excluded from the study committee. I've come to many of the town meetings and sort of balanced it with my husband and trading off times with the kids. But I look around and I see pretty much none of my peers are here, and they all came out yesterday and the day before for the school board votes and the school naming. But there's really a limit to what people with children can do in terms of finding the time to come to town meetings. So I feel that with this option of just submitting the petition and carrying on with the study, I understand the desire to study it more, that seems reasonable, although I do have some concerns about the composition of the study committee.
We're not supposed to applaud, except for people who are retiring or something. All right, I did want to make one clarification, and that is on the membership of the committee. In Article 26, the committee shall consist of 9 registered voters of the town appointed by the moderator. The members shall have among them the following experience and expertise. And one of those is knowledge of town government, familiarity with statutes regulating local government, a history of attendance at town meeting, knowledge of communication, voting, remote participation technology, and familiarity with common social media platforms, etc. So I think individual. And not each individual. Among the 9 members of the committee, those would be covered. Okay, let's see. I think I'll go to the question mic.
Parashar Patel, 397 Sudbury, member of Finance Committee, but speaking for myself, I just have a question on the underlying article. It says the article, town meeting authorizes the select board to do this. Does the select board actually need authorization, or can they do this independently? That's the first question. And then the second question for the select board, when you guys discussed this, did you actually consider just taking it upon yourself to seek authorization?
First, Town council will respond to that part of the question, and then I'll ask the select board if they'd like to respond to the second part.
Madam Moderator, and it may moot the second, to file special legislation, town meeting has to authorize it, so select board can't act on their own.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anybody from the select board? No, okay. All right. Mike.
Bob Treitman, 43 Middle Street. I don't see any reason to delay this that's why I'm on the con microphone. I don't understand any reason to delay this action on the underlying motion. Let's get things going in parallel. If the study committee decides it's a good idea, then this is already in process. If the study committee doesn't decide it's not a good idea, they can ignore it. But waiting and trying to do things in sequence rather than in parallel doesn't make any sense. And so I hope we defeat the motion to amend. Thank you.
Thank you. And back to Pro.
Rich Feely, 347 Lexington Road. I speak in favor of Mr. Dane's amendment. Let's see what the committee comes up with. And they're not expected to come up with anything until the end of next year. So we have time to authorize, we have a lot we want our legislators to do. And I think to ask for home rule now, and home rules don't have a very high batting average, until we know what we want, is sort of an act of political onanism, and I think we should wait.
All right. Thinking it's going to be a long night. Go ahead with the question, please.
Joseph Amar, 588 Bedford Street. I guess the question, Madam Moderator, might end up being asked to the other moderator, but is it beneficial for us to vote so that the process of petitioning the state will help in the future work of this committee that's been agreed to and formed? Will it help that we as a legislature have asked the select board to go to the state, or will it hinder? Because my sense is it'll help for that to be a tool that they can choose to use or reject, but I'm just curious from the opinion of the person who's going to run a committee that we've already agreed to, is this beneficial to have the select board do, or will it hinder them?
Would the select board like to respond to the question? Yes, it does, of course.
Thank you, Henry Dane. Speaking again for myself.
I was asking the select board, not...
Well, I'm all we got.
He is the chair of the select.
So I think it's, with regard to your question, it's impossible to say whether it will help or hinder. It would seem to me that asking for specific legislation will tend to bind the hands of the study committee. And so...
You're speaking as an individual citizen.
I'm speaking as an individual, as you are,
right.
Yes.
Is there a chance that the individual who's going to lead it, Madam Moderator, could answer that question?
Well, if she wishes to answer.
If she wishes to answer, it's perfectly okay with me.
Carmen Reese, Town Moderator. I should note at the outset that I won't be running the committee. I will be a non-voting ex officio member. I will be there as a resource. So this will be a citizen committee that will be chaired and run by itself.
And appointed by.
But your question is whether it would help or hinder. It's hard to say. I guess it predetermines a question, and the question of remote voting is on the list of the things that the study committee is asked to think about. So I suppose it could be a little bit of cart before the horse, but I don't think it hurts, so it's hard to say.
Thank you.
Okay. To the con mic. Didn't you already speak? Am I wrong?
Not on this article.
Okay,
no.
that's what I'm thinking. Thank you.
Steve Urza, 39 Cottage Street, speaking not in favor of the amendment, but in favor of the original article.
Oh, it's the amendment that is on the floor right now.
I am speaking con to the amendment.
Okay, go ahead.
And I think the original article is a very good article and timely, and I think it'll take time for the legislature to pass anything, so let's get started now. And I say con to the amendment. Thank you.
Okay, pro Mike.
Okay, Margaret Foley, 295 Independence Road. I guess con to the amendment. This is one of the few times I've been at town meeting, and I guess I'd echo the comments that someone came up with previously, because as a working parent, it's difficult to get here. And I really think that if people had the opportunity to vote remotely, that you'd get far more representation. And I also think it's a DEI issue, because, I really do. I think it's about inclusion, and I think that democracy is representation. Thank you.
Question.
Hi there, Amy Kaiser, 294 Commonwealth Avenue. I so appreciate all the perspectives we've heard on this topic tonight. I would like to call the question, however. Can I do that?
That's not debatable. Is there a second?
Harry's right. You can't call the question after making a comment.
Okay. Right. All in favor of calling, that was the second I was asking for your motion to call the question.
Point of order.
Point of order. I'm happy to take a point of order because I'm a little over my head here.
The issue is that we have a long-standing tradition of not allowing somebody to make a comment and then...
I heard a few words in front of it. It was that she appreciated.
Perspective.
Yes. Would you come to the microphone and state your name?
I'm actually just repeating other people with quieter voices.
Take your mask off.
My name is Abe Fisher. I live at 400 Hayward Mill Road. I'm the head teller. At the moment, I'm acting as a megaphone because I have a loud voice and other people don't. The point of order is that we have a tradition of not taking a motion to the previous question from somebody who starts by making a comment, even to the point of, I think I've heard enough, I'd like to move the question. That is, of course, up to your judgment, but that's basically what I've been asked to speak to.
Can I retract my appreciation of people?
Yes, I did not interpret it as a comment on the substance of the article, just an introduction to a motion to move the question. All right. How many people, please raise your ballot slips if you are in favor of moving forward with Article 28?
No, the amendment.
Move the question, I'm sorry. Yes, move the question. Anyone opposed to moving the question?
Moving the amendment.
Moving, no, moving the question, and then we'll vote on the amendment, okay? The question before us is the amendment. Okay. All right. Was there anybody, let me repeat that. Is there anybody opposed to moving the question, which is the amendment to the main motion? Whatever, yes, the referring of the main motion to the town meeting study committee. This is getting very wrapped up in things. All right. Was there anybody opposed? I see a handful of votes, so we will move to the vote on the motion to refer Article 28 to the town meeting study committee. All those in favor, please raise your ballot slips. Okay, and anybody opposed? Well, that's a good number of people, but I think it's overwhelmingly in favor. So I will declare that Article 28, in substance, has been referred to the Town Meeting Study Committee. And it is now... I think it was, well, it was a very clear vote. Okay. And it is now 5 minutes after 9, and we have several more articles to take up before, and I win the prize for one more here. So are you done? Hopefully we can get the machinations a little bit smoother. I can get them a little bit smoother this time around. Article 29 is a citizen petition, use of handheld electronic voting at town meeting. And Mr. Martinez moves that the town utilize electronic voting devices, hereinafter referred to as clickers, as the primary method to tabulate and record votes at Concord's special town meeting and annual town meetings beginning in 2025 or thereafter, as stated in Article 29 of the 2024 annual town meeting warrant. Go ahead.
Thank you,
I will write it.
Madam Moderator. Please pay attention to the primary method. Where's the clicker?
Does
How do I
somebody take
advance
the
the
clicker?
slides?
Is it-
Scott, do you?
The little handheld thing right on the top of the...
Okay. Here we go. So please pay attention to the primary method. It addresses what-if situations. What if there's a high-interest article, we're short of clickers? What if there's a technology failure? It recognizes that the town moderator has broad discretion under law to address any sort of difficulty and to come up with a plan B. Clickers save money. The town of Wayland saved an average of 3.5 hours per annual town meeting over 10 years. Think about that. I'm not saying we're Wayland, but we could go from 3 to 2 nights. Clickers are going to reduce overtime costs. I counted 15 police, fire, and safety officials attending, saving 3 hours of their time, reducing keeping this facility open, and most importantly, respecting our collective time. The common clicker has 3 options: yes, no, abstain. It fosters independent voting, and it prevents a herd mentality. The system doesn't show voters the number of votes for and against until voting's over. And during the vote, there's no way to tell how your neighbors are voting. One thing I want to distinguish this article, there's no special legislation required. There's no home rule petition required. Our town moderator has had the ability and has the ability to institute clickers at any time. So let's look at our neighbors. We have Acton, Carlisle, Littleton, Maynard, Sudbury, Stowe, Wayland, and Westford. Maynard has reported a 20% increase in attendance after adopting clickers. I've spoken to the people in Carlisle and the town moderator there. They've noted an increase in attendance. I would urge the League of Women Voters from Concord to talk to the Carlisle League of Women Voters. My understanding is Carlisle loves clickers. What's that? Well, hopefully then, I'd love to hear from the Carlisle people, because they love clickers. So one of the reasons why I'm here, at least, is I strongly believe hand-raising at town meetings, suppressing voting, it's suppressing attendance. Look, we're not alone. Look at what Williamstown reported. Williamstown reported, quote, there are people in the community that don't feel comfortable raising their hands one way or another to vote, and this is the real part you need to pay attention to, and some don't vote at all. The number of abstentions we never hear about, but we should. We are not an elected representative legislature. We don't travel from our towns to Boston. We live with neighbors and friends in a small community. How we vote matters, is being viewed. Stand up and be counted has never been a core principle of town meeting. Even if you argue it is, I would argue it's outdated, and it's contrary to the efforts to provide a welcoming and inclusive town meeting. So what are clickers doing? Clickers are trying to address a 30-year-old problem. The last time we looked at this was in '96. Let's read the problem. Many citizens are reluctant to be seen to take an unpopular position at town meeting and are also reluctant to initiate the present procedure for secret ballot. Accordingly, pay attention to this, they feel disenfranchised from the process. So we've had disenfranchised people for 30 years. Think about that. Clickers are more accurate. More accurate voting results are important, particularly when articles are critical to the town's future. Article 20. I would have loved to have known how many people were approving of the budget, how many were opposed, and importantly, how many abstained. Clickers will be cost effective. The collective savings will far exceed the cost to purchase or lease clickers. The goal tonight, for me anyway, is for the town to vote for clickers, dispense with stand up and to be counted, just look at the facts of all the towns around us that use clickers. And what I would like to see the town moderator study committee do is select the best clicker. Because I don't think we should be here, again, debating clickers. We should be debating what's the best solution. And I have 10 extra seconds on. As far as cost, there's a handout that's just so inaccurate, it's amazing. So clickers cost $30 a piece. 500 clickers would be $15,000. They're good for 10 years. It would cost us roughly $1,500 a town meeting. It would cost us $500 a night. So please don't pay attention to estimates of $15,000 per annual town meeting. It's just insanely inaccurate. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a second for Mr. Martinez's motion? I see them. Thank you very much. And I'm expecting the board, well, Henry, Jane, to come up and have a seat, please, Mr. Martinez.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Moderator. I have to say that I don't necessarily disagree with Mr. Martinez about many of the things that he said, but that doesn't deter me from thinking that this is a matter that should be referred to the study committee, and therefore I will once again move to refer Article 29.
And excuse me one moment, I should indicate that because the question was asked previously, that the Board of Selectmen did recommend affirmative action 4-0 with one abstention, right, on the original article.
As Ms. Ackerman said, things change.
Yes, they do.
And again, I will emphasize that I am speaking for myself, and I am presenting before the meeting the opportunity to refer this matter to the study committee where it appropriately belongs, where it could be considered in concert with all the other proposals that are being put forward. And as I said, I agree with many of the things that Mr. Martinez said, but I nevertheless think that also in the interest of efficiency in moving this meeting forward, that it would be more economical of our time to refer this matter to the study committee established under Article 26. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dane. Pro Mike?
Gwendolyn Humphreys, 400 Hayward Mill Road.
Go ahead, please.
So I have been counting votes at town meeting since before I could vote. So I doubt it would surprise anybody to hear that my family spends a lot of time talking about counting votes and how to make it more effective and efficient. And we have been debating clicker voting nonstop for as long as anybody's talked about it existing, and we can't decide if it makes sense. There's a ton of pros and cons. The records, the paper trail, the fact that you can't see how your neighbor voted. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? So I don't think that we are in a position tonight of making that decision. But last night, as we've said, we had a great idea. We formed a committee specifically to talk about that. So rather than us tonight making a decision real quick, I support this motion. I think we should table it, give it to the committee, and let them decide whether this is something that actually makes sense for our town.
I think we're going to have a couple of questions, if it's okay to wait a little bit.
Madam Moderator, Ann Humphrey, 468 Old Bedford Road. A point of order, I guess, or question. I got somewhat confused because Mr. Dane spoke, he did not say at first he was speaking for himself. I was thinking that he was speaking for the Board of Selectmen. I would like to have the board, it was, the Board of Selectmen said 4-1. I didn't hear that it had been changed, so I wondered if somebody from the Board of Selectmen or yourself could tell me whether that 4-1 in favor was...
That was of the original article.
Okay.
Okay? Would anybody on the Board of Selectmen like to comment on that? I see them conferring. Okay, you guys talk.
Is this open meeting law
and
violation?
I will go to the...
Excuse me.
Conley.
This is an open meeting
Town
law.
council's coming up.
Madam Moderator, I believe there was a question of whether caucusing during town meeting is subject to the open meeting law. The answer is no. The open meeting law does not apply to town meeting.
Okay. Thank you. I thought I had gotten a second on the motion to refer, but I may have missed it, just in case. Yes. Yeah. Okay, so it's the second to the motion to refer. All right, thank you. And the con mic is next. Maybe he's too busy to?
Sorry. Scott Smigler at 1266 Monument Street. I believe there are more opposed than are in favor, but I couldn't promise. This was the announcement from the auditorium after the second to last vote on the first night of town meeting. Why? Because when you're standing on the stage and people raise their piece of paper to vote, it can be incredibly difficult to judge closer votes. That's why our neighboring communities are switching from paper to electronic clickers with urgency, and we should too. The old way wastes a lot of paper, too. I lived in Sudbury before coming to Concord and saw close votes from the stage when I co-chaired the Finance Committee. Clickers made a huge difference. After close votes without clickers, one side left feeling the moderator had made an unfair judgment, which undermined trust in the town meeting practice of democracy. I remember one controversial vote before we had clickers, where thousands of people showed up filling multiple overflow rooms like this one. The vote ended up going to a paper ballot and every person got in line. It took hours to count the vote, with many people leaving early in disgust. With a clicker, votes will go much more quickly, and the technology is easy enough for everyone with a simple yes/no button and Braille for people that need it. That's why so many of Concord's neighboring towns have adopted clickers, with Lincoln adding itself to that list at their March 25th town meeting. I'll end my comment by quoting Ned Perry, civil rights activist and former Concord town moderator for 10 years. In an article by Elise Young titled Equity versus Tradition, the double-edged sword of modernizing town meeting, he is quoted as follows: "When you adopt the clickers, it says to the townspeople, I respect your time. We can speed up the process by asking for yeses or nos and 20 seconds later, moving on. I believe there is no logical reason to wait We should all make town meeting open to all. And I also have a question. What we learned, just one point of order, we learned that 5 minutes prior to town meeting, someone approached the chair of the select board with an amendment. We learned that from another member of the select board, and I would like to know if there was conference before town meeting started when they weren't in open meeting. Thank you.
Okay. Who's speaking here for? I'm speaking for the Okay. Okay. Mark Howell is going to speak for the Board of Selectmen.
Mark Howell, on Ersnack Hill Road, Madam Moderator.
Go ahead.
Speaking for the Select Board has just voted that we are in favor of the motion to commit this article to the study committee. Our rationale is that the study committee is charged with developing a comprehensive set of recommendations for town meeting, of which clickers, remote participation, and other methods may all be part, and we would like to see them all move together. Thank you.
Madam Moderator, point of order. I did ask a question.
Excuse me? You said commit. Henry's motion was to refer.
I'm sorry, refer and commit are synonyms in this conversation.
Okay.
Madam Moderator, I did ask a question at the end of my comment, whether the select board had prior to town meeting an open meeting when they discussed this 5 minutes prior to town meeting starting. Okay, thank you.
Would you like to, what was that?
So the response from my colleague on the select board was no, we did not.
Okay. All right. Pro Mike next.
David Allen, 316 Eastbridge Road, Madam Moderator.
Go ahead.
I trust that we're debating this motion to refer commit, not the underlying motion.
Yes, we are discussing the motion to refer
There are
article.
a whole set of people here who would come up with discussion of, but I hope that we're going to just deal with the refer. It's clear to me, as we have done with the prior two about voting at town meeting, when you change what amounts to the crux of democracy, how you vote, you want to take a serious look at it. And fortunately, the moderator has got a study committee going, which will do just that. A range of people who will spend some significant time going over these questions. For me, it's pretty clear that just as we have with the other two, that we want to thank Citizen Dane and move positively, vote yes on this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to give you a chance to respond now.
So David Allen just spoke. He had a one-page handout. Just read two pieces. Article 29 holds that anonymous voting with clickers will increase participation. Then those who want to shield their vote to prevent personal blowback will attend. Think about that, read it. Secondly, think about this. If instead we admit a different class of citizen who will not speak up with their views in deliberation, then can hide their vote anonymously behind clickers, we have vitiated this keystone. And it was referring to his debate. So I'm asking people, the young lady who spoke before about vote counting, for me, this is about privacy. Last night, we talked about standing up for people, and I would ask the question, why do we, as voters, need to see how our neighbor voted, if not to scrutinize and to judge? Secondly, I would ask us to look at ourselves and think about, why, if it's important to respect others and to respect people who have different views than we do, and people who want to vote privately, why would we deny them that if the goal is to be as inclusive and representative possible and to welcome people to attend? And when I was alluding to voter suppression, we are suppression voting because we're not allowing people to express who they really are. And I'm hoping people will speak to the privacy issue. Is it a leading issue? Maybe not. There's huge cost savings. There's accuracy. Privacy is a big issue, which I hope you'll consider.
Thank you.
Madam Moderator, I guess a point of order, please.
Just a moment, please. I am going to ask that people please keep it to 1 minute now, if possible, because it is getting late and we still have a lot more business to do tonight. Mr. Allen, please quickly.
As I understood it, we were debating the amendment to refer. What I just heard, with a reference to myself, which is why I came back, was discussion of the underlying article. I have many responses I was referred to, but I am respectful of the meeting. I'm not going to go there, and I would ask that we discuss the amendment and not otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you. Question, Mike.
Sarah Grimwood, 520 Lexington Road.
I'm sorry?
Sarah Grimwood, 520 Lexington Road.
Go ahead.
I have a question for you, Madam Moderator.
Could you speak a little bit closer to the mic, or maybe you can lift it up a little bit?
I have a question for you. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, yes.
you.
I'm wondering if everybody else can.
Thank you. I remember several years ago at town meeting, we actually practiced playing with clickers, and I wondered if anybody knew why we didn't then adopt using them.
The town moderator can answer that question.
Thank you.
We did an exit survey after that experiment, and the town was very evenly divided in the survey results on whether or not to use electronic clickers, with as many people opposed as were in favor, and it didn't feel like we were ready to do it at that point, and that's why we didn't adopt it.
Thank you. On, Mike.
Rasher Patel, 397 Sudbury Road, member of the Finance Committee, but speaking for myself.
Go ahead.
I'm amazed that we can't do parallel processing. I'm opposed to this motion here. Why not get this started? The committee can do its work. Ultimately, we can go forward if we want to or not. Frankly, from my perspective, if the founding fathers acted the way we did, we'd be celebrating 250 50 years from now, next year. So let's get the show on the road.
Roll, Mike.
Amrit Kumar, 449 Old Marlborough Road, speaking for myself, even though I'm on the Finance Committee. Unlike most people in this room, I've moderated 2 meetings with clickers, and maybe a half dozen before that without. A lot of people like them, a lot of people don't like them. The meeting goes faster. All of these are considerations we probably want to have, exactly like the previous 2 articles which said there should be more people who weigh in on them. There's a study committee which is going to be able to evaluate all these things. And if the committee recommends it, we can rent clickers and have them at the next meeting. We don't have to decide this tonight. We have a committee to look into this. Let's use the committee. Thanks.
Thank you. Question, Mike.
Ralph Reichley, 259 Independence Road. I'd like to call the question.
All right. Again, that is not debatable. Is there a second? There are plenty of seconds. All right. All in favor of calling the question, please raise your voting slips. Okay. And all those opposed to calling the question. Okay. The question is called. All those in favor of the motion to refer Article 29 to the Town Meeting Study Committee, please raise your voting slips. Thank you very much. And all opposed, please raise your voting slips. That is obviously more than a majority in favor of the motion to refer Article 29 to the Town Meeting Study Committee. And I can't wait to see who's on it. Thank you for putting up with all of the questions and confusion as things went differently than planned.
much.
I think everything of mine is still over there, and this is just yours.
Okay, why don't we all stand up? We've been going for a while here. We have addressed Article 30 as part of the consent calendar, and we will proceed to Article 31. Article 31 is Mr. Hubbard Nelson's motion that the town take affirmative action on Article 31 as printed in the warrant.
Do you want to use the clicker, or do you
What
want to
is
say
that?
next slide? Do you want to use the
Oh.
clicker, or do you want to say next slide?
How do I use this?
This is just to advance, and this is to...
Can we have a second for the motion, please? I see that we have one. Thank you. You are good to go, Mr. Hubbard Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'm Brad Hubbard Nelson from the Climate Action Committee, and we are proposing Article 31. That works. The Climate Action Committee was formed this past year, and it is proposing this resolution which asks for two things. First, that the citizens of the town declare a climate emergency and commit to the action needed to address it. And second, that we update our emission reduction goals to be consistent with the state of Massachusetts. Next slide, okay, do that. During these spring days, remember how lucky we are to live in a comfortable place. But we know our climate is changing, caused almost entirely by emissions from the energy that we use and degradation of natural systems. Every year in the past decade had average temperature among the highest in thousands of years of human history. That's amazing. The consequences include unmanageable wildfires and frequent floods occurring in many places, some not that far from Concord. Last summer, you might remember the smoke from fires in Nova Scotia and floods in Vermont and other places, all made more likely by climate change. Over 2,000 cities and towns have declared this an emergency, including our neighbors in Acton. We are already living in a different climate than 50 years ago, and no matter what we do, it's going to get worse for a while. And we need to adapt to those changes, but our chief responsibility is to stop contributing to the problem. What we do now to lower emissions will have a big effect later in this century and beyond. Fortunately, Massachusetts, the legislature and governor both take this very seriously, and in the past few years, the state strengthened its emission reduction goals with a plan and policies to achieve them. And our Senator Michael Barrett has been a leader in bringing this about. Our town has been among the leaders in addressing climate for more than a decade as well. At 27 town meeting, we established our current emission reduction goals with Article 51. And then since then, we've adopted a climate action plan, one of the first in the states. And that outlines many steps that can be taken to lower emissions and make our community more resilient. At the 50,000-foot level, reducing greenhouse gas emissions means a couple of things. It means using emissions-free electricity. Since we own our own electric company, this part was easy once we decided to do it. And it means converting most of the energy we use to electricity, especially our building, heating, and cars. This graph shows we've made considerable progress since 2008, which was the first year we had good data. 2/3 of the emissions are from the buildings, our homes and other buildings, and 1/3 from transportation. Both are going down, and we've had about 37% emission reductions since 2022. By 2022. So we might be able to reach 50% reduction by 2030, which is what this article proposes as a new goal. However, our electricity being already green, the remaining work is more challenging. Electrifying buildings is doable, but it's not simple. But a few hundred homes have already done so, at least in part, several of which we showed in green home tours recently. To reach the 2030 goal, we need to about double the rate per year from what it is currently changing over to electricity. As a town, we need to continue to support the residents doing this through coaching and incentives through CMLP, the excellent work that they do.
And similarly, changing to EVs, being supported by CMLP in the town. But there's barriers that we need to keep addressing, like being able to charge your cars if you don't have a garage in your house. Reaching our proposed goal will be a challenge and for all of us, and it's a meaningful statement that we value our children's future. So we ask Concord to accept that challenge and strengthen our commitment to reduce emissions deeply and quickly by adopting consistent goals with the state. And we can do that, but it's up to us to all to act. So we want Concord to be a leader because we can, and because the example we provide will help other communities all around the country do the same. Thank you. And I have 11 seconds. So I want to also say that the Climate Action Committee does need some new members in the next couple of months, and we welcome people that might be interested in participating. Thank you.
Thank you for the public service announcement. We have, the Select Board recommends affirmative action, and we'll hear from Mr. Howell.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Mark Howell, speaking for the Board of Selectmen, or the Select Board. The Select Board recommends affirmative action on Article 31. By updating Concord's climate goals to include interim targets, as well as aligning Concord's goals with the Commonwealth, we will be in a better position to track our progress and coordinate action across our region. Concord has been a leader in this area. This action will help ensure we keep making progress. We note that the Climate Action Committee, working with town staff, is preparing more regular reporting on our status with respect to these goals. The Select Board is supportive of that effort and recommends affirmative action on Article 31. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now open the floor to questions and comments on Article 31. Mr. Weber.
Sunweber, 50 Bernab. For me, it's more question on how the measured reduction in greenhouse gas is measured. You made a statement that CMLP or electricity is carbon neutral, which it's not. CMLP is using 48% fossil fuels. They are buying these kind of unbundled RECs that are kind of a sticker you stick on top of the fossil fuel, but underlying the town is still using 45% fossil fuel for the electricity. So are you counting these unbundled RECs as offsets and get to these goals, and it's clear these are not offsets? Or how do you look at this little kind of marketing trick?
This is a pretty complicated subject, and I don't. The question of how RECs work is something that I'm not as expert at as I should be, but I know that by doing what we're doing and continuing to buy more power directly from renewable sources or emissions-free sources as we can, that is essentially making renewable energy happen.
Yeah, if you buy it, but again, this increasing electricity demand increases, or extends the use of fossil fuel. And so we have to be careful. I'm supportive of this, so I'm not against, but if we set a goal, we have to understand how we measure the goal. And if we do kind of tricks in measuring the goal, we might fool ourselves. And unbundled RECs are seen as greenwashing, at least in Europe. So we have to understand, are we able to measure this correctly? I'm in favor of it.
I think we're doing we are following the standard prescription, as far as I understand it, that from the DPU or that guy over there, Brian, could talk your ear off on this.
I'd like
Well,
to ask the
let's go to him next. Pro microphone.
Yes, I came up to speak in favor of this
Now
article.
you need to tell us your name and address.
Brian Folds, 33 Riverdale
Thank
Road.
you.
Yes, so there is a report from Mass DEP that does the carbon emissions for every electric utility in Massachusetts. The 2020, they're about 2 years in the rear, but they use the certificates. And the difference between Europe and New England is that it's a closed market. It's every megawatt has an emissions value associated with it, and that's what all the states in New England use to do their carbon accounting and to avoid double counting. So it is not greenwashing, it is how the states measure carbon impact from electricity.
Thank you very much. Next person at the question microphone.
Dee Ortner, 169 Thoreau Street, member of the Finance Committee and speaking for myself.
Ms. Ortner.
I truly appreciate your ambition in setting the goals that you have on the article. I'm wondering, though, if you have been able to do any calculations on the costs associated with reaching these objectives.
That's a very good question. And so we're not prepared to give a real cost for the town or even the municipal sector of the town yet. We can do anecdotal costs for homes, and it is not cheap. To convert it depends on the house. To convert a house, including improving insulation and a complete conversion with all the distribution, is $25,000 to $50,000 on order. It's an expensive piece of work, but it's supported by rebates, and it may improve the value of your home after you do it. So it's a complicated question, but it's not too cheap.
So have you referred your goals to any organization that could help in better understanding the cost to the town, the cost to the town departments, as you mentioned, the homeowner?
I work for an organization part-time that works on this, but it's complicated enough. There's just not a simple answer. In the thousands or millions, can you give us? Well, I gave you a number of, and this is off the cuff number, $25,000 to $50,000 for a home, and then you can multiply by 6,000 homes.
Okay, but town departments and buildings and retrofitting buildings?
We've just hired a facilities manager in town, and I think we're going to be looking at that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Susanna Barton, 39 Oak Road. I have a couple of questions related to cost as well. I guess my first question is, by voting yes on this bill to our warrant article tonight, are we committing ourselves to certain dollars? And then secondly, my question is, as I think about some of the conversations we had earlier in town meeting related to school budgets, we are very concerned about some costs related that the school wanted to spend. We were talking about they're going to have to make a cut, and they're going to have to cut, an important department. And then it also came up in that conversation that a lot of the increased expenses that the school is facing are related to our higher utility costs. So I just asked this question related to this warrant about the costs and what conversations we're having about our budget process for the town in coinciding with this bill.
Yes, so this is a resolution that about adopting goals.
Yeah.
There's going to be some cost associated with the goals, but it's not committing the town to a cost.
Okay.
It's resolving that we want the town to meet at least as good as goals as the state, because we're a relatively affluent community, and we don't just want to leave it to others to do better than us.
I hear it. It sounds very aspirational and great, and of course we all want to do it, but I just really hope we're thinking about at some point, what cost can this town bear? Because we're asking this town to do a lot of things that cost a lot of money.
This is not an appropriation article. This is an aspirational article. Mr. Hubbard Nelson, you can have a seat. We'll call on you if we need you to speak. Question microphone.
Wonderful. Justin Moy, 305 Ministerial Drive.
Yes, sir.
I had a question regarding the first part of the article about declaring an emergency. Is that like a legal thing with ramifications, or is it just symbolic?
Mr. Hubbard Nelson, you can answer that.
It's not a legal thing, but it is something we would refer to if the citizens of the town consider this an emergency, then we have to take it seriously.
So I guess follow-up, is there a different way that, like, how would you declare a legal emergency versus a normal, like, symbolic emergency at town meeting?
Well, I can help you with that. The answer to that is town meeting doesn't have the legal authority to declare an emergency, a legal emergency. That would come from the executive at the state level or at a town level.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Let's go to the pro microphone.
David Allen, 316 East Mid Road, Madam.
Mr. Allen.
The subject of costs came up. Not everything is in the book of accounts, dollars in and out. We are going to face extreme cost over certainly next decades and even next years. I think it's terribly important that what we do here in town speaks to the fact of that. Those of us who are a little bit ancient, who won't be around for a terribly long time, may not suffer it, but those in the generations after are for sure going to do that. I'm certainly appreciative of this article. I will also speak up and say we want our light plant to buy as much clean energy as possible and not wrecks, period. It's a matter of how much clean energy is available, but we need to be clear about that. Thank you for the article. Let's hope we go there.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the con microphone.
Joe Lauren, 134 Southfield Road.
Mr. Lauren.
I was standing at the question microphone a few seconds ago, but someone already asked the questions about cost. You know, we've spent 2 days talking about spending a lot of money. We've been the Finance Committee, Mr. Patel told us about how much taxes are going to go up by 9.5% a year for the next few years. We've had some really well-reasoned and detailed proposals tonight that have been pushed off for consideration at another time. But now we have this article where it's going to commit us to making a commitment. Hold on, sorry. Respect, please. This is going to commit us to this emergency declaration. I'm sorry, but it's half-baked. There's no detail whatsoever. You yourself, at the beginning, said, no matter what we do, this is all going to continue to get worse. We can affect this much here in the town of Concord with making these changes. At this point in our financial straits, we cannot do this, especially since you don't know anything about the costs. We're talking about affordable housing in this town. You're going to drive up the cost of the average home. You are, and you're going to drive up the cost to the taxpayer, and you're going to end up dictating to people what they can and cannot have in their home. They can't have a gas range or not.
Mr. Hubbard, Mr. Hubbard Nesson, this is a comment, not a question. You have a seat. Thank you.
So my conclusion is, and frankly, it's shocking to me that the select board has said they would pass this along, that they want to support this article, given how little information and facts there are behind it. I strongly encourage people to vote no on this proposal.
Thank you. Let's go to the question microphone.
My name is Justin Lawrence, 77 Hill Street.
Mr. Lawrence.
Questions for the gentleman, and I mean this with absolutely all due respect. Just a moment ago, you mentioned that you work part-time.
Can you get a little bit closer to that microphone for us? Thanks.
Absolutely. Just in the sake of time, I'm going to start over. Justin Lawrence, 77 Hill Street. Gentlemen, you mentioned a second ago that you work part-time for an energy company that helps to kind of put these systems in place, which is fantastic. Thank you for your efforts there. I do have to ask you, though, will you personally financially benefit from this article?
No.
Thank you. Pro microphone.
Julie McClure, 2128 Main Street.
Pull that microphone a little closer to you. Go ahead.
Julie McClure.
Gotcha. Go ahead.
Great. If not here, where? I mean, this is a super affluent town. We have the resources to make this a priority. And like some other folks who have spoken in public meetings in Concord, I would like to remark that if we make a commitment here, it sends a signal to other communities that are questioning if it's worth it. And believe me, it's worth it. This is like the biggest existential crisis of my generation. For some folks here, maybe not. But for my generation, absolutely. And I am a mother of a young child. How many hours have I spent in this meeting? If we vote against this, it would be very disappointing. And I think that this is a very Concord aspiration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the con microphone.
Mark White, 233 Independence Road.
Yes, Mr.
I'd like
White.
to call the question.
You may. All right, we've been at this for 20 minutes, so I'm going to say that that's an appropriate motion at this point. We've heard a lot of questions and a lot of statements pro and con. So this is a non-debatable motion, requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of calling the question? Thank you very much. All those opposed? Okay, that's almost unanimous, so it definitely carries. All those in favor of Article 31, this requires a majority vote. Please raise your ballots. Very good, thank you. All those opposed? That carries by an overwhelming majority, and I do so declare. We have dealt with Article 32 on the consent calendar, and we will therefore proceed to Article 33.
You just called the question. We haven't voted on the motion.
Oh, yeah, sorry. We've addressed Article, I have no motion under Article 33, so I'm declaring that we're taking no action on Article 33. We addressed Article 34 last night as a specially scheduled article, and we're therefore proceeding to Article 35. Okay, so the motion under Article 35 is as printed in the warrant. This does require a 2/3 vote. Could we have a second for the motion? I see that we have one. Thank you very much. Proceed.
Awesome. Good evening, Andrew Boardman, 110 Hillcrest Road, Vice Chair of the Planning Board. This proposed zoning bylaw amendment seeks to allow 2-family dwellings by special permit from the Zoning Board of Appeals in the Residence B zoning district. The Planning Board developed this amendment as part of an ongoing effort to further the Envision Concord goal of providing more housing options in town, which I'll discuss a little bit later in my remarks. This is the second time 2-family dwellings have come before town meeting in recent years. In 2021, town meeting passed an amendment to allow 2-family dwellings by special permit in Residence C zoning district, and to date, 6 special permits have been granted. This map highlights Residence B and Residence C districts. Residence B, the subject of this article, is in blue, and Residence C, where 2-family housing by special permit is allowed, is in orange. This may look like a large part of town, but this map shows where Residence B and Residence C zoning districts where floodplains, wetlands, federal, state, town, and nonprofit land have been removed. For those who like numbers, this proposal would therefore impact a total of 1,947 dwelling units spread across 1,117 acres. We did the math. The Envision Concord comprehensive long-range plan included exploring zoning alternatives that enable higher density, mixed use, more walkable, and economically diverse neighborhoods, encouraging production of small-scale affordable housing that's sustainable, resilient, and consistent with the town character. Since it began discussing the MBTA Communities Act in June of 2023, the Planning Board had heard from a large number of groups and individuals indicating broad support for increasing diversity of housing options, in particular those that are spread out around the town. The special permit process gives neighbors a voice in what is built under this amendment because it requires property owners to notify abutters and place legal notices in the newspaper. This gives a forum for neighbors to raise and hopefully address their specific concerns about a proposed project. There are 8 findings that the ZBA must make in granting a special permit, including economic and community needs, traffic and safety concern, utilities and other public services, and impact on the neighborhood character, the natural environment, and the impact on town services. Finally, I want to note that this does not impact the zoning bylaws maximum floor area ratio, which is how the town measures the massing of buildings. So just because it's a 2-family doesn't mean it can be any bigger than if it was a 1-family house. So we ask for your affirmative support on Article 35. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will note that the Select Board, the Concord Municipal Affordable Housing Trust, the Concord Housing Authority, the Concord Housing Development Corporation, the Concord Housing Foundation, and the Economic Vitality Committee all recommend affirmative action on Article 5. We'll now open the floor to questions and comments. I see a pro speaker there. We'll go there.
Yes, thank you, Madam Moderator. I'm Nancy McJennett, 500 Thoreau Street, on the board of the Concord Housing Foundation and speaking for the Housing Foundation. The shortage of affordable housing, as we have heard all town meeting, is a real problem. The scarcity hurts buyers on both ends of the spectrum, from young families to seniors looking to downsize. Duplexes are a creative win-win to help fix the housing problem. Seniors living in houses too big for them could duplex it and rent the extra space to another senior or a young family. Because the footprint of the duplex cannot exceed a single-family house, the character of the neighborhood is not greatly affected, nor is parking a problem. Concord already allows duplexes in Zone C, and while few have taken advantage of it so far, Article 35 offers more opportunities for individual homeowners to enhance their living situations while adding to our affordable housing stock. So let's make a small change to help address a big problem and vote yes on this article. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the con microphone.
Matt Johnson, 21 Winthrop Street.
Mr. Johnson.
In 2016, I actually presented at this town meeting the floor area ratio bylaw, which did pass and subsequently has in part helped to control the scale of homes in Residence C. But when it comes to Residence B, the bylaw is much less effective. And in fact, there are 319 properties that are Residence B properties, I did the math, that could support an 8,000 square foot duplex. Now you say an 8,000 square foot duplex, what is that? Well, in West Newton, there is such a duplex on the market, $4.1 million, 4,000 square feet per side. Okay, so this is not the type of housing that Concord needs. We are in a housing crisis. We need walkable, accessible housing to public transportation. Only 10% of the area of Residence B is within half a mile of an MBTA station. So we are creating more sprawl if we do this. Additional units that are car-centric, large numbers of vehicles, and it's not aligned with Concord's sustainability goals. All of these units are likely to be teardowns, as all of the duplexes so far in Residence C have been, and each side is likely to cost more than the house that was torn down to replace. So this is not achieving any of the stated goals. And as someone who has helped promote affordable housing, these would be above median units in town. They're not creating more affordability, but less. So I strongly oppose this, and I'm really disappointed, especially with the Concord Housing Foundation, for supporting something that is for above median housing.
Thank you very much. Question microphone.
Hi, I'm sorry. I'm Bob Fury.
Mr. Fury?
Live at 95 Conant Street. Janet, my wife, and I moved to Concord Commons, which is on Conant Street, 7 years ago. Previously, we had lived on Neshoba Road. Across the street from our unit at Conant Street, there used to be 2 small houses. Now there are 2 duplexes. They are beautiful, and in fact, I prefer them to the houses that were there. But what we have are 2 duplexes that cost, for each unit, $1 million apiece. Just keep that in perspective. And the previous speaker spoke to that. But my question is prompted by a paragraph in the explanation of the amendment, which says, and I quote, "There continues to be broad support for more housing options within all areas of the town, in particular where there is little concern about excessive density." So my question is, given this broad support that's mentioned, why is this amendment limited to Residence B and does not include Resident A or AA?
Thank you. Mr. Boardman?
The simplest answer is we discussed it as a board, and one of the concerns is when you do something revolutionary, it causes an uproar. We've taken a more moderate approach in looking at how we can evolve the zoning code to create more housing inventory potentially. The idea is to just give people the tools to make a change that they're interested in making. I would tend to agree, personally, not speaking on behalf of the board, that if someone would like to put a duplex on a 6-acre property, that doesn't bother me at all because no one's going to see it and it's not going to have any of the normal concerns. But that goes beyond what we had discussed as a board of trying to effect affirmative change slowly over time. And it may be something we bring up in the future.
I hope it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to the pro microphone.
Laura Davis. I live on Garfield Road.
Ms. Davis.
And I want to thank the planning board for putting forward this article. This is the article that I am most excited to support at town meeting this year. I am a huge supporter of allowing smaller units to be slowly and organically integrated into our existing neighborhoods. We know that we need more housing diversity in Concord. Not everybody needs, wants, or can afford a single-family home. And I think we should be welcoming those folks that don't fit the mold into more of our neighborhoods, not just relegating them to a few places where we might build multifamily housing. I'd love to see more seniors and young people living in and amongst families. And I think this is a great approach. And I'll just say from my personal perspective, I did not fit that mold when I moved here with my husband, not married at the time, my boyfriend at the time. And we found a little 2-bedroom apartment, bigger than an ADU, but smaller than a 2-family house, not a detached single-family house, in Residence B that would be illegal to build right now. And that was our toe in the door of Concord. And that's why I'm here. And I think that I think more families, more people housed in the same square footage is a fantastic land use strategy. It's a fantastic climate strategy. It's a fantastic diversity, equity, and inclusion strategy. And as a self-professed zoning nerd, I invite everybody to become a zoning nerd and see how when we change our zoning policies, we can really live into our values as a community, because I think that our current zoning situation is not serving us well. It's not delivering us the affordable, inclusive, welcoming, sustainable community that we want to be. And zoning affects our world in really profound ways. So I invite everybody to go home after this town meeting and read a few books on how zoning policy is connected to all of those things, because it is amazing once you start diving into it, how much it is shaping our world in ways that you're not seeing.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the con microphone.
Tanya Galis, 62 Prescott Road.
Ms. Galis.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. We live in the zoning B district. One of the assets we have in those areas are the trees, are the nature. And I'm very concerned that two-family housing will have a negative impact, and people who know planning better than I do also just spoke about how it won't really create that much affordable housing. I was also going to raise the point that the person at the question microphone mentioned about why not also include A and AA areas. And I think it is kind of unfair to start the process from the relatively more modest areas of the B areas. We just passed the MBTA Communities Act. We can wait and see how much new housing is created through that before considering two-family housing, and hopefully for all our zones when we do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the question microphone.
Pamela Dritt, 13 Concord Green.
Ms. Dritt.
What are the difference in lot sizes allowed in the different zonings? And is it possible to have if the lots are larger, does that mean the duplexes can automatically be larger? Is there a way of restricting them to not be double McMansions on one lot?
Mr. Boardman, you want to take that?
I don't have the specific numbers of lot sizes written down here of where the defined differences are. The residence C tend to be smaller than the residence B. That's why they were defined that way. But beyond that, the fact is that each lot can support a certain size house based on the rules that exist within the zoning bylaws. And if that house is a duplex, it can't be any larger than if it was a single family. So as was pointed out earlier, that may in one or two lots, I don't know, I didn't look that closely at the especially larger lots, may result in a house that's larger, but that could have been a single family anyway. And that would be a by right. It would not be brought before the zoning board of appeals where all the neighbors could sit there and say, hey, this thing is gigantic, and hopefully bring that down due to how its character and the controls that exist within the zoning board of appeals process. So there aren't any hard and fast rules other than to say every lot can support a certain size building as a maximum.
What is the rules about that?
It's defined in the FAR. I don't know it off the top of my head, but it's, Elizabeth Hughes may be able to help us out, the town planner.
Madam Moderator, Elizabeth
Ms.
Hughes, Town Planner. I do not have the calculation for the maximum floor area ratio committed to memory, but what I can tell you is that Residence C, the minimum lot area is 10,000 square feet. Residence B is 20,000 square feet. Residence A is 40,000 square feet, and Residence AA is 80,000 square feet.
For the building or the lot?
No, for the lot size. The maximum floor area ratio is a calculation. That calculation is the same for each zone district, but the calculation is based on the actual lot size, not the zoning size. So it's a calculation of of an actual lot, what its square footage is, and it is comes up with a decimal fraction based on the actual lot size. And that calculation is the same for all 4 districts.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the Con microphone.
Peter Lee, 140 Walden Street.
Yes, sir.
Once in a while at town meeting, I come and I realize that I am not very well prepared. I have to confess.
Can you move that microphone just up a little bit? There you go.
I have to confess that I have not understood the issues of this article up until tonight, and I'm quite surprised that Matt Johnson, whom I respect very much as a former select person and knowledgeable about zoning in this town, is opposed to it. I thought he would have supported this. So I'm a little bit shook up, frankly, because zoning is a matter where once you open up a zoning category, you cannot take it back very easily. It has huge financial impact on families, on people who want to have a duplex. I'm in favor of that. I'm in favor of apartments and higher density. But I'm afraid that we might be acting rashly. We have passed multiple articles. There's the prison property that we're not sure about. There are other articles we have passed that affect zoning and housing density in this town. So I'm afraid that I just feel uncomfortable. And if some of you feel uncomfortable also, I would suggest voting against the article. We can come back and pass it again next year if we really want it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the pro microphone.
Elizabeth Olson Mikowski, 1741 Wedgwood Common.
Ms. Olson-Mikowski.
I like this article because it's a tiny step. It's a very small step. It's not even anywhere close to what we need, but I urge everyone to support it because we can't let the perfect be the enemy of the good, and we desperately need a change in Concord. As far as housing goes. And even if we make more $1 million houses, that's still more houses. And the housing crisis is not gonna just go around us. It's not gonna avoid our town. And with the tax burden that's coming up, the answer to the tax burden is more density. The more residents you have that can pay taxes, the lower your taxes are going to be. So I also, I live in a multi-family unit, and I would like to see more diversity. I would like to see people have more options.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the question microphone.
Yes, question. Why was there not
Wait, we need your name, Ms. Weinberg.
Mary Weinberg, Hillside Avenue.
Thank you.
Why were there not flyers that related to the map, and it showed B? I could not tell where B was. Why was there not a map for handouts for us so we can understand where B is? Who was responsible for this article?
Madam Moderator, this warrant article is changing the text to the zoning bylaw. It is not making any amendments to the actual boundaries of the district, so there is no map to go with the warrant article.
Excuse me.
The map that was in the
I thought I
presentation.
saw a map with B, and it said B zoning.
So,
I couldn't see where that B was on the town.
so that is the current zoning district for Residence B and Residence
But I
C.
didn't know where it is. You know, but I didn't. See that? I'm sitting back there. Does anybody know where that is?
Back one.
Do you understand what my question was?
I do understand the question.
Well, for next year, I think it would be important, this is not a question, when you have something like this, a handout so we can actually see what part of town this is. I think it's very important. I don't know what you're talking about in the areas.
Thank you for the question. Let's go to the Con microphone.
Mark White, Independence Road. I'd
Mr.
like
White.
to call the question.
Well, we've been talking about this for 20 minutes. All right, we'll take the vote, but I do note that we're a lot of people who still wish to speak, so consider that as you vote on this. Yeah, let's have a second on the motion. Thank you. All those in favor of calling the question? Thank you very much. All those opposed? All right, well, that carries by well more than 2/3, so it appears that we're ready to come to a vote on this. This article does require a 2/3 vote. Would all those in favor of Article 35 please raise your voting slips? Thank you very much. All those opposed? Put those down. All those in favor, one more time, please. All those opposed? All right, that carries by 2/3. I'm comfortable. And I do so declare. We have addressed Articles 36 and 35 as part of the consent calendar, and we will now turn to Article 38. The motion under 38 we see on the screen. The motion is that the town take affirmative action on the article as printed in the warrant with the change that issuance of an RFP is urged to take place within 6 months instead of 3 months of adoption of this resolution. Could we have a second on the motion, please? Thank you very much. Please proceed.
Hi, my name is Alicia Boyachin. I live at 77 Westford Road. Article 38 is simply urging the town to issue a request for proposals, an RFP, to site a new cell tower on our landfill parcel located at 755 Walden Street. According to Massachusetts law, an RFP must be publicly issued in order for town-owned land to be leased for private use. An affirmative vote on Article 38 would encourage our town to move forward with this first step toward exploring the landfill as a cell tower site. This is the landfill parcel located at the corner of Route 2 and Walden Street. The parcel is about 35 acres with at least 10 acres having never been capped landfill and suitable to consider for tower siting. The expected footprint of a new wireless communication facility is about 50 by 50 feet. There should be plenty of room for solar panels to expand and coexist with a cell tower. Article 38 does not specify an exact tower location. That will be up to the site engineers and town officials to determine the most appropriate location that will provide the best service with the least impact possible to surrounding areas. A quick site history: in 2001, a temporary AT&T cell tower began operating at the landfill parcel in approximately, it's difficult, I do have a pointer. Madam Moderator, am I permitted to point?
Yes,
okay.
Certainly.
In approximately this area here. Opposition led by the Lincoln-based private conservation group Walden Woods Project deterred the wireless company from pursuing a long-term lease, and the tower was vacated from the landfill. Walden Woods also made at least 2 unsuccessful attempts to buy permanent restriction on our landfill parcel. Both of those articles failed to pass at town meeting, which suggests that the town's preference is for the parcel to remain in public use. Next, I'm going to quickly share some computer-generated coverage maps that were commissioned by the town. Modeled coverage maps only predict how a tower might perform based on a set of chosen parameters. These maps, however, are not 100% accurate to how a proposed tower will actually perform in real life. If our town feels they need more accurate data on what coverage would look like from the landfill, RF engineers are able to send up an antenna to the anticipated tower height and then measure actual signal strength in the desired coverage area. However, we don't have that kind of concrete data available for this site, so we must rely on these kinds of maps. So this map was part of a comprehensive analysis commissioned by the town in 2003. The RF engineer who did this report described the site as an ideal site for covering the Walden Pond area and the southeast area of town. I think it's interesting to note that this map actually shows coverage at that time reaching from the landfill partway into Concord Center. This map was presented at the cell tower listening session this past fall 2023. This shows what coverage might look like with a tower at the landfill and one at Tricon Church. It indicates improved coverage on our high school campus. It does show a gap in this area of Route 2 right here, but Walden Beach is covered over here. This second map, also from the listening session, shows what coverage might look like with a tower at CCHS and one at Tricon. The main difference between the two maps is that the previous has the large gap over Route 2, and the gap moves over Walden Beach, in this area. But again, please keep in mind that the maps are only informed predictions. The maps are focused on trying to find one ideal perfect site, but the reality is that any new cell tower in the general area is going to greatly improve the network capacity and improve user experience. This chart just lists some of the landfill site benefits and offers a comparison to the CCHS site, which was being explored last year. I think two of the most important items on this chart. The first is distance from schools and homes. At the landfill, we can achieve at the 1,000-foot setback from homes and schools, which is consistent with our town bylaws. The town would control the lease terms and revenue. The site is more remote and secure, avoids attractive nuisance issues. And the timing, I think there was a lot of confusion around the timing. Accessing the landfill parcel should not take more time than accessing any other potential site in town. All sites require permits and approvals. All sites are subject to opposition delays. And as far as delays, the more abutters, the more potential for opposition. The landfill site is the best option we have for improving service while maintaining reasonable distance from homes and schools as recommended by our bylaws. The landfill offers a town-owned solution to a public demand for service rather than relying on the private sector. An affirmative vote on Article 38 will demonstrate strong community support for a new tower at the landfill. This evidence will be helpful in supporting the project through all permitting processes and signal to the wireless companies that we are ready to move forward with improving service. I do want to just make a quick note that we will not be moving forward with Article 39 at this time, which is also to discuss a RFP for Kai's Road. The Public Works Department did share Public Works Commission did share some concerns about impact on operations, and we felt that it was best to focus on Article 38 at this time. And the very last point I'm going to make is that you may have received an opposition flyer on Article 38 from the Walden Woods project as you entered the building. And this flyer, there are actually a couple, do contain some inaccuracies, so I hope that the voters will bring some questions and comments to the floor.
Thank you very much. Does the Select Board have a recommendation? The Select Board recommends affirmative action on Article 38. Thank you very much. We'll open the floor now to questions and comments. Let's start with the question microphone right here.
Hi, Dean Banfield, 73 Walden Terrace.
Mr. Banfield.
I'm a chair of the Solar Implementation Task Force. I'm speaking for myself. We did look at this site for solar, just to point that out. My question is, what is the feedback from the Public Works Commission on this site? You said that they had some concerns about the Cowes Road site. What was their feedback on this site?
Would you like to take that for us?
The commission did vote to support this article at the landfill.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the pro microphone.
Gwendolyn Humphreys, 400 Haywood Mill Road.
Ms. Humphreys.
My phone went to sleep. There we go. My grandmother lives in Harvard Square, but she lived in Canantum here in town for, I think, like 25 years. And my grandfather is buried at Sleepy Hollow. She doesn't drive, but she likes to come out here, visit my grandfather, and have lunch with her friends. And then her friends drive her all over town until she can get service on her phone to call her Lyft or her Uber to get home. And we desperately need more service in town. I don't know about you all, but if I look down at my phone, it says SOS. I have no service right now whatsoever. This tower would be directly across the highway. We would have great service here. This is what we need. It's a great site. Please vote yes.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the con microphone.
Hi, I'm Michael Frederick of 231 Elsinore.
Mr. Frederick.
I served as the executive director of the Thoreau Society for 18 years until recently, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself. This is Henry David Thoreau's Walden in part, and Walden Pond is an international symbol. I mean, we talk about climate change, we talk about biodiversity, and visitors come to Walden from almost all 50 states and countries around the world. Dr. Edward O. Wilson has been conducting biodiversity studies at Walden and Concord since 1998 and has conducted 3 studies. Thoreau was a civil engineer. Thoreau was a surveyor. You can go to the Concord Free Public Library and view his surveys. He kept detailed notes on his studies of the rivers and ponds in Concord, the flora and fauna, the migratory behavior of birds, and noted that data in his journal and tabulated that data into notes and charts that are continued to be studied to this day by climate scientists. In 2022, we hosted Jane Goodall here at Concord Carlisle High School, and she wanted to go visit Walden Pond because she reads Thoreau's journal and sees the importance and significance of his work. So in terms of the cell service, from my understanding is that it's only going to give partial coverage to the school and then sets a precedent at the landfill for further development, and we're putting a cell tower right at the gateway to Walden Woods.
Thank you.
So I urge
Thank
you
you.
to
You are
oppose.
Out of time. Thank you very much. Let's go to the pro microphone here.
I'm Jim Terry, 368 College Road.
Mr. Terry?
I'm speaking on behalf of the Public Works Commission.
Thank you.
We appreciate the move from three months to 6 months for getting the RFP. It's going to take some time and energy. At the former landfill, there are a number of Public Works activities. We store equipment there. There are many things that the town citizens can take advantage of, and we are looking for additional ways that we can use the landfill so that we appreciate the fact that we are going to have to be careful as to where we potentially site this so that we do not deteriorate the abilities to do the things that we need to do at the landfill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Question microphone.
Sven Weber, 50 Belknap.
Mr. Weber.
I'm a member of the Public Works Commission, but talking on my own behalf. 25 to 30 years ago, I worked for a mobile network operator, and I know how complex these maps are. And I would not rely on a map from 2003, because today we have much more bandwidth requirements. That means there's more bandwidth, is less reach. So I have the sense that perhaps this should be done in a different way, that we say we have to update these maps to get current data, and wouldn't it be better to have an RFP out there where the town asked network operators to say where is the best position based on today's high bandwidth, low reach technology to cover the areas we want to cover, instead of second guessing from data from 2003.
Would you like an answer to that question?
Yeah,
or is that an observation?
Yeah, so I think my question to you is would you consider, or would you think that should be updated, or are you saying no, 2003 data is absolutely fine?
You may respond.
I just included that for background information. The last two sites were commissioned by the town in 2023, and the town manager does have a working group looking at sites, and this was one of the sites that was included to explore.
There are two maps. The 23 map is what the current coverage is. The 23 map, you said, is what the potential reach of the base station is. So the potential reach today is much less because it needs to have more bandwidth.
Yeah.
So I would not on reach rely on data from 2003. You need to know today where do you place the base station, ideally, and then make the request to us or wherever to say, I need it there.
I understand. I think there was a little bit of confusion. Those 2023 maps weren't current coverage, they were projected with theoretical towers, one at the landfill and one at Tricon. Those were theoretical.
Thank you very much. The con microphone.
Nancy Nelson, 1695 Lowell Road.
Ms. Nelson.
I am leaning against this article now, but I also have some questions about it. My reasons are that I'm confused a little bit about why this is a citizen petition rather than a formal proposal following analysis of all kinds of impacts, for instance, to sensitive areas. And why is it not a town proposal? There has been apparently no viewshed analysis. There are many historic and sensitive natural area sites around here. Today, the National Trust for Historic Preservation declared Minuteman National Historical Park, Walden Woods, and many other historic sites around this area as part of a list of 11 of America's most endangered places. I know the Walden Woods project probably still opposes this for reasons that have been historically true. And so I'm leaning against it because I'm looking for a more official analysis that includes an analysis of impacts to historic, cultural, and natural resources.
Thank you. Ms. Boyajian, would you like to address why this is a citizen petition?
Yes, this step is only urging the select board to urge the town manager to put out a request for proposals. There will be time for full analysis. I would hope there would be a balloon test involved to look at visual impact. So this is only the first step in urging the select board to urge the town manager to put out a request for proposals.
But my question back to you would be, isn't this a priority that the town is officially constantly looking at? And does it need a town motion to continue to be urged?
We felt as citizens we wanted to contribute to the conversation, to show support, to garner, if we are able to have an affirmative vote on this, then that is evidence that we can hand off to our select board, to our town manager, everyone working on the problem, to say the community is in support of this site.
Okay, I still think it's missing important analysis, and someone else did refer to the age of previous analysis.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the pro microphone.
Thanks. I'm Gail Heyer, 54 Nancy Road.
Ms. Heyer?
Thank you. So there's been some talk about lengthy permitting, and can you hear me okay? I feel like...
Yes, thank you.
There's been some talk about lengthy permitting, environmental impacts, competing use conflicts, and as an attorney with over 20 years' experience doing environmental permitting for wetlands, habitat, and landfills, I decided to take a close look at these issues. And regarding whether a cell tower might compete with the solar use existing and planned, I reviewed the 2013 permit issued by the Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection for the solar panels that are now on the landfill site. These plans show the location of the soil cap and a flexible membrane liner that covers the waste. When I spoke with the Mass DEP office that issues this permit, I learned that their concern is that the cell tower use would not impact the final cover system. The permitted solar array was built on the liner. A special rack system was used instead of posts to support the panels. And I think I said that sorry, I'm just looking at my notes and I don't see the part about the phase 2 permit. The existing panels take about 4 acres. The next proposed array, which was part of an article that was pulled, but the plan 10 or so years ago was to put the additional panels on another part of the liner. So as Ms. Boyajian stated, this is a 36-acre property. It has 16 acres of landfill, and this leaves plenty of room for a cell tower. So the tower, which needs the support going into the ground, there's plenty of room to do this on the site without interfering with the solar panels. So a final point about the DEP permit, their policy states that it would be issued in a matter of days once DEP has a completed application. So definitely not a lengthy permitting process. Okay, I'll continue this later. So that was my first point.
Sorry, you were out of time. Let's go to the question microphone.
Tanya Galis, 62 Prescott Road. I was curious what Ms. Boyajian had to say about inaccuracies in the handout. I wanted to know more about it.
Thank you. Ms. Boyajian, would you like to address the inaccuracies in the Walden Woods handout?
I don't have the handout in front of me, and I didn't memorize all of them, but maybe I could have some help from, I don't have the flyer in front of me. I was hoping that people... Okay, it's actually, this one is, I didn't look, this is a new one for tonight. There was one that was handed out yesterday, but there were a lot of statements about, thank you. One thing that was pointed out was that it would not, they were pointing out that this is not going to solve Concord Center coverage, and I just wanted to point out that this site was never meant to cover Concord Center. This was to cover the gaps near the high school and Route 2. The town is looking at additional solutions to address Concord Center. I'm sorry, I was hoping people would come with the questions about the specific inaccuracies because I have to sit here and read through. About the lengthy permitting process, we don't believe that it actually would be a lengthier process than other sites. If people have more questions, yes.
In particular, I'm wondering if there is any harm to natural systems and biodiversity that you know of.
So I don't remember reading that specifically in here, but there's a lot of question about what the visual impact, they talk a lot about the visual impact on Walden Pond, and I'm actually not certain that it would be visible from the pond at all.
Thank you. Let's go to the pro microphone.
Yes, hi, Aram Adurian, Barkus Farm Road in Concord.
Yes, sir.
And this seems to be a sort of eminently reasonable site for a cell tower, despite the fact that in a town the size of Concord, there are, when one looks at the zoning and everything, remarkably few places to site a communications facility. It is adjacent or right off of a 4-lane highway, Route 2, right next to a landfill. It's not in the woods, it's not at Walden Pond. And I think as Ms. Boyajian mentioned, from what I could tell and my memory of the topography, it's probably about 1,500 or 2,000 feet from that site to the pond. And there's no way that an 80-foot or 100-foot or whatever tower would be visible through densely wooded area from the Walden Pond facility or the Thoreau cabin or any of those areas, I believe. But the RFP, again, this from what I understand, it's not a commitment. It's requesting the town to request the viewshed analysis and the RF coverage analysis and all the accompanying analyses that all of us will have a chance to review at open meeting. Regarding the RF analyses, I am a PhD level physicist. I've reviewed things like this. On these sort of maps, it looks like it's binary black and white, yes, no coverage. But in reality, the coverage is a continuum. And so these coverage maps really dovetail into one another. So it can be misleading to look at these maps and say, oh my gosh, there's an empty pixel there. That's really not the way to look at this. So I would indeed support this call for an RFP.
Thank you very much. Question microphone.
Well, Ann Humphrey, 468 Old Bedford Road. Pretty much everybody has discussed the coverage. That was going to be my first question. My question was on the maps about coverage. But what I guess I'll say instead is that I'm in center of town quite a bit, and phone drops calls, and I can't, make calls. I can't look anything up on the web. I've talked to several of the business owners in the center, and they can't reach their customers. Their customers can't reach them. It's long past time. I'm going to stand on my soapbox now. It's long past time that we have cell phone coverage in the center of Concord. It looks like this particular one may or may not give a little bit of coverage in the center of town. I have to say that I've heard, just this last week, actually, I heard 2 tourists, and we really love our tourists because not only do we live in a historical town, but it's our obligation to be nice to our tourists and welcome them to our very historical place. 2 tourists standing and said, one said, well, I just don't have any, I have no coverage. And the other said, I just can't believe in a town like this that we don't have coverage. So doggone it, we've had years, we've come back to town meeting about having a cell phone tower here. Oh no, it'll be, cause people to have births that aren't gonna work and everything. So please, not just go another 6 months to an RFP and then wait and then it'll be years before we have something in the middle of town. Let's just not dilly down. Let's just dilly-dally around. Let's put something in the center of town. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to the pro microphone.
Hi. Oops, sorry. Serena Crozina, 1501 Monument Street.
Yes.
I'm one of those parents who couldn't come yesterday because I didn't have childcare. My husband wasn't home. But my kids are almost old enough to be left home alone, and I cannot do that to come to town meeting because there is no way for them to call me if anything were to happen. My phone has been on SOS the entire night. It is a question of safety. It is a question of urgency at this point. We can't just keep waiting for the perfect site for the tower. So more studies are great. we should vote in favor of this and move on and try to get some service in town. Thank you.
Thank you. Question microphone.
Rasha Patel, 397 Sudbury Road, member of the FinCom, and I call the question.
All right. Well, we've been at this for a little while. All those, this is non-debatable. It does require a second. Do I have a second? I see that I do. All those in favor of calling the question, thank you very much. All those opposed? All right, that's near unanimous, so that definitely passes, and we will now move to a vote on Article 38. All those in favor of the article, please raise your ballots. Thank you very much. All those opposed? That carries by a very wide margin, and I do so declare. All right, so I have no motion under Article 39 and therefore declare that the meeting is taking no action on Article 39, and we will proceed to Article 40. The motion under Article 40 is that Mr. Flint moves that the town take affirmative action on the article as printed in the warrant. Could we have a second for the motion? I see that we have one. Thank you. And I would note that the Select Board and the Concord Municipal Affordable Housing Trust, the Concord Housing Development Corporation, the Concord Housing Authority, the Concord Housing Foundation all recommend affirmative action, and the Finance Committee represents affirmative action with the exception of item F, and we'll hear from them a little while later why there is that exception. Mr. Flint.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Good evening. My name is Burton Flint. I'm the current chair of the Community Preservation Committee. I move that this meeting take affirmative action on Article 40 as printed in the warrant, and if we all work together, we can do that in 8 minutes. The CPC is charged with recommending how the town spends its Community Preservation Act dollars in support of historic preservation, community housing, and open space and recreation parks projects. CPA funds come from a property tax surcharge and state matching funds. This year, the match is about 21%. Grants primarily go to town-sponsored projects. However, they can also support community organizations. This year, the CPC is recommending that 18 different projects receive CPA grants totaling $1.8 million, broken down by funding category. The proposed spending is in line with prior year's grants, with a little bit more money for community housing this year, a little bit less money for historic preservation than the running average. Given the large number of projects, I'll be brief on each project summary. The first funding for CPC recommends is $500,000 for the Concord Municipal Affordable Housing Trust. This funding is not for a particular project, but rather to fund the trust's reserve, enabling it to in turn further the town's affordable housing goals in coordination with the Concord Housing Development Corporation, the Concord Housing Authority, and the Concord Housing Foundation. CPC recommends $33,500 for Concord's share of funding for the Regional Housing Services Office, as we have annually for several years running. This modest grant has large returns in terms of coordinating affordable housing programs in the region and gaining access to resource staff expertise in developing and maintaining the town's affordable housing. We recommend $200,000 to support the continuing design and permitting phase of a pedestrian bridge over the Assabet River, connecting the Baker Avenue businesses and recently approved 200-unit 40B residential development with a West Concord train station and Bruce Freeman Trail. This project has been approved for placement on the state's Transportation Improvement Program list and is now eligible for over $8 million in state and federal transportation funding, subject to completion of the design and permitting work by the town. The Hillcrest Conservation Land is a town-owned parcel adjacent to Kennedy's Pond in the Thoreau Hills neighborhood. The only formal access is via a trail from Hillcrest Road down a steep slope that currently utilizes the rough stairs shown on the slide. After several years, the Hillcrest neighborhood has worked with the town to put forward this request for making improvements to the trail. The CPC supports $72,500 for the survey and design of replacement steps to make this public open space more accessible. In recent years, water quality at White Pond has been adversely impacted by toxic algae. toxic algae blooms that have resulted in the pond being closed to swimming occasionally. The town trialed a device that removes algae from the pond surface, and this seems to be working well, as last year there were no swimming closures. CPC recommends $30,000 to acquire 2 APOD devices to maintain the water quality going forward. This slide shows the 1836 battle monument at the Old North Bridge. In conjunction with the completion of the monument, 186 years ago, the town invested in 200 trees planted in double rows leading to the monument, many of which still stand, adding additional significance and beauty to the setting. Today, the Concord 250 Permanent Memorial Subcommittee seeks to reproduce this investment, and CPC supports their request for $125,000 to supplement an additional $125,000 from ARPA funding to plant 250 commemorative trees within the town historic, recreation, and open space areas, including on school properties, historic cemeteries, and potentially even within the park at Old North Bridge to supplant some of the trees that are no longer there. The pictured retaining wall, which is holding up the sidewalk in this area, is failing. Prior CPC grants have supported the restoration of the historic stone wall along the Lexington Road side of Haywood Meadow. CPC supports $60,800 to shore up and restore the Haywood Street wall. 217 men who were incarcerated in the Concord prison, many of them veterans, are buried in graves marked only by numbered stones in the old prison cemetery adjacent to the Bruce Freeman Rail Trail. The CPC supports the Concord Prison Outreach's application for $45,000 to create a place of contemplation and provide an informational plaque along the rail trail, together with additional cataloged information available online about the men buried in the cemetery. Following up on a commitment made at last year's town meeting, Concord Public Schools is seeking additional funding sources for the middle school project to reduce the amount of funds to be borrowed. CPC recommends $250,000 to partially fund the new middle school athletic fields, which will save approximately $60,000 in school borrowing costs. Concord Art is undertaking significant restoration of their historic building at 37 Lexington Road. CPC recommends providing $173,000 to support various aspects of the preservation of this building. 51 Walden is a town-owned building that for over 100 years has been used as a performing arts space. While the town owns the building, its upkeep falls to the nonprofits using the building. The proposed funding would support restoration of the building envelope and HVAC systems to maintain stable temperatures and humidity in the interior. In conjunction with the Concord 250 planning, CPC recommends $50,000 to enable hiring a historic preservation consultant to conduct survey work on Concord's pre-1775 structures to inform preservation decisions, interpretive programming, and heritage tourism. The town archive preserves and protects a large number of historic town documents. Again, with an eye towards Concord 250, CPC recommends $8,000 to provide for the conservation, digitization, and print reproduction of 2 historic documents. One, a broadside of the Declaration of Independence, printed in 1776 in Salem, and one of the only few remaining copies of this printing, and the original non-importation covenant, printed in 1774 and signed by prominent Concordians, pledging not to import British goods. The town archivist anticipates that both of these documents may be displayed during the Concord 250 celebrations. Prior CPC and private funds helped restore the Robbins House. Additional funds are now needed to further restore some exterior elements, reinforce a failing joist on the inside, and resurface the walkway that's settled to ensure accessibility. The Concord Scout House is a historic building owned by a nonprofit of the same name. The building is used for scouting activities as well as weekly dances and other community events. After many, many years of use, the maple floor is failing, and CPC recommends $35,000 of matching funds to replace the floor with identical materials. CPC recommends $22,500 to enable hiring consultants to evaluate the metal structures, including gates and fencing, in Concord's 3 historic cemeteries. CPC has previously funded restoration of stone structures within the cemeteries, and the project will assess needs and costs for repair, restoration, and replacement of these metal elements. Finally, we recommend maintaining our annual appropriation to fund staff support and other administrative expenses. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Nicely done. Does someone, yes, please come. We'll hear from Carlin Reed on behalf of the Finance Committee.
Hi, I'm Carlin Reed, a member of the Finance Committee. Speaking on behalf of the Finance Committee, we want to express our deep appreciation for the work and effort that the Community Preservation Committee does for the town of Concord. FinCom has recommended affirmative action on all of the articles, on all of the proposals for CPC's Article 40, except for one, and that is item number F, which is planting 250 trees as a memorial to celebrate Concord 250. Here's why. We have some concerns, and we strive to fulfill our duty to the town as the fiscal watchdog. This spending is spending $125,000 in CPC tax funds, as well as an additional $125,000 from the town's ARPA funds, for a total of $250,000. Keep that number in mind. We have 4 specific concerns. One, the Concord already has a tree planting program that is well structured throughout the Public Works Department. We spend over $50,000 per year to plant shade trees in town, and the town's tree warden oversees planting 80 to 100 trees per year. Citizens can sign up with the tree warden to get trees planted in the town's right-of-way at no cost to them. There's even a free tree planting guide on the town website. Number 2, item F would fund planting not 250 trees, but 150 trees at $1,600 per tree. That's $1,600 per tree, by paying a contractor to do the work, supervised by the tree warden. The other 100 trees are supposed to be accounted for through the town's existing tree planting program. Also, Concord Public Works Department would be responsible for issuing the RFP to hire the contractor. Number 3, while trees are great, their value as a permanent memorial is questionable. Trees wither and die if not cared for, and they would not be easily identified as a memorial tree. Item F does not provide for that ongoing care that's necessary. The Concord 250 Permanent Memorial Subcommittee has additional projects that would memorialize the battle at the Old North Bridge in more substantial, more visible, and more permanent ways. And number 4, the town's capital ARPA funds, $125,000, are being asked to support the other half of this proposal. That's $125,000 of public funds that could be used for other town services, like fixing roads. If we need more trees in town, we can ask the town manager to shift more funding to the tree planting program. We are facing strong financial headwinds now, a 6 or a 7 on the Beaufort wind force scale. So we must curtail where we can. Thank you.
Thank you. I do want to point out that Ms. Reed was not actually that far over her time. She had been given 3 minutes by the moderator, but we started her clock at 2. So we'll open the floor now to questions and comments. Question microphone.
Colleen Humphreys, 400 Haywood Mill Road.
Ms. Humphreys.
I'm a reenactor, and so I'll be doing stuff for the 250th in my colonial clothes, as I did for the 225th. I have a question is, I think he said that potentially planting trees in the park. That seems really weird because this park has spent the last 25 years making the park look more like it did in the 18th century, which was farmland, not trees. And so putting more trees back in the park, it doesn't seem like it's something that's going to be happening because the park has spent a lot of time, effort, and money taking out the trees, much to the neighbors' consternation. But it is what the park is doing.
Would you like to respond to that, Mr. Flint?
I'd be happy to, thank you. I'd leave the specific projects to the planning that's being undertaken by the subcommittee, right? But the point with the park is that the trees that they are looking at planting would be going in places that do not are not eligible for planting under the street tree program, right? So it could be non-town owned land, it could be on school property where the town doesn't plant trees, it could be in the historic cemeteries. Certainly, I guess if the if the park was saying, we don't want to replace the alley of trees that was planted 186 years ago, that would be a discussion between the subcommittee and the Park Service.
Thank you. Let's go to the, do you still wish to talk?
Yeah, so there was no amendment proposed?
There was no amendment proposed.
Then I need to do that.
Okay, you're going to sit down then. Okay, super. Let's go to the, oh, you're going to the, okay, all right, okay. Let's go to the question microphone.
I have a quick question about number I, the Concord Public Schools athletic fields. Are those going to be free of artificial turf?
I believe there's currently a ban on new artificial turf fields in town by prior town meeting vote.
I think that they specifically exempted schools, so.
Oh, did they?
That's not good. So the answer is
To
no
my knowledge,
artificial
there's
turf.
no artificial turfs planned at the middle school.
Yay.
Oh, thank you.
Town council has a response to that question.
CPA funds may not be used under state law for artificial turf, so this funding can't fund artificial turf.
Thank you. Could we go to the pro microphone, please?
Thanks. Krista Collins, 55 Highland Street.
Ms. Collins.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. When a member of the Concord 250 Permanent Memorial Subcommittee, when our subcommittee submitted an application to the CPC for partial funding of the 250 trees for the 250th project, we considered very carefully both the CPC's goals and funding parameters and the town's long range of sustainability goals, and concluded that the project was not only eligible, but a good fit for community preservation funds. The CPC members clearly agreed with us because they voted to recommend the project to town meeting. Town goals that are met with this project include supporting and preserving the historical character and cultural heritage of the town, enhancing the town's natural environment, supporting the town's cultural and historical institutions, supporting and augmenting existing town programs and assets, drawing from multiple sources of funding for the project, having a net positive environmental impact, including contributing to reduced energy consumption, reduced heat island effect, stormwater control, and enhanced energy and water conservation. The project has the support of the Concord 250 Executive Committee, Concord Public Works, the Concord Natural Resources Division, and the Concord Public Schools, in addition to many interested citizens. In the proposed project, trees serve double duty as living monuments and green infrastructure for our town. Anyone who has ever planted a memorial tree for a loved one, or like me, grew up in a town where a 500-plus-year-old oak tree serves as the town's emblem and a reminder of its founding story, will take issue with the FinCom's assertion that trees don't constitute memorials. On the contrary, we plant them with the hope and understanding that they will outlive us and represent a gift to future generations. And while some may argue with reducing nature's value to dollars and cents, trees have demonstrable economic value as public infrastructure and mitigation for climate change. Finally, there seems to be a misunderstanding or outdated information regarding the number of trees to be planted. It is our intent to plant 250 trees that would otherwise not be planted. Please support this project.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the question microphone.
Cynthia Katz, 20 Conant Street.
Ms. Katz.
Thank you. I think all these projects look great, and my question is, if a project decides that they want to change the scope of what they were awarded, can they do that?
Are you speaking about any specific project or just in general?
In general.
Okay, because I know there's a lot of questions around Warner's Pond and the like. When we award funding, award funding, there's a grant agreement that we enter into which defines the scope of the project. Within that scope, the applicant can spend the money. Outside the scope, the funding is not. If it's not within that scope, the funding can't be used for that. That's under the grant agreement that they enter into with the town.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. Pro microphone.
Hello, Mark Galis, 62 Prescott Road.
Mr. Galis.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I strongly support all of the items on the list. I think it's a fantastic range of wonderful projects. I'm very, very happy to see that, and I can only imagine the amount of work that was put in to balance all of these things, great offerings to the town. And with great respect, to the work that the Finance Committee does. I strongly disagree. I think that living trees that, as was just mentioned, we hope will live beyond us is the most kind of inspiring memorial that we can place. Every time somebody talks about permanent memorial, I think about the works of man do not, I mean, we're fooling ourselves when we talk about putting a stone or a brass plaque or something that sooner or later becomes a ruin. The mortality of the trees matches our own mortality and inspires us to kind of think about different time spans, the living environment, all the benefits of trees. I strongly support that item F, in addition to all the other great ones. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Question microphone.
Peggy Wargelin, 97 Hillside Ave. It was mentioned it was $1,600 per tree, so those must be fairly substantial trees. Like what caliper are we talking? Are we talking, you know, like 3-inch diameter trunks, or do we know?
Krista, do you have an estimate on caliper of trees?
Just because that would explain the cost.
The cost covers the tree, the planting, and 2 years of maintenance.
Yes.
Yeah, and these would be, that's for about a 3.5 inch caliper tree. We're also hoping to find some cost savings by doing smaller trees and where we can plant more trees in groves.
Nope, that makes sense. Okay, thank you.
Pro microphone.
Nancy Nelson, 1695 Lowell Road. I think I've spoken more tonight than I have in the last 15 years. I have to correct something about the alley that leads to the 1835 monument and then the bridge. The trees that were planted sometime after that monument was created.
2 years.
Amid quite a bit of controversy to get that far. But the townspeople planted those specifically to make a special entrance to the monument. Secondly, we won't go into the clearing of the park because they did clear some spaces, but they're planting a lot. And the other thing is that there are memorial highways, and there are trees almost always along memorial highways. And the trees outlast the highways, which require periodic maintenance and rebuilding all the time. And the trees mostly will survive.
Madam Moderator, may I make one point too? And at Old North Bridge, they've rebuilt the bridge 4 times in the lifetime of those trees.
There you go.
It's washed away 4 times.
There you go.
And for 70 years, there was no bridge there during the lifetime of those trees.
Right, and yeah, it took.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Question microphone.
Hi, good evening. Eric Moore, Francis Street, 45 Francis Street. Madam Moderator.
Proceed.
Thank you. So I'm not quite sure that I understand. So the article allocates a big bucket of funds. It identifies areas of specific funding. FinCom objected to one thing in this, but we're voting for everything. So I don't understand how the FinCom opinion is material to what we're voting on.
I think FinCom was expressing their opinion on the article, but they've not made a motion to modify the article. So you're voting on the complete article as printed in the warrant.
Good, thank you.
Pro microphone.
Yes, Dennis Fiore, 309 Strawberry Hill Road.
Mr. Fiore.
I'm here to support the entire of Article 40. My understanding is that the town cannot replace trees at the rate that they need to be replaced, and this will jumpstart it. And the $1,600, as was pointed out, covers the maintenance of these trees, the planting of these trees, and that I think of no better monument for our 250th than 250 trees. So I urge everybody to vote for the complete proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Question microphone.
I'd like to make a motion to amend to strike the trees from the article.
You may do that. Is there a second? All right. And that would be the motion to, I'm tell you what, normally we ask for 3 copies of the motion to amend on paper. I'm not going to ask you for that because this is a very clear motion. The motion is to remove item F.
Yes.
From Article 40. And we have a second. And we will now shift our conversation to the proposed amendment. Would anyone like to speak to the proposed amendment? I'm sorry? No, not yet. Would you like to address your amendment?
Sure, I can address can I speak from here?
Yes, you sure may.
Okay. I think it's interesting that the FinCom has made the recommendation to strike item F, and they've laid out their reasons, and I think that there are good reasons on both sides to either keep the trees or not keep the trees. In putting forward this amendment, I wanted to give the town the option of being able to vote on just the package without the section that FinCom objected to. And so really it's not about whether or not the trees should be in there, but the option for people to get to decide whether or not the trees are in the entire appropriation.
Thank you very much. Mr. Flint?
I would say we've already heard some people extol the virtues of the project. A couple of things to point out. This application received more positive letters of support than any other application combined this year. We reached out to Town Council, who confirmed that it was a valid use of CPA funds so long as the trees are planned to improve town open space, recreation areas, or historic districts. And I'm confident that the Permanent Memorials Subcommittee will thoughtfully move forward on this project in compliance with the CPA, achieving the objectives of commemorating the 250th. I think underlying some of the Finance Committee's concerns are overall town funding and the way the applications made on behalf of the town that come to the CPC, whether those are made under the direction of the capital planning that FinCom does, and I would welcome that the FinCom be involved in directing the town manager, the director of finance, the school committee, the superintendent in determining what applications are in line with the capital plan and should come before the CPC. But that's not what the effect of your motion would do tonight. Your motion would drop out one application. It's not clear that there would be another motion to pass it separately, and so I would strongly recommend against your motion so that we can vote on the whole package, and in part because I think the 250 trees is one of the best things on the list.
Thank you very much. Well, let's go to the pro microphone.
Parashar Patel, 397 Sudbury Road. I am a member of the FinCom, but speaking for myself, because we've had long discussions about this. I'll just simply ask ourselves, if not now, when? If not for what, for what? We talked in our report, we talked on Monday night, Tuesday night about the impact of all of our spending, the fact that revenues are growing slower than expenses. We have to start choosing. And frankly, I love trees. I'm not against the concept, but we heard about the need for roads. We've heard about the need for school spending. We've now got tree spending. So at what point do we as leadership up there, elected leadership, the schools aren't here, but the select board, and the residents decide that, you know what? We don't want 7.9% increases in taxes each year. The money can be spent better else. If we don't, I'm perfectly okay. I'll sit down and keep my mouth shut, but this is more of a symbolic support. Not that I hate trees, not that I don't think they're gonna last longer than I am. Some of them might die, but most of them will last longer. But at what point do we actually make some difficult choices and say no to things? So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the question microphone.
Matt Johnson, 21 Winthrop Street.
Mr. Johnson.
So my understanding is that ARPA funds are under the control of the town manager, if I'm not mistaken. And the strongest objection that I heard from the Finance Committee was about the utilization of ARPA funds towards the tree project. So my question is, could this project continue with the town manager withholding the ARPA portion of the funding and this $125,000 allocation be utilized for the trees within the CPA?
Would it be a requirement of the grant that they get the 125 in ARPA funding?
That's right.
that was part of their application, that they would be obtaining matching funding. And I think, but typically we talk about that the applicant is responsible for obtaining matching funding. Whether that is specific to the ARPA funding or their own private fundraising, I don't know.
And what would be the consequences of if the town manager did not disperse those funds? Would the entire project be withdrawn?
I suppose that if they weren't able to meet their grant requirements over a period of time, eventually those funds would be clawed back by the committee.
Okay, so then my question would be to the town manager. So you're continuing in the face of the Finance Committee's opposition to want to proceed to allocate these ARPA funds towards this project?
I see the town manager approaching the microphone.
Carrie LaFleur, town manager. I was not contemplating withholding that funding for the trees for this project.
Okay.
That was a commitment that was made.
Okay, thank you.
Many months ago.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the con microphone.
My comment is contrary to the amendment. Okay.
Yes, you're against the amendment. Got it.
Okay, good.
That's what we're talking
All right.
about.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Moderator. Julia Farwell Clay, 675 Sudbury Road. I serve on the Community Participation Subcommittee of the Concord 250th, but I speak on my own behalf. I am also the most recent past president of the Garden Club of Concord. Our current president is on a club trip in New York. So I'm not speaking specifically on her behalf, but I do express the opinion of the 140 strong members of the Concord Garden Club who came up with the idea for the trees independent of the Permanent Memorial Subcommittee. I also will note that the Community Participation Subcommittee also came up with this idea. So it was a matter of whose fiefdom did this belong to. We gleefully ceded the territory to the Memorial Subcommittee. But this idea also came up during the brainstorm of the Greater Concord 250th Committee. And I wanted to speak to the popularity and the multiple occasions where it simultaneously occurred to people that this would be a great thing to do. Because one of the priorities of the 250th Committee brainstorming session was that we needed something different this time, not just another slab of granite in Monument Square. As glorious as they all are, wouldn't it be wonderful to do something living, something that represented Concord in a new way, in a modern way, something that spoke to our situation in a changing climate. And I think that the amendment proposed is just in the wrong direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to point out that it's 11:15, and we still have one more article after this one, and plus we got to go back to the main motion. I'm just going to ask for a sense of the meeting. How many people know how they're going to vote on this amendment? Thanks. Anybody not know how they're going to vote on the amendment? So let me just ask the people in line to speak whether you're willing to sit down and have the vote. Great. Let's do that. Okay, all those in favor of the amendment, and the amendment is to delete item F from Article 40, please raise your ballots, your paper ballots. All those opposed? The amendment clearly fails. Let's go back to the main motion under Article 40, including item F. Anybody else want to speak to the main motion? Great, let's have a vote on Article, all right. I have to take pity on you because you're jogging, so.
Yeah, thank you very much. Theo Kinnemans, 252 Fairhaven Road. I'm the chair of the Zoning Board of Appeals, but I'm speaking on behalf of myself. As a little bit of a compromise, I want to suggest that it was mentioned that the trees that were going to be planted were going to be 3.5-inch caliber trees. I would like to suggest that they could be downsized to 2.5 caliber trees. They'll still be a substantial tree. They'll be a lot cheaper, easier to plant, better survival rate. And I speak as a registered landscape architect here, and I think there could be a significant amount of cost savings here, not the full amount of the ARPA funds that's going to be needed, but it would be a gesture to bridge the gap.
Thank you, and I would just respond very quickly. Of course, if you conveyed that to the subcommittee and they agreed with you, any money that's left over from the grant that does not get spent eventually comes back to CPC and is used for future projects.
Thank you very much.
Well, I was actually hoping it would go back, or not use ARPA funds for it, but all the CPC money.
I imagine they'd spend the ARPA funds first.
All right, we ready for a vote on Article 40? Looks like we are. All those in favor of Article 40? Thank you very much. All those opposed? Well, that looks unanimous. Oh, no, almost unanimous. Almost unanimous. All right, so. All right, hold on one second there, Anthony. Don't go away. Let me just, all right. I have no motion under Article 41, and I therefore declare the meeting is taking no action on Article 41. We have addressed Articles 42 through 51 as part of the consent calendar, and we will now turn to Article 52.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. My name is Anthony Ansaldi. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for the town, and thank you for allowing me 30 minutes to speak about unpaid bills. So,
good one.
Next slide, please. So I'm going to start by reading the motion. Mr. Patel moves that the town transfer from the available free cash balance as of July 1st, 2023, the sum of $11,715.71 to pay unpaid bills of prior fiscal years. This article is before you because we've identified about 12 bills from fiscal year 2023. And because fiscal year 2023 is closed, we no longer have an appropriation from town meeting to pay those bills. Next slide. So Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 64, requires us to come back to town meeting, identify a funding source, and ask for town meeting for approval to pay these unpaid bills. Next slide. Here's a chart of the unpaid bills. There's a dozen of them from a few different departments, a couple different departments, and then ceremonies and celebrations. Next slide. And we're back to the motion. I'm happy to answer any questions that anybody may have.
Can we have a second on the motion, please? I see that we have one. Thank you very much. I'm going to point out that this article is a weird one. Under state law, it requires a 4/5 vote. If the vote is not unanimous, we have to count it. So just FYI. Okay. Any questions or comments on Article 52?
Pamela Dritt, 13 Concord Green, what happens if we don't do it?
They tar and feather me in the square. No, we have to. We're required to pay it, so we're asking town meeting to allow us to do that.
Any other questions? Looks like we're ready for a vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? Oh, look at that, it's unanimous. Okay. All right, I have no motion under Article 53, and I declare that we're taking no action on Article 53, and Mr. Dane has a motion.
I am Henry Dane. I'm speaking for myself once again, and I've asked the moderator to have the honor as my last official act as a member and the chair of the Select Board to, first of all, to thank my fellow members of the Select Board for tolerating me for the last 3 years, and especially the last year, where I probably made their lives more difficult than they should have been. And having thanked them and having thanked the town manager, Gary LaFleur, and her deputy, Meg Zamuto, and our new CFO, Anthony, who have served the town very well and have made my life easier, I now move that this 2024 session of the Concord Annual Town Meeting stand adjourned.
Thank you all and good night.